Translator, Nyo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Isn't it Manager Kai? My god, it has been a while, hasn't it? How are you? Anfey asked, smiling warmly and holding out his hand in front of him. Kai Guanyao started moving his hands away from his belt. In fact, he found himself disliking this man who greeted him in the bathroom. For someone experienced with the way of the business world, the first thing one needed to do was stay calm, keeping their emotions a secret to the world. The man was wearing a friendly smile, and his clothes were finely made. It was in Kai Guanyao's best interest not to offend anyone, especially someone whose background was unclear. Kai Guanyao, realizing this, put on a smile and took the man's hand. Evening. Pardon me, I was a little bit drunk, but you are. Powerful men never remember us little guys, the man said, blinking. I heard Manager Kai's real estate business is going through the roof, of course you would forget someone like me. Nonsense, Kai Guanyao said awkwardly. Before he could finish, something pricked his palm. Instinctively, he yanked his hand back. What was that? He demanded, holding his stinging hand. Me? I didn't do anything, Anfey widened his eyes. Nothing? Kai Guanyao said angrily, looking down at his hand. There was no wound. Oh, I got it, Anfey said, throwing his hands into the air in a moment of sudden realization. He pointed to a ring on his finger. It must have been my ring, he said. You see, it is uncomfortable to wear, but it is a family heirloom, what with my father's recent passing. All right, Kai Guanyao said impatiently. If you don't have anything else to say, would you please leave? I have other people to attend to. At first, he didn't want to offend anyone, but as soon as the pain shot up his hand, Kai Guanyao felt a sudden irritation he hadn't felt before. He didn't know where it came from, since pricking his hand was usually the least of his problems. I am very sorry, Anfey said, defeated. I am very sorry. I will stop bothering you, Manager Kai. He bowed and left the bathroom with a troubled look on his face. Weird, Kai Guanyao said, as he turned around and unbuckled his belt. As soon as he was out of the door, Anfey exchanged his upset look for one of nonchalance. The jade-colored floor glowed softly beneath his feet, weaving together with the golden light of the wall lamps. All around Anfey, the sound of men's coarse laughter and women's soft flirts flooded into the long hallway. All the doors were crafted from exquisite eaglewood, filling the hall with a gentle fragrance. However, none of these could distract Anfey now. To an onlooker, he was walking rather slowly. In reality, his speed was almost 2 times faster than a normal man's, and he did not slow down until he had reached the staircase. Just as he rounded the corner, he saw the elevator door close. He sighed in a moment of defeat. Nothing seemed to go well today. He had rented a Chevrolet to get to the Jingdu Hotel, but somehow the brake had broken halfway, and it took him way longer than he found comfortable to get rid of the police officers nearby. After that he found a Toyota, but had only had it for a few minutes before ramming it into another car. The young man that drove the other car refused to leave him alone unless Anfey agreed to drive the young man to the hospital. It cost Anfey $3,000 to get rid of him. Anfey was a fairly skilled driver and had never been in an accident. What happened today could only be described as strange. When he arrived at the Jingdu Hotel, he was prepared to do his job, but the elevator broke only 10 minutes later. He remained calm and didn't appear too agitated, gesturing to the video camera to hurry the hotel security team. He was rescued after 10 long minutes. Anfey had always been a strict follower of time, and he thought that it was all but certain that he would fail his mission tonight. Luckily, he found a chance to finish what he intended to do at the last minute. Of course, luck was an unreliable thing. Anfey smiled bitterly as he glanced at the number blinking above his head. The elevator next to him was broken, and the other 2 were approximately 100 meters away. Should he walk? He quickly estimated how much time he had left. 3 minutes should be enough. The number 20 flashed above him. Anfey pulled out a stick of gum and began walking towards the other end of the hall. 30 seconds later, Anfey found himself standing in front of an elevator. After another 35, the door slid open. Anfey disguised his anxiety as he stepped into the elevator. There were only 2 young women in there. They shot a glance at him and returned to their whispers. 50 seconds later, he was in the 8th floor bathroom. He glanced around, making sure there were no approaching footsteps. Then he jumped upwards, his left hand grabbing the pipe, and his right hand sticking his gum onto the surveillance camera. Having cameras in bathrooms tended to cause unrest in customers, but the hotel management did so anyways. Of course, to avoid problems, they were kept hidden, and only in the men's bathroom, but it was still an amateur move. It only took him a few seconds to find them the first time he came to the hotel. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank God he was alone in here. If there was anyone else in the bathroom, he would have been in big trouble. The hotel's surveillance room was on the 30th floor, and the security teams were on the 1st, 7th, and 21st. If the surveillance team was doing their job well, then they would have already found the malfunctioning camera on the 8th floor. Still, the nearest security team was on the 7th, and it would take them a minute to arrive. A minute was more than enough time. Anfey grabbed onto one of the bathroom doors and jumped up, landing in the stall. He had already prepared his getaway clothes and hid them in that bathroom. He had glued the door shut to prevent anyone from messing up his plan, since any normal person would simply move on to the next stall. They wouldn't contact security if a bathroom door refused to give way. Nowadays, though, weird people were on the rise, and would cause Anfey great trouble should he ever cross paths with one. There was no such thing as being 100% safe, so Anfey had prepared for all the scenarios he could imagine. With extensive preparation, he could outwit anyone. Anfey walked out of the bathroom looking like another man. His hair was shorter, the black suit became a t-shirt and jeans, and his dress shoes were changed into sneakers. At the same time, Kai Guanyao, who was flirting with an escort, slumped over the couch and clutched at his heart. Anfey looked very relaxed as he stepped out of the hotel. He didn't bother hailing a cab, instead walking south along the road. Anfey was an assassin. He was an odd one, but one nonetheless, because he would never admit that he was a killer. He believed that killers were mechanical, emotionless, and numb, obeying their master's every command, or forsaking their lives, to achieve their goals. He, however, was noble, free and elegant, and would never place himself in danger. Before he exposed his intentions, he would be a respectable guest, and no one would realize his purpose. Afterwards, there would not be anyone able to reveal his identity. Some jobs he would take, some he would never take, some he would regret taking, all without a care for his reputation. He thought that the world was dark enough, and he didn't want to harm those people with talent and sparks. Although he was exceptionally skilled and could often mask his work as a natural death, he lacked a steady stream of customers. A kebab peddler poked his head out from an alley, made eye contact with Anfey, and nodded. These people didn't have an easy life. In a city this size, they lived in the poorest houses, leaving before the sun rose and returning long after the sun had set. They could only earn enough to feed themselves. A few decades ago, even a street peddler could earn more than a nuclear physicist. Now, after years of government interference, these peddlers' lives sank below the average. Of course, they could fight to raise their living standards, but there were a lot of people who didn't want them to do that. As soon as the police cars appeared, the peddlers scattered in fear of confiscations and beatings. It wasn't anything new that city police beat people to death. Under the teachings of a few skilled men, the general masses had mastered the skills of guerrilla warfare. Running when the enemy appeared and coming back when they left, a man was able to earn a living. Anfey was an easygoing man. He smiled at the kebab peddler. "Busy?" he asked. "I want $10 of lamb." The man glanced around, making sure the coast was clear, and then he smiled. "Of course, sir," he said. "Right away." Anfey glanced towards the hotel, waiting. Not long after, an ambulance howled past, stopping sharply in front of the hotel. A few emergency workers rushed out, carrying stretchers and emergency kits. Anfey sighed. He had the habit of lingering near the scene whenever he finished a job, so that should anything be amiss he could formulate a plan to deal with the problem. For now, the death attracted no suspicion. Kai Guanyao had an extramarital relationship, and the two women, each with his child, had always been at each other's throats. Now that he was dead, the two women would redirect all their attention to his inheritance. No one would care whether he had a natural or an unnatural death. He would barely be cold underground. Pity. The police should pose no problem either. The officers with more unclosed cases were more likely to be fired. No one wanted to be in charge of a cold case, and no one wanted to be investigating a case like this. If the two women were just focusing on his inheritance, of course the case would be dropped. "Hey, want any spices?" the kebab peddler asked. "Not too many," Anfey said, rubbing his hands together, causing a lump of white putty to come off into his hands. His fingertips were covered with a specially made grease that concealed his fingerprints. It dried off when applied. Even if he shook hands with someone, it would leave no residue. The only loophole was his clothes, but he had sprayed them with chemicals. The police canines would suffer a hard blow should they inhale too much. Plus, unless the death was suspected to be foul play, his clothes would never become evidence. If the police didn't interfere, his clothes would simply be left at the hotel's lost and found, waiting for an owner who would never return. "There you go," the peddler said, handing him his kebab. Anfey took it, thanked the man, and stood there, eating it in small bites. He needed to wait a bit to see what the doctor's verdict would be. If it was suspicious, the police would be here in no time. If Kai Guanyo was determined to have died from cardiac arrest, his family would be contacted to take care of the aftermath. For now, the truth about the man's death was unknown, but Anfey was careful and hoped to get some confirmation. At that moment, a Santana and a small truck drove towards where Anfey was standing. Instinctively, Anfey took a few steps back, trying to figure out the situation within the alley. "That's him. Get him," a fat man called out, sticking his bandage-wrapped head out of the car. Anfey recognized the symbol on the car. It was a car from the city police, and it had nothing to do with him. The peddler looked like a spooked animal. He grabbed his cart and dashed into the valley, right into Anfey. In a moment of panic, the peddler pushed Anfey aside. "Get out of my way," he called. Anfey was well trained. If the man was coming at him with a knife, he would have known exactly how to deal with it. He didn't want to hurt him though, and only took a step back. The peddler slipped, and his hand pushed against Anfey's, triggering a series of reactions that would otherwise only happen in movies. Perhaps it was because the peddler wanted to save money, but the peddler didn't use disposable skewers. He used a sharpened bicycle spoke to more conveniently pierce the meat chunks. Anfey was eating while the peddler dashed towards him, and since the peddler had no intention of attacking, Anfey wasn't alarmed. In a moment of confusion, the spoke was pushed into his throat. Anfey grunted in pain, and tears welled in his eyes. Not out of pain, but out of natural reflex, wounds to the mouth and throat always triggered tears. The peddler froze and cried out in panic. After seeing someone hurt, he was terrified out of his mind. He ditched his cart and dashed into the alley. Unfortunately, the police car stopped, but the truck did not. It crashed into the cart, which was sent flying into Anfey's face. He was holding onto the spoke, trying to remove it from his throat. His eyes were blurry with tears, and then it went completely dark. When the cart flipped over on the ground, Anfey was slumping as well. The spoke was pushed in so deep it came out under his hairline on the back of his head. To a normal man, such a wound would be fatal. The next day, a headline made it to a newspaper that city police had killed someone, again. Why did they use again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2, Not a Nice Person. Chapter 2, Not a Nice Person. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Light gray clouds moved quickly while the winds blew through them. The ocean lost its beautiful blue hue, and darkness prevailed as the clouds thickened. An isolated island was quietly taking the angry waves slamming onto its shore. The gloomy look lingered around the ocean for miles. There was a decent-sized house at the very center of the island. Jaeger, one of the top 10 archmages in the Pan-continent, stood in the basement working on his self-invented magic array. A long incantation was chanted to start the ritual. Various runes suddenly appeared in the air around him and swirled rapidly along the magic array. A pale-looking young man was trembling and shaking inside of the array. He stared at the runes approaching him as if seeing an approaching demon, his eyes filled with desperation and sadness. Soon, Jaeger finished chanting and tapped the ground with his wand. A cloud of deep darkness materialized, seemingly able to swallow anything close to it, and engulfed the young man. Jaeger took a deep breath, then gathered his power and yelled out the incantation one more time. The light gray clouds had already turned dark. Silver lightning bolts were lashing out with vicious, destructive attacks. Waves rushed towards the shore. However, the waves seemed to get scared of something, backing out even before reaching the sands in front of the house. After a while, the anger from the sky and ocean seemed to fade away, the cloud of darkness gradually disappearing into the array. The young man started to emerge, as if the darkness finally let him go. Jaeger gripped the wand tighter with his right hand, took out a scroll-like amulet, and stared at the young man, unblinking. He would throw out the scroll instantly if anything went wrong. Jaeger, one of the top 10 archmages, didn't hesitate to give up his fame and power to live on this isolated island. He practiced his skills, hoping to break through the bottleneck of his career. Jaeger was over 50 years old, but he was still unwilling to give up the power, wealth, and beautiful women. He could only set them aside temporarily because he believed he was nobody without his achievements in magic. He would be the leader in the mage's world of the Pan-continent if he could break through this bottleneck. His power would double, and his fame triple. No pain, no gain. Not just the joy he would obtain in the future, even his name would be worshipped well after his death. With this hope, everything, including wealth and fame, could be temporarily set aside. Jaeger hoped to be able to understand the myth of death, achieving immortality. The array he set up was a path to the evil abyss. When Jaeger saw that the young man wasn't moving, he whispered, "Agia." Agia definitely wasn't the first one to be used for these kinds of experiments. There were hundreds of young men buried in the backyard, the products of failed experiments. Jaeger's fame could undoubtedly attract some young men with dreams of wanting to learn magic from him. Even if he couldn't get enough young men to come voluntarily, he could still purchase slaves to do the job. For the past 7 years, hundreds of experiments were conducted, but they all failed. However, Jaeger was a man with great willpower, and he understood that there were no true geniuses in the world. The achievements he had now were because of his persistence and hard work. He endured unbearable pain and worked extra hard to gain his fame. Jaeger was initially a fire archmage. He started to learn dark magic only a few years ago, and he also had some understandings of space magic. He learned that there was a limit to the space he lived in. When another alien power entered his space, it would be constrained. But when the alien power was strong enough to break through the space, it would cause the entire space to crash. Therefore, no matter how determined he was to do something, Jaeger could not utilize all of his power, as the scroll in his hand would limit his power in the affected area. Unfortunately, there were only 3 scrolls left. One scroll had been used by Master Richard to capture the orc leader, Atabajin. The battle of the God of Law and the Sword Master against Demon Herald had become a legend. Scrolls couldn't be made by anyone anymore. If nothing sudden occurred and his life was not threatened, Jaeger would never ever use the scroll. Ajia. Jaeger called again. The young man named Ajia slowly opened his eyes, clearly confused. He turned to Jaeger and said with great sadness, "Master. Are you all right?" Jaeger asked. He was upset with another failure, but he was intrigued as well. Ajia was the very first one that could talk after an experiment. All the other human subjects from his previous failures could not talk at all. They all lost consciousness during the experiments. His array first extracted the human subject's spirit, to allow an evil spirit to enter their bodies. Was there anything wrong with the array? Jaeger checked the array with his power. Everything seemed fine, which made Jaeger even more curious. "I am fine." Ajia touched his own body. "Master, what happened? Anything abnormal?" "No, as long as you are okay." Jaeger smiled affably. "What did you see? Did you feel anything?" He focused on Ajia and scanned him all over, finding that Ajia was a lot weaker. Jaeger eliminated the possibility that the evil spirit had entered Ajia's body. Even though evil spirits were powerful, they were merely stupid, furious creatures, only knowing how to angrily rage at their surroundings. They were not capable of using strategy. Moreover, due to the experiment, the human subject's body would get many times stronger. In the last experiment, the human subject couldn't take much of the evil spirit's power and collapsed. With how weak Ajia was right now, there was clearly no trace of the evil spirit in his body. I felt I was flying in a dark tunnel, flying. I couldn't see any light. Then I heard you calling me, and then I was awake, Ajia murmured. It seemed something was wrong with the array, Jaeger thought. "Master, what time is it now?" "It should be time to make your dinner," Ajia said, but he could barely stand up. "Don't worry about it, it's still early. Go and take a rest." Jaeger was somewhat touched. Among the young men he had used his tricks on to bring to the island, Ajia was the most caring. The leaders in Tumon Commercial Union had been alerted because so many young men went missing, and it would take Jaeger a long time to retrieve test subjects from the Manhwa Empire. Otherwise, Jaeger wouldn't have had Ajia go through these experiments. "No, master, you should go and have a rest," Ajia said firmly. "In order to make me become a mage, you are using your power to build this array to rebuild my body, in my mind. How can I be your student if I cannot even take care of you, master?" Rebuild the body was an excuse Jaeger used to make those young men voluntarily undergo experiments. When Jaeger heard what Ajia said, he was not touched, but rather satisfied. He nodded and smiled. "Okay, I do feel tired, however. Ajia, you should rest a little bit first and prepare dinner later. Don't forget to take the wine out of the cellar. You can have some wine to relax." "Yes, master." Aya bowed respectfully. Jaeger smiled at Ajia, then he turned around and walked out of the basement. He did not notice the coldness and hatred in Ajia's eyes. Jaeger believed that the evil spirits were just furious creatures without brains. In fact, Jaeger was one of them. This was a common phenomenon among living creatures, when the powerful ruled the world. They liked to simply use their power to battle. There was a tremendous power difference between Jaeger and the young men undergoing the experiments. Even if all the young men united, Jaeger could easily kill them. Because there was no need for Jaeger to set up any traps, his excuses and attitudes had many flaws. Whether or not the other human subjects could see through Jaeger was unknown, but Ajia could. Otherwise, he would not have been so sad and desperate after seeing the array start. For the past few months, Agia was trying to escape the island. He wanted to tell the world the truth. He wanted to take revenge on Jaeger for those young men who died in the experiments. But Agia was a smart kid. He knew that flying over miles of ocean would be nothing to Jaeger, who could easily use his medium-level power to do it. However, it would be very, very difficult for Agia. Agia had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, but that opportunity did not come. Instead, the time for the experiment arrived. Agia understood well that reality did not permit him to fight back, so he bet everything on an evil spirit helping him take revenge on Jaeger. He was willing to pay for the deal with the evil spirit with everything he owned. Of course, what Agia did not know was that, after the array started, his spirit would be extracted to make room for the agent of the evil abyss. His hope was doomed from the start. Agia dragged himself back to the room and fell into the bed with great exhaustion. In fact, Jaeger's experiment was already a success, and a huge success at that. To be more accurate, Agia should not be called Agia anymore, instead he should be called Anfey. Anfey used to blame God for treating him unfairly. He never ever did anything to hurt anyone. All the people he killed deserved death sentences for the sins they had committed. How come he got killed by a spike and fell into the evil abyss? However, the evil abyss had turned into a promised land for him, after a while. There were several rulers in the evil abyss, and Anfey learned to kiss their asses. He used strategies to make them feel as if he was only loyal to them, despite being a spy to another. Unforeseeably, after he'd grown accustomed to the evil abyss, a strange suction pulled him out and returned him to the earthly world. Was there really a god? Maybe he was afraid of Anfey breaking the messy but organized balance of the evil abyss? Anfey pondered these questions with his eyes closed. The rules of survival in the evil abyss were really simple. The first was self-protection. The second was to become stronger and stronger. Anfey had made it his goal to become stronger than any of the rulers in the evil abyss. It was not impossible to think he could control the whole evil abyss one day, since it was a place where everything would fall into the hands of the most powerful. Never mind. There was no point thinking about matters of the past. For now, he'd better think about himself. Anfey opened his eyes. The coldness and hatred appeared again. He had absorbed a fraction of Agia's spirit and, through it, learned of this world and Jaeger. Anfey had a strong learning ability. In the evil abyss he was like a sponge, absorbing all the knowledge he'd never had a chance to learn, and thus receiving all kinds of information about different aspects of the world. As the saying goes, take things as they come. First, he had to kill Jaeger, who definitely had some evil plans. Otherwise, it was unknown whether Anfey's spirit would survive sitting in the array again. Jaeger thought Anfey's spirit could be used as an agent to another world with strong power, but this might allow countless evil spirits to come down to Earth. For the people on the Earth, he had to kill Jaeger. Anfey had always been putting himself on a higher moral ground to convince himself that a person deserved to be killed. This was Anfey's thought process before he planned to kill anyone. What was bothering him now was his weak body. He had to be daydreaming if he thought he could kill Jaeger with this weak body. It was much more likely that he would be killed instead. Another matter bothering him was that he was very likely to give the game away, since he had only absorbed fractions of Agia's spirit, and thus only understood some of Agia and Jaeger's habits. He had to kill Jaeger fast. It was best done within 3 days. There was a crystal formed at the time he accumulated his power in the evil abyss. It was just like the crystals in the warriors. The difference was that the warriors knew how to use these crystals, but Anfey didn't. The reason he couldn't use it was unclear, but he had no time to ponder this. He needed to kill Jaeger in a very simple fashion. Finding the simplest approach to killing a master archmage with his weak body, and it needed to be done fast. F***ck, he blurted out. To be a master archmage, it meant that one could use his low-level power within 1 to 2 seconds, and medium-level power within 2 to 10 seconds. High-level power was not even something Anfey could comprehend. Even though Jaeger was merely a stupid pig, he wouldn't waste his time chanting for several seconds to use high-level power when someone was going to kill him. Everyone knew that it would not be a quick battle. As a successful assassin, Anfey liked to systematically plan his time in detail. No matter how well he could plan, the odds he could kill Jaeger were slim. Anfey continued to search the fractions of Agia's spirit for any possible weaknesses Jaeger might have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3, A Fatal Recall. Chapter 3, A Fatal Recall. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Early in the morning, Jaeger awoke from meditation. He stretched his body, put on his magic robe, and walked to the window. He muttered a few incantations and the numerous flashing, star-like spots that were floating about the room immediately disappeared. An archmage would be quite vulnerable when entering a meditative state, and any ordinary man had the capacity to kill him. Jäger had always been a lone wolf. Even though he was one of the 10 greatest archmages, he rarely interacted with his counterparts and had no family or friends. In order to better protect himself, he carefully set up a few tricks and traps on this small island, even though it was unlikely for others to hurt a person with as much magic power as Jäger. What was more worthy of his attention than his own life? Jäger opened the window and immediately felt the sun's warmth. His cold heart started warming up. What a nice day today, he muttered to himself. This warm feeling vanished when yesterday's failed experiment came to mind. He decided to give it another try, since he still had enough magic power. Through the darkness along the hallway, Jäger stepped down the stairs and rushed into the basement. All of a sudden, he was alerted by a slight noise from the storage room, where only essential everyday items were stored. His precious things were already hidden in his spatial ring. Mice? Thieves? Jäger shook his head, frowning, and thought, the traps and tricks are everywhere both inside and outside this house. Forget about mice and thieves, only a powerful archmage like me could get in. Jäger used his levitation magic to fly to the front door of the storage room and peek through a crack in the door. To his relief, it was Agia. Jäger pushed open the door and asked, Agia, what are you doing here? To his surprise, Agia turned around and said to him, Master, you got up early today. You are. Before he finished his sentence, Jäger had already figured it out. This room was once full of dust as no one had entered it for almost half a year, but now it was clean and organized. Holding a cleaning rag with dirty, dark water by his feet, Jäger knew that Agia was cleaning for him. Master, your breakfast was ready. I had nothing else to do after cooking breakfast, so I came here trying to make things a little more organized. Agia said. Ah, diligent boy, Jäger said to Agia, and was moved by him once more. Maybe he should keep Agia around and go to Manhwa Empire to look for substitutes, so Agia could help more here. Ha ha. Thank you, Master. It's my responsibility to take good care of you. Agia blushed and scratched his head. I'm going to eat my meal, then. You can eat some after you finish here. You are still growing, so don't be too harsh on yourself. And? Jäger paused a little bit and continued, you can start learning magic from now on. Jäger thought it would be a good idea to have an apprentice like Agia. Someone who not only looked after him, but could also possibly be his helpful assistant, after he was taught some tricks. Not every trick, of course. This way, if Agia misbehaved in the future, it would not be too hard to destroy him. Master, really? Agia went wild with joy. I really can start learning magic from now on? Jäger nodded. Killing could bring fulfillment, as could breaking through one's limits, but helping weaker people could sometimes do so too. Thank you, Master. Agia bowed to his mentor. Right at that moment, Agia's back touched a portrait in a crystal frame, which promptly fell to the ground. With a crash, the portrait broke into pieces. You idiot! Jäger didn't want to scold Agia until he saw what was broken on the ground. Bastard! Jäger shouted at him, and whips made of lightning fell heavily on Agia's hands, arms, and entire body. The lightning whips, consisting of numerous electrical sparks, fell onto Agia's body like raindrops. He crawled, twisted, and frothed due to the unbearable pain. It almost made him faint. Jäger stood up and lifted his arm holding the long whip. Again the lightning whips hit Agia, but this time he passed out. Jäger breathed heavily. He'd still shown mercy to Agia, otherwise Agia could have easily been killed by a small fireball from Jäger. Jäger gradually pulled himself back together. Anger faded away and sadness crept onto his face. His stooped shoulders looked even lonelier in his shadow. Jäger squatted down and very carefully picked up the portrait from the crystal pieces. He stared at the woman with long red hair in the portrait. She wore a light green leather vest and held a shining long sword. With tightly closed lips, and big eyes full of energy and determination, she looked very cute, one might even say beautiful. Jäger's heart sunk and hurt whenever he thought of her and the life spent with her. He slowly approached the door holding the portrait, tears dropping to the ground. Jäger, you can, I believe in you. You will be the greatest archmage ever. Jäger, buy it, only 3 coins. Not a big deal. You can't fully release your potential without a good wand. Jäger, how stupid you were. I was lying to you. I really don't like the leather vest. It won't look good on me. We should buy the magic wand instead. It suits you, Dot. Jäger, can't you stay with me? The only thing I want is to be with you. Though we will be paid well for completing the task of finding the flash leopard crystal, it will be too dangerous. Let's give it up, okay? Please. Go. Go. I'm a warrior. I will be more likely to survive than you. Hurry up. Bam. Jaeger's head hit a pillar. It finally brought him back to reality from those beautiful memories. He covered his face with his hands, but he couldn't stop his tears from pouring out. Although he was a master archmage, he couldn't stop sobbing like a woman. The cherished and precious time spent with this woman always meant a lot to him. One was a genius archmage and the other was a strong warrior. One was always ready to sacrifice for the other. A perfect couple. The man wanted to buy a magic vest for the woman. On the other hand, the woman wanted to buy a magic wand for the man. In the end, the man chose the wand because the special wand could improve both of their powers and unleash more of their potential. But he knew, from the bottom of his heart, that she was really obsessed with the leather vest. This was the exact reason that he undertook the dangerous task, in order to earn the money to buy her the vest, so that he could bring back her beautiful smile. The damn leopards. They planned to kill just one, but they ended up fighting against 7. At the most dangerous moment, she stood up, protecting him from the group of leopards and buying him some time to escape. She, however, ended up dying. Her gorgeous body was torn to pieces by the merciless wild leopards. When Jaeger finally led the troops to rescue her, it was too late. At that time, everything, including their happiness, their dreams, and their future, was ruined. His heart was shattered. Losing happiness was easy. It was hard to obtain happiness, and it would be even harder to get it back once it was lost. Since then, he shut himself away, rarely making any friends. He stopped loving any women. No matter how beautiful they were just tools to him. Instead, he concentrated on improving his magic power, which finally made him the youngest master archmage on this continent. But at the same time, he became a stranger and a loner that no one wanted to be with. Jaeger had earned the nickname Flash Leopard Killer. Before he became a master archmage, he liked to go to different places to hunt and kill flash leopards for revenge, but he left the other beasts alone. Other warrior groups learned of his story and his actions. They followed him and collected the crystals after he killed the flash leopards. This continued until recently, when Jaeger got lucky and found a diary from a dark archmage. He finally got back on his feet again. He wanted to learn as much as he could from the dark magic and explore the mystery of death. He was eager to create a new Lisa, his lady, just like God creating the whole world. By watching the portrait drop to the ground and the crystal frame break into pieces, Jaeger was once more brought back to those old memories that made him deeply sad and broken-hearted. His feeling of hatred was so overwhelming, he decided to reset his magic array and use Agia to test it again. He was glad that he didn't kill Agia just now. He still needed to use him for the experiment. He had confidence that, sooner or later, he would bring back his Lisa. Jaeger held the portrait and walked like a zombie. Suddenly, he smelled an aroma coming from the cellar, the aroma of wine. He paused and then turned around, walking towards the wine cellar. He wanted to get a glass of wine, hoping the wine would help him with his anger, sadness, and despair. He opened the door and noticed that the cellar was clean and organized. Apparently, Agia did the cleaning the other day. Unfortunately, right now none of Agia's kind acts could touch Jaeger's heart. Jaeger walked up to the wine cabinet, where the bottles were lined up neatly. Strong liquors were lined up in the front, while mild wines were in the back. Without caring too much, he grabbed 2 bottles from the front and started pouring the liquor into his mouth, all the while still staring at the portrait in his hand. Jaeger always regretted allowing Lisa to keep fighting while he tried to escape. It was a normal procedure when a crisis arose. The warriors always needed to try their best to help the mage escape by continuing to fight. But Jaeger would never forgive himself for what he had done, for the bad things he had let happen to her. With more and more empty bottles thrown on the ground, Jaeger became more and more drunk. He seemed to feel better under the influence of alcohol, but he subconsciously knew that he had to stand up and keep doing what he needed to do, otherwise he would lose his last hope for reviving his Lisa. He slowly tried to get up. Get up! Get up, or you will lose this chance. Anfey tried to command himself, using all his strength to get his body to stand up in the storage room while Jaeger was drinking in the wine cellar. He noticed that this body was not strong enough and lacked proper training and exercise. He barely withstood the first round of whips, and the second round of whips made him almost pee in his pants. Anfey thought to himself, I really need to undergo some tough training if I want to survive. Otherwise, I will not be able to survive in this world. There was always the saying, survival of the fittest. It was like Iraq invading Kuwait because Kuwait was weak. Some blamed Iraq, but others applauded Iraq. Other examples include America's invasion of Iraq, the uprising of the 5 barbarians, and the 8-year anti-Japanese invasion. It was always the case that the strong attacked the weak. Compared with the modern world, the world of evil spirits was much simpler. It was simple enough that everyone, even as a beginner, knew that the only way to survive was to make oneself stronger than others. Otherwise, he would have a hard life, always worrying about his safety. Anfey didn't want to be the weaker one. Anfey slowly crept towards the door, cold sweat dripping down his head non-stop. He tried to figure out the proper timing. Anfey didn't sleep at all last night. From the fraction of Agia's spirit, he learned of the tricks and traps set up by Jaeger in this mansion. He was cautious enough not to walk everywhere in the mansion. He only went to rooms that were safe, and the storage room was one of them. In the beginning, he didn't discover any valuable stuff in the room, but he didn't want to give up and start all over again. Finally, he found Jaeger's diary in one of the secret boxes. This was the diary Jaeger started writing after losing Lisa. In the spare time between practicing his magic, in order to help him grieve, he pricked his fingers and used his blood as ink to write Lisa's name over and over again. This diary wasn't that important, so Jaeger kept it in the stockroom. On the other hand, he always kept the Archmage's diary with him wherever he went. Anfey was smart enough to catch this opportunity. He was confident that the woman in the portrait hanging in the storage room was Lisa, the cause of Jaeger's suffering. So Anfey made a plan based on all the information he gathered. He would accidentally break the crystal frame of the portrait. Beforehand, he rearranged the wine bottles so that the hard liquor bottles were in front. He believed that Jaeger would not think to avoid drinking hard liquor, as he would be lost in sadness and despair. In order to seduce Jaeger, Anfey purposefully poured a bottle of wine in front of the wine cellar, so that Jaeger could easily smell it. Anfey believed the hint of the wine's aroma would be very enticing for someone who was so deeply sad. At this point, Anfey didn't have enough time or energy to think about whether or not the plan was perfect. He had to give it his all. Even if it cost him his own life, he would happily go back to the evil abyss and start over again. Anfey tried hard to listen to any sounds from the wine cellar. When Jaeger walked into the cellar with a very low mood, he forgot to close the door behind him. It gave Anfey a great opportunity. Jaeger was making louder and louder noises. At the beginning, he tried to put the bottles cautiously on the table, hoping not to scare his Lisa. The more he drank, the louder the noises he was making. Then Anfey heard the noise of broken glasses and knew it was time for action. Taking a deep breath, Anfey stepped down and walked into the wine cellar. He slowly approached Jaeger and said, "Master, you drank too much. Let me help you get to bed." Jaeger looked at Anfey with a grimace and ignored him, then drank another big mouthful of wine. An ant was never worthy of a lion's attention. In Jaeger's mind, Anfey was just like an ant. His fate was entirely within Jaeger's control. Anfey approached Jaeger slowly and cautiously, trying not to make him suspicious. "Master, let me help you get some rest," Anfey said while adjusting Jaeger's wrinkled clothes. "Go away!" Jaeger shouted. He was concerned that he would lose his temper and end up killing Anfey. In that case, he would not be able to continue tonight's experiment. Just at this exact moment, Anfey hit Jaeger's throat with his left elbow. The throat was not considered the most vulnerable place in the human's body, but once it was hit, the trachea and esophagus would suffer a short spasm and the cartilage of the throat would lose control. Even being hit with low strength, it could still make people non-responsive for 1 or 2 seconds. Anfey knew how powerful a master archmage was, so his first attack was aimed to hit Jaeger's throat, depriving him of the ability to use his magic. Jaeger's head looked up, and his eyes were full of pain. Regardless of the level of his magic, he couldn't change the structure of his body. While Jaeger was painfully holding his throat, Anfey did a semi-spin, using his right hand like a knife to forcefully cut straight through the side of Jaeger's neck. Anfey practiced this many times. Usually, such an attack would take 0.4 to 0.6 seconds. But since his body was weak after Jaeger's punishment, it might take even longer than 1 second. In order to win 1 second of time, Anfey had first tried to attack Jaeger's throat with his left elbow. When the side of Jaeger's neck was attacked, his body immediately leaned towards the other side. The result of this attack was more serious than the one he originally took to the throat. One reason was that Anfey used all of his strength, and the other reason was that the attack on the carotid artery would directly decrease the flow of blood to the brain. If the attack was by a professional, it would either cause a coma or up to 7 or 8 seconds of unresponsiveness. Although Anfey was not strong enough for that, it would still make Jaeger turn into an idiot for a few seconds. Wasting no time, Anfey grabbed a bottle of wine and smashed it down onto Jaeger's temple. The bottle shattered, and glass and wine splashed everywhere. Jaeger was bleeding heavily from the temple and was knocked out without any struggle. Anfey suddenly jumped up and forcefully stomped down. He felt something akin to a rubber ball breaking. Jaeger immediately passed out without uttering a sound. An archmage's body was relatively weak. If a warrior closed the distance, it would have disastrous consequences. Anfey's evil attacks one after another, even warriors would be unable to handle it. The poor Master Archmage completely lost the battle without even getting a chance to use his magic. But to play it safe, Anfey rushed to the door, grabbing a knife hidden underneath the rug, and turned back to Jaeger. He didn't dare to bring the knife with him, as Jaeger had the ability to scan one's body. If Jaeger had found out that he had knife with him, he would have lost this opportunity. He lifted Jaeger, with his half-white and half-black hair, in his left hand. Anfey stabbed through his throat 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The blood splattered everywhere. It reminded Anfey of killing a chicken. Finally, Anfey walked towards the door, extremely exhausted. He fell down and passed out once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4, The Aftermath. Chapter 4, The Aftermath. Translator, Manhwa_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. Anfey regained consciousness after a while, but he stayed still. Any experienced assassin knew that one couldn't move even the tiniest amount before making sure the surroundings were safe. No one would pay attention to a dead person until he moved. After a few minutes passed noiselessly, Anfey opened his eyes and looked around, but found nothing suspicious. He slowly got up. Jaeger was lying in a pool of blood which had already turned dark red. Anfey stared at him for a while, a slight grin crawling up his face. People who deserved hatred also deserved mercy, but Anfey himself was not the kind of person who could give mercy to others. He himself had to become stronger, otherwise he would be the meat on another's plate. He knew very well that he would have been killed if he hadn't grabbed the chance to kill Jaeger. Was it morally justified to kill in order to survive? Right or wrong? Let the philosophers handle those questions. First, he had to rebuild his strength, so he needed food. Led by the information he obtained from the fraction of Agia's spirit, Anfey slowly walked into the kitchen. Jaeger didn't care what food he ate, instead putting all of his effort towards improving his power and skills. There were some sausages and pieces of bread in a freezing array, which was the perfect place to store them. Agia knew how to do it, so Anfey knew as well. Like Jaeger, Anfey didn't care what food he ate either. In order to restore his energy, he couldn't afford to be picky, so Anfey ate whatever he could put into his mouth. Once he felt he was almost full, he stopped eating and put the leftovers back in the array. He knew that this was the ideal state to help his body recover quickly. After resting for a while, Anfey returned to the cellar and searched Jaeger's corpse, grabbing everything he could find on the Archmage's body. Right now, he didn't care whether he knew their functions or not, as he planned to spend time researching them later. An Archmage would not carry anything worthless. Anfey tried to examine Jaeger's body carefully, to see if he had left any marks or wounds on Jaeger, lest he had to change how he buried the body. Anfey happily found dozens of accessories. By instinct, he immediately knew that these were not just simple accessories, but instead all sorts of magic tools. There were some red fire-like crystals, which must have been Jaeger's high-quality fire crystals. The most valuable things Anfey found were 2 magic books and 4 diaries. Anfey flipped over a few pages of the books. One was the Fire series and the other was the Dark series, with all of Jaeger's practice notes. They were so valuable. As an old saying went, books were the spiritual food of mankind. To Anfey, books were also the doors to a new world. With great effort, Anfey finally moved Jaeger's body into a small garden in the backyard. He dug a pit and threw the body into it. It took Anfey some time to cover it with sand and soil. In a short period of time, it would quickly turn into ashes, and the evidence would be permanently erased. After all of this, Anfey was so exhausted that he couldn't move at all. He didn't sleep the previous night, but had instead used his endurance and persistence to complete a suite of tough tasks. An ordinary person could not have done that. He laid down in Agia's bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep by way of a special breathing technique. After a night of sleep, Anfey was greeted by bright sunshine through the window. It had been 15 hours since he'd fallen asleep, and all of the pain and tiredness were gone. He took a deep breath and jumped off the bed. Lots of tasks were waiting for him. Anfey stood in the basement, picking up the smallest low-grade fire crystals and throwing them into the array he so despised. In the array, there was a key spot that started it. It could transfer or transport the energy. As Agia recalled, Jaeger always placed the dark crystal in the same spot, which made the array start automatically. Then he would mutter some spells to complete the whole matrix. If the properties of the array and the crystal didn't match, an explosion was inevitable. The explosion made from the water and fire elements were the most dangerous, so Anfey placed the fire crystals into the array on purpose, which would definitely lead to a big explosion. By doing so, Anfey crafted a perfect explanation for Jaeger's death. In order to survive in this world, one needed both personal power and a proper, and legitimate, identity. The identity of Archmage Jaeger's apprentice was a good one, but Anfey didn't want to draw too much attention to Jaeger's death. When the runes in the array started flashing, Anfey, without any hesitation, rushed upstairs and hurried out of the mansion. A while passed with nothing happening, but Anfey still sat patiently on the lawn, practicing his breathing. Bang! A loud sound came to his ears as the big explosion finally went off. Anfey stayed outside the house until it was dark, making sure there were no further explosions. The explosion didn't have enough power to damage the house, but it did destroy all the windows and bottles of wine. Anfey liked to drink once in a while. He regretted forgetting to move the bottles of wine when he moved the accessories. What a waste of so much delicious wine. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to drink for a while. Half the entrance to the basement had collapsed. It took Anfey a while to knock down the leftover wobbly rocks with a stick. He crawled down the entrance with half of his body, but all he could see was heavy smoke. It was finally over. Anfey got up and fell deep into thought. The reason for Jaeger's death appeared obvious. He decided to build a nice grave for Jaeger later, and then this chapter would be over. No one would suspect him. What he needed to do next was wait for someone to come to the island to visit Jaeger, so that they could serve as a witness. If he went out now claiming his identity as Jaeger's apprentice, nobody would believe him. Anfey didn't want to waste any time. While waiting for guests, he decided to spend his days practicing. After another day of rest, he adopted a regular schedule in order to gain more strength. In the morning, he ran around the island 10 times, then did push-ups, sit-ups, jump ropes, and pull-ups. After breakfast, he sat down and studied Jaeger's books. To be honest, Anfey was more interested in fighting techniques than in magic powers. Unfortunately, nobody here would teach him how to fight. In order to gain more power, he had to learn some magic spells. After lunch, he practiced the boxing techniques he inherited from his previous life's family. At the end, he would meditate. He would also spare a few hours to go fishing, as the food in the freezing array would not last long. He also used the opportunity to practice fencing and breathing technique. Anfey's family used to practice fencing with long swords, but nowadays fewer and fewer people were interested in practicing. For Anfey, though, fencing was the best way to train his eyes and unleash his potential. Holding his breath was another skill he valued a lot. Scientifically, the respiratory system didn't just refer to the mouth and nose. Humans used the skin to breathe, too. If some golden powder was applied to the skin, one could be choked to death even though one could breathe through their mouth and nose. So, in a sense, holding one's breath was a survival skill. Embryonic breathing was the highest level of breathing practice. Anfey could hold his breath for 10 minutes in the other world, but only 1 minute in this world. He had to start from scratch. After dinner, Anfey started walking around the island and searching for herbal medicine. Martial arts could strengthen the body, but they couldn't fill the body. Anfey's ancestors practiced traditional Chinese medicine, or TCM, for generations. But in his generation, TCM was practiced less and less. He couldn't live a good life working as a TCM practitioner, so he decided to become an assassin instead. Anfey never thought he would find Chinese medicine on this island. Surprisingly, he found some peonies. He didn't think they were peonies at the beginning, because they mostly grew inland, rather than by the ocean. Anfey was pleased to find such herbs on this island, as it meant that he might find other types of Chinese medicine. If necessary for survival, he could start practicing traditional Chinese medicine again. Day after day, Anfey lived his life without knowing what awaited him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5, Uninvited Guest. Chapter 5, Uninvited Guest. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Anfey drew more than 700 lines on the walls of the mansion. His physical capability finally reached its best condition yet. Every line represented one day. There wasn't a clock on the island, so he could only use this most primitive way to record the passing of time. More than 2 years had passed, and Anfey had lost patience several times, trying to cross the strait to find someone to talk to and ease his loneliness. But each time, after swimming about 10 miles, he gave up and returned to the island. The one who was not able to endure loneliness could not win big. Rather than going out now, it was better to continue waiting, because the outside world was unpredictable. Anfey's training method was systematic. Since the original owner of his body was too weak and cowardly, the progress was slow. The first step of combat training was improving his eyes and movement. More accurately, it was to control the instinct to blink. When an object flew towards a person's head, ordinary people would involuntarily blink to avoid their eyes being damaged. This was the main difference between ordinary people and people who had undergone training. When boxing, no matter how heavy the blow was, and no matter what part of the body was hit, the boxers would not blink. Those who didn't train for it couldn't do it. It seemed like eye blinking was irrelevant, but it was actually the most important step. For example, if someone standing 3 meters in front of you was ready to hit you with a brick, it wouldn't take more than 0.5 seconds to reach your body. Blinking would normally take 0.2 to 0.5 seconds. For ordinary people, it could take even longer than a second to blink, such as if they were afraid. If the eyes weren't fully opened after blinking, they would already be hit without any time to react. The boxer would observe the attacker from beginning to end, and 0.5 seconds was enough time for his brain and nerves to respond. Anfey vividly remembered when he first began his training on controlling his blinking. He was hit hard during a snowball fight with his peers. The next day he spent half of the night completing the entire training regimen, followed by more practice to reinforce the results. 3 days later, he had another snowball fight with his peers, but this time he could easily deal with more than a dozen peers. He won the game by using only his natural human reactions to avoid being hit by the snowballs, instead of using his superior physical strength. That day, he was crowned as the Snowball Prince. The fun experience made Anfey more and more interested in combat training. Since that time, he had trained for more than 10 years. In the Evil Abyss, it took Anfey only a few days to complete the eye training. However, due to the weakness of his current body, it took him half a month to finish it here. The other trainings were progressing slowly as well. It took Anfey 2 full years to complete all of his training goals. Although Anfey had Jaeger's diary, the mage's training was also very difficult. The diary could be very valuable to top archmages, as it held a lot of Jaeger's thoughts and experiences, but Anfey felt it was temporarily useless when it came to learning spells. Anfey needed to heavily rely on himself to explore magic. But Anfey was pretty talented. After practicing by himself for 2 years, he could finally release a small fireball, although he didn't know how to do any other spells yet. Normally, it would be shameful for an apprentice to take 2 years to only learn how to release a small fireball, but Anfey was satisfied because it was very handy. No need for a flashlight when exploring in the dark, no need to prepare firewood in winter, and no need for a stove to bake sweet potatoes. How great it was! The majority of magic apprentices thought that releasing small fireballs was an offensive skill, but Anfey transformed it to handle his daily needs. Sometimes he ran holding a small fireball during his morning exercise, looking like an Olympic torch relay. Although the transformation was pretty good, Anfey's magic power was never enough. Anfey had to extend his mediation time in order to gain more power. Fortunately, he had enough endurance, as he regularly practiced holding his breath as a child. One day, Anfey was practicing his breathing while sitting on a rock alongside the ocean. He felt that he had made rapid progress in his breathing, perhaps because of his hours and hours of training. Within 2 years, he had already transformed this weak body into one that was much stronger than what he'd had in the Evil Abyss. In October, the sea breeze had brought a little chill, but a person who was good at breathing techniques could easily handle winter chill and summer heat. Anfey enjoyed sitting bare-chested in the sea breeze. Suddenly, he felt something approaching him. He took a deep breath, counting up to 12 and then slowly down to 1. Opening his eyes, he saw 2 small black spots appeared on the ocean. Someone was coming. Anfey was not just surprised, but also delighted. This was a fantasy world with mysterious tricks, magical vindictiveness, various branches of magic, and even dragons. He didn't know how well he could survive in such a world, but either way, since the opportunity had emerged, he couldn't find any excuses to escape from it. Anfey jumped off the rock, rushing to the mansion. As an assassin, his thoughts were much more complicated than those of an ordinary person. For an ordinary person, he would most likely stay in one place waiting for the vessel, but Anfey thought totally differently. Visitors could be divided into 2 types. One type of person came to visit Jaeger or the island. The other type was coming to take revenge on Jaeger, or perhaps they were evil pirates. Anfey didn't want to test his luck, so he was well prepared. Rushing into the mansion, Anfey grabbed a bag and rapidly ran to the woods in the back of the mansion, where he had dug a deep pit a year and a half ago. Without thinking too much, Anfey immediately threw the bag into the pit and pushed a rock from the edge into the pit. He then used his feet to sweep all the sand and soil on the side into the pit, after which he spent a few more minutes doing some final touches. He didn't want anyone to find anything unusual here. The bag was filled with Jaeger's diary, magic books, and a lot of magic tools which Anfey couldn't understand. Anfey had already hidden some larger tools in other places. Even if someone was Jaeger's old friend, when they found out that Jäger had died, leaving behind his most valuable diaries and magic books, they might try to steal them. Of course, Anfey was smart enough to leave behind some props in the mansion. As Jäger was a top archmage, if nothing was left, it would make people suspicious. Anfey did not touch the gold and silver artifacts in the mansion, which were prepared for any bad guys. The money was insignificant compared to his life. If the visitor was a robber, he could give out money in order to protect himself. Anfey was willing to surrender all the visible treasures, plus some hidden gold coins. Hopefully the robber was kind enough to let him go. However, if he was unfortunate enough to meet some really cruel guys utterly lacking in humanity, then he would fight without any hesitation. Back at the mansion, Anfey put on his self-made mage robe. He had made some alterations to Jäger's robe. No matter what level a mage was at, their robes would all follow similar styles, just like a soldier's armor followed a particular style, unless they were made of special materials. The only difference was that the top archmage's robe was inlaid with golden lining, the middle levels was inlaid with silver lining, and the beginner levels was inlaid with silk lining. An apprentice was not even qualified to wear any mage robes. It was rare that someone would fake wearing the wrong level robe. If someone did that in order to draw attention, he could lose his reputation or even be killed by the mage union if discovered. Anfey removed the golden lining without putting silk lining in the robe, so that others couldn't guess his level. Another purpose for him to deliberately wear the robe was to hide his power to confuse others. When speaking of magic spells, Anfey was only able to release a small fireball, but he had confidence in fighting with his physical strength. If others saw him in the mage's robe and tried to use a mage's way of fighting against him, he would definitely take advantage by using his own strength. Anfey readjusted his robe. He slowly walked out of the mansion and towards the beach. There was a warm and sincere smile on his face. The pace of his walking was unhurried, firm and confident. Sometimes, dealing with humans was like dealing with dogs. If one approached the dog with confidence, the dog would not dare to act recklessly. On the other hand, if one showed fear or wanted to escape, the dog would bark or even bite one's feet. The ship getting closer and closer, Anfey was able to see the appearance of the sailors on board. Two figures from the ship flew up. The difference was, one flew above Anfey like a ray of smoke and landed slowly, while the other one drew a nice parabola in the air and landed on the beach, splashing some sand and gravel. Anfey felt shocked that one was a mage, using middle-level levitation magic. The magic could make people fly in the air, moving up and down, or even turning around, but they couldn't fly freely. This mage could fly freely like a bird. He had reached at least the middle level, based on Anfey's evaluation. The warrior did not use all his power, instead depending solely on the force of his leap to achieve the same effect as the levitation magic, without splashing too much sand and gravel when landing. That completely violated the rules of gravity as Anfey knew them. It seemed that the warrior's level was not low either. Despite being shocked, Anfey still had a warm smile on his face. "My honored masters, how are you?" While talking, Anfey observed the two's appearances carefully. The mage was in his 50s with two slightly drooping longevity eyebrows and light blue eyes as deep as the ocean. His high-bridged nose and light blonde hair made him a little bit charming. The warrior was more than 40 years old, looking very ordinary. He was very tall, eyes brown and filled with calmness, as if he didn't care about anything. "My little boy, how are you?" the mage smiled and asked. "Does Archmage Jäger live here?" "You are." Anfey neither confirmed nor denied the question. "My little boy, please tell Archmage Jäger, just say." His old friend came to visit him, the warrior continued. "My name is Saul, and his name is Ernest. Just tell Archmage Jäger our names, he will know who has come." The mage laughed. Anfey looked Saul up and down, feeling a little bit confused. To his knowledge, a mage's robe should have some signs representing his level. Anfey's robe was made specifically to confuse others. He couldn't believe that the mage in front of him was wearing a nice, clean robe without lining, just like him. Anfey couldn't figure out the mage's identity and level of power. It was normal that Anfey couldn't figure it out, because he hadn't reached that level of understanding yet. A newly rich person always liked to show off by dressing up in a lot of jewelry, while a truly wealthy man never needed to prove himself with those things. The same theory applied to the world of mages. A lower-level mage might like to use the robe with linings to win the respects from others, but the top ones didn't even bother to have any linings on their robes, since they had real high-level power and strength. It was Anfey's mistake to judge others based on Jäger's habits and behaviors. Because Jäger was a unique individual, he put all of his time and energy into studying magic. He had such a casual life, not even caring about what he wore. All the clothes were given to him by the mages' union. The golden lining of the robe was so shiny. "Please follow me, dearest guests," Anfey turned aside and said with a smile. "Don't you need to notify Archmage Jäger first?" "As I know, he doesn't like being bothered by people. He will blame you if we do that, Saul said to Anfey with wonder. Oh. Anfey sighed with the right volume. He knew that sighing too loud would be too fake, but sighing too weakly would be hard to hear. Archmage Jäger will not blame me. Okay. Saul smiled and walked behind with Anfey. Ernest then hurried and caught up with them. He seemed very calm, but was still cautiously observing the surroundings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6, Loyalty. Chapter 6, Loyalty. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Standing in front of Jäger's tombstone, Saul and Ernest looked a little dazed. Anfey was taking advantage of this rare opportunity to carefully examine their expressions, secretly guessing at their thoughts. Ernest's face had little expression. He just sighed and seemed to relax. Compared to Ernest, Saul had initially looked surprised, followed by a look of sadness, and finally a look of doubt. Saul slowly stretched out his hand, hovering in the air for a long, silent moment. Finally, he said, I can feel the fire element radiating from here. It really is Jäger that is sleeping here. Archmage Saul, did you think I was lying? Anfey looked surprised. In his words hid a trap. If Saul acknowledged his title of Archmage, it would prove he was of high status, equal to Jäger. But if Saul looked unnatural or did not take the name, he would not quite yet be on the same level as Jäger. I'm sorry, little friend. This situation is very critical, so every step must be taken cautiously, said Saul. After a moment, he said, I have not asked for your name yet, little friend. My name is Anfey. His heart shook a little. Was this man named Saul also an Archmage? Hiding his excitement, Anfey calmly asked, Excuse me, may I ask where you are from, Archmage Saul? I am from the Manhwa Empire, where I am a court Archmage. Ernest is my old friend. Saul replied. Anfey, tell me, how exactly did Archmage Jäger die? Archmage Jäger was conducting a magic experiment when he suffered an accident. The injury was very severe. After 2 days, he passed away. Anfey started liking Saul as a person. Saul, as a high-ranking Archmage, calmly spoke to him without a trace of arrogance or impatience. He was surely a well-educated, reserved man. Could a great Archmage like him suffer an accident like that? Saul asked himself incredulously. He turned to Anfey with another question. Are you Archmage Jäger's apprentice? Yes, Archmage Saul, Anfey replied. Since Archmage Jäger started living in seclusion, he no longer studied fire magic. Instead, he tried to find a breakthrough in other areas. Who knew that an accident would occur? What magic was Jäger studying? Saul stared at Anfey. From the corner of his eyes, Anfey could see that Ernest and Saul's faces had become even more solemn. Anfey knew that this subject was of great importance to the two. He deliberately hesitated for a moment. You do not need to tell us if you do not wish to. Saul smiled and said, This is Jäger's secret, and if you want to keep the secret, I will not force you. Thank you for your understanding, Archmage Saul. Anfey gave a secret sigh of relief. But I have one thing I want to ask, hopefully it doesn't hurt your feelings. Saul looked up at the sky but kept an eye on Anfey. You can ask me anything, Archmage Saul, replied Anfey. You are Jäger's apprentice, but I couldn't find a trace of sadness on your face while we were talking about this sad topic, which I don't understand, Saul said cautiously. Archmage Saul, you aren't aware, but Archmage Jäger died in peace. He said that this accident had let him find a piece of himself he had lost. I am not sad, but rather happy for him. After Anfey had answered Saul's question, he gave another sigh of relief. In fact, Anfey had thought about how to explain the death of Jäger for a long time. If he acted too sad and grief-stricken, people would start to suspect him. He had to evaluate how to act, and how much others would believe him. From another point of view, people with ulterior motives, in order to not raise suspicion in others, would deliberately act in a grief-stricken way. Instead, Anfey had acted in the opposite way, leading others to a wrong conclusion. After listening to Saul's question, Anfey knew that Saul was not a suspicious man. If he had been in Saul's place, Anfey would have waited to take fatal action after acquiring enough evidence, instead of asking a question as soon as it rose up. Of course, there was the possibility of another factor, which was the power difference between the two parties. Saul clearly did not want to antagonize such a small figure as Anfey. Oh, even facing death, Jäger was still peaceful? Saul's attention was readily attracted to another facet of this matter, just as Anfey had intended. Yes, Archmage Jäger passed away with a smile on his face. I am getting more and more curious. Can tell me why? This. Anfey slightly sighed. I'm sorry, I cannot tell you why. In the past few years, Jaeger has been practicing dark magic. Ernest suddenly inserted a sentence. His blade-like eyes were staring at Anfey's face, making Anfey feel uncomfortable. What's that? Anfey asked, frightened. No. You make no sense. In these graves, there are young men buried because of Jaeger's failed experiments, right? Ernest stretched out his hand, pointing forward. Not far from the tombstone of Jaeger, there were many graves. Anfey intentionally dug out the bones of those juveniles and reburied them. He was concerned that some careless people would not notice this, so he purposefully built these graves less than 100 meters apart from each other. Anfey kept silent, cold sweat dripping down his head. In this scenario, others would think he was scared. Despicable Jaeger, what a lost soul. If. Shut up. Anfey interrupted Ernest. He began to remember the pieces from Jaeger's diary. Jaeger recorded his concerns and anxiety from lacking experimental subjects, and the responses from Tumon Commercial Union and Meho Empire. Jaeger also emphasized that the court archmage of the Meho Empire took a lot of apprentices out traveling without returning shortly after. Anfey could feel Jaeger's anger and hatred for the court archmage. Jaeger always thought about leaving the island and looking for another place to hide. If he was right, then Saul should be the court archmage Jaeger mentioned in his diary. He finally came back to find Jaeger with an assistant. Whom do you want to shut up? Ernest gave Anfey an extremely cold, serious look. Although he didn't move his body at all, his powerful charisma, like a lion ready to pounce, made others frightened. Yes. Archmage Jaeger did some bad things in order to break through the bottleneck in his magic, but he finally came to realize the truth. Who has never been confused? Who has never done wrong? Archmage Jaeger is gone, and gone forever. How could you still blame the deceased? Anfey's eyes brimmed with tears. Please leave now. You are not welcome here. Ernest's threat confirmed Anfey's judgment. If there were two sides to this matter, Saul and Ernest were undoubtedly the ones on the side of justice. Such a person would not kill anyone for no reason, not to mention that the body Anfey was in now was that of a teenager. Ernest walked towards Anfey without any facial expression. I want to dig out the body of Jaeger and hang it on the gallows. I want him to be treated with contempt by the public. No. Anfey opened his arms, trying to block Ernest. Oh, go away. Ernest roared, hitting Anfey with a backhand swing of his sword. Anfey proudly blocked Jaeger's tombstone, looking at the soon approaching sword, motionless. His eyes showed stubbornness, but also despair. In fact, Ernest's actions were not fast, and Anfey could have easily escaped. However, now was the time to gamble, so he had to stick with it. Don't freak out the kid. Saul started talking. Ernest recovered his sword quickly, as if nothing had happened, with his eyes full of curiosity. His frightening power also disappeared. Anfey staggered a few steps, slightly out of breath, which proved that he used all of his strength to block the sword. Are you really Jaeger's apprentice? Asked Saul in a milder tone. Yes. Why did you not discourage Jaeger when he practiced dark magic? Anfey paused, his eyes looking at the cemetery in the distance and a bitter smile on his face. A knowledgeable archmage would not easily believe in what others said to them, but preferred to find their own answers. Anfey used the right body language to lure him into finding the answer. This conclusion would be the most convincing, because people could doubt others, but would not doubt themselves. Were you kidnapped by Jaeger too? Saul laughed. You? How did you know? Anfey looked at Saul with shock. When did you become his apprentice? Right before Archmage Jaeger died. Anfey lowered his head. Was it after the accident? Yes. At that time, how many people were left on the island? Only Agia and I. Agia went with Archmage Jaeger to do the experiment that day. Agia? If that day Archmage Jaeger took you to do the experiment, it would be Agia talking to me now, right? Saul laughed. Yes. You are a poor but lucky child. Saul sighed. Jaeger is dead, so who taught you magic? I could feel the fire in your body fluctuating. Have you been self-studying? Did Jaeger leave anything to you? In the end, he was the court archmage. He couldn't say 3 sentences without talking about magic. Archmage Jaeger gave me a book, and I have been studying it. Can I take a look at the book? Sure. Anfey took the fire magic book out of his chest naturally, handing it to Saul. But he took it back when Saul reached out to him. Archmage Saul, you. Archmage Jaeger has died. I hope you can forgive him for what he has done, to preserve his reputation and integrity? No worries, we will not go after the deceased. What is past is in the past, Sol said with a smile. Ah. Anfey nodded his head and sincerely handed over the fire magic book. Although a magic book written by an archmage was priceless, Anfey thought Sol was not into the magic book, but feeling out his temptation. Sol took the magic book, glancing over it for a moment, and gave it back to Anfey. Keep it safe. It's the estate that Jaeger left for you. Don't lose it. I know. Anfey put the fire magic book carefully back into his chest area. Sol looked at Jaeger's tombstone for a long time and sighed. He turned and walked back. Ernest slowly followed Sol by walking at his side, leaving Anfey blankly staring at their backs. Do you want to stay on the deserted island forever? Ernest suddenly turned and said. You want to take me? Anfey asked with surprise and delight. If you want to stay, we will not force you. Sol laughed. Anfey cheered, dancing up and down. Wait a minute, I will go and pick up my stuff. Sol and Ernest looked straight into each other's eyes, spontaneously giving a smile. Who could be more loyal than one that protected the deceased at the expense of his own life? Anfey's stubbornness had successfully won the trust of Sol and Ernest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7, A Pathetic Master Swordsman. Chapter 7, A Pathetic Master Swordsman. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Is this what you've packed? Sol asked with a dull look in his eyes. Yes. Anfey gave a coy smile. He packed very simply, 2 pieces of worn-out clothes, a few packages of fish jerky, and a stick which looked like a wand but could not perform any magic. There was even a crab freely blowing bubbles on Anfey's shoulder. Jaeger was an archmage, his possessions should not be so few, right? Sol asked, not sure whether he should laugh or cry. Those are my master's possessions, not mine, Anfey responded. But Jaeger is dead, and you are his only apprentice. I believe you have the right to keep his possessions. No, not exactly. Anfey answered. There was stubbornness in his voice. Archmage Jaeger's grave is here, and he will be lonely on this deserted island. Let his collection stay with him. If I am determined and work hard, I believe my future achievements would not be less than Archmage Jaeger's. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a decent young man. Sol was touched from the bottom of his heart. He did not know how talented this young man was, but he was for sure one of the best. No, he was the best in terms of morality. Sol was jealous that Jaeger had the luck to have such wonderful young man as his apprentice before he passed away. Since Jaeger has died, the magic array has stopped working. If others discover these items, do you think they will do the same as you, leaving all the items with Jaeger? Ernest asked drily. Ah. Anfey hesitated, then showed a look of annoyance. Then, what should we do? What should we do? Don't worry. I do not have magic crystals with me right now, but I will bring the crystals back next time I return. No one can disturb Jaeger's peace once the magic array is set up with crystals, Sol said with a smile. Thank you, Archmage Sol. Anfey said with sincerity. You're welcome, kiddo. Sol saw the crab on Anfey's shoulder. Is that your magic pet? Sol thought the crab was Anfey's magic pet. He ran his eyes over the crab and realized the crab did not give off any sense of magic. It was just a regular crab. Yeah, his name is Lulu. He has been my company on this island for a couple of years. I can't leave him on the island. Anfey laughed. Jaeger has. How long have you been on this island by yourself? Sol initially wanted to ask how many years since Jaeger died, but he changed the way he asked because he didn't want Anfey to feel sad again. Ah. Anfey fell into thoughts. Almost 3 years. 3 years. Sol felt that 3 years could be the most precious time for any young man, regardless of whether he wanted to learn magic, the sword, or even a trade. 3 years could be enough time to build a good foundation for a bright future. Obviously, Anfey had wasted those precious 3 years. All right, Anfey, go and get some rest. Your room is downstairs on the 2nd floor. A person will show you the way once you go downstairs, Ernest said. Yes, Archmage. Anfey smiled. Archmage Sol, Uncle Ernest, good night. Anfey said with a smile, then he walked down the deck. Ernest watched Anfey disappear down the deck and abruptly said, What a pity. What's a pity? If I met him a few years earlier, I definitely would have taken him as my student. Ernest shook his head. But right now, his future achievements would still be limited even if he started to practice the sword immediately. Don't forget, he was an Archmage's apprentice, Jaeger's apprentice. In fact, Saul was also thinking of taking Anfey as his apprentice. However, he was concerned by the fact that Anfey was Jaeger's student and was still very loyal to him. He was afraid Anfey would reject his offer and cause him to lose face, even though there were so many young men on the Pan-continent eager to be his apprentices. Saul made himself stop thinking about it. It was quite unpleasant to hear Ernest's comments. So, you want to take him as your apprentice too? Ernest smiled. He is a great kid. Saul hesitated. The problem is the tie between him and Jaeger. He was just a human subject in Jaeger's experiments. There was no master-apprentice relationship. Anfey is still young and does not understand that life is full of danger. When he grows older, he might realize that he almost became a victim of Jaeger's experiments. At that time, he would not view Jaeger the same way he does now. Ernest said. Let's put it in another way. You are looking for an apprentice, not a wife. It's unnecessary to think too much. If you think he's good, then take him as your student. If you think he's not good enough, just let him go. Don't bother too much. Saul forced a bitter smile. You should not say it like that. How should I say it, then? Ernest's lips twitched. I can help you ask him if you don't feel comfortable doing so. Are you sure? Saul hesitated and asked, we have only known Anfey for just a day. Do you think he would trust us? What Ernest offered was exactly what Saul wanted. Sending Ernest to ask Anfey was a great idea. It would be great if Anfey agreed. If not, Saul would not lose face either. Alright, I won't ask if you don't like the idea. It would help save my energy too. You? Saul couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's get to the point. Honestly, do you want Anfey to be your apprentice or not? Yes, Saul answered honestly. He knew Ernest very well after being friends for so many years. Ernest looked like a strong man with desires for a simple life. In fact, there was a very naughty side to him, which made his old friends not know whether they should cry or laugh sometimes. In order to admit a good apprentice, it would be okay to give in to Ernest once in a while. Isn't it great to tell the truth? Ernest smiled with satisfaction. Saul, I noticed that you've been thinking way too much as you grow older. You've also grown a lot more timid. I was forced to come all the way here with you just to fight Jaeger. Are you scared of Jaeger that much? I was not scared of Jaeger and Jaeger was not scared of me either. We both did not want to see anything go terribly wrong in the fight. Saul sighed. There are many unexpected occurrences in a battle between archmages. A slight change can cause the balance to shift irreversibly. You are single, but I am not. Saul stopped when he realized he might have touched one of Ernest's sore points. Then why do you need me to be your assistant? Ernest gave a slight smile. Do you think what you have already done was just? I am not a knight, and never wanted to be one. He looked on with a cold smile. Ernest, you said Anfey doesn't know about life's dangers and deceits. How about you? You still believe in justice? Did you forget your experiences? Jaeger was a lone wolf. He preferred to work alone. No one liked to help him, otherwise he would definitely have assistance to fight me. Ernest became silent. The miserable memories started coming back to him. After he had just become a master swordsman, Ernest constantly challenged other swordsmen to look for breakthroughs in his skills. One time, he fell into a trap and was surrounded by a number of people. 2 of them were swordsmen he had defeated before. Although he was not killed in that battle, it took him 2 years to recover, and 5 of his students died at the battle on Mount Torres Hill. What upset him more were the rumors of being blamed for putting poison on his sword. Opponents claimed that Ernest should not be named as a master swordsman anymore since he wounded Jarofik with a poisoned sword, even though they had planned everything before the battle. They also lied and said that the swordsman who came to watch the battle ending up saving Jarofik's life through a group effort. And Jarofik was the one of the swordsmen Ernest tried to challenge. Of course, Jarofik was wounded by a sword, and poisoned as well. Both sides tried to argue that they were the ones telling the truth. The voices of the swordsmen combined were definitely louder than Ernest's. Ernest lost the argument badly and became a loser everyone could mock. Since then, Ernest was not a master swordsman anymore, but a thinking man who developed many philosophies of life. To the people at the peak of their lives, fame sometimes was more important than life itself. Therefore, Jarofik would rather wound himself with a poisoned sword than have a fair fight. Undoubtedly, he also paid for his demeanor, because it was very difficult for him to have any breakthrough in his sword skills with this unspeakable mindset. Seeing the sadness on Ernest's face, Saul knew he touched Ernest's sore point. He changed the topic. Ernest, I found. You are quite keen on helping Anfey too, why? I see the old me in him. I want him to find someone who is strong and reliable to back him up. Ernest said flatly. You also can have him as your apprentice. We can have a fair competition to see who can win his heart first. Saul joked. I can't. I have too many enemies. But you are not only the court archmage, but also a director at the Mage Academy. You are his best choice because you have both power and social status. You? Is that sarcasm? Saul forced out a bitter smile again. No, I am just stating a fact. That's all. At the same time, the good kid Anfey was sitting on his bed. He was bored, playing with a fireball in his hands. It was both great and sad if someone could wear various facial masks to hide who they really were, in order to survive in this forever-changing world. But changing the facial masks too frequently could cause the person to forget who he really was, and which mask he wore. Anfey was one of those people. He already forgot who he was. He was able to switch to any role he needed to play since he became an assassin. He could play a dumb young man one day, and mature successor another day, then a cliché new rich. He could not remember how to be himself anymore. Luckily, Anfey never crossed the bottom line. No matter how tempting it was, how much money he could earn, he would never kill anyone who did not deserve to die. This rule was the lighthouse in his purposeless life. Because of it, Anfey could still have a sliver of kindness left even though he had killed so many people that his hands were full of blood. Anfey was lying to Saul and Ernest, but it was a white lie. He only wanted to protect himself. It did not take him long to figure out that Saul and Ernest were nice people. They were not greedy at all when they were talking about Jaeger's possessions. There was sincere concern for him in their eyes as well, unless they were playing their roles better than him. From another point of view, he was simply a poor young man. There was no purpose in taking advantage of him. There was no point for them to play with him, so Anfey trusted his judgment that Saul and Ernest were nice people. Should he continue to play his part to gain more of their affection and have them back him up, or should he explore the world by himself? Anfey wasn't sure what to do. He already felt like he owed Saul and Ernest based on the current situation. He wasn't used to owing people. He always returned favors back to the people he owed. The problem was, with this innocent kid's facial mask, what could he do to help them? With the rhythm of breathing, the burning fireball was contracting and swirling, like a blooming lotus flower. There would be no other magic apprentices spending years on practicing fireballs. There were many powerful, fancy skills to learn in fire magic, earth magic, water magic, electricity magic, space magic, dark magic, and spirit magic. There was no one but Anfey who spent so much time and effort on this lowest level magic. In fact, Anfey didn't take learning magic seriously. He never wanted to put too much effort into magic. Rather, he believed that breathing exercises could empower the body. Playing with the fire element was just a game to him. Anfey believed the skills that could save his life were not magic skills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8, Go with the Flow. Chapter 8, Go with the Flow. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. This is it. Saul sighed. He explained the current situation on the Pan continent at the table. For some reason, Saul's explanation of the situation was a lot more exaggerated than reality. Tumun Commercial Union was a union consisting of many cities. The union developed in a special way because of specific characteristics of its organization. Each city in Tumun Commercial Union was extremely wealthy, and people lived good lives there. Each city took turns leading the union. Since each city held its own interests, when the time for war came, requiring them to band together to fight the invaders, they could not agree on when and how to fight. What usually happened was that some cities fought, while others refused to do so. It had been a mess in terms of battles. To survive, Tumun Commercial Union relied heavily on the Manhwa Empire. Every time Tumun Commercial Union was under threat, the Manhwa Empire would send troops to help. Undoubtedly, Tumun had to pay gold coins to the Manhwa Empire as tribute to keep this relationship going. Kings of every era in the Manhwa Empire understood that it was not a smart move to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. They provided security for Tumun Commercial Union with everything they had. When Tumun needed help, Manhwa Empire lent a helping hand. There were hundreds of young men continuously going missing in Tumun, so Manhwa Empire sent out their best archmage to do the investigation. This was the reason Saul had come to Jaeger's Island. It was very obvious that the Manhwa Empire took Tumun's issues seriously. There were other powerful empires that did not like the Meho Empire's monopoly on Tumon commercial unions tributes, so they picked fights with the Meho Empire a couple of times. The relationships between the Meho Empire and the other empires were getting seriously tense, which forced Meho Empire's troops into defensive mode. Sol exaggerated the tension between empires as being a lot worse than it really was. He also lied about the involvement of the Dark Mage and the Necromancer. He even advised Anfey to be careful about a flying route since he could suddenly turn into a zombie on that route. Anfey's face turned pale with Sol's words. He used to watch horror movies. He knew they were just movies, so they didn't scare him. However, everything could change in a single second in the magic world. If he turned into a walking dead, he'd rather die. Anfey, which level did you reach with fire magic? Can you use medium-level magic yet? Ernest asked. I can only shoot out little fireballs. Only shooting out little fireballs? The look on Ernest's face was quite weird. With the skills you have, you cannot survive in this dangerous world at all, but... What should I do, then? Anfey asked anxiously, how about going back to the island? It's safe there. Anfey had already read Sol's minds, but he still had to play a simple and kind young man. He couldn't screw it up. Going back? To that island? Ernest laughed. You want to live alone for several years, even many years? There won't even be a single person you can talk to. You will probably die one day and nobody will notice. You will be unnoticeable, like a grain of dirt blown away on the earth. You will be forgotten by the world. Do you really want that kind of life? Anfey's face got even paler. I have an idea. It seemed that something had struck Ernest. What idea? Uncle Ernest, please tell me. Anfey urged. From the very beginning, Anfey acted the way Sol and Ernest had expected. Life was like this. Everyone thought themselves to be the director. What he did not realize was that he was on a track laid by someone else. You are still young. Why don't you study in the Mage Academy for a few years? Not only will you get protection from the Mage Academy, but you'll also learn magic skills to make yourself more powerful. Ernest smiled. The Meho Empire Mage Academy is a good school, very popular on the Pan-continent, however. They do not currently accept apprentices. Uncle Ernest, are there any other ways to get into that academy? Anfey asked nervously. Sol gave Ernest a grateful look. He took out a book, The Legend of Magic. He posed like he was reading it. Ernest approached Anfey and said in low-pitched dummy, Archmage Sol is the director of the Meho Empire Mage Academy. You can ask him to do you a favor. There shouldn't be any problem getting into that school if he agrees. Is that true? Anfey was so excited and turned to look at Sol. Archmage Sol. Can I help you? Sol put down the book and looked kindly at Anfey. I am only a magic apprentice at the beginner level, capable of shooting little fireballs right now, but I really want to learn magic at the Meho Empire Mage Academy. Can you help me? So, you are still a beginner-level apprentice. Sol frowned. It seemed like such a difficult decision for him to make. He stopped playing around when he saw the disappointment in Anfey's eyes. All right, I will admit you to the academy. He could not wait to have Anfey join the academy. Wonderful! Wonderful! Anfey was screaming out of happiness and excitement. Dummy, say thank you to Archmage Sol. Ernest smiled. Thank you, Archmage Sol, Anfey said in a such formal and sincere way. Kid, since you are a student of the academy, you cannot call me Archmage anymore. Sol smiled. You can call me Professor. Yes, Professor. Anfey was really good at taking good advice. Ha ha. Sol said happily, Kid, come over, tell me your understanding of the myth of fire magic. I am a space mage, but the theories in magic are related. Maybe you can find some inspirations by talking to me. Sol was very humble. People in high positions need to remind others by starting the sentence with please. Therefore, it was very likely for them to become even more humble. In fact, with Sol's instruction and help, it was not a question of maybe. Anfey would definitely be able to learn and improve a lot. The students in the Pan-continent Mage Academy were quite different than their peers in other academies. They had more potential than the ones from other academies. All the top archmages on Pan-continent were alumni of the Pan-continent Mage Academy. One person's wisdom was limited. Each archmage was a collector of wisdom. It was the reason they could be famous and make breakthroughs in their magic. They collected various magical objects and gained experience through battles and learning from others. These archmages were striving to be the legends in the magic world. In many senses, the mages who studied on their own were not comparable to the mages in great clans. Archmages would pass their knowledge and experiences to their children and apprentices. What a gift to them! Archmages didn't fret over their apprentices one day surpassing them. It would be a dream come true instead. Saul already had 16 apprentices whom he saw had great potential. Saul had a different feeling about Anfey. He liked Anfey for his simplicity and loyalty. There was sadness and desperation in Anfey's eyes when he was almost defeated under Ernest's sword. However, Saul would never forget his stubbornness in not giving up. Of course, there were many people who were simpler and more loyal than Anfey, but it was fate for Anfey and Saul to meet. Saul invited Ernest to come to the island and fight against Jäger. It could have been a tough battle. Although Saul had more help on his side, he was still somewhat nervous. As an archmage himself, Saul understood how tremendous the damage could be if an archmage was pushed too far and tried to die with his enemy. However, he could not avoid Jäger either, as it would backfire on the Manhwa Empire if Jäger partnered with an enemy empire. Saul heard that Jäger was practicing dark magic alone on a deserted island. No wonder countless monsters from the evil abyss came to Tuman and rushed to the border of the Manhwa Empire. What happened to Tuman and the Manhwa Empire made Saul worried. Saul was relieved after feeling the intense flow of fire element at Jäger's tomb, which assured him that Jäger had died. Saul's defensive mode was turned off after experiencing the tension and relief. Anfey stubbornly never giving up was magnified a couple of times in Saul's eyes. In another word, Saul was impressed by Anfey's strong willpower. Saul expected his other apprentices to be successful in the future. Every mage had the hope of revisiting the glory of the magic world from thousands of years ago. The reason Saul wanted Anfey to be his apprentice was simply the affection he held towards this kid. Saul would not regret his decision even if Anfey did not have the potential to be a great mage. Anfey lifted a chair, approached Saul, and asked excitedly, "Professor Saul, is it true that I can ask you any questions?" "Yes, I believe I have the ability to answer all your questions." Saul smiled. "Can magic be done without chanting an incantation?" This question had bothered Anfey the most for a long time. He hated incantations and felt it was like the symbols burned in his own world. He actually answered this question by himself today. Anfey never chanted any incantation when he practiced fireballs. Today he focused all his energy on responding to the fire element. He successfully shot out his first fireball without an incantation after 1 year of practice. Yes, you can. You can silently or simultaneously use low-level magic when you can focus your energy to a certain level. Saul reached out his right arm. A sword blade was shot out from his hand and a hole appeared in the wooden cabin. "Wow! Professor, you're awesome!" Anfey yelled out. Anfey did not add Saul after Professor on purpose. He simply called him Professor. Anfey knew Saul wanted to take Anfey as his apprentice. He just went with the flow and got an archmage to have his back. His life would be a lot easier this way. It wasn't bad to have such an old man as company, since he did like Saul as a person. "Ha ha. Don't worry. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can do it too." Saul smiled. Ernest watched them talking to each other happily and he quietly walked out of the cabin. In fact, Anfey surprised and touched him a lot today. Stars twinkled in the sky and the milky speckles danced along. The light shown from the moon was like the currents moving on the river. Ernest stood on the bow as his eyes moistened. He was remembering his own apprentices who rushed into the fight against the 3 swordsmen and their own apprentices. They risked their lives by joining the battle. Otherwise, Ernest definitely wouldn't have been able to survive the battle on Mount Torres Hill. The memory of his apprentice Jennison's words still seemed real to Ernest. "Master, go, go. They don't want anyone to know what happened today, so they have to kill us. We cannot escape even if we want to. Professor, hurry, go. Get revenge for us someday. Jerofik, wait for me. Just because I am not looking for you now does not mean I have forgotten about revenge. Soon, soon. Wash your neck clean and wait for me," Ernest said quietly to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, Friendship. Chapter 9, Friendship. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. "Lower the skiff, we will land elsewhere," Saul said to the captain, glancing at the coastline in the distance. "As you say, Archmage Saul," the captain blinked before putting on a smile. "But City Chief Bastak has already prepared your welcome feast, my Archmage. There is no time for that. My friends and I have some business to attend to. Plus, I need to get back to the Manhwa Empire right away. I have no time to linger in Tuman." Saul hesitated, then said, "Please tell the chief that Yager was dead. He can sleep soundly tonight." He paused. "There is one more thing. I don't want Bastak to flaunt the news around. I will be back in 10 days. Yager may be my enemy, but I still wish him peace and death." The captain was a smart man, and of course knew what Saul meant. "I understand, my archmage," he said hurriedly. "None of these sailors know your identity or what happened on that island. Only City Chief Bastak and I know. If we keep it a secret, no one would know anything." "Good," Saul said with a nod. He glanced at Anfey, who was lingering behind him. "Anfey," he said, grinning. "Do you want to go see Tuman in all its glory?" After their long conversation yesterday, Saul found himself liking the scholarly young man more and more by the minute. Should Anfey express his wish to stay in Tuman for a few days, Saul would very happily change his original travel plans. "No, Professor," Anfey said. "Maybe it is because I've spent too much time on that lonely island, but I prefer solitude." "I see," Saul said. "That is a good trait. Only those undistracted by worldly chaos can really achieve greatness. Keep that in mind." To Saul, Anfey was the embodiment of the traits he most admired. Not only was the young man scholarly, down-to-earth and loyal, but Anfey purposefully woke up early this morning to prepare warm water and breakfast for Saul and his companion Ernest. It was a small thing, but Saul found himself admiring the hard-working young man even more than he thought possible. "Archmage Saul, the boat is ready," the captain said. "Do you need anything else?" "No, this will do. You stay docked here for a bit, then go into the city, okay?" City Chief Bastak was a very welcoming man, especially towards Saul. Saul knew the reason for such hospitality was his position as the court archmage, but it never hurt to have a friend. He had always found it hard to reject Bastak's overwhelming enthusiasm, so slipping away unseen and unheard was the easy solution. "Quit wasting time here," Ernest said impatiently. He marched to the small boat and hopped into it. Ernest's movement, although it appeared simple, was a show of self-control and power. His landing point was in the middle of the boat, and the boat took the fall evenly, without tipping over or making a splash. Should he have leaned a hair to the left or right, the landing would not have been so steady. Saul grabbed Anfey, and the two of them fell into the boat gently, mostly thanks to Saul's levitation spell. Anfey sat down and grabbed the oars. There was no sailor in the boat, and he couldn't let Saul or Ernest do the physical work. "You know how to paddle?" "Yes, I do," said Anfey, smiling brightly. "There is no need. Sit still," Saul said, pointing to the boat and whispering a spell. A gust of gentle wind answered his call, and the boat lifted out of the water slightly before driving to land at high speed. Anfey lifted his brows. He had only spent a day with Saul, but the man had already changed many of Anfey's prejudices towards magic and its uses. It didn't matter to him if high-level magic was really as powerful as the story said, its usefulness in daily life had already been made apparent to him. The captain stared after the boat, his eyes filled with resignation. His task, given to him by City Chief Bastak, was to keep Archmage Saul in the city for a few days. Even though he was a top-ranking captain, he did not dare to stop the great Archmage. The only thing left for him to do was figure out how he would report this to the city chief. After a few moments, the boat hit the shore with a soft thud. They landed at a place far from the major port city. The only place in sight was a small fishing village not far ahead. A few tanned fishermen fearfully watched the strangers from afar. In villages like this, even seeing an apprentice was rare. A common mage would appear high and mighty to them. Everything, from the people to the small bugs crawling onto the side of the boat before scurrying away, knew what to fear and when to stay away. Saul and Anfey both wore their mage robes, a garment more eye-catching than a king's crown, and the fishermen knew better than to try to speak with them. "Saul," Ernest said as he stepped onto the sand. "This idiot is going to be your responsibility now." "I'm not an idiot," Anfey protested quietly. "Ernest, are you leaving again?" Saul asked, realizing that Ernest had intentions other than staying. "Where are you going?" "Me? I am used to wandering. I don't need a destination. Go back to the Manhwa Empire. I'll probably look around in the Tuman Commercial Union before deciding." "Ernest, why don't you come with us to the Manhwa Empire?" Saul asked, taking a step forward. "You're not worried about me causing trouble?" "Trouble?" Saul frowned. "Ernest, if I considered you a troublemaker, I wouldn't even extend this invitation to you. You are my friend, one of the closest. How many times have I asked you? If you and I team up, there is no man that can stop us, not even Jerofik. Ernest, I am begging you. Stop turning me down. Forget that damned justice. I am the court archmage, I know things you couldn't possibly imagine. Have you forgotten how Jerofik treated you? Ernest stared at Saul silently. After the event that stripped Ernest of his innocence, he could distrust anyone or anything, but he would never doubt Saul. Even in his darkest days, when all had betrayed him, turning to that coward Jerofik, it was Saul who had trusted and helped him. Ernest knew deep in his heart how precious this friendship was to him and Saul. Saul stole a glance at Anfey. He was worried that such a conversation would bring unnecessary negativity to the young man, but Anfey appeared calm. Saul turned back to Ernest. Listen to me, my friend. I know you were waiting for your chance at revenge, but you can't wait for that chance to drop into your lap, you need to find it yourself. Jerofik is now a high-ranking general of the Alisan Empire's Storm Squadron. He is surrounded by the most powerful men and women in that empire. Jerofik is rising in the ranks, and your chance of vengeance is diminishing. Come with me to the Manhwa Empire, my friend. The relationship between the Manhwa Empire and Alisan is tense now. Should war break out, the Storm Squadron would surely be a major player in the field. Then you would surely find your revenge. Listen to me. I have troubles of my own in the Manhwa Empire, and you would be of great help to me. My friend, Ernest began, his voice shaking, I know. You are the court archmage. You have all this power in your hands, but you keep finding me. I know. You want me to help you now, so you will have an excuse to help me when I go against Jerofik, right? Saul felt a rush of blood to his face. He started, frustrated by his friend's stubbornness. Then why are you still resisting? Just tell me, yes or no? Ernest was right. Saul wanted to show him that he didn't need to be alone. Like how he sought Ernest's help against Jaeger, the end justified the means. How they reached it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered would be that Ernest finally got his revenge against Jerofik. Anfey watched them, and felt himself moved by the two men's friendship. No, this was not an act. This was true friendship. One, running, was afraid that he would bring unnecessary trouble. The other, chasing, was determined to help no matter what, regardless of whatever excuses his friend had. Friendship this pure and this devoted was hard to come by nowadays. As an assassin, Anfey was born to be a stranger. He didn't want to, and could not, have a close friend. There would be too many ways to make him spill his secrets, sleep-talking, drunken slurs, accidents which could all lead to the exposure of his secrets. Whenever he was with someone else, Anfey felt uncontrollably nervous, fearing that others would find out who he really was. Only when he was alone could he truly relax. An assassin needed to rest his body and mind, or his mission would hardly be successful. Anfey would rather shut himself away in his bathroom than speak with a tavern owner or a patron. If it was anyone else, being alone on an isolated island would cause at least some degree of psychological damage, but Anfey found himself like a fish in water there. He tried, on a few occasions, to cross the narrow channel that separated him and the world, but in the end he smothered that urge and kept himself on the island. Of course, he could manage it simply because he was used to loneliness. Ernest smiled bitterly. Saul had left him no room to reject. All right. I will go with you to the Manhwa Empire. Good, Saul let out a sigh of relief and grinned. We have a deal. Looks like you have to cross paths with Bastak now, Ernest said. He controls Tumun's commercial union's teleporters. Why use teleporters? Saul asked. Let's go find a carriage. We can see some scenery on the way. Carriage? Ernest asked, amused. Since when are you willing to settle for carriages? Saul shot a glance at Anfey, but didn't say anything. Ernest nodded. For a young man fresh from isolation, the world had become a stranger to him. If they just sent Anfey to the Mage Academy like this, he would perhaps become even more isolated. The best thing for him now was to have more contact with the world. A carriage was just an excuse to give Anfey more time to immerse himself in the culture of a world unfamiliar to him. Ernest had to admit, Saul did have the qualifications of a teacher. He was even more considerate of Anfey than Ernest had initially expected. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10, Whereabouts. Chapter 10, Whereabouts. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. On the boxing stage, two werewolves and a barbarian warrior were in a silent confrontation. The two werewolves kept roaring, their claws full of flesh and blood from a dead warrior. The barbarian looked very nervous, breathing in and out rapidly, both fists gripping so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Go, kill him. Bite his throat, bite. Hurry up, don't just stand there. The boxing stage was completely surrounded by a noisy crowd. Everyone was shouting, hoping the fight would start soon. After the rise of the Brilkardan Empire, with the advantage of its geographical location, they successfully blocked the invasions of the barbarians from the Pan-continent. Throughout the years, although the mainland was not peaceful, no country dared to attack the territory of the Brilkardan Empire. Even in the most chaotic of times, whoever did so would become the enemy of all mankind. 70 years ago, there was a truly strong one among the barbarians named Atabeyjan. He won the respect and obedience of all of the barbarians and became their leader. He gradually became more and more ambitious and wanted to conquer the human lands with a concentrated attack against the Brilkardan Empire. It was a very tough period of time for the Brilkardan Empire, as they lost battle after battle and were pushed to their breaking point. But Archmage Richard stood up and went to visit Atabeyjan as a messenger. They used to be good friends, so Atabeyjan was not vigilant against Richard. Richard carried a vacuum confinement scroll with him. While Atabeyjan was talking to him, Richard suddenly launched the scroll and instantly froze Atabeyjan in the vacuum scroll. But Richard, the Archmage, was also under countless barbarian attacks and died in the Moon Shadow City. Without strong leadership, the barbarian warriors were torn apart, and their power greatly reduced. When the Brilkardan Empire took the opportunity to launch a large counterattack, they recaptured the lost lands and regained their authority, Saul said slowly. He found Anfey knew nothing about the Pan-continent's historical events, so he took every possible opportunity to instill a variety of historical knowledge into Anfey. To Saul's relief, no matter how long he talked, or how boring the topic was, Anfey showed great interest. What was going on with the barbarians at that stage? Asked Anfey. The barbarians live in the bitterly cold lands, envious of the bustling mankind, always wanting to steal human land and get a share of their prosperity. This is what they ended up with. Saul pointed toward the barbarians on the stage. In fact, in the battle against the invasion of the demon tribes, both the barbarians and the humans were united together against the demon tribes. However, humans valued the rules the most, as they thought the world would be chaotic otherwise, while the barbarians liked to challenge the rules. Perhaps because of this built-in nature, the barbarians always thought that challenging the old rules was real power. As time passed, people were increasingly unable to tolerate the barbarians. The conflicts could not be suppressed any longer. The barbarians lost the fight against the humans and were driven away from this land. They were expelled to the remote western desert with no hope of returning. Saul paused, then asked, Anfey, are you feeling sympathetic towards the barbarians? There is nothing to be sympathetic of. If the humans had lost that war, we would be the ones living in the bitterly cold west, Anfey faintly said. A person's role was not static. Anfey could tell that Saul and Ernest cared about him dearly. He did not want to lie to the ones who cared about him the most. Of course, Anfey couldn't let them know that he himself was too wise, otherwise he would be treated as a suspicious person. Well, yes. Saul nodded. He was not worried that Anfey would become another Jäger. Instead, he was worried that Anfey would become a good person. Over the years, Saul had seen a lot of the dark side of this world. He knew well that a good man could only receive the fate of being fooled. What are those beasts? Anfey looked at the two werewolves on the stage. They are orcs, originating from the barbarian species. But in the most critical battle between humans and barbarians, the orcs were deceived by the humans and suddenly betrayed their own species, making the barbarians suffer heavy losses. Saul sighed softly, then said, speaking in terms of physical strength, both barbarians and orcs are much stronger than humans, but in terms of intelligence, they are far worse and lag behind. The orcs did not expect, after the barbarians were defeated, to become the target of the humans' attack. In the end, those orcs had to flee away into the deep forests, where they mixed with the demons. The barbarians to the west would not accept traitors, and the human armies were everywhere to the east, trying to push those orcs towards extinction. Unfortunate people must be full of hatred. Anfey frowned. I feel the orcs are more brutal than the barbarians. The truth is the truth. Saul laughed. In the countless years of exile thereafter, resentment rooted so deeply in their hearts that their characteristics became more and more extreme. In the eyes of humans, the orcs were nothing more than magic beasts. In the Mage Academy's graduation exam, the students had to kill a certain number of orcs in order to graduate. At this point, the fight on the stage had already begun. The barbarian was obviously a newbie. That's not to say that his skills were poor, but he didn't understand the brutal nature of fighting. His attacks weren't strong enough, and it seemed like he was still holding back. Instead, the two werewolves worked together very well, attacking without reservation. It seemed that they had a lot of fighting experience. Suddenly, a werewolf, desperately suffering from the barbarian's heavy attack, stretched out its claws towards the barbarian's face and left 5 deep bloodstains on his forehead and left cheek. The barbarian's left eye was also destroyed. The barbarian roared with great madness. He had retained his strength until now. He didn't want to be enslaved by humans and was always looking for opportunities to escape, but now things had changed. He would not have a chance if he didn't use everything he had. Facing the big crowd at the bar, Saul and Ernest were already used to this. To them, these types of fights were dull and boring. The only reason they came here was because they wanted Anfey to see things like this and get a taste of what real fighting was like. Soon, the barbarian on the stage could not support himself, and blood poured out of his wounds. The madness reflected in this barbarian's red eyes gradually faded. When his eyes changed from red to brown, his body had come crashing down on the boxing stage. The two werewolves did not let go of the dying barbarian. They rushed up, biting at the barbarian. The boxing moderator saw that the fight had ended and removed the shrouded boxing enchantment. But at that time, one of the werewolves suddenly jumped outside of the boxing stage, howling. Without the enchantment, to the werewolf, the iron net was very fragile and would easily break after a few strikes. The audience was a mess, and the guests backed away from the stage. Several guards rushed out from the corner near the back door, holding longbows. They started shooting arrows, but the two werewolves in the net desperately struggled to break a hole and escape. Obviously, the two werewolves were obedient in the past, so the guards were simply not prepared or vigilant enough. The moderator was a medium-level mage who cast a spell on them again, but in the end, it was unknown whether or not these two werewolves could successfully escape. Guests inside the bar retreated, but Saul and two others indifferently sat there, motionless. "Come and help. You will run out of luck if you let the werewolves escape." A guard shouted at Saul, as he had seen the mage gown Saul and Anfey wore. "Anfey, are you afraid?" Saul said to Anfey with a smile. "What should I be afraid of with you and Uncle Ernest here?" Anfey smiled. After breaking the mage's spell, a werewolf had stuck half his body out of the net. His mouth issued a terrible roar, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at the people around. They were smart. In order to reduce the alertness of those around them, they behaved like weak and obedient animals, making the bar guards gradually think they were no longer a threat. Today was a rare opportunity for them. From the morning until now, they only killed 3 opponents who were relatively weak, allowing them to retain enough strength. The boss of the bar also went out with 3 high-level swordsmen. There wouldn't be a better chance than today. Just as a flood was the accumulation of individual drops, so was the werewolves' anger and revenge. Their wild hearts were imprisoned for a long time, inevitably becoming more violent. The werewolves struggled outward from the iron net, staring at the people. Escaping had become a secondary goal. Before he fled, he first wanted to get revenge on all the people around him. A subtle but dazzling electric arc suddenly pierced and hit the iron net. The 2 werewolves screamed miserably. The second werewolf was heavily struck by the electricity and paralyzed on the ground. The bar was suddenly filled with a toasted smell. The bar became extremely silent, and everyone turned to look at Saul, who had silently cast a middle-level spell. Everyone with a little knowledge knew that this old guy was certainly a middle-level, or maybe even a high-level, magician. If people knew that Saul was not an electric spellmaster, they would be more surprised, because only the top archmages could cast silent and fast spells. "Let's go, the air is too turbid here." Saul took out a few gold coins and threw them on the table. Ernest smiled, standing up and walked towards the exit with Anfey. The silent crowd moved quickly to give way to the 3 mystery men. The bar guards didn't have the courage to stop them or even say thank you. "I remember now," a fat man suddenly shouted, shocking the people around him. "He is Saul, the greatest archmage Saul, ah." The crowd got even more shocked, the greatest archmage Saul. To them, he was a legendary figure. Hiding in the corner, a blond young man was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "He is Saul. He is here, dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11, An Eventful Night. Chapter 11, An Eventful Night. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Saul did not meet up with Bastak. It ruined our plan. Luckily, Eddie tracked him down. "We still have a chance to make it up," a very thin old man said gloomily. "Very difficult," another old man commented. "Don't forget, Saul is a top archmage and has power we cannot even think of. If it's in the city of Bastak, we might have a slight chance, but right now, probably isn't a good idea." That old man shook his head. It was obvious they could not act without doubt or hesitation, considering it was Saul. "Layton, you practiced in the Magic Beast Forest for 3 years, but I think your vision and risk-taking skills have not improved at all." The gloomy-looking old man sneered. "Archmage? So what? I used to challenge Master Swordsman when I was only a medium-level swordsman. I did it, didn't I? Levels are not everything, wisdom matters. Leighton's face turned purple with rage. Words lingered infuriatingly on his tongue. Golden light shone on a young man standing at the door. He cleared his throat and said, "Sir, I think Mr. Leighton's concerns are right. If something goes wrong and affects our whole scheme, it would do more harm than good." That young man looked sincere and respectful, but he had no respect for that old man. Of course, the old man did kill a master swordsman, but not in a fair fight. He killed the whole family of the master swordsman and disguised himself as a family member lying among the dead bodies. He attacked the master swordsman by surprise when he was still in shock from seeing the bloody scene. It might gain some respect if it was mentioned only once. It would get very annoying if it was talked about all the time. "Eddie, there is no place for you to talk. Get out!" the gloomy-looking old man yelled. "Yes, sir," Eddie answered in a low pitch, then turned himself away. The moment he stepped outside of the door, a ferocious look appeared on his face. His face returned to normal after he walked out of the room. He continued to walk along the corridor and went downstairs. The gloomy-looking old man said, "Tanan, you go first. Everybody, relax. My plan will work without a doubt. Alvin, what are you doing here? Anything urgent?" Eddie stopped a man in a black jumpsuit who was rushing into the building's entrance. "Mr. Eddie," I recognized the middle-aged man standing next to Saul. "He is Ernest," Alvin said hastily. "Who?" Eddie was shocked. "It's Ernest. Master Swordsman Ernest." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Alvin breathed heavily as he said, "Where is my master? I need to report to him immediately." "He's in the lab." "Okay, I will take you there." Eddie's eyes were moving fast. "Thank you, Mr. Eddie." "No worries, we are together." Eddie smiled while he was talking to Alvin. He showed the way and Alvin followed him leniently. "It's right here." Eddie moved to the side. "Alvin, you did a good job, your master will definitely reward you for it. Don't forget about me at that time." "Mr. Eddie, you must be joking." Alvin pushed the lab door open with a bright smile on his face. No one was in the lab and only 2 candles flickered. The moment Alvin was shocked by what he saw, his mouth was covered by Eddie. He felt a tremendous pain from his back. Alvin slid down to the ground after a few attempts to struggle. "Stupid, go, you will never come back," Eddie said grimly. The gloomy-looking old man had set up the lab upstairs. "It's done. There is no chance for Saul if Leighton and I are fighting against him together. Saul will be taken off guard if he is in deep sorrow. Do you all understand?" "Yes, sir." It didn't really matter whether or not they agreed to fight against Archmage Saul. They had to obey their leader's order. Saul, Ernest and Anfey returned to their hotel after walking around for quite a long time. There was no doubt that Saul had been taking good care of Anfey. Even though he had decided to personally craft a space ring for Anfey when they got back, he bought a substitute ring at a magic shop which cost him over 50 gold coins. It seemed that Anfey liked the ring a lot, as he kept staring at it. In fact, he was thinking about Jaeger's space ring he had hidden since he did not know what to do with it. Anfey wouldn't know how much joy it would bring him until he returned to the deserted island. "Anfey, are you tired?" Saul smiled at Anfey. Saul was happy to see Anfey really liked his gift. "No, Professor," Anfey responded with a smile. "Professor, can I borrow a silver coin?" Saul took out a few gold coins without hesitation and asked curiously, "What do you want to buy?" Anfey shook his head. "I don't need that much. 1 silver coin is enough." "Take them if the Archmage is giving them to you," Ernest suggested. He snickered. This dumb kid would have passed out if he knew that ring cost over 50 gold coins. Luckily, Saul sent Anfey to do something else while he was buying the ring, so Anfey did not see how much Saul paid for the ring. Everyone believed themselves to be correct. However, Ernest would be the most shocked by who Anfey really was. "Then, I will borrow a gold coin." Anfey reached towards one of the gold coins and picked it up with 2 fingers. Stupid. Ernest didn't know whether or not he should be happy. Ernest knew Anfey was simple and kind. He still could not help cursing when he saw Anfey did not take those free gold coins. Saul did not say anything. He put away the rest of the gold coins. There was no doubt that Saul was rich, but he never showed this generosity in front of his other students. Anfey was the exception. Anfey walked quickly towards a stand that sold magic tools across the street. He looked at those crafts at the stand. Saul and Ernest gave each other a wry smile. Those crafts on the stand were not comparable with the ones in a famous store. They were almost like toys for kids. The ones in the famous stores could actually perform magic and save lives when they were needed. Sir, you have good eyes. This is the best one at my stand. The peddler was showing him the items. Sir, look at this bracelet, look at the pure and strong magic flow. It's only 4 silver coins. Look at this one. Here. Anfey gave the peddler a gold coin. The peddler was shocked and hesitated for a second, before reaching out with his hand. Anfey put the gold coin in his palm and brushed it lightly with his fingers. It seemed that he did not do it on purpose. Sir, what else do you want to buy? The peddler gave a friendly smile. Everything here is. He stopped talking when he noticed Anfey was staring at him. The disdain in Anfey's eyes turned into killing intent. The peddler felt uneasy. Sir, which one would you like to buy? You? Can you say something? You? Anfey stared at the peddler for a while, then smiled. I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else. I was cheated last month by a guy who looked like you. He had an incisor missing, but you do not. I am sorry. No worries. The peddler smiled. Sir, which one do you like? This bracelet. Anfey picked up a bracelet. Sir, you have great taste. This bracelet was passed down through generations of my family. Ah. I wouldn't sell it if I didn't need money urgently. The peddler said with some regret. How much is this bracelet? 10 silver coins. What? Didn't you say 4 silver coins before? No, I didn't, sir. This bracelet is so nice that I would never sell it for just 4 silver coins. The peddler scowled. You must have heard it wrong. It's 10, not 4. Nonsense. I heard 4. Anfey angrily said, Are you bullying me now? Because I am a newcomer? Okay. I will ask my master to come. He can back me up. Don't. That peddler was worried. Sir, you really heard it wrong. Alright, take it. It's just my bad luck, alright? Just joking. Anfey laughed. You can just give me a silver coin back as change. 99 is my lucky number. You? What did you say? The peddler was lost. You can just give me a silver coin back. Didn't you say you need money? I am just helping you out this time, what do you think? Thank you, I really appreciate it. You are a kind man, the peddler gratefully said. Sir, you are a nice man. That peddler took out a silver coin from his inside pocket and carefully passed it to Anfey. Anfey rubbed the seller's palm with his fingertips again when he picked up the silver coin. Anfey grinned at the peddler after putting the silver coin away. He hastily walked back to the hotel with the bracelet. Professor, does this bracelet look nice? Anfey showed the bracelet to Saul. Yes, very nice. Saul would not say anything to upset Anfey. Anfey, what will you do with the bracelet? Professor, you're allowing me to move in with you after you admit me to the Mage Academy, so I don't have to stay in the dorm. At the very least, I need to buy you some gifts. Good kid, you are very considerate. Saul laughed. Anfey pretended to smile in front of Saul. However, he knew there was nothing worth smiling about at all. As an assassin, Anfey had a great short-term memory. He could remember everything his eyes captured within a certain period of time, regardless of how important or unimportant it was to him. For example, Anfey walked into a messy room and came out right away. He could correctly tell exactly where everything was at. He would wipe any useless memories from his brain after several hours. Assassins might experience many unexpected situations. It was very possible that some minor things an assassin saw a few seconds earlier, which most people would easily neglect, could save their lives. Short-term memory was the most basic skill assassins needed to learn. Anfey was suspicious of the peddler. It was confirmed when he saw the movements of the peddler's sly eyes. Anfey had seen this pair of eyes 3 times in 2 hours. One time was when he walked out of the hotel room. Another time was at the magic store. The last time was across from the hotel. Anfey had a very simple but effective way to test out any suspect. It was to create an opportunity to look at the suspect's eyes. The eyes would tell if the suspect was scheming something. Anfey might be scolded for being a psycho if the suspect was innocent. However, it was better to be scolded than to make mistakes and fall into another's trap. The peddler's palm felt dry when Anfey first touched his hand. Then Anfey sent out hostile vibes when he stared at the seller. The peddler's hand was wet, along with the silver coin, the second time Anfey touched his hand, after he mentioned calling Saul over. People's hands would become wet only under 3 circumstances. One was when exercising. Second was the weather. The third was nervousness. The first 2 possibilities were eliminated, so what was the peddler nervous about? It would be an eventful night today. Anfey secretly moved his fingers a little bit. This was his habit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12, First Battle. Chapter 12, First Battle. Translator, Manhwa_bo_studio editor, 10ish. Professor, why do I feel something is wrong? Anfey asked, his eyebrows knit together, as he walked into his own room. What happened? Are you not feeling well? Saul asked. Saul and Ernest were both at the peak of their careers. However, they were not better than Anfey when it came to their sensitivity to their surroundings, since Anfey was an assassin. Saul and Ernest didn't notice anything fishy around them. Anfey could not tell them the reason he made that kind of judgment, because he could not contradict the role he was playing. Nothing, Professor, you should get some rest. I might just be too tired. Anfey closed the door slowly. So? It's all on me now. Anfey's eyes were cold, but a confident smile was on his face. Self-esteem was one of the basic qualities an assassin should have. In other words, it was hypnotherapy he was doing to himself. A more powerful enemy will bring out a better version of him. He could often fight beyond his ability when in grave danger. A person in battle would perform below his ability if he was intimidated by the enemy, and would be unlikely to come away from the battle safe and sound. It was said that the dark of night was ideal for killing, as were high winds for setting a fire. However, in terms of the changing weather, it was impossible for one person to predict. Moonlight cast on the water lightened up the place. People with evil intentions were setting out towards Archmage Saul's Rose Home Hotel from all directions. 3 cuckoo calls appeared in the air at night. A dark shadow pulled out a scroll from his shirt and tossed it out with all his strength. The scroll transformed into a flying flaming dragon the moment it left his hand. The whole sky was lit up by the humongous flaming dragon. It swooped down to the room at the far end of the Rose Home Hotel with irresistible power. That dark shadow was too afraid to see the result of his ambush. He turned away and ran away from the hotel. He ran so fast and so far away from the hotel, he seemed like he was running for his life. Archmage Saul was meditating in his own room. Saul's eyes opened wide the same moment the flaming dragon appeared in the dark sky. The next second, he was standing in front of the window. He heard a loud cracking sound from the next room before he could open the window. Ernest rushed out the window and chased after the dark shadow that was already running far away from the hotel. It looked like Ernest was covered by a bright white light when he rushed out of the window. Saul started to chant when the flaming dragon was 300 meters away from the Rose Home Hotel. He finished chanting when the flaming dragon had approached to 200 meters. A mirror suddenly appeared in the air, like a floating aurora. The flaming dragon ran into the mirror and disappeared, like a stone tossed in a deep pool. Everything went back to normal, as if nothing had happened. Saul secretly used levitation magic to set up a barrier in front of Anfey's windows. It was not a great defense system, but Saul could sense any intense magic surges or combat power the same time Anfey would. Saul followed Ernest and chased after the dark shadow. He did not know who attacked Rose Home Hotel with a flaming dragon, but he knew it would have burned down the hotel and killed everyone inside of it if he was not there. He had to capture this murderer and interrogate him as to why he was so inhumane and cruel. These 2 old men. Can't one of them stay? Anfey smiled bitterly. He did not sleep. Obviously, he did not dare to fall asleep. The rival obviously did not expect to kill Saul with the flaming dragon spell, so, was this a trick to get Saul and Ernest out of the way, or a diversion to lure them out and kill them? The second possibility could be eliminated because, if they wanted to catch Saul by surprise, it would be better to find a time when he was not on guard. Right now, Saul was awake, which left them no opportunity to kill him. Saul was a space archmage. There was no way they could attack him. Anfey already understood the traits of space magic, having hung out with Saul for the past few days. Saul was not invincible, but he was nearly unkillable. Even falling into a trap and being surrounded, Saul could still escape with his space magic. Saul was not afraid of fighting against anyone unless they wielded dark magic or spirit magic. So the only possibility left is that they're trying to clear Saul and Ernest out of the way. Who was their target? It couldn't be me, could it? Anfey thought. Anfey was in thought for a while, with his brows knit together. He could not find the potential value in himself. It seemed pointless to think about their motives since it had already happened. Adopt measures appropriate to the actual situation. Be careful, I am a tough nut. Anfey spoke aloud to himself. High-ranked swordsman, Mott, strode towards the corridor. He could barely cover the sound of his footsteps. His best friend, Tanan, had already lured Sol away from the hotel. What else should he be afraid of? Tanan was just a low-level mage, but Mott was not concerned about his safety. Tanan was a master when it came to escaping. He had been on the wanted list of both the Mage Union and Mercenary Union for 3 years, but no one had laid a finger on him. Tanan planned on escaping through the sewer at the end of the chase, betting that Sol would not chase after Tanan in the filthy sewer. Sol had too much pride to do so. He would have to reluctantly go back to the Rose Home Hotel without Tanan. The master seemed to know everything and could predict what would happen. This time was no exception either. Mott pushed Anfey's door open. Although the young man showed neither any magic surges nor combative vibes, Mott still vigilantly scanned the room out of professionalism. The room was decorated simply. A bed was against the wall in the south, a loose mage robe on a hanger above the end of the bed. A man was laying on the bed, sound asleep. 2 closets were opposite the bed. There seemed to be nothing abnormal about the room. It was pretty good to be able to see these things in the dark, but what Mott did not see was what was inside a normal-looking closet. 2 bent bamboo sticks were pressed against the closet, but the pressure from the bamboo wasn't enough to push the top of the closet open. The closet door was held tight with clothes stuck in between. There were 2 strings hanging on the closet handle, drooping all the way down the ground and connected underneath the bed. Mott walked to Anfey's bed in big steps, lifting the blanket quickly with his hand. He was shocked by what he saw. There was no trace of the young man, only blanket shaped into a long roll under the blanket. Damn it! The moment Mott realized what happened, he heard a banging sound, like that of a heavy object dropping onto the ground behind him. He felt that something was shooting towards him. Mott slashed his sword backhanded, and gathered chi to fight. The sword was covered under a cloud of bright redness. At the moment Mott turned around, he saw, from the corner of his eyes, a silver lightning shooting out from under the bed. He felt a surge of pain in his lower leg. He was tricked. That damned kid was under the bed. Mott swirled away with all the strength he had while prodding with the sword. He'd run out of time to catch the young man alive, as the young man had already obtained the advantage in this fight. If he was given another chance to fight, he might become crippled even if he could kill his foe. If Mott's move slowed down and the room was brightened up, the scene would be like this. Mott gathered all his strength and leapt off the bed with his sword. He could not take any new actions to protect himself at that moment, as Anfey flew out like lightning from the robe and jabbed the wooden stick into Mott's throat. A humming sound followed. The magic wand Anfey used looked ridiculously powerless at the top, but it was sharpened at the bottom. Anfey was an assassin who was familiar with the human body structure. He would never try to pierce the strong bones, instead he attacked the throat, which was the weakest part with the least muscle. Mott's face crumpled in pain, dropping his sword on the floor. He tried to grab the wood stick. Anfey smirked at him while he lifted the wood stick and knocked it on Mott's chin. If Mott's chin was a fulcrum, Anfey applied the force from his hand on the stick. According to the law of the lever, if 10 kilograms of force was applied, then hundreds of kilograms of force was amplified on the short arm of the lever. The wound on Mott split open. His eyes began to water, his nose began to run, and he was rendered incontinent from the pain. No strength was left in his hands. Anfey stepped forward and took the stick out at an angle on purpose. Blood oozed out from the wound, and Mott slid down to the ground helplessly. He lost his life after trembling a few times. Anfey walked towards Mott, picking up his sword and slashed a few times, then slightly smiled. If the adversaries are at this level, then, they will just embarrass themselves. Master, we still. I have been feeling that young man is not as innocent as we thought, Caliban said in low pitch. So what? Are you asking us to stop now? The gloomy old man grunted with dissatisfaction. Master, we'd better be careful. Did that young man figure anything out? Leighton asked in surprise. Leighton, be smart. How could Sol fall into our trap if that young man figured something out? The gloomy old man sneered. Master, but, there was something about his look that frightened me. I think he. Caliban was that peddler selling magic crafts in front of the Rose Home Hotel. He could not forget the way Anfey had stared at him. He could not tell exactly what about Anfey had frightened him either. Okay. There is no way we are stopping our plan. The gloomy old man said impatiently, Caliban, if you think that young man was not that innocent, could you please help Mott? You are a master swordsman, and Mott is a high-level mage. There is no way you will be defeated by a young man, right? I understand, master. Caliban sighed, turning around and walking out of the room. Leighton, you do not need to wait here. Do you think you can lure Saul away if Tanan did not make enough time for us? Yes, master. Caliban walked down the 4th floor to the 2nd. He hesitated for a while but finally walked towards Anfey's room. In his mind, he was afraid of fighting against this young man, but he did not dare to disobey the master's order. Suddenly, Caliban pricked up his ears. He heard a very light sound from another room, belonging to Archmage Saul. Saul should have been lured out. Who was in the room? Or, was it a hallucination? Caliban held his breath to get a sense of the surroundings. He did not feel any magic surges or combative vibes from the room. He was slightly relieved. He walked slowly to the door. The moment he grabbed the doorknob, it slammed open with a loud banging sound, which took Caliban by surprise. It knocked him out so hard that he saw stars and felt some coldness from his chest. A long sword had pierced through the door and into his chest. Anfey walked out like nothing happened. Before he started the fight, he could tell the person outside of the room was a mage instead of a warrior. This judgment was based on the uniforms. Mages would not wear armor, while warriors would not wear a mage's robe. The sound of footsteps could barely be heard and his shadow moved fast, like he was floating in the air. Although these helped Anfey make a reasonable judgment, he paid too much attention to the timing of the attack, instead of the force of the attack. Caliban already recognized Anfey. His pupils contracted. Then he tried to scream out the warning. Anfey strangled Caliban's neck in his arms. I will give you some advice. You'd better not walk in a corridor with burning candles. Your shadow sold you out. Anfey told him. He added more force on his arm. Caliban's neck broke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13, Assassination. Chapter 13, Assassination. Translator, Manhwa_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Anfey, like a cheetah, slowly and arrogantly walked to the 3rd floor. It seemed that he was looking straight forward, but his eyes were not focusing on anything. Things were never perfect. Anyone who gained something would lose other things at the same time. A person would neglect other things easily if he focused too much on one thing. Details were captured only if attention was diverted away from your focus. Anfey was not blindly confident. He was able to quickly analyze and then utilize the advantages and disadvantages of both him and his opponent, no matter where he was or whether or not it was a good time for him to do so. He learned a lot from Saul and Ernest recently. Judging from the current situation, Anfey thought he held the advantage in this battle. When advanced-level people fought, they searched their opponents for magic surges and combative vibes, to identify both surprise attacks and counterattacks. Anfey did not possess any combative vibes and only had very slight magic surges. In other words, they couldn't find him unless they saw his actions with their bare eyes. However, Anfey could easily locate all of them with his senses. Anfey walked into a room on the 3rd floor and blew out the candle behind him. He waited there for a while before he took a small package, wrapped in a piece of cloth, out from his shirt. He unwrapped it and took out a magnet he'd bought today, but hadn't expected to use so soon. Anfey checked Saul's, Ernest's, and his own room. He found every door in the Rose Home Hotel was locked with a snap bolt. The outside layer on the edge of the door bulged out, which made it very hard to open the door with a card. He hadn't brought a card anyway. It might sound stupid to unlock the door with the magnet, but it could be very effective. In 2 minutes, Anfey was already in the room. There was a bald, middle-aged man sound asleep. Dumb luck. It is fortunate to be a commoner. He can neither feel the surges from the flaming dragon nor notice me walk into his room. Even if the flaming dragon turned the hotel into a flaming hell, he wouldn't notice. He would die without any fear or pain, Anfey thought aloud. Anfey walked quietly toward the middle-aged man and chopped, with the edge of his palm, towards the man's neck. That man was sleeping deeply earlier, but becoming unconscious now. Anfey stood in the middle of the room, pulling out his sword from its sheath in slow motion. He thrust it downwards and stuck it into the ground. Anfey pulled out the sword afterwards and fell into thought while making observations. The gloomy old man was worried. Tanan should have already gotten down to the sewer and escaped from Saul, according to the timeline. It meant that Saul could come back at any minute. However, he didn't understand why there were no messages from Maud or Caliban, or why there weren't any loud fighting noises. Stupid pig. I have to do every little thing myself. The gloomy-looking old man cursed. He couldn't wait anymore, so he stood up and walked outside. Anfey suddenly opened his eyes in the dark. He sprang up and thrust his sword upwards, like a poisonous snake launching a sneak attack. Anfey had done the experiment 3 times in his room and 1 time in the lab on the 3rd floor. The structure of Rose Home Hotel seemed to be all wood. He noticed the floor was only 5 to 6 centimeters thick. To be more exact, he only needed to use 60% of his power to punch through the floor. Therefore, it would be a piece of cake to pierce it with a sword. The gloomy-looking old man never expected the attack to come from beneath the floor. Anfey had already stuck his sword into the man's foot before the man realized something was wrong. The sword pierced his foot all the way up to the lower leg. The old man screamed out loud. Then, there was a huge banging sound. The floor behind the old man was punched through by Anfey. The old man was a medium-level swordsman and his ability was way above that of Mott or Caliban. No wonder he could still stay calm even when in serious pain. The old man slashed the sword backwards instantly. Even though he did not use any combat power, there was still the sound of the blades whipping through the air. Anfey was moving so fast that the old man didn't have time to think before making a move. The old man responded totally out of instinct, causing him to neglect a few things he shouldn't have. Anfey did not pull his sword out from the floor after his first successful strike. The sword was still stuck in the floor. The old man's heels inevitably turned at a certain angle to allow him to slash backwards. The blade was turning and twisting inside his lower leg. What torture! This torture was tearing his tendons and breaking his bones. It was so painful that it went beyond human endurance. The old man screamed out one more time. Anfey punched the ceiling so hard that it almost fell. He jumped to the 4th floor through the hole and landed 3 meters away from the old man. Anfey ran to the old man and stabbed the old man's chest with a pointed candlestick. No wonder the old man was a medium-level swordsman. He was still trying to fight back by slashing his sword all over the place, even after he suffered a few surprise attacks. The old man slashed the candlestick by accident. Anfey was forced to drop it because of the pain in his hands. The candlestick hit the ceiling, fell onto the floor, and rolled a few times before finally stopping. Anfey stepped back to keep some distance between him and the old man, saying with a smile, "Not bad, you are very tough." The old man could barely contain his rage. Usually, he was the one stabbing people from behind, not the other way around. He felt that what had happened this time was really unfair. The old man stared at Anfey with hatred. He put all of his weight on his left leg to keep the right one still. However, the right leg had to bear some weight to keep him balanced. He felt sharp pain from his right leg. The old man tried very hard to focus, gathering his chi. A chi-covered long sword shone with white light. Anfey jumped swiftly on the sill. The window was open, so Anfey grabbed the top edge of the window frame and lifted himself upwards, leaving the room with a fleeting smile. Anfey's climbing skill was not as great as Chingon 1. It did not allow him to jump up and down freely, but he was able to climb up and down as long as there was a place for his hands to hold. He climbed onto the roof easily, then he took out something from his shirt and tossed it upwards. What he tossed was dried peas he had prepared. They made loud sounds when they rolled down from the roof. The old man could not let his guard down despite seeing Anfey disappear right in front of him. He held the sword and pricked up his ears for any suspicious sounds. What confused him was the continuous sounds made from the peas hitting the roof. He had no idea what Anfey was trying to do. Anfey had already returned to the 3rd floor and was quietly looking at the sword hilt in the ceiling. Looking through the hole on the ceiling, Anfey found the shadow was moving. Anfey was trying to find a perfect spot to attack the old man. Could he create some illusions? Yes, every great mage is a master of creating illusions to distract the audience. Anfey climbed up to the roof and made some sounds on the roof. The purpose was to fool the old man into believing Anfey was still on top of the roof, waiting for the perfect moment to attack him. The old man fully focused on the roof. However, Anfey unexpectedly climbed down to the 3rd floor, right underneath him again. You cannot step into the same river twice. Deceiving a person twice in the same way shared the same idea. If an assassin tried to kill a person twice in the same way, it only showed how impotent he was. Anfey would be the one to suffer if he couldn't deceive the old man in a different way. The old man was in a disadvantage in this fight since he was suffering from severe pain. Moreover, Anfey's unusual tricks frightened him. He subconsciously considered Anfey to be his most dangerous opponent. He did not think Anfey had left. He believed that Anfey had not had a chance to show his finale yet. Anfey was such a formidable opponent that he would not act silly and repeat the same tricks. The sounds on the roof continued. The gloomy-looking old man was covered by a cloud of white light, as was the tip of his sword, as he gathered all his strength onto himself and his sword. He knew he could not move much, so he tried to do a quick attack against Anfey with the chi on his sword. He was trying to turn this fight around even though he knew he had a disadvantage. Anfey was hesitating about whether to kill or just hurt the old man when he found a spot to attack from. Anfey held a candlestick in his hand. If he tactically attacked the old man's crotch with a candlestick, it was unlikely Anfey would kill him in time. If he waited until Saul came back. This was not what Anfey wanted to happen. He did not want to lose the trust Saul and Ernest had given him. Anfey made a quick decision. He raised his arm and jabbed the candlestick upwards into the ceiling. There was huge pain from the old man's left foot while he was still looking upwards at the roof. He screamed and fell onto the floor. It did not matter that he was a medium-level swordsman, even an advanced swordsman would not be able to continue to stand up if both feet were severely hurt. The old man was forced to pull the sword and candlestick out of his feet as he fell. The momentum had almost gone away after the candlestick pierced through the ceiling. The force left on it was not very strong, so it didn't cause too much damage to his right foot. The sword was deep in his leg. It hurt unbearably when it was broken by his body weight. The old man fainted, the pain so bad that his body curled up into a ball. Anfey jumped up and punched a hole through the ceiling with his right fist. The old man sprang up instantly when the ceiling pieces fell and smashed into his chest. Anfey jumped through the ceiling to the 4th floor. He shook his hands and a set of forks and knives slid down his sleeves. They disappeared the moment his fingertips touched the forks and knives. The next second, they were stuck in the throat of the old man. Anfey breathed out lightly. He turned around and rushed downstairs. He needed to take care of a few things before Saul and Ernest came back. In fact, Anfey could have chosen to hide away and waited for Saul and Ernest to return after killing Mott and Caliban. Mott and Caliban were never threats to him. Anfey needed to compare his ability to someone else. He targeted the strongest person he could sense. The reason he needed to judge his own ability was to make sure he would not fail to do things beyond his ability in the future. 1. There is a kung fu skill called Qinggong, which allowed the practitioner to come and go as swift as the wind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Luck. Chapter 14, Luck. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Ernest sprang up like a shooting rocket. The forbid dance array Saul set up only blinked once, then totally disappeared. Ernest had used all his combat power just now, so the forbid dance array did nothing to Ernest. Who is it? A voice rose in the dark. Are you all right, kiddo? Ernest asked, heaving a long sigh of relief after hearing Anfey's voice. They went to chase after the wizard who brought out the flaming dragon. Who would think that wizard would dive into the sewer? Neither Saul nor Ernest was willing to chase after him into the filthy sewer, so they had to give up and let him go. At the same time, Saul felt intense combative power from the forbid dance array. Both of them were surprised and rushed back to it. In fact, Saul got back to Rose Home Hotel earlier than Ernest. He was a space archmage, allowing him to act a lot faster than other mages at the same level as him. Saul used his power to focus on sensing Anfey's breath. He found Anfey was still alive. Saul also sensed that a man at his magic level was running away from the hotel. That mage was Leighton. Saul did not get a chance to check on Anfey, but it would be alright since Ernest would come soon. Saul felt today's happenings needed to be explained, so he left the hotel to chase after Leighton. Is it Uncle Ernest? I'm okay, Anfey said. He lit the candle with his fireball. Ernest's attention was drawn to the dead body of Mott. Anfey had done some work on Mott's body. It was now covered with hundreds of fireball burns. Mott's clothes were almost burned down to nothing. His face was burned charcoal black and barely any hair remained. These burns could not cover the wound in his throat. Anfey used some sinister tactics and turned the 2 fingers wide wound into a fist-sized one. It looked horrible where the extruded muscle was mixed with blood vessels. Did you do this? Ernest asked in surprise. He noticed a sign on Mott's collar. Entry-level swordsman only had 1 small sword sign, medium level had 2, advanced level had 2 swords with a shield print. The sign on Mott showed he was an advanced swordsman. Yes. Anfey nodded but was still startled. Uncle Ernest, he was powerful. I could not beat him with my fireballs. In the end, I had to use all my fireballs to shoot his face and thrust my wand at his throat. Ah? Ernest had some doubts about what Anfey said. Anfey was merely a magic apprentice. He could only shoot out the lowest level fireballs. This entry-level magic would not allow him to present any threat to an advanced level swordsman. Anfey was hiding something from him. He should not have lied to me. What happened? Ernest thought. Anfey, can you tell me what happened? Saul came in from the window before Ernest could finish his question. Ernest raised his brows. You did not catch him, did you? No. Saul did not look too good. It was almost an insult for Saul to let the antagonists escape twice. He was an archmage. How come? He was a death mage. Ernest's eyes shone with coldness. He asked seriously, a death mage? Yes, I was not able to locate him in the death fog. He had already disappeared when I finally blew away the death fog. When did death mages become so aggressive? How daring was he to show up and do whatever he wanted? It's going to be a mess. Ernest sighed. Anfey, are you all right? Saul asked again. Is this person? You killed him? Saul and Ernest looked at each other. They both felt something wasn't right. Ernest asked, Anfey, can you describe what happened one more time? He kicked the door open and ran into my room. I was woken up by him. I was shocked, but I quickly jumped off the bed and started shooting fireballs at him. Professor, he was very powerful, very powerful. My fireballs couldn't even get close to him. He slashed his sword casually and all my fireballs were blocked by his sword. Later, he did not even need his sword to block my fireballs. He was catching them with his bare hands. There was confusion in his eyes as he tried to recall what happened back then. His eyes showed a hint of being appropriately startled. This is what was expected. Saul and Ernest thought. They looked at each other again. What happened later? Then he screamed aha and ran towards me. I was so frightened that I shot out as many fireballs as I could. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly started acting silly. He didn't care about my fireballs hitting him all over. He didn't even bother to use a sword to knock them down. I finally had to hit his face with my fireballs and thrust my wand into his throat. Then he fell on the ground. Anfey thought about it a little bit and tried to sound smart. Professor, is it because he used up his combat power? No way. Ernest shook his head, checking the body carefully. He turned the body over by foot. His attention was drawn immediately to a serious sword wound Mott had on his back. The cut was so deep that the bones were exposed. Did you do this? Ernest asked. No. Anfey was shocked. Who did it, Dot? No. I don't know. I was facing him when we fought. After he fell down and died, I hid in the corner and waited for you and Professor to come back. I did not move. I don't know what happened, Anfey murmured. This was his way of doing things. No matter what kind of secrets were out there, Anfey would not speak them directly. He would guide them to the secrets, but leave them to investigate and make their own judgments. Anfey acted like nothing happened and waited for Saul and Ernest to figure everything out. When given the choice of believing themselves or believing others, most people tended to choose the former. Saul and Ernest couldn't help speculating based on Anfey's story. They would trust whatever they found out themselves. You are lucky, it looks like someone helped you again. Ernest checked the wound on the body carefully. The cut was deep, but it was not fatal. This only proved Anfey was telling the truth. If Mott was not attacked and wounded, Anfey would be gone for good. An advanced swordsman defeated by a magic apprentice was not a likely scenario. Saul did not look good. He was blaming himself for putting Anfey in danger. Reality was laid out right in front of him. If this advanced swordsman were not hurt, what would have happened to Anfey? He would never forgive himself if things happened in that way. Ernest, you are becoming even more impulsive. This time Anfey was lucky, what about next time? Next time, you have to stay to protect Anfey. Saul complained. Ernest did not know whether he should laugh or cry. He was blaming himself for leaving Anfey behind as well. However, shouldn't Saul stay and protect Anfey, as Ernest was the first one to rush out? Professor, I can take care of myself, Anfey said quietly. Saul sighed at him. This silly kid still had no idea how dangerous it was. Whom to blame? There was no one but him. He brought Anfey here and admitted Anfey as his apprentice. It would be a loud slap to his face if anything happened to Anfey in the Rose Home Hotel. After giving it some thought, Saul wanted to set up a few touch-sensitive arrays for Anfey. However, to be honest, considering Anfey was only a magic apprentice and only understood entry-level magic, it might put him in danger if the elements in the magic array were accidentally disturbed. Saul did not have much material for building the magic arrays. He might build an unstable one, which could be interfered with and might not work properly. He'd rather wait to build one after he went back to the Manhwa Empire. Saul, can you stay here? I will check out a few other places. Ernest could tell Saul looked even worse than before. He did not want to stay here and have a conflict with Saul. Saul nodded without saying anything. He was still thinking about how to protect Anfey. Ernest gave Anfey a smile and walked out of the room. There was a person in the opposite room lurking outside and watching their room. The person in the opposite room slammed the door closed after seeing Ernest walking out of the room. Rose Home Hotel had more and more guests noticing something was wrong. They woke up from it. Ernest had strong and intense combat vibes, and he never meant to cover them either. Even normal people can feel the unease and fear, so none of them dared to walk out of their rooms. Saul laid his eyes on Anfey's magic wand. Anfey, why did you make your wand in this shape? Saul hadn't paid attention to Anfey's wand until Anfey said he killed Mott with it. He just noticed the end part of the wand was shaped to be sharp and pointy. Professor, there were a lot of snakes on the island. I was almost bitten by them several times. I didn't know how to shoot out fireballs back then, so I made this wand to kill the snakes. I see. Saul nodded. He was quiet for a few seconds, then slowly said, Anfey, tell me, what series of magic interests you the most? Or, have you decided to be a fire mage? Saul did not have the urge to ask before, but he felt it was time for Anfey to make a decision on his future path. Once Anfey made a decision, he could start systematically practicing magic. This way he could have the ability to protect himself, and Saul wouldn't need to worry about him. The odds of Anfey getting so lucky again were very slim. I like space magic. Anfey was telling the truth. Anfey, as an assassin, was facing two problems. One was looking for opportunities to kill his targets, and the other was leaving the murder scene as fast as possible. If he couldn't kill the target in one strike, he would be able to escape quickly with space magic. There would always be a second chance if he could escape and survive. A dead body could do nothing. Are you serious? Saul was shocked by Anfey's answer. Yes. Anfey nodded sincerely. Great. Great. Saul was so happy that he wore a bright smile on his face. Anfey choosing space magic over fire magic showed that Saul had more influence on him than Ernest did. Now Anfey was literally his apprentice. Do you know about the Black Wraith? Ernest appeared at the window. He jumped off the window and landed lightly on the floor. Black Wraith? Isn't he the killer? That wretch. I know him. Saul's brows twitched. I heard he successfully killed a master swordsman. Is it true? Yes, that guy has a gloomy personality and is hard to track down. He never ever trusts anyone. He doesn't have any family, so he spent all his life killing people for money, Ernest said slowly. I also heard that he joined a secret organization and works for them now. Does what happened today have anything to do with them? Ernest, you are also a master swordsman, so, be careful. You are an archmage, you should be even more careful. Ernest smiled. But he isn't a threat anymore, because he has already been killed. Who was able to kill him? Saul asked in surprise. He should be the most dangerous killer on the Pancontinent. Who has the ability to kill him? It should be the one who secretly helped Anfey. Ernest turned to Anfey. Anfey kept his face peaceful, but he was laughing inside. What is the definition of the most dangerous killer? The real killers always come and go on their own, making them hard to track down. Didn't Ernest say that old man had joined an organization? It seemed this information was correct. For a killer, no matter what organization he joined, he would become less of a threat. Even if he was powerful and had an advanced ability level, he would only be an official in the organization. Killers without mystery have nothing to do with danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15, Gifts. Chapter 15, Gifts. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. Anfey was finally able to lay down and rest a little at night, but Saul and Ernest were not. Ernest checked Black Wraith's body. Saul went to check on the body few times as well. They could not agree on things that mattered. Ernest didn't find any wounds on the body, which revealed there wasn't a physical fight. In other words, Black Wraith's level was not high enough to fight with combat power. It was inconceivable. Black Wraith was a medium-level swordsman. It would take some effort to take him down without using combat power, even if it was Master Swordsman Ernest. It was even possible to force Ernest to use combat power in the end. Ernest felt the chill on his back when he really thought about. Judging from the scene, that guy must be really good at cunningly using diversions to make surprise attacks. An assassin good at surprise attacks was usually able to take down people a lot stronger and more powerful than them. An assassin that had the same ability level as a master swordsman. Ernest clearly felt the threat. Luckily, that guy saved Anfey. It seemed that he was not hostile towards them. Saul focused more on the methods that Guy used to kill Black Wraith. What scared the mages? It had to be killers who can quietly kill people. Mages usually held the advantage at the beginning of the battle, regardless of whether or not they were fighting with a master swordsman or a golden knight. However, whether or not they were able to maintain that advantage in battle depended on their experiences and magical knowledge. Only assassins who could kill quietly were able to force mages into a passive stance at the very beginning of the battle. Without their magic, mages were no different from ordinary people. The odds were very high that the killer could defeat a mage with a single strike. It wouldn't be wrong to call assassins the natural enemy of mages. Saul was concerned about that killer because he had the ability to hide his combat surges. Saul was so worried, he had no appetite or desire to fall asleep. Anfey slept through the night, while Saul and Ernest spent the night talking. They decided to stop having Anfey explore the world, instead taking him to Empire Manhwa immediately. If they didn't have to worry about Anfey's safety, Saul and Ernest would have preferred to stay and find out who killed Black Wraith. At the very least, they could figure out what the Black Wraith wanted with them and why he started the battle at Roseholm Hotel. However, with Anfey's presence, they didn't dare do anything. They did not want to get Anfey involved in a battle. At dawn, Saul and Ernest walked out of the hotel with Anfey. The hotel was surrounded by Tumun Camirial Union's army. A soldier had knocked on Saul's door at night. Saul told the soldier who he was, and no one dared to bother him afterwards. No one dared to stop Saul when he wanted to leave the hotel. A few patrol sheriffs watched the three of them walk away until they disappeared. They really wanted to beg for Saul's help to investigate last night's murder. The chief was not in town. None of them dared to ask Saul to do anything. They had to swallow down what they wanted to say to him. Saul, Ernest, and Anfey arrived at Freedom City, the downtown of Tumun Commercial Union, in a couple of hours. He put his mage insignia on. It was awarded by Tumun Commercial Union and allowed them to go anywhere without any trouble. They went to a path array, started it, and disappeared in a bright light before Chief Bastak rushed to the array to see them. Anfey was trying to feel the magic surges. The scenery around him changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. They heard a warm voice welcome them. "Welcome back, sir." "Meyerich, why are you here?" "Sir, you should have told us." A man over 40 walked up to them. "Don't forget you are the Archmage of our Manhwa Empire. It would an unbearable loss for the Empire if anything happened to you. Do you think we aren't able to help you? There is no point talking about lost. It is a talk between us, not a negotiation in the palace." Saul muttered. "Meyerich, does the king already know about it?" "Of course." "Do you really think we didn't know anything about it?" "No, never. The king received a secret letter from Bastak and knows about everything." Meyerich smiled. Meyerich, with his sideburns and pair of warm, compassionate eyes, was likely to leave people unnerved. He was not at a young age anymore, but Anfey found him interesting. That guy dared to betray me? Saul was enraged. In fact, Saul underestimated Bastak's political power as a chief. Bastak had his own way of dealing with things. Bastak did not send out the secret letter until Saul safely returned to Tumun Commercial Union. If anything happened to Saul, Bastak would never admit they had any contact. Then, the fight between Saul and Jaeger would simply be Saul acting on his own. It would have nothing to do with Bastak. This was the only way that the king of the Manhwa Empire would not be mad at Bastak for losing his best helper. To most people, this would look cunning. However, it was normal for a chief to act this way, especially he who was trying to survive among empires. Have you ever thought of how to reduce the king's anger, instead of whether or not Bastak betrayed you? Meyerich smiled. Are you laughing at me? Saul rolled his eyes. Maybe. Meyerich had been very polite until this point. You? Never mind, no point getting heated with you. Saul shook his head. This is... Meyerich laid his eyes on Ernest. Intuition told him that Ernest possessed unneglectable power. He is heir. Ahem, ahem. Ernest coughed to stop Saul's talk. Saul shrugged. This is my new apprentice, Anfey. Please help him in any way you can. Otherwise, if you do not trill him well, I will come after you. Uncle Meyerich, how are you? Anfey smiled. This was Anfey's other strategy. When he met someone for the first time, even if they were a 70 or 80-year-old man, he would call them uncle. Who did not want to feel young? What a polite kid. Meyerich briefly laid his eyes on Anfey. He was very nice to Anfey, but he was not a moron. Saul introduced this young man in such a formal way, it revealed Saul must like him a lot. Even though Meyerich only sensed weak magic surges from Anfey, he would have to treat Anfey well. Anfey was not so happy to be called a kid. Why was everybody calling him kid or dummy? Judging from the body he inhabited, he should be almost 18 years old. He was mature and no shorter than Meyerich. Where was the little from? Meyerich, did anything unusual happen in the Empire? Saul asked with a lowered voice. Unusual? Do you mean? I met a death mage in Tumun Commercial Union. Unfortunately, he escaped from me. Death mage? Meyerich looked startled. Really? Death magic was a very strange magic. Maybe death mages and apprentices were not able to beat other types of mages with the same ability level, but once they reached the level of an archmage, the death mage's power would be amplified several times. All of their spells would reach their maximum power. Then, archmages of other types of magic were not their counterparts. Several archmages needed to fight together to beat one death archmage. They were only able to beat him. It would be a lot harder if they wanted to kill him. I did not lie to you. Saul sighed quietly. And I met a very dangerous killer. Dangerous? Yes, very dangerous. Ernest said seriously, I bet you have heard of Black Wraith. Black Wraith was killed by him, and that killer did not use any combat power. Meyerich looked at Saul with suspicion. Saul nodded firmly at him. Tumun Commercial Union. Meyerich took a breath. Sir, I think I need to report to the king about these matters. I agree. Sir, do you want to see the king now, or after you go back and get things settled? I will go back first. Saul glanced at Anfey. Sure, I will go to the palace first and wait for you there. Meyerich said. Meyerich nodded at Ernest and walked out hastily. Tumun Commercial Union was an important and strategic place for the Manhwa Empire. The reason the Manhwa Empire could provide its people good lives had everything to do with the tributes from Tumun Commercial Union. If there was any change in Tumun Commercial Union, the economy in the empire would suffer a huge loss. They could not afford to let that happen. Let's go, Anfey. I will take you home. Saul smiled. The soldiers who were responsible for watching the magic array stood in 2 rows. They tapped the floor 3 times with the handles of their polearms to salute Archmage Saul. Going back to your house? Ernest stopped. You guys go back first, I will walk around a little bit. Saul smiled at Ernest wordlessly. Don't worry. I will contact you later. I won't break my promise of staying in the Manhwa Empire. Ernest explained that he was used to the freedom and worried that he would feel uneasy living in Saul's house. My house is huge. Are you worried about bothering me? Saul said without emotions. And I have few other students live with me in my house. 2 of them are already entry-level mages. Ernest gave a wry smile. He already guessed something from Saul's weird speech. The reality was that competition was everywhere in life. Saul was worried about Anfey being bullied and looked down upon by his other 2 apprentices. Those 2 apprentices seemed to have their own pride. Saul was their professor, so he couldn't show any favoritism towards a student. If Ernest lived in Saul's house, Anfey could go to him. Okay, I will go with you. Ernest said. Professor, should I buy some gifts for your family? Anfey asked. I heard you have a daughter. I only got a present for her. Anfey took out that toy-like magic bracelet as he spoke. Don't worry about it. You can wait until you get to know everybody. Saul smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16, A Talkative Girl. Chapter 16, A Talkative Girl. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Saul's house was like a mix between a castle and a garden on a large plot of land. Across the street from his house was the Manhwa Empire's Mage Union. The Mage Union was at the foot of Mount St. Brunswick. The palace was built on top of the mountain. Mount St. Brunswick was named after a human leader, Brunswick. Brunswick was leading 30,000 troops to fight a tribe of magic beasts. They fought hard for almost a whole month. All of them died at the battlefield. No one surrendered, nobody ran away. Anfey looked up at Mount St. Brunswick. He'd heard the project of building a palace on top of Mount St. Brunswick started with the establishment of the Manhwa Empire. They dug so deep into the mountain that the mountain was almost hollow. The palace had thousands of rooms of different sizes. It had a museum, library, any facility one could think of. Many magic arrays were set up in the palace. There was a magic array every 3 floors all the way down to the bottom of the mountain. This was an escape channel for royal family members when an enemy archmage successfully released grand runes. Although the chances of an archmage spying on an enemy's territory and releasing grand runes successfully were slim, it was not impossible. Someone had done so in the past, so the Manhwa Empire needed to be prepared for any possibility. So, people in this world seem to have experienced a nuclear bomb, Anfey thought aloud. Is my father back? Is he really back? A girl asked in a sing-song voice. Naya. There was a broad smile on Saul's face. Following the cheers, a girl jumped out, strode across, and ran into Saul's arms. Anfey laid his eyes on the girl from Mount St. Brunswick. He could only see the gist of her features. She had the same blonde hair as Saul's. In Anfey's eyes, blondes usually had curly hair, but this girl had smooth, shiny, straight hair. It looked like a golden silk cloak on her back. A smiling old housekeeper walked up to them. It was him that had told Naya about this good news earlier. Naya, this is your Uncle Ernest. Saul introduced Ernest to her. Hello, Uncle Ernest, Naya greeted Ernest politely. This is Anfey, my new student. He will be living with us from now on. Hi. Naya turned to look at Anfey. And I. Miss Naya, how are you? Anfey stuttered, This is a gift for you. I hope you will like it. At this moment, Anfey discovered Naya had very beautiful light blue eyes, inherited from Saul. She had a tall, slender nose, and slightly thin and sexy lips. Saul did not lie about Naya's beauty. Naya was undoubtedly a gorgeous girl. Thank you. Naya took the magic bracelet from Anfey. The bracelet disappeared in her silky hand after a few movements. She must have put it away in her space ring. Anfey watched her face. He knew what kind of gift that magic bracelet was. Naya didn't show any disdain for it, but she also didn't show any excitement. With some reasoning, it was easy to tell that Naya, as the daughter of Saul, must have seen many nice things. She probably didn't pay attention to that bracelet at all. Anfey was surprised by Naya's response to the gift he gave her. Not bad. Naya was a lady with class. Naya, why don't you show the guests around? I need to see the king at the palace. I will be back soon. Leaving again? Naya shook her head, no. Be good. Saul said something at her ear. Naya's eyes popped wide with excitement, looking at Ernest without blinking. After he successfully distracted her, Saul smiled in satisfaction. He cast a levitation spell, raised himself into the air, and flew towards Mount St. Brunswick. Anfey saw a long sword hanging from Naya's waist. It was hard to tell if the blade was sharp or not, but the handle was designed in an old-fashioned way, without any girly decorations. There are many ways to tell someone's personality. One could look at their eyes, living spaces, habits, or even the jewelry they wore. All of them could provide information about the person. Naya didn't seem to be a girl flirting around if she liked to wear this kind of sword. Hold on. Long sword? Was Naya a swordswoman? No wonder Saul complained no one would be able to inherit his magic skills. His daughter was a swordswoman. Anfey turned towards Ernest with a sly smile was in his eyes. It was not common to be as smart, sensitive, and quick to respond as Anfey. Ernest did not understand why that girl looked at him strangely. He managed to keep his face straight, no facial expression changed. Uncle Ernest, do you want to take a rest or walk around the house with me? Naya asked respectfully. Whatever, Ernest answered. It got to Naya. So whatever meant what? She had to turn to Anfey, hi, and Anfey. Anfey helped in case she forgot his name. Anfey, do you want to take a rest or walk around the house with me? Whatever. You? Naya could not help giving him a dirty look. She did not dare to be rude to her father's guest. However, it was a different story when Anfey was a student of her father. Anfey was a kid with barely any magic surges. Even the 2 students, who were already entry-level mages, had to behave well in front of her. She was the daughter of an archmage, who dared to make her unhappy. Sir Anfey, how about walking around with Miss Naya and getting familiar with the house? The old housekeeper stood up immediately to make peace. Sure, Anfey agreed quickly. Ha! Naya hummed so quietly that no one could hear it. Naya's face had a lovely and bright smile when she turned to Ernest. Uncle Ernest, please join us. Ha! Ernest said flatly. In fact, it was superficial to think that this was Ernest. He always looked cool in front of strangers, but opened up and talked a lot more with the people he knew well. Anfey had seen Ernest and Saul have some hot arguments. Anfey even had the experience of being their judge. "Uncle Ernest, this way." Naya was excitedly showing them around the house. A group of 4 was divided into 2. Ernest followed behind Naya, while Anfey fell behind on purpose to walk with the old housekeeper. Anfey asked him many different questions, pretending he wasn't doing it on purpose. Anfey was paying attention to what Ernest and Naya were saying while he was talking with the old housekeeper. After listening for a while, he slowed down his walking and intentionally kept a distance between them. Maybe it was out of admiration for Ernest, but still Naya was a little too talkative. "Uncle Ernest, does your sword have a name?" "No." "May I see it?" "No." "Uncle Ernest, my father said you are the best swordsman. You also have the potential to be a saint swordsman. I've been looking up to you since I was small. You, teach me some sword skills?" Ernest's coolness did not stop Naya. Instead, she asked for a favor. "You? Have you heard about my rumors?" "Yes." "Then do you still want to learn from me, Dot?" "Did you mean those things?" "Ha, Uncle Ernest, my father told me what's seen by bare eyes was not always true, what's heard should not always be trusted. I trust my father. You are his friend. I trust you too. I just had an argument with my friends a few days ago. I told them you would never engage in any conspiracy if you dared to go to Alisan Empire to battle with Jerofik. It must be Jerofik afraid of you and setting you up on purpose. He was a coward." Ernest became quiet. "Uncle Ernest, can I see your sword?" The talkative girl switched the topic back. "There is nothing special about it." Ernest's tone did not seem to be as cold as before. "Let me see it," the talkative girl whined, not letting her request go. Ernest took out his sword reluctantly. "Uncle Ernest, your sword is too common. It does not match your title." The talkative girl opened her eyes wide, hardly believing what she saw. "It is just a sword," Ernest said. There were things that couldn't be explained. At least, it was not possible to explain to this girl that he would never make breakthroughs and become a master swordsman if he relied on things like swords. "Uncle Ernest, this is my sword." The talkative girl pulled out her long sword. The sword made a sound in the air like wind chimes. The light reflected on the sword was like the clear water. The blade sent out strong magic surges. It was a magic sword. "Nice sword. Uncle Ernest, take it." The talkative girl was quite generous. "Ha? No, thank you. I do not need it." "Take it, Uncle Ernest. I really want to give it to you. I really do not need it. Uncle Ernest, my father asked me to treat you like my real uncle. This is your home. Take it." The talkative girl was very stubborn about it. "But I really do not need it. Uncle Ernest, take it, otherwise I will be sad. I will cry." The talkative girl bit her upper lip. Ernest had a headache. If it was someone else doing this to him, he would have walked away. However, this girl was the precious daughter of his old friend, and she was just an innocent little girl with some silly ideas. She trusted him and even argued with her friends for him. Ernest did not want her to be sad, but he really did not need a magic sword. "Okay, I will take it." Ernest took the magic sword. "Ha ha." The talkative girl stopped crying and smiled. "Uncle Ernest, can you teach me sword skills?" This sword was a gift to ask Ernest to be her teacher. Ah. Wasn't it too much to ask for a favor in the time it took to blink? Shouldn't she be a little more considerate? Okay. Ernest nodded reluctantly. Uncle Ernest. Uncle Ernest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17, Trouble. Chapter 17, Trouble. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Professor, I'll go rest, Anfey said with a smile. Yeah, rest early. We are going to the Mage Academy tomorrow. Saul nodded his head. Anfey pushed his chair away, standing up and smiling to a few brothers whose names he didn't remember. He turned and went outside. Father, I also want to go to rest. Naya pushed away the plate and elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. Okay, Naya. Saul didn't think too much about this. Anfey was going along the stairs to his room. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Anfey, wait. Anfey stopped. He didn't need to look back to know that Naya was calling him. He just didn't know why Naya was calling him. I didn't imagine you could walk so fast, and your walking posture was also very strange. Naya said, slightly short of breath. Miss, what can I do for you? Anfey asked calmly. His mind became vigilant. Some habits could not be changed, such as the way he walked. It was a kind of footwork, always giving people a slow feeling. In fact, the speed was very fast, only a little bit slower than a trot. When he went out shopping with Saul and Ernest, he deliberately controlled himself in order to not reveal any clues. But habits are habits. Inadvertently, he used the previous footwork. He needed to be more careful. Let's go to my room and talk. This. Anfey hesitated. Why are you still there? Hurry, come with me. Naya waved her little hand authoritatively. Anfey simply followed Naya until they entered her room. Once they entered the room, the appearance of Naya changed and her smile disappeared. Her face was full of disguised grimness. She was scanning Anfey with a pair of very vicious eyes. Naya pulled out her sword and started attacking Anfey. Anfey dared not to move at all as he didn't know what her skill level was. He didn't want either of them to get hurt. Miss, what are you doing? I am Anfey, your father's apprentice, Anfey said lightly. How did you? Naya suddenly covered his mouth. Do not interrupt. What is your purpose in becoming my father's apprentice? I am warning you that I have limited patience. Miss, can you just take away the sword? I will tell you the truth. Anfey felt a trace of sadness. The most likely reason was that Saul was too intimate with him, which triggered someone's jealousy. This placed obstacles in the way and even pushed the naive Naya out. It seems that wanting to stay here was not an easy thing. Anfey always gained the upper hand by striking only after the enemy had struck. This did not mean that he was afraid, or that he wasn't strong enough, it was just his personality. Some people were naturally arrogant and despotic, so they fought over things that they liked. If they could not get it, they destroyed it so that nobody else could get it. Some people liked to be quiet, avoiding fights, and they took a step back to defuse the situation. And for the latter, there were some special types. They did not stir up trouble, but when things happened to them, their counterattacks were much more intense than others. This so-called tit-for-tat was fair play, and Anfey was one of those special people. Well, you'd better be honest. Do not waste the opportunity I've given you. Naya tried to look majestic. Miss, where should I start? I have to start from the beginning. Anfey sighed. My life is full of danger, the threat of death always looming over me. When I watch the sunset in the evening, I pray that I live to see the sunrise in the morning. Where did you live? In the world of magic beasts, asked Naya, surprised. No, I lived with a great archmage and a group of young kids, Anfey said lightly. Great archmage? Naya shook the sword in her hand. Do not spout nonsense. Tell me, who is this great archmage? Don't try to muddle your way through. I am sorry, Mississippi. I cannot tell you the name. Then you are lying. Naya's sword moved forward a step. Noble Miss Naya, you can doubt me. Anfey did not change his expression. Living under the protection of Archmage Saul, everyone is trying to please you. No one dares to make you unhappy, which develops your character. You can doubt whoever you want, you can make anyone explain, or you can kill them without fear, is that right? I am just a little man, and you are lady from above. There is no fairness between us. You do not need to talk to me about what is fair or just. The sword is in your hands. You can just kill me. You. That's nonsense. Naya's angry face flushed. Her sword approached Anfey's chest. I can prove that he is not talking nonsense. Ernest opened the door. Watching Naya quietly, his eyes became very indifferent. Ernest was a principled person. A simple magic sword and a special identity could not change his position. Anfey passed his test, and Ernest personally brought Anfey away from the island. He trusted Anfey. If Naya still tried to hurt Anfey, he did not mind teaching this noble girl a lesson, even though she was Saul's only daughter. Friendship was friendship while morality was morality, and Ernest would never be against morality out of friendship. He also believed that Saul would not take his own daughter's side. A person like Ernest was rare. Anfey was a lonely juvenile with very low strength, he was just an apprentice. In the eyes of many people, offending Naya for Anfey was not wise. But what would the world become if everyone made decisions based on what was wise or unwise? For some things, Ernest could temporarily put down fairness and justice, like when he and Saul went to deal with Jaeger. But for other things, Ernest could never give up his own principles. He'd rather die than live in regret. People like Ernest let the world understand what pride meant. If the world was dark, they were the torches at night, illuminating themselves and others. Uncle Ernest. Naya was stunned. I can swear with my life, what Anfey said was the truth. Miss Naya, what else do you want to ask? Ernest said indifferently, if there is nothing else, I hope you won't disturb Anfey in the future. If you hate Anfey, and you cannot change your emotions, then you can go to your father and tell him to change their relationship as professor and student. Then I can let Anfey be my apprentice. Anfey's hand suddenly tightened into a fist, then slowly relaxed. Anfey and Ernest were not the same type of people. Ernest's dislike for Naya was written on his face. But Anfey was the walker in the night. Regardless of any excitement or disappointment in his heart, his face rarely changed, unless it was deliberate. Anfey was an activist, he believed in action more than anything else. Tons of words being said was nothing compared to a cup of hot tea. Anfey, sorry. Naya lowered her head. By the influence of Saul, Naya worshipped Ernest very much. Although she did not believe Anfey, she had to believe Ernest. Moreover, Ernest made an oath. That was even heavier than she was able to afford. Everything is all right now, right? Can I go? Anfey asked lightly. Naya nodded, at a loss for what to say. Anfey did not look at either Naya or Ernest, taking a big step out of Naya's room. Ernest's eyes went back to Naya from Anfey, and he whispered, what Anfey has been through is not anything that you, lady, could ever imagine. I'll repeat it again. Do not bother him. These words had been full of warning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18, Guidance. Chapter 18, Guidance. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. At the crack of dawn, Anfey pushed himself off of his bed and took a few deep breaths. Yesterday's quarrel was behind him, his eyes were made to look forward, not back. If he didn't let go, it would only be harder on himself. To live was to let go, he told himself. Naya was Saul's only daughter, he couldn't do anything to her. It was in his best interest to simply let it go. When he pushed open the window, he spotted Ernest practicing his sword below. In truth, it was more a warm-up than serious practice. For someone to be as skilled as Ernest, practice was not merely enough. Anfey grabbed a towel and left his room. He descended the stairs and entered the courtyard. Ernest, sir, he called as he threw the towel to the man. Please take a break. Anfey, morning, Ernest said as he walked over with the towel, wiping his neck. You're up early, he added as he handed the towel to Anfey. As Anfey extended his hand to grab the towel, Ernest frowned. Your hands. My hands? Anfey blinked, feigning ignorance. Ernest held out his hands. Their hands were of similar sizes, their fingers long and powerful. The only differences were his rough skin and the tendons sticking out on the back of Ernest's hand. Ernest grabbed Anfey's hand and turned it over, finding a thin layer of calluses on his palm, where the thumb met the hand. Ernest had never paid attention to Anfey's hands before, so he was only now discovering the unusualness of the young man. You have experience with swords? A little, a long time ago. With whom? I can't feel any fighting intent from you. With a strange old man in my village. Not for long, though. I was only 10 when Yager took me to the island in it. Still don't remember where you lived? No, Anfey said, scratching his head. I didn't have a father and my mother raised me. I can only remember her name and the village head's name. Everything else is blurred. Don't worry. All in due time, Ernest said. What was the village head's name? Bin Laden. Do you know him? No, Ernest said, shaking his head. Like you would know, Anfey thought, displaying his disappointment for Ernest to see. Come, boy, let me see your skill with the sword, Ernest said, suddenly interested. Me? With you? Anfey asked, widening his eyes. Come, don't be afraid. I will not harm you, Ernest said, smiling, as he handed Anfey the magic sword from yesterday. Anfey took the sword reluctantly, clearly regretting his decision of ever leaving his room. Watch out, Ernest said as he drove his sword forwards. He didn't intend to actually fight Anfey, so although the sword was fast he didn't use much strength. Anfey blocked the sword, pushing Ernest away from himself. Then he flicked his wrist, brushing Ernest's wrist with the tip of his sword. Ernest blocked Anfey's attack, shocked. Like the way mages focused on the strength of their magic and their senses, the sword masters of this world focused on their chi. Their actual skills with the swords were in fact very easily learned. In Jin Yong's world, there was the conflict between the Qi Zone and the Jian Zone. In this world, all the warriors belonged in the Qi Zone. Their skill level was determined by Qi as well. Even though Anfey only used the simplest form of Tai Chi sword, Ernest could still tell just how effective it was. What was even more shocking was that Anfey was taken away by Jaeger at 10, meaning his skills were simple and crude at best. But even so, his skills with the sword were mesmerizing. Just how skillful was that old man from his village? Anfey, what was the name of the man that taught you this sword art? I don't know. He was a strange man, and no one wanted anything to do with him. Can you remember what he looked like? Of course. He had white hair and beard. He wasn't tall, and always wore loose-fitting clothes. Oh, on his clothes there was an embroidery. What? Ernest thought he was onto something, and his expression became somber. A circle, half white, half black. In the white half there was a black dot, and in the black half there was a white dot. Anfey said, drawing a yin-yang symbol on the ground with his sword. Do you not know what this is? No. Ernest said. Come, let's spar another round. As you wish. The two men set up again, facing each other. Anfey was using very little strength, weak enough that if Ernest used any more power Anfey's sword would have flown out of his fingers. However, Ernest's frown was only deepening. Anfey had a strange way of using his sword. He barely moved his upper arms, relying solely on his wrist to control the movement of the blade. Despite that, his movements were persistent and precise. Ernest could feel that Anfey had at least the skill of a mid to upper level swordmaster, enough to be a threat to him. After a few moments, Ernest stopped his hands. He gripped his sword and stared at the sky, reveling in his thoughts. Anfey placed his sword down quietly. Yes, he did what he just did on purpose. Ernest carried hatred in his heart, waiting for an opportunity. All the while, the object of his hatred had become the general of a powerful army. Saul had said Jarofik was surrounded by the strongest and the best, and that Ernest's chance of revenge was getting slimmer. Ernest did not fear death, but that did not mean he was actively placing himself in situations that could lead to his death. If Ernest appeared in front of Jarofik, he would surely be attacked by those best of the best, leaving him no chance for his revenge. Anfey had purposefully shown him a few of his moves, hoping to give Ernest a hint or two. Mr. Ernest? Breakfast is ready, Naya's voice said. Of course, these things could be left to the servants, but Naya knew she had angered Ernest yesterday. She was hoping that her actions could make up for her mistakes since she still wanted Ernest's instruction on her sword skills. Ernest, as if awoken from a dream, looked at Anfey. I'll pass on breakfast, he said. Go right ahead, Anfey. You are going to the academy today, so do be careful. If anything happens, try sticking through it. But remember to tell me when you get back. It's okay, Mr. Ernest, Anfey said, smiling. Who's going to do anything? Ernest glanced at Naya and snorted, but did not say anything. Then I'll be off to breakfast, Anfey said. I don't want to leave a bad impression by being late on the first day. Ernest nodded, go right ahead. Naya, seeing that Ernest didn't want breakfast, wanted to say something more. But, ultimately, she silenced herself and led Anfey towards the dining hall. Inside the hall, Saul was already at the tableside, and the food was ready. He had not touched it, as if he was waiting for something. Seeing Anfey entering the hall, he smiled. Morning, Anfey. How was your night? I was very comfortable, master, Anfey said. I could hardly remember where I was when I woke up. Saul, of course, did not know what happened yesterday. Naya was in the wrong and did not dare tell her father about it. Anfey wasn't one for snitching. Ever since he was a child, he had never told anyone when he suffered an injustice. Ernest was used to freedom. When he encountered problems, he was used to dealing with them alone. He would almost never talk to Saul about his problems. So, to Saul, everyone was still friendly with each other. The youngsters sitting around the table glanced at each other without saying a word. Even the youngest of them had followed Saul for a few years now, but Saul cared only for their magical abilities, not their personal lives. Only Naya could make Saul worry about her personal life. Now there was one more person that could make Saul worry, Anfey. Morning, everyone, Anfey said, smiling as he sat down. Only 2 people returned the courtesy, the rest treated him as if he didn't exist. Anfey let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like it was only a minor problem. Yesterday, Naya was talked into starting trouble with him, and he thought that they were a group of sly people. Judging by their reaction today, he had overestimated them. Of course, all of this was because of the unusually good treatment by Saul. It caused hostility among his colleagues, but those feelings could be eliminated over time. He could earn their respect by proving himself useful. If it didn't come to that, Anfey didn't want to make enemies with any of these people. As far as Anfey cared, friendships were much more useful to a man than enmity. It was better to be friends with these people than to fight and conspire against each other right under Sol's nose. It was obvious the first path was easier for him and his future. He had always considered himself to be easygoing, never holding grudges where grudges weren't needed. Naya, Sol said. Take Anfey to the academy later. Tell Steger that he is my student and should be offered the best care. Of course, father, Naya said, smiling sweetly. Translator's thoughts. Nayo_bo_studio Nayo_bo_studio. 1. Jin Yong is a novelist specializing in wuxia novels. Qizong is a group of martial artists specialized in breathing techniques, whereas Jianzong is a group of martial artists specializing in sword skills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19, Work. Chapter 19, Work. Translator, Nayo_bo_studio editor, Tenish. Sol could not be blamed for letting Naya take Anfey to the Mage Academy. In fact, the academy was behind the Mage Union, and it wasn't far from Sol's home. Naya was too lazy to take a carriage, so she directly broke into the Mage Union. Yes, she broke into the Mage Union. Every magician in the Union was greeting Naya with big smiles, so Naya reached the back door of the Mage Academy without wasting any effort. Anfey never thought he'd go back to school again. He was laughing in his heart while curiously looking at the students coming and going. Anfey wondered whether these students had the habit of writing mottos on their desks. If they did, what would they write? Dirty poems were not an option, mischievous words could not be written either. What were they going to write? Do better every day? The students coming and going were more curious about Anfey. Naya was no ordinary girl, so almost everyone knew her. They couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Anfey and Naya walking side by side, speculating Anfey's origins. In fact, the Pan-Continent Mage Academy was mainly open to civilians. The truly powerful people wouldn't be here. They could have a few or even a dozen private teachers, or find ways to make their children be the students of top mages or high-level archmages. Those who had no other option came to learn at this academy. Naya never went to the Swordsman Academy. 3 children of the king of the Manhwa Empire were mages, and they never stepped into the Mage Academy. What did the court archmage do? Were they kept around just to be used? Sol's status in the Manhwa Empire was so high because, in addition to having strength, he was the teacher of the 3 princes of the Manhwa Empire. Even the king of the empire, Mr. Yanlada, listened to Sol's guidance, and he said that it wouldn't be too excessive to say Sol was the second most powerful man. Even when the prime minister was in front of Sol, the prime minister had to be polite. If Anfey's skills reached the level of a mage, even if only the initial stage, Sol would not let Anfey go to the Mage Academy. Anfey's strength was too weak, so he had to spend some time to absorb all kinds of basic knowledge. This way, in the future, he could be expected to make certain achievements. Even so, the admission requirement of the Mage Academy was still very tough. Apprentices were not qualified to be trained in the Mage Academy. Sol took advantage of his influence to get Anfey in. Anfey also understood what was happening. Through the shade, an isolated small building became visible. This small building looked very old. A place about a meter from the top of building was filled with a full circle of moss. The roof was covered with creepers, and some windows even had weeds. Naya opened the door and went in. Anfey quickly followed. Although he held no grudge and his magic skill was at low level, he was very sensitive. Anfey felt the small building had strong magical fluctuations, and these fluctuations were 10 times more powerful than the fluctuations from when Sol fought Anti-Fire Dragon. If there was a magic array inside, and he stepped into it, then he would be dead before he knew it. Naya walked up to the second floor, and she stopped before a black door. She knocked twice and pushed the door open before anyone answered her knock. I was wondering who it might be. So it is Miss Pearl from the Holy City. Come to see this old man? An old voice came out. Uncle Steger, you have not been to my house for a long time, said Naya. Your father held the title of dean but did nothing. He put everything on my shoulders, how could I have the time? So, when I go back, I will tell my father that you have been complaining about him. Ha ha. Naya, why don't you introduce me to your guest? Steger quickly shifted the topic. He is Anfey, and he wanted to go to the Mage Academy. My father said to let Uncle Steger make an arrangement. Uncle Steger, hello, said Anfey, smiling. Hello. Steger nodded. Well, I have brought you here, so there is nothing else, right? Naya clapped. Then I should go now? Come on. You just get here and you want to leave. Am I too old for you? Naya grimaced, then turned and walked out. It was not that she despised Anfey, she was just ignoring him. No matter how Saul tried to convince her otherwise, in her mind Anfey was nothing but a lesser man, so she did not need to ask Anfey's opinion. Steger looked at Anfey, slightly surprised, but he was in control. You are Anfey, right? Saul has informed me, and I have been waiting for you. Uncle Steger, sorry for the inconvenience, said Anfey respectfully. Not at all. Steger pondered for a moment, then slowly said, but some things are not easy for me to do. You are just a magic apprentice, right? Yes. Placing you in the first-level magic class is not impossible, but today you came to the academy with Naya. Many people think that you are Saul's apprentice. The news will come out sooner or later. Since the establishment of the Manhwa Empire's Mage Academy, it has only been open to mages. This is the #1 rule of the school, and it cannot be violated. If people knew that Saul used his power to send his apprentice to get to the Mage Academy, I am afraid. If this news spread, there would be some bad rumors about Saul. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. Anfey smiled and asked, Uncle Steger, can I work in the Mage Academy? Just let me go to the library to read the magic notes, so I can work while learning magic. If I am not a student, then it will not negatively influence the Archmage. You misunderstood me. Steger smiled and shook his head. Although the basic magic skills are very simple, they are also very important. If there is no one to guide you, you could easily take the wrong path. If learning through the magic notes was sufficient, then it wouldn't be necessary for Saul to send you here. You could just learn at Saul's house. Ha ha. Although Saul's private collection may lose out to the libraries in quantity, it definitely wins in terms of quality. Almost every book is useful, unlike the library here. I can frankly say that at least half of the library's books are scraps, not worth wasting the energy to read. Uncle Steger, then what do you mean? I mean that you do not need to go to the first-level magic class. You can directly come to me when you come to school every day. I will find a few teachers to tutor you individually. When you become a first-level mage, then you can learn together with everyone. Is that okay? Anfey thought for a long while. Uncle Steger, thank you for your kindness. But all of these arrangements just for me. I will feel bad. Uncle Steger, please just let me work here. I believe in my ability. When I become a first-level mage, I will come to you again. Steger could not help but shocked by Anfey politely declining his good intentions. Special tutoring by a few teachers was an opportunity only those big aristocratic families' children could enjoy. In Steger's opinion, Anfey's response was like not knowing chalk from cheese. Anfey, I hope you can reconsider. You do not have to rush your answer, Steger said slowly. He was willing to help Anfey just because Saul asked him to. Not only did Saul to him personally, but he also had his daughter take Anfey here, which meant Saul took Anfey very seriously. Although Steger did not understand why Saul paid so much attention to a magic apprentice, helping his old friend was his responsibility. In fact, Saul sending Anfey to the academy would cause gossip and hurt Saul's reputation. Steger used his power to arrange a few teachers to tutor Anfey. The consequences were the same. Because of this, Saul would be criticized and his reputation would be damaged. Seeing Anfey refusing his kindness, Steger was very upset. Uncle Steger, please let me try, Anfey sincerely said. If I really can rely on self-study to become a mage, then I can avoid a lot of trouble. If it doesn't work, I will come back to you again. The day Saul set off to fight Jäger, he felt nervous. After Saul confirmed that Jäger was dead, he felt relieved and let his heart open. Seeing Anfey's loyal and incomparable performance, it was natural to accept Anfey. On the other hand, it was the same for Anfey. Putting aside all kinds of differences, Anfey spent thousands of days and nights on the island. His inner loneliness could not be described with words, so he accepted that Saul and Ernest truly cared about him. He also let go of the wall around his heart, fully accepting Saul and Ernest. It could be said that Anfey had taken Saul and Ernest as his own kinsfolk. Anfey could accept the help of Saul and Ernest, but did not want to owe others, even if it would hurt Saul's reputation. This was the reason Anfey refused Steger's good intentions. Steger looked at Anfey for a long time. I hope you will not regret your decision today. Well. Anfey scratched his head and smiled. If I still cannot become a mage within 3 months, then I will come back to bother you. Anfey was admitting being defeated. If he replied that he would not regret it, Steger may be disgraced. If he showed that he lacked the confidence, it would ease the atmosphere between them. Kid. Steger grinned. Well, that's it. I've been looking for a servant, and this work is being handed over to you. I am old, but my body is always healthy. I have nothing that needs to be taken care of. You will have a lot of time to read books at the library. If you have something you do not understand, you can always find me. Steger feared that Anfey would think the identity of a servant was too low, once again refusing his kind offer. So he implied to Anfey that he did not need to be taken care of and Anfey could go to the library to read books. Uncle Steger, thank you so much. Anfey bowed to Steger, although this bow was really sincere, but he was tired of being a kid and wanting to return to a normal adult. Great. Steger grinned. He searched the table and took out a card. It's proof of being able to go in and out of the library, so you can start working now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20, The Third Wheel. Chapter 20, The Third Wheel. Translator, Manhwa_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. It was during class time, so there weren't many people in the library. Anfey glanced around and found only a dozen people around the long tables. The northern and southern side of the walls were lined with tall shelves filled with books of all kinds, separated by their magical disciplines. Anfey had sharp eyes and found several books labeled dimensional. He walked over, selected a few, and started flipping through one. However, as he leafed through the pages, he quickly discovered that the book was filled with myths about the gods and the origins of the world. He put the book back with a bitter smile. No wonder Steger said that many of the books in the library were useless. After all, he was here to study magic, not read stories. After flipping through 5 books, Anfey realized that none of the books here were what he wanted. After a moment of deliberation, he turned to the stairs to go to the second floor. Just as he set foot onto the stairs, he felt the familiar feeling of magic around him. He stopped quickly, but it was already too late. His body was already in the perimeter of the spell, and there was no going back now. He felt as if he hit a wall and skipped back a few steps in order to balance himself. A wave of stifled laughter arose around him. Anfey rubbed his nose and retreated. You can go to the second floor after you become a high-level mage, said a young woman with long, brown hair and black mage's robes. Thanks, Anfey said. You must be a new student. Not exactly. I am Headmaster Steger's servant, not a student, Anfey said, smiling. Servant? Yes. I wanted to study here, but I was rejected as I am only an apprentice now. He cannot break the rules, so I was given the rights to use the library. Ah, the young woman said. It's okay. Even the best archmage was once an apprentice. Don't give up. I hope to see you in the new recruits next year. Thank you. Anfey said, stealing another glance at the young woman before going back to reading books. Around him, some were still talking about him, laughing at his stupidity. They couldn't remember the last time such a fool had appeared. Who didn't know the basic rules of the library? What an idiot. Anfey, however, did not bother paying attention to the other students' words, as if he couldn't hear them at all. He wasn't feigning his calmness. He had always been able to easily ignore what other people said about him. He was an actor, and they were just laughing at another one of his masks. He wasn't someone who lived for other people's opinions about him. After a few books, Anfey still could not find what he was looking for. Some books had nothing to do with magic and were merely storybooks, some talked about magic Anfey had already mastered, and some talked about things Anfey couldn't even begin to understand. A normal person would have been annoyed at this point, but Anfey was calm, quietly reading one book after another. He was an assassin. If he didn't have patience he would have died 1,000 times over. He was confident that normal people couldn't match him in terms of patience. The young woman from earlier was watching Anfey. She was obviously a common visitor to the library. Seeing Anfey putting back easier books after a few pages but frowning and dwelling on others, before putting them back as well, she somewhat understood his level of knowledge. She quietly picked out a few books and walked to his side. Try these ones, she said softly. Ah, thank you, Anfey blinked and said. He picked up the book on the top of the pile and flipped through it. He smiled and turned to the young woman. Thank you, he said sincerely. You're welcome. The young woman had brought exactly what Anfey wanted. It was everything a beginner like him would want, from the different elements' traits and differences, to their combined effects, to simple spell anatomy. Anfey sat down on the bench nearby and began devouring the books. He wanted, and needed, to remember everything in these books. Although Anfey placed more value on the fighting techniques that were unique to him, he needed to create a proper identity for himself. It was not enough just being Sol's student, he had to at least become a mage. Time always flies when one is focusing on a certain thing. Anfey concentrated all of his effort on the books, completely ignoring any movement around him, totally unaware of the passage time. It was not until a hand reached over and closed the book that Anfey snapped out of his trance. He turned around and found himself staring at Steger, smiling kindly behind him. "Uncle Steger," he said in surprise, pushing himself off of the bench. "Child," Steger said, smiling. "You are still young and have plenty of time. Don't push yourself too hard, your body may not take it well. It is already dark now, and Naya is waiting for you by the door. Go home, come back tomorrow." Steger felt that he knew why Saul had taken Anfey as his student. Anfey was only an apprentice, but his determination was valuable. Steger had stopped by a few times and seen Anfey reading each time, scarcely moving. Steger was satisfied with the young man. Anfey glanced out the window, and to his shock he found that the sky had really darkened. He smiled shyly. "I'm sorry, Uncle Steger. I seem to have lost track of the time." "No need, no need. Your dedication should be encouraged. Go. You won't like Naya when she's angry." "Okay, I'll be on my way, Uncle Steger." "Good night," Steger said, nodding. Anfey jogged out of the library and found the back door by memory, only to find it empty. He realized that Naya must be at the front door. Who was to blame for this? Did Anfey's brain took a break? Did Steger make a mistake, or was Naya simply taking pleasure in circling the school? Anfey took a breath and marched towards the front door. He crossed the school ground at a moderate speed, stopping to ask for directions a few times. When he reached the front gate, he found a lavish carriage. Naya was lifting the curtains on the window and looking out impatiently. Upon seeing Anfey, she snorted and dropped the curtain so hard she ripped half of it off. She was obviously displeased. "Miss Naya, why are you here?" "I thought I was going back alone," Anfey said as he climbed into the carriage, placing a smile on his face. "Father made me come, what could I do?" Naya replied coldly. "I am sorry," Anfey said apologetically. "Naya, are you not going to introduce us?" The young man next to Naya asked gleefully. "Do it yourselves if you want to," Naya snapped. "Don't bother me." The young man shrugged and smiled at Anfey. "Alright, guess we have to introduce ourselves. My name's Grandin." The young man noticed Anfey's magical surge and changed his words. "I'm a mage as well." "Greetings," Anfey said. "Anfey, apprentice." "Ah, Anfey," Grandin said. "I hope you don't take this personally. As you'll find out, Naya is always like this. Plus there was something unpleasant today, so—" No, it is quite alright," Anfey said, shaking his head. "What, are you tired of me now?" Naya snapped, glaring at Grandin. "No, of course not." "I would never," Grandin said, frowning. "Obviously, dot." "Naya," Grandin said, "I don't want to fight with you right now, and there are things you shouldn't say in front of other people. Can't you be silent for a bit? Say what you want." Naya screamed at Grandin. "Go ahead." Anfey sighed. It seemed like Naya and Grandin were more than just friends. They were probably a couple. Obviously he was a third wheel. He looked at them awkwardly, not knowing what to do. He took a breath and said, "Guys, calm down, take it easy." "Shut it," Naya turned and snapped, turning her rage sharply onto Anfey. "You know who he is? He is second in line for the throne of the Manhwa Empire. We are talking, who are you to interrupt?" Anfey blinked, unable to find words to retaliate. Of course, he had no right to interrupt. "Naya," Grandin said, clearly enraged as well. "You can yell at me all you want, but you shouldn't yell at someone innocent. Apologize right now." "No." Anfey smiled bitterly. Great, now the attention was on him, and it didn't matter if Naya apologized or not. His relationship with her was not improving. In that moment, a sudden gallop of horses interrupted them. Someone screamed, "Out of the way, out of the way. Military emergency. Out of the way." The driver swerved the carriage aside, and silence fell inside. "War." Grandin muttered, his eyes filled with anxiety. "War's starting," Naya whispered. Her eyes, however, were sparkling with excitement. "Naya," Grandin said. "I cannot linger anymore. I must return." "Wait, Grandin," Naya said hurriedly. "Did you consider what I said?" "Don't worry, if you say yes, my knights will gather on a moment's notice, and we can go together to the front line." "Naya. This is war, not child's play." "Come on, Grandin," Naya said, pouting, and grabbed Grandin's sleeve. Anfey sat there watching quietly. They say a lover's quarrels rarely lasts, of course. Him intervening was an unnecessary move, and brought only trouble. He grunted to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21, A Legend. Chapter 21, A Legend. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Anfey, this was your first time going to the Mage Academy. How was it? Saul asked. It was very nice, Professor. I had a good time there, Anfey responded. Which class did Steger put you in? Uncle Steger thought that I didn't have a solid foundation, so he put me in the library for self-study. This old guy probably forgot what I told him. Saul showed a bit of annoyance. Professor, I think this is good. I can go to Uncle Steger for help if there is something that I don't understand. No way, Anfey. You will lag behind if you keep staying in the library. I will talk to Steger. Saul shook his head. Professor, I think it is okay for me to do self-study at the library. I've already learned something from you. I don't want the class to slow down just because of me. Well then, you just let me know if you want to join the class, Saul said. Yes, Professor. What's wrong, Naya? Saul noticed that there was something wrong with Naya because her face looked pale. Nothing, Father. I am just feeling a little bit uncomfortable, Naya replied. Her suggestions weren't accepted by Grandin. He had rushed back to the palace to see his father, the king, to get more information on the frontier battle. As such, Naya felt ignored. Where are you feeling uncomfortable? I'm just not comfortable. Naya pushed the chair away and left the table. I'm not going to eat dinner. You two can help yourself. She left and entered her room alone. Anfey, what's going on? I have no idea. It seemed like something happened between Naya and Grandin. Grandin? The second prince? Yeah. What do you think of him? Anfey paused a bit and reluctantly said, I think he is a nice person. Oh, Anfey. You don't have to be bothered by all the rules here in my house, but don't say the prince's name so casually outside. Otherwise, some people will not like it. I understand. Anfey smiled. The second prince is an easygoing person and he treated me with respect. I didn't realize that he was a prince until Naya introduced us. I like his personality as well. He is easygoing and forgiving, unlike his brother, the oldest prince. What's this? It smells so good. Anfey pointed at the dishes on the table, interrupting Saul. It was not polite to interrupt Saul, but Anfey had to do so. He knew very well that this topic was sensitive. It wasn't good for an outsider to know much about the prince's battle for the throne. Grandin was about 20 now, and the fighting for the throne might have already started. Although Saul was well respected by the three princes, it might not be wise for Saul to support any one of them. If the one Saul supported got the throne, Saul's status couldn't get higher than it was now, otherwise it would be a threat to the new king. If the one he supported lost, it could be imagined what would happen to Saul. Of course, it would be okay for Saul to support the second prince if he could use all of his means to make sure the second prince obtained the throne. Unfortunately, Saul was not the type of person who was good at petty tricks. Anfey knew Saul well enough. Saul sometimes could do some things if he wanted to. Working with Ernest to fight against Jaeger was a good example, but there's a difference between petty tricks and deceit. The deceit where one knows how and when to show ruthlessness or tolerance, how and when to show ambition or cowardice. But what did Saul have? Nothing. He had so much to worry about, even the stubborn young man from the deserted island could gain his trust. If Saul decided to be deceitful, he could lose everything. What Anfey felt was even more absurd was Saul's casualness. Anfey didn't know what the status of the battle for the throne was, but it was easy for Anfey to guess what was going on. If the oldest and the youngest princes wanted to take the throne, seeing Saul was so close to the middle one, they had to try and recruit spies among Saul's students or family members to discover Saul's moves. As the saying goes, no one's self, and no one's enemy, and one shall win 100 battles. Currently, Saul had his students sitting on the two sides of the dining table, with 7 servants standing in the room ready to serve. Saul casually discussing what went wrong with the oldest prince. This could definitely cause future troubles. What would happen if Saul's words spread even before the oldest prince got a chance to place spies within his students and family? Through Anfey's eyes, Saul was in a higher social class, knowing how to deal with other people. His daughter was quite the opposite. She was naive and quite spoiled. But both the father and the daughter had something in common: they were pretty lucky in their lives and didn't face much adversity. For Saul, he was lucky enough to become a student of Archmage Chironio and become a beginning-level mage in his 20s. He later became an Archmage in his 40s after breaking through the bottleneck. Saul was used to being treated like a king, and even the king himself had to show respect to Saul. Saul thought he was the greatest Archmage in this empire and the professor of the three princes. As such, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to say something about them or even criticize them. But in fact, it could possibly bring him trouble in the near future. Nothing should be taken for granted. Clouds fluttered, the wind blew, water formed waves and trees shook in the wind. Nothing was immutable. Everything in the world was constantly changing. Saul paused a bit and tried to get some food from the dish which Anfey liked most. The dinner was kind of boring and Anfey wanted to leave. "Professor, I am full now, can I go check on Uncle Ernest?" Anfey asked. "Sure." Saul nodded. "Please take your time," Anfey said politely to everyone at the table and went downstairs. Saul took a second look at Anfey, but still kept silent. Anfey went straight to Ernest's doorway and was about to knock, but stopped. Ernest must have been meditating inside, otherwise he would have come to Anfey for some advice or to learn some new skills. Anfey turned around and started walking towards his room. He needed to meditate as well. Choosing to learn magic was a mature choice made after much thought. He needed not just a legitimate social status but also a proper disguise. When a swordsman and a mage were fighting, each would try to achieve their highest speed. But when they got closer to Anfey, they all felt that Anfey didn't have any combat power, but instead tricky techniques. When a swordsman and a mage fought against each other, they would always put on all types of protective gear and use some defensive magic arrays. But even before they got ready, Anfey could already rush in front of them. No matter how strong their magic and combat power were, Anfey would never give up his own martial arts skill. Martial arts were his foundation, and he would never stop practicing. He had not practiced in a while, so now was the time to do some makeup sessions. After getting back to his own room, Anfey put out the candle on the table and started practicing breathing. There was a secret book carried on from generation to generation in Anfey's family. Anfey read it from cover to cover and practiced the first half, but he never touched the second part. He understood the Theravada Zen, and had already achieved it, but not the Mahayana Zen, 1. For him, the Mahayana Zen was total nonsense, especially the 6 supernatural powers, 2. In order to verify his thoughts, Anfey went to Tibet several times and tried to see the so-called nirvana. However, no monks passed away during his visits, so he left without any evidence. But now, with more and more experience and strange feelings inside his body from the increase in his magic power, he started questioning his original thoughts about the Mahayana Zen. In this world, the spirit was much heavier than in his old world. After practicing for 2 years, he had made big improvements in circulating his small circle of vital energy, and was close to the big circle of vital energy. Maybe he should try his luck to break the big circle and see what would happen afterwards. It was for this reason that Anfey never wanted to learn magic skills or combat power. He never wanted to become a real mage or swordsman, even though he had the 2 best teachers. It was dark outside, a dark shadow flashed into the corridor and creeping towards Anfey's room. Translator's thoughts. Nayo_bo_studio Nayo_bo_studio. 1. Mahayana, Sanskrit for great vehicle, is one of the 2, or 3, under some classifications, main existing branches of Buddhism and a term for classification of Buddhist philosophies in practice. Theravada, Pali, literally school of the elder monks, is a branch of Buddhism that uses the Buddha's teaching preserved in the Pali Canon as its doctrinal core. 2. The 6 supernatural powers are: 1. Developing mental pureness and eventually enlightenment. 2. Telepathy, being able to read the emotions and thoughts of others. 3. Magic powers, such as levitation, teleportation, and telekinesis. 4. The divine ear, being able to hear things from very far away, being able to hear astral beings from different levels, and being able to understand the language of animals. 5. The divine eye, clairvoyance, being able to perceive the different levels of the astral realms and the process of rebirth. 6. Remembering past lives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22, Being Framed. Chapter 22, Being Framed. Translator, Nayo_bo_studio editor, 10ish. Anfey opened his eyes slowly. Under a Zen state, a person's senses were unusually strong. Anfey had known someone was there as soon as the stranger approached his door. The door slid open silently, and Anfey quietly moved over and laid down on his bed, pretending to sleep. The shadow stopped a few steps from his bed. It felt around the bed before turning and leading through the door. As the shadow pulled the door behind him, Anfey pushed himself off of the bed. He stalked across the room and leaned against the door, listening for any movement outside. Whoever just came into his room was obviously not used to doing this. He was careful enough, but his breathing was too heavy, the floorboards had creaked, and when he was walking up the stairs he had almost knocked over a vase. Seeing the stranger's clumsy moves, Anfey snorted. He had the ability to hold whoever it was down, but the whole situation seemed too strange, and Anfey didn't want to startle the stranger before figuring out exactly why someone was in his room. Anfey followed the person to the 4th floor, and saw him disappearing into a room. Anfey inched over, sticking close to the wall, listening to the sound inside. There was someone talking inside, but with the door closed Anfey couldn't hear much. Time to eavesdrop, he thought. A few minutes later, he was back in his own room. When he lifted his blanket, he found a small orange orb laying on his mattress, shining eerily. What is this? Anfey frowned, poking it with his finger. When nothing happened, he grabbed it with his hand. After a few moments playing with the orb, he put it in his pocket and left the room. He found Ernest's room and knocked softly on the door. Anfey, asked Ernest. Yes, Uncle Ernest, Anfey said. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Nonsense, Ernest said, smiling, and opened the door. Uncle Ernest, how did you know it was me? How can I not? No one here knocks on my door. Saul never knocks, either. You're the only possible one, Ernest laughed. Of course, I wanted to talk to you too, so thanks. Uncle Ernest, why are you thanking me? Anfey said, surprised. Your sword skills gave me inspiration, Ernest said slowly. You showed me a path. I believe my skills can grow significantly after some practice. Perhaps then I'll get my revenge. I don't know any sword arts, Anfey said shyly. It's something that old man taught me for fun. No. I can feel it, that old man you speak of was a powerful man, Ernest said slowly. A sword master at least, maybe even more. Anfey, you have to find him again if you get the chance. Uncle Ernest, are you going to spar with him? Me? No, I am no match for him, Ernest said bitterly. If the man's chi matched his, then he could never win. Even Anfey, a child, could shock him, so how powerful would the man be? But... Anfey lowered his gaze. I cannot remember where I came from. You will remember, Ernest consoled. By the way, Anfey, what did you want to talk to me about? Ah, yes, Anfey said. What is this? This. Ernest stared and frowned, taking the orb. Anfey, where did you get this? Someone gave it to me, Anfey said. What is it? Someone gave it to you? Ernest repeated. Impossible. This is a chasm dragon crystal. Chasm dragon? Is it rare? Not just rare, Ernest said. This is the only one, ever. Tell me everything. Anfey told Ernest everything that had happened, including him following whoever it was that went into his room, hiding nothing. Ernest contemplated a bit, then looked up and said, Anfey, what do you think? Ernest had already had an idea of what the person who placed this on Anfey's bed wanted to do, but he wanted to train Anfey to think for himself, to recognize the vileness in people. Uncle Ernest, you mean, this belongs to Master Saul? Yes, Ernest said. Chasm dragons are horrible creatures. Dark, skilled with dimensional magic. In my knowledge, they're perhaps the most powerful dark creatures out there, with the ability to rip through time and space without any help. This crystal is very important to Saul. He treasures it. Ah, Anfey said. I know what's going on. Tell me. Someone stole this crystal and planted it in my room. When Master Saul discovers it is missing, they'll find it in my room. Then I will become the thief. Is that so? Ernest said, surprised. Do you know why they would do this? Because Master Saul is too good to me, Anfey said. Uncle Ernest, you saw how Miss Naya treated me yesterday. There are things you do not know. She was a victim too, talked into questioning me. What do you want to do? Master Saul is so careless. Treasures like this should be kept in secret. How could people steal it? On that point, you're wrong. Ernest laughed. Saul would never be careless. You cannot feel it, but Saul had already placed a spell on the crystal, and placed the same spell in the storage room. If the two spells are separated by more than 100 meters, the spell would activate, and no one can leave with it. It's a live coordination. Do you think anyone can leave alive with a live coordination, with one of the greatest archmage on their heels? Ah, Anfey said. Anfey, say, what do you want to do? Ernest asked. My idea, it's slightly embarrassing. Anfey said, scratching his head. Nonsense. Tell me. If we return the crystal right now, whoever was setting me up would realize something was wrong and change their mind, then it would be more difficult to track them, Anfey said slowly. Uncle Ernest, if this person can steal this, surely he is close to Master Saul? Ernest nodded. So we have to keep quiet, like nothing had happened, Anfey said, smiling. Let them say what they want. They may think they're cornering me, but in truth they're just backed themselves into a corner. And then I can step in as a witness? Ernest asked. Smart. No, Uncle Ernest, Anfey said. Evidence is stronger proof than spoken words. I think whoever did this will try to make Master Saul angry, make him lose control, leaving me no chance to explain myself. Uncle Ernest, if you step up then, Master Saul will think you're covering for me, and we won't have a chance to defend ourselves. Anfey kept referring to him and Ernest as us, hoping to hint that they are on the same side. You're confusing me, Ernest said. Anfey, you think that when I present the crystal, Saul would trust them and not me? I cannot predict anything, Anfey said. But it is possible. We can't risk it. What do you want to do then? Ernest asked. Easy. When they come for me with Master Saul, place the crystal in a room on the 4th floor. Anfey smiled. Uncle Ernest, you have to hide it well, not letting Master realize where it is. Can you manage it? Short term, maybe. Long term is practically impossible, Ernest said, closing his hand around the orb. But trust me. You know, kid, you aren't that dumb after all. You know, Uncle Ernest, there are things I've never told you, Anfey said slowly. Can you tell me now? Ernest asked, interested. Of course, I won't press you if you don't want to say. You shouldn't blame me, you never asked. You should have noticed some of it, Anfey said slowly. Jaeger kept using us for experiments. We weren't lined up according to age or height, Jaeger tended to pick randomly, and whoever was picked never came back. After a while, we all got scared, so things happened. Keep going. No one wanted to go with Jaeger, but none of us could fight him, so we started playing games with each other. We aggravated each other, making Jaeger mad at other people. We hated each other, and these are things I would rather not think about. Uncle Ernest, do you know why I'm grateful to Jaeger? Why? Because ever since I was young, I've been framed time after time. I don't know why, but Jaeger always spared my life, even giving me a room at the end, letting me tend to his everyday life. If it wasn't for him, I would have been long dead, but. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23, Shameful Opponent. Chapter 23, Shameful Opponent. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. I never knew kids could behave like that as well. Ernest sighed slightly and said, in order to survive, people often maximize their potential, physically and emotionally. Kids your age are usually naive and innocent, but instead you learn to scheme against each other. Ernest thought of himself. After he had escaped from the trap set by Jerofik, he managed to run for over 1,000 miles with wounds all over his body. One day, he was so exhausted that he fell asleep on the way. When he opened his eyes, he found himself still walking, but with totally different surroundings from what he last remembered. He could not recognize where he was. He finally got the chance to ask an old farmer, and surprisingly found out he had traveled over 40 miles in his sleep. He marveled at this experience every time he recalled it. Adversities leads to maturity. Anfey smiled. Then, how did you manage to be the last survivor? By luck? Ernest asked slowly. After a long pause, Anfey grinned. Not completely by luck. It seems that Saul and I were both deceived. Ernest let out a sigh. However, I trust you. Want to know why? Why? When you found out you were set up by someone, you could have handed the magic crystal to me and let me handle the rest. That way, you could continue being this nice and innocent kid. You should know me well enough to believe that, knowing that you were framed, I would do whatever is needed to protect you. Ernest smiled. But instead, you opened your heart to me. You showed me your other faces so I could understand you better. I am glad that I earned your trust, Nut. Uncle Ernest, the most blessed thing that happened to me in the past several years was coming across Master and you. Anfey beamed. If it was in the past, I would have believed what you just said. But now I have to question if you are flattering me or not. Ernest chuckled, shaking his head. Anfey, whom did you learn your sword skills from? Uncle Ernest, I am always honest with you. I learned them from the strange old gentleman in that little village. Anfey smiled rather wryly. And you forgot about where your hometown was? I really can't remember. If I could, I would try everything to get back there. Anfey shook his head. My mom is still there. I really miss her. As I get older, I feel more and more that it is very useful to master these sword skills, and it is the best choice for me to continue learning. Your true sword skills must be even better than what you showed me in the morning, right? A bit better, but I don't know how to fight with combat power, but... I know. There is no way you could hide your combat power from me if you had any. Ernest smiled. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But remember, even though there are quite a few people who practice both magic and the sword, no one has been able to break through and master both at the same time. One has limited time and energy, and it is too difficult to focus on both skills. Even a genius who practices both just turns out to be an average fighter. I want to give it a try. Anfey insisted. Young man, you're quite confident, huh? Ernest laughed, but then he switched the topic. Anfey, about the magic crystal, do you plan to keep it from Saul? I need to find the opportune time. Well then. Uncle Ernest, I have to go back now. They will find me soon. Trouble is coming. Sure. I will stick to the plan. Ernest nodded. Anfey let out a sigh of relief. He'd been betting on Ernest's trust. Anfey took multiple factors into consideration. First, when he interrupted Saul, he noticed that the way Saul looked at him changed. Anfey didn't regret what he'd said, as he wanted to repay Saul for everything Saul had done for him. But if Saul started suspecting him, things might get out of control. Thus, Anfey had to reveal himself to Ernest ahead of time in order to gain Ernest's help. Second, for Anfey's own sake, he also needed someone who understood him. He could not practice without help. Anfey needed a safe and quiet place for his training, which he couldn't secure in Saul's home. There was no such place in the Magic Academy either. Obviously, he couldn't leave Saul altogether. Therefore, Ernest was the best candidate for being able to freely take Anfey away from Saul's home for any reason. Of course, Anfey would not confess everything to Ernest, regardless of how reliable he was. Anfey was well aware of what he could and could not say, and what he should and should not do. He knew he could share some of his secrets, but that was it. After a while, the door was pushed open and Saul brought some students into Anfey's room. What's the matter, master? Anfey sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Take it easy. Saul smiled softly at Anfey and turned towards a thin student who seemed to be very excited. Maris, are you sure this is the room? Saul asked. Yes, I'm sure of it. I noticed Anfey sneaking into this room when I was walking downstairs. I didn't think too much until I got to the lab, but then Melinda told me the Chasm Dragon crystal was missing. Anfey is the suspect. Maris got more and more emotional. Master, why didn't anything bad happen before Anfey came here? It's only been several days since Anfey came here, and this crime occurred? Are you sure it's him? Yes, I am absolutely sure. Okay, you guys carefully search this room, Saul ordered coldly. But when he looked at Anfey, Saul suddenly became soft and gentle. He winked at Anfey. This can't be right. Saul should have been outraged at me, but now he is winking at me? Why? There must be something going on, Anfey thought. Maris got the go-ahead from Saul and went straight to Anfey to start his investigation. He hummed at Anfey, bent down and looked under the bed, and went on to flip open Anfey's comforter. Anfey rolled his eyes. Such an idiot. How dumb do you have to be? Setting someone up is an art, not anybody can be good at it. How about you act a little more real? Come on, what is this? Going straight for my bed? Why did I even waste my time and energy on this fool? Even if I did nothing and just let them manage to find the crystal right here, I could still persuade Saul that I was innocent. Maris examined the entire room without any luck, and could not help but glance back at Anfey. He then pretended to move on to some other spots in the room. Other students also joined the search. However, they were much more respectful compared to Maris. They avoided leaving anything in disarray, putting everything back where it belonged once they had checked it out. Maris, on the other hand, was making a mess. What's even more ridiculous was that he came back to the bed and searched under the comforter 3 times. Anfey was so annoyed that he got off the bed and watched all of this while sitting at a round table. Saul glanced at Maris several times. Every time he looked at Maris, the look on his face grew colder. You can't find it? Saul asked icily. Maris stepped forward, grabbed Anfey's collar, and started yelling at him. You're such a bastard. Where did you hide the magic crystal? Watch your manners. Anfey caught Maris' hand and pushed it down. I've never seen such a magic crystal, Anfey argued as Maris fell backwards in pain. It must be you that. Maris, since you are wrong, you have to apologize to Anfey. Saul ordered. Maris hesitated and struggled. Finally, he lowered his head and said, sorry, but. Madeline, didn't you say that Anfey went to the lab before? Yeah, yes. Saul's words made Madeline nervous, as well as Anfey. It seemed that Saul was talking to him too. Who else went to the lab other than Anfey? No one else, master. Who knew that such a weird situation could happen in my house? Saul suddenly started to smile. Well, it seems to me that it is necessary to search every corner of this house. Everyone, including Anfey, kept their silence. Anfey, please go ahead and get some rest, Saul said considerately, as he exited Anfey's room. The other students followed Saul out. Maris stared at Anfey ferociously for a second but had no other choice than to leave as well. Rest? How could Anfey go back to resting without figuring out what on earth was going on here? He grabbed his magic robe and stepped out from his room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24, An Awkward Outcome. Chapter 24, An Awkward Outcome. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. Outside of his room, Anfey saw Ernest lazily laying against the door with his arms crossed, watching Saul and his crew walk upstairs. Anfey hurried over to Ernest. Uncle Ernest, from the look on Professor's face, something must be going on. Ernest glanced at Anfey and laughed. It's not me. You have no one but yourself to blame. Blame myself? Yes. Ernest nodded. You must have assumed that Saul would use his telepathy to look for the crystal, that's why you asked me to hide it, right? Yes, was there a problem with that? Not only a problem, but a big problem. Ernest smiled. Your understanding of magic is too shallow. Saul's magic array did not start, which meant the Chasm Dragon crystal had not left this house. But if he couldn't find it with his telepathy, guess what? That meant someone hid the Chasm Dragon crystal intentionally. If anyone had the ability to hide anything from Saul in his house, it would be me. Therefore, as soon as Saul found out the crystal was lost, he approached me. Anfey's face froze up. He was so upset that he hit his forehead with his hands. He was not acting this time, it really was how he felt after Ernest's explanation. Anfey suddenly realized the plan he had thought to be cunning had turned out to be a joke. What happened to him? Was it because he lived alone on an island for so long that he lost his intelligence? How could he overlook such a huge blind spot? Not long ago, he had laughed at Maris' stupidity. Well, he wasn't that much smarter than Maris after all. Realistically, it was not all Anfey's fault. A painter needed to deeply understand the colors before he could turn them into art, and a tactician needed to be fully aware of the pros and cons of the different branches of his army before he could win a battle. Ernest was right about Anfey. He didn't understand magic well enough to correctly predict Saul's reactions. This result was not surprising. Anfey would probably not have made such a mistake if he was in a world where he had comprehensive knowledge of everything. Many things that no one else would even pay attention to, such as a circuit breaker, a teacup, an iron wire, even a toothpick, could be turned into a fatal weapon by Anfey. However, this world was still too foreign to him. Uncle Ernest, did you tell the professor about me? Anfey asked Ernest with a bitter smile. He chose Ernest over Saul because Ernest was a straightforward person, while he had some reservations about Saul. No, it's your problem. You should tell Saul the truth yourself, Ernest responded mildly. So, what did you tell him? Anfey asked with a sigh of relief. He still wanted to be fully informed of what Ernest spoke to Saul about. It was necessary to know, otherwise his lies could give him away. I said you discovered that someone secretly left the magic crystal in your room. You handed it to me and asked me about it. I discussed your plan with Saul as well, but I told him it was my idea. Anfey sighed. He didn't have much confidence that Saul would believe it was Ernest's idea. Ernest was a blunt person and would not normally be able to come up with such a scheme. Let's play it by ear, Anfey thought. Worst case, I can just leave the Mayho Empire if things don't work out. Yes? Ernest was confused. Nothing. Anfey shook his head. Let's find out what Saul will do first, he thought. It did not take long before loud noises and the sound of crying reached them. Anfey and Ernest exchanged a look, and they moved upstairs together. In a room on the 4th floor, Saul was playing with the Chasm Dragon crystal in his hands. He sneered at Maris while Maris and Melinda argued back and forth. One was saying the other one had asked him to steal the magic crystal and leave it in Anfey's room to set Anfey up, while the other one quarreled that it was all the other person's idea. They blamed each other and tried to defend themselves. Anfey could not tell who started this argument. The quarrel would have turned into a fight if Saul was not there. They looked at each other with hatred, like they wanted to suck each other's blood and eat each other's flesh. Anfey looked at the chasm dragon crystal in Saul's hand. He could not help getting worried. Ernest said the magic crystal was returned to Saul. Obviously, Saul set them up. I never thought the usually kind Saul would do things like this, Anfey marveled. Had Maris and Melinda stayed calm and pretended to know nothing after seeing the crystal in front of them, Saul might have suspected that there were proper explanations for what had happened. However, they lost their calm at the sight of the magic crystal. They thought Anfey already knew their plan and snuck the magic crystal back into their room. To save themselves, they were quick to sell out their partner. What they did not know was they had lost their last chance by doing so. Still no answer? Saul asked coldly. Professor, it's all his idea. I am innocent. Maris did not see eye to eye with Anfey and wanted to teach him a lesson. He even asked Miss Naya to make some trouble for Anfey yesterday. Professor, you can check with Miss Naya. Melinda yelled. She threw out another bomb for Maris. Professor, don't listen to him. She asked me to get Miss Naya involved. It was all her. Bastard. Son of a bitch. Maris cried out. Naya had woken up a long time ago. When she heard their argument, she got so mad that her teeth clenched. She looked back and forth at Maris and Melinda, wishing to beat them up right now to let out some of her anger. Miss Naya was so arrogant that she had been thinking of herself as a very smart person. She didn't realize she had been used until now. How could she not be mad about it? Yesterday, she had stopped suspecting Anfey after Ernest offered to be his witness. She still disliked Anfey, however, because Ernest had lost his fondness for her as a result. Her hope to learn sword skills from Ernest was shattered. But now, it turned out to all be her fault. Naya didn't dare to look at Anfey. She was ashamed to do so. Did Naya bother you? Saul glanced over Anfey, seeming to blame Anfey for not bringing it up. Anfey looked down. He was not sure how Saul felt about him. If Saul had already sensed something, it would be too risky to play dumb, as it would very likely cause Saul to dislike him. Better to just let it go. Just then, Saul and Ernest both frowned. Anfey also subsequently felt a strong combat power approaching Saul's house. Be quiet, guests are here, Saul said coldly. Maris and Melinda already had a dry mouth after their bickering, so they shut up immediately at Saul's words. They also saw Anfey, who was supposed to be kicked out by now, standing there indifferently. No one knew how Maris and Melinda felt about it. Quiet and fast footsteps were heard downstairs. Soon came Meyerich, followed by two men in night suits. They were confused for a second by the situation, but then smiled. Sir, I come here too often to deserve such a prestigious welcome. It's late. Meyerich, how can I help you? Saul asked directly. Being in a bad mood, Saul did not appreciate Meyerich's humor. The king wants to see you now, Meyerich put away his smile and said seriously. Ha? Is it? Saul glanced towards the north. Yes. Meyerich nodded. All right, I will be there, but I need a little time to settle things here. I see. Sir, please excuse me now. I need to take care of a couple errands too. Meyerich left without delay. A person in a high position like Meyerich was able to control his curiosity very well. It was obvious that something had happened at Saul's home. It would only bring him trouble if he wanted to invade Saul's privacy. At Meyerich's absence, Saul laid his eyes back on Maris and Melinda. You two have to leave. I am not qualified to be your teacher anymore, Saul said firmly in a cold tone. Maris and Melinda's faces turned pale. If Saul were a little softer to them and allowed them to stay, there would still be hope for them. Being kicked out would end their future. No one would welcome any mage, even an archmage, if they were expelled by their teacher. The magic level one could reach was tightly related to talent, opportunity, and commitment. However, being thrown out by their teacher indicated an unbearable fault in their morality. Going forward, even being a magic apprentice would have a better position than them. Regardless of their low level in magic, magic apprentices were at least trustworthy. Who would trust Maris or Melinda again? They would have no opportunity to study further, not to mention the respect of others. He would be mocked by his peers in the Mage Union. In other words, there was only darkness in their futures from the moment Saul made his decision. Professor, Melinda said with a trembling voice. He was already an entry-level mage and one of Saul's two best students. He could not accept this dooming fate. Get out. Get out now. Saul said without any pity. Melinda looked around desperately, hoping someone could help him out and say something nice about him. But who could tolerate what he had done? Disliking Anfey was one thing, and even jealousy could be forgiven, but circumvention was another story entirely. Other students would not want to guess when the same thing would happen to them. Melinda received aloof and disdain looks and his heart was sunken. He turned around silently, walked to his bed, and started to pack up. How come did it end like this? Anfey felt awkward. He could sense the hatred from Maris and Melinda, especially from the look as Melinda left. It was full of malice and spite. Anfey's personality would not normally allow Melinda and Maris to leave here alive. He heard one of them was a high-level mage, and the other one was an entry-level mage, such a great way to make enemies for himself. In the field of Kung Fu, students' martial capabilities would be destroyed if they were kicked out. Wouldn't Saul wipe out Melinda and Maris' magic capabilities? He would feel a lot better if they became ordinary people. Unfortunately, Anfey did not dare to take any action, not even to talk Saul, let alone execute his plan of killing Melinda and Maris. He would do nothing before he could figure out how Saul saw him. Anfey, were you frightened? Saul looked at Anfey. Anfey looked down again. He did not dare to say anything. Was Saul testing him? It's okay. Don't act like a little kid. This is a gift for you. Saul opened his hand. There was a sparkling ring in his hand. Saul's students gasped. Even Naya opened her eyes wide. Anyone with basic knowledge of magic could tell it was a supreme-level dimensional ring. Thank you, Professor. Anfey took the ring calmly. He was the only person who did not know how precious the ring was. I have taught you how to use the dimensional rings. You need to practice more. Ask Uncle Ernest if you have any questions. Saul smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25, The Heavy Ring. Chapter 25, The Heavy Ring. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. Anfey leaned against a tree trunk with a book in his hand, appearing to be at ease. He was feeling exceptionally good. Saul had arrived at the palace to meet the Emperor of Manhwa, Anfey. He had quickly returned and left a few words for Ernest, and then he left again without seeing Anfey. The next morning at dawn, a large group of people left the Manhwa Empire's sacred city, including Archmage Saul and Prince Grandin. The two men lead a third of the court mages towards the northern front. The Alisan Empire was menacing, as they frequently placed their army by the border, increasing tension. When the other major power in the Alisan military, the Dark Moon Magic Legion, appeared, the balance was shattered, and Anfey was forced to react. He sent his mages out first, led by Archmage Saul, to gain an advantage over the Alisan mages. Who was the happiest about this? Anfey, of course. Saul had left, and it was unlikely he would return anytime soon. He was at the center of the conflict, and he couldn't afford to leave the front line. The Dark Moon Magic Legion had the famous fire mage Nuyoheim. Even with Saul there, Manhwa was still on the weaker side. Should Saul leave, he would be abandoning hundreds of thousands of soldiers to their deaths. Anfey knew that a war between two equally powerful empires would take a long time. There would be standoffs, skirmishes, and melees, ending in full-scale battles. This was the usual routine of war. No one would sit down at a poker table just to use all of their trump cards in the first round. Manhwa wouldn't, nor would Alisan. Anfey could tell there was something off from Ernest's actions. He didn't leave with Saul despite his hatred for Alisan, instead staying to take care of Anfey. He was always practicing with his sword, asking Anfey about his strange ways with the sword. Anfey knew he was waiting for the finale. Of course, the least happy person was Naya. She had tried gathering her friends to form a small squadron to follow Grandin to the front line, but was rejected. She had gone to Saul but hadn't received any favorable news. After that, she was isolated by her friends. As the daughter of an archmage, all of her friends were children of nobility as well, and no one wanted to see their children go to war. Some kids were locked in their homes, while others were sent back to their fiefdoms. In the end, Naya had lost most of her friends, and her unhappiness was evident even when she went out on her walks. On top of that, she had to face Anfey every day at home. Although Anfey had never blamed her for anything, she felt too embarrassed to face him. She was in obvious pain. Anfey closed his book, and with a flip of his hand the book disappeared. It had only been a few days, but he had already mastered the usage of dimensional rings. As the saying goes, hard work could make up for inadequacies. However, hard work could only take one so far, and couldn't turn inadequacies into advantages. A hard-working genius was way out of the league of someone who simply worked hard. Anfey couldn't say he was a genius, but he was a brilliant man. More importantly, he was a hard worker. As an apprentice, he only spent 2 days to master the art of using a dimensional ring. He stretched out his left hand, and another book appeared out of thin air. This was how he learned. Whenever he encountered something he could not understand, he switched to a new book, hoping to find something that could help him understand the other book. I knew you would be here. A young woman with long, hazel hair walked into the forest. Doris, Anfey said, smiling. Why aren't you in class? Doris was the young woman that helped him pick out the books in the library. They'd met a few times, and had gotten to know each other better. They weren't exactly friends yet, but every time they saw each other they would strike up a conversation. I'm about to have an exam, she said. I thought I would take a walk to distract myself a bit. Leaning against the tree, Doris said, I really shouldn't have shown you this place. This was my land, but now you've taken it. Let's split it, Anfey said, drawing a groove in the ground with a branch. This half is mine, that half is yours. Man, Doris said, laughing. You're really something. Thank you. Why don't you go to the palace and tell our emperor this half is mine, that half is yours? You sure I'll come back alive? Who knows? Doris smiled. You softy. Taking my land without remorse. Hey, who bullied you? You're a mid-level mage, and I'm just an apprentice, but... Upon hearing mid-level mage, Doris' smile disappeared. She rested her face in her hands and stared into the distance. The upcoming exam must be stressful, Anfey said. Of course it is, Doris replied. My entire life is on the line here. You want to talk about it? No, it's okay. You wouldn't understand. Doris shook her head. Anfey didn't say anything more. He wasn't that familiar with Doris. If he pressed on, he would only make the situation more awkward. When can I be as carefree as you? Doris sighed and asked. Me? Carefree? Anfey asked, almost laughing. He was merely good at hiding his own emotions and stress. Ever since arriving in this world, he had been building his knowledge and power. He was far from carefree. Yes, you. Anfey didn't say anything else. He put the book back into his ring, straightened himself, and was planning to ask where Doris got the idea that he was carefree. That's your ring? Doris asked, stunned, having noticed his ring for the first time. Yes, why? Didn't you say you're just Headmaster Steger's servant? I am, why? Anfey asked, confused. Steger's ring might not be as good as yours, Doris said, frowning. Tell me, who are you? What? Anfey stared at the ring absently. I really am just his servant. You're still lying, Doris said, angered. I'm Archmage Saul's apprentice, Anfey said. This information was already widespread in the school, so Doris would find out sooner or later. Saul? Archmage Saul? Doris gasped. Yes. Then, are you Headmaster Steger's servant? Because I was supposed to study here, but I'm just an apprentice. If I really became a student I could unnecessarily hurt Archmage Saul's reputation, so I'm just studying with Headmaster Steger for now. I'll start studying magic in the academy after I become a real mage. Interesting, Doris said, her eyes filled with envy. You're lucky, Dot. Anfey grinned but didn't say anything. Even so, you should not show off so much, Doris suddenly said. I didn't. Don't you understand how valuable that is? Doris asked, agitated. She held out her hand. This is mine. You know how many things mine can hold? It can only hold up to 5 books that size. 5? Anfey frowned. That few? Few? This cost me 5 years of my savings. Go around the school, at least a third of the students don't even have rings. Anfey lowered his gaze and looked at the ring, feeling it grow heavy on his finger. Even the ring Saul bought for him at Tumon was 10 times better than Doris, so how much did this one cost? How much trouble did Saul go through to acquire this? They know you're Archmage Saul's apprentice, and they won't do much to you, but there are people who don't know. Seeing an apprentice like you wearing a ring like that, what would they do? You're looking for trouble. Anfey nodded. He knew what Doris meant when she pointed out how expensive his ring was. Sometimes things would be this interesting. Saul wouldn't brag about how much his gifts were worth, as he didn't like that. Ernest thought Saul was right, and Ernest had forgotten to warn Anfey. The other students were too busy being jealous, so no one told him. So there Anfey was, walking around with a gift some people could never afford. The authors of the books would never brag about how much their rings would hold, either. Anfey had thought that the rings were like cell phones in this world. He thought that, even though some people had better models, everyone had one. There, for you. Anfey found the ring he got in Tumun and handed it to Doris. I can't have this. Take it, Anfey said. For some reason this one stopped working after I got the new one. There's no use keeping it. Of course, Doris scolded. You can only use one ring at a time. If you could use multiple rings at the same time, your ring wouldn't be so precious. Good. Take it. No, Doris said, her face suddenly became serious. Anfey, if you still want to be my friend, don't make me take this. All right, Anfey said, shaking his head. He could tell Doris genuinely didn't want to take the ring. Maybe it was Doris' personal moral code, maybe it was not, but either way he didn't want to put Doris in a bad place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26, Disappointment and Protection. Chapter 26, Disappointment and Protection. Translator, Manhwa_bo_studio editor, Tenish. General Meyerich, is my father inside? A handsome young man stepped out of the transport portal. Next to him was another man, just as young and handsome. Judging by his robes, he was already a high-level mage. My lord, his grace is already waiting for you. Meyerich dipped his head. And this is my friend, Bruffett. Ah, the friend you've mentioned in your letter. The one that saved your life. Yes. Meyerich hesitated, then moved out of the way. This way, my lord. The oldest prince of the Manhwa Empire, Wester, smiled, nodded, and walked into the great hall. Meyerich followed the two silently. He was the leader of the king's guards and had to be on guard at all times. The prince was not an object of concern, but the young man Bruffett was. They had only met once, and Meyerich did not know who he really was. The emperor of Meho, Yolanthi, appeared to be a young man. If it wasn't for the wrinkles around his eyes and his slightly bloated physique, he could have passed for a 30-year-old. Seeing Wester, he dropped his scepter and hurried over with his arms wide open. Son. It's good to see you back here. I heard you ran into some trouble on the road? Father. Wester hurried over and embraced his father. It was because of my carelessness. I apologize for the trouble. You saved my son? Yolanthi's gaze turned to Bruffett. Tell me your name, child. You saved the hope of the empire, and I will repay you for your kind act. You're too kind, your grace, Bruffett said. Anyone with honor would not have stood idly by. It is my honor to help a prince. Well said. Yolanthi laughed as he sat down on the throne. Honor lives. Wester, you've taken care of your business? No, father. I heard Alisan Empire's Dark Moon Legion arrived at the front line, and we were facing immense threats. I was worried and thought my business could wait. Really? Yolanthi looked around. This kind of confidential military information could not be kept secret forever, but Wester shouldn't have known about it so fast. The only explanation was that there was someone who had leaked information. After 20 years on the throne, there was no way Yolanthi didn't understand this. Wester had already began gathering his own informants. Father, I only have one request, Wester said, kneeling down in front of Yolanthi. Speak, Yolanthi said, looking at his son, smiling. Our empire is facing an incredible threat. As the eldest son, I cannot sit idly by. Father, I request to go to the front line immediately, so that I may help Grandin with the threats from the Alisan Empire. Yolanthi didn't say anything. Wester was his oldest son, and he had watched Wester grow up. Wester had just started on his road to power, and his plans couldn't evade Yolanthi's eyes. Wester claimed that he wanted to help Grandin, but he really wanted to limit Grandin's power. His request was impressive, but Yolanthi could not agree. Grandin was a supervisor. With two supervisors, the front line would be filled with quarrels and infighting. To Yolanthi, Wester was amazing. He was smart, cunning, and knew how to talk his way into things. He was Yolanthi's oldest legitimate son as well, and for the longest time Yolanthi had plans for Wester to take over the throne once he died. However, he was concerned about Wester's ambition. He could not endure his brothers being better than him in any field. When they were, he had to prove he was better. Even before Alisan sent the Dark Moon Legion, Yolanthi had already detected Alisan's intention of launching a full-scale war. So he sent out Wester to meet someone. Yolanthi knew Wester had never experienced a truly harsh situation, and he was worried Wester would make mistakes, so he had told his entire plan to the man Wester was going to meet. Yolanthe told him to strike a marriage between Wester and the Shansa Empire. This would relieve tension and draw the army from the Eastern Front to face Alisan Empire. He never thought that Wester would turn back halfway, overturning his entire plan. After the message, Yolanthe was disappointed, to say the least. As a father, Yolanthe was amazing. He didn't show how upset he was in his expression and instead had tried to lighten the mood, so that he wouldn't hurt Wester's pride. But for a king to protect his child so much, was he choosing to do the right thing? Father, seeing that Yolanthe had remained silent, Wester urged him on. Yolanthe sighed, ripping off a piece of bamboo from a curtain nearby and tossing it to Wester. Break it. Wester blinked but did as he was told. Yolanthe asked a maid to roll the curtain together and tossed it to Wester again. Break it. Father, Wester frowned. This is impossible. Why? Because it's too thick. You're wrong, Yolanthe said. It is because they are united. I cannot compare to Baida or Meyerich in terms of military tactics. I cannot compare to Saul in magic, or to Scotty in knowledge. And yet, I am the emperor. Do you know why? Wester stared at his father, speechless. Compared to the powerful and the skilled, I am the weakest, Yolanthe said, pacing to the curtain and breaking off a piece of bamboo. You can break me, just like this. Father. But, Yolanthe said, unfolding the curtain. He placed the piece of bamboo inside and bundled it together. Who can break me now? Wester looked at the curtain, then back to his father, and sank into deep thought. As a king, you must learn how to unite and accept. Accept forgivable mistakes and unite all that you can. That is the only way to become the most powerful man. Yolanthe didn't want to give up on Wester, and wanted to help him understand the situation with his words. When Barry became a top-tier swordmaster, I left my scepter and my good clothes behind, and we drank ourselves unconscious in the tavern. When Meyerich became a gold knight, Your Grace. Meyerich interrupted, fluttered. They obviously did something embarrassing. What are you scared of? Yolanthe grinned. Meyerich looked away, still blushing, and did not make any eye contact. Yolanthe's eyes turned to Wester. Child, do not be envious of your subjects' success. Do not strip them of their glories. Otherwise, his voice turned sharp, his scepter turning to his son. Otherwise, you have no right to sit on that throne. Wester stared but didn't say anything. Grandin has always liked the military, and he is stronger in that field than you and I. Let him worry about the war. Do not interrupt him. Yolanthe rubbed his temples. Once the war broke out, my work increased. I'm old now. Stay, help me. I understand, Wester whispered. Yolanthe waved his hand. Wester stepped out of the hall, wiping his brows. In his memories, his father was always kind and loving, but today his words were so pointed that Wester didn't know how to deal with it. My lord, are we still going to the front line? Brufut asked. What do you think? Then petition. Stop that. Stop all of that, Wester growled. I can feel it. Father is angry with me. I can't be too careless right now. I understand. Brufut nodded. The two stepped into a portal and activated it. Wester, standing in the front, couldn't see it, but Brufut's left pinky suddenly became a fragment of a bone. A drop of black liquid fell silently onto the portal and disappeared. When they emerged from the portal, his finger had returned to normal. My lord, where are we going? To my mother. My father always listens to my mother. She will talk some sense into him. Ah, Brufut said. My lord is wise. From what I can tell. Father always liked me. If I had known about this, I wouldn't have returned. My lord, these small problems will surely be resolved soon by your brilliance. Hopefully. Wester sighed. On the other side of the portal, a gray shadow abruptly appeared. It stared at the portal and, finally, sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27, A Time of Peace. Chapter 27, A Time of Peace. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Be careful. Christian called urgently. Before he could finish, though, Anfey was already falling more than 20 feet to the ground. Christian hurried over, conjuring a levitation spell to try and save his falling colleague. However, he was only a novice mage, and could not conjure such a complicated spell in such a short time. Before he could finish casting the spell, Anfey had already hit the ground. Christian was scared speechless, but he soon saw Anfey's body fold into a ball. After a few rolls on the ground, Anfey stood up, smiling. You? Are you all right? Christian asked, unable to believe what he had just seen. For a normal mage apprentice, levitation spells were the hardest to master. For other spells, one only had to worry about losing control of their magic. However, a badly done levitation spell could result in lifelong disability or worse. I'm all right, Anfey said as he stood up, dusting himself off. You're too stubborn, Christian complained. You're just an apprentice, you shouldn't be doing any intermediate magic. I'm so tired of trying to lecture you, but you still won't listen. Lately, the relationship between Anfey and Saul's other students had been improving significantly. They had been hostile towards him because of Maris and Melinda, but people tended to pity the weak. Maris and Melinda's actions were repulsive, and their fellow students had preferred Anfey from the beginning. Most importantly, every time Anfey met someone, his first move was to smile and greet them, and he spoke ever so politely. His attitude had helped him make several friends, very few still held their initial grudges against him. Out of everyone, Christian was the closest to Anfey. This was very closely tied to how Anfey treated everyone around him. Every time he saw that Christian wasn't doing anything, he would always appear and sincerely ask Christian about magic. When Christian was busy, Anfey would never bother him. Actually, I was close to succeeding. It was my first time, and I was nervous. I can probably get it after a few more tries. Never mind, Christian said. He was terrified. Should anything happen to Anfey, he, as the person who had taught him the levitating spell, would be severely punished by Saul. Anfey, it's magic, you have to take it one step at a time. You can't push it. This time you simply lost control, but who knows what will happen next time. I understand. Anfey nodded, smiling. You. Christian sighed. He couldn't find any problems with Anfey's attitude, but he had a feeling that Anfey would be practicing in secret anyway, no matter what he said. Anfey. Naya said. Here, Anfey replied. Naya walked over, smiling, and extending her right hand. There you go, she said. Anfey accepted his dimensional ring, now looking very differently than before. The extravagance had disappeared, it was now an ordinary-looking silver ring. I used the power of a magic-concealing crystal to disguise the surge of the ring and covered it with platinum. No one can tell, Naya said, smiling. Anfey, you're such a coward. Are you scared of people stealing it? My lady, Anfey's right. He's just an apprentice, wearing such a ring would attract unnecessary attention. Thank you, my lady, Anfey said sincerely. No problem, Naya said. Tell me if you need anything. Naya might have seemed rude and uncaring at first, but she was still kind in the end. She felt sorry for Anfey, so when Anfey had asked her for help, she agreed immediately. Whether it was finding a magic-concealing crystal or looking for an alchemist, neither was something a normal mage would be able to accomplish. But in the end, Naya was the daughter of the greatest archmage. She went to the palace and talked to the emperor himself. She then found the best alchemist in the empire, Manhwa, and completely transformed the ring. Anfey smiled but didn't say any more. Christian, say, what do you think about Anfey's potential? Naya asked. How long do you think it will take him to become a mage? Anfey is very hardworking, Christian said truthfully. If he can be patient, half a year at most. His words were not just a reply to Naya, but also a hint to Anfey that he should be more patient and move forward one solid step at a time. Anfey, hang in there, Naya said, waving her fist. Of course. All right, she said. I won't bother you two anymore. She turned and left. She was going to ask Ernest for instructions in sword arts. If Ernest heard about her helping Anfey, maybe he would change his mind about her and teach her what she needed. Christian, do you have any advice for levitation? God, let's not talk about the goddamn levitation spell anymore, alright? Your strongest affinity is fire, so I'll teach you that first. In comparison, mages tend to be weaker in their physical bodies. So before you start attacking, you have to have a defensive line. Don't underestimate a fire shield. It may be easy to do, but its shield power will increase with your strength. A proper mage's shield can block a novice swordsman's combat power. Alright, Anfey said, shaking his head. Christian let out a sigh of relief, and explained to Anfey everything he needed to know to conjure a fire shield. Then, he said solemnly, Anfey, I will be in the lab, so practice here by yourself. And promise me you won't try levitation again, alright? I promise, Anfey said with determination. Christian shook his head with a bitter smile. Anfey's attitude was applaudable, but he had the feeling Anfey wouldn't listen to him. Christian was still worried, so he doubled back quietly, checking on Anfey. It was only after seeing that Anfey really was practicing fire shield that he left, satisfied. For a youth like Christian, his experience was very limited, so his idea of good and evil was very basic as well. When they dislike someone, they would rarely interact with the object of their disapproval. When they accept someone, they would try their best to take care of them and provide help. Maris and Melinda teamed up to frame Anfey, but their plan was flawed at best and could not withstand the truth. After they were exposed, they had fought each other and tried childishly to lay blame for the crime on each other. If someone more experienced had helped with their plans, it would have been much less flawed. Unlike Christian, Maris, and Melinda, Anfey had been an assassin for a long time. He was cunning and patient, and his hands were not clean. Even Saul and Ernest had not uncovered the truth about him, much less youths like Christian. "All right, you can stop pretending," Ernest said, walking out from behind the trees. "I know you're not interested in fire shields." "I don't know why, I'm just particularly interested in levitation," Anfey said, smiling. "Maybe it's because we all like freedom," Ernest said, smiling. "But Christian's right. You have to be careful. If you lose control as you are now, you will not be able to handle it." Ernest, however, was not nervous. He was the one that understood Anfey the best in this world. Anfey wasn't a hot-headed youth. Every move he made was done after careful consideration. If Anfey wanted to practice levitation, Ernest knew he had a certain degree of control over the spell already. "Uncle Ernest, can't you use your combat power to levitate?" "I cannot," Ernest said. The master swordsmen from 1,000 years ago could shoot themselves right into the sky, but such a usage of combat power was very depleting, and nowhere as free as that of mages. "Then how are you going to fight against mages?" "They can all use levitation. Mages have magic, and we have our swords and combat power, so we are not terribly disadvantaged," Ernest said. "Mages tend to be weaker in hand-to-hand combat. If a warrior approaches, no shield can protect the mage forever." Anfey nodded. "I see. And if you fight Master Saul?" "Among all the archmages of the Pan-continent, Saul's power is medium at best. But for Master Swordsmen and Golden Knights, he is deadly, because we can never catch him. If I had to choose, I would choose anyone but Saul." "Then I must master levitation." "Of course, but don't overestimate it either. When you try to fool a Master Swordsman or a Golden Knight, you'll realize how childish your idea is," Ernest told him. "Levitation may be quick, but you still cannot be much quicker than a Master Swordsman's sword. You'll be chopped down like a bird. Even a mid-level swordsman can pose a serious threat to you. Unless you become the dimensional archmage, you have no reason to be arrogant." "I will do my best," Anfey said, smiling bitterly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 28, Change in Secret. Chapter 28, Change in Secret. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Currently, the situation in the Tumun Commercial Union is very unstable. Among the 17 mayors, 9 of them firmly advocated the original position, while the other 8 mayors responded ambiguously. "I'm not listening to that. Just say what's important," Yolanthi said. Yolanthi was sitting on the throne in the main hall. The strange thing was that there were only 2 people in the whole main hall. There were no guards or ministers. The one sitting on the throne was Yolanthi, and the other was a gray shadow covered in gray smoke. According to our analysis, their target was Saul. The whole action was chaired by the Black Ghost. But, surprisingly, Saul did not go to see Bastak, so their plan failed. Young people nowadays really have the courage to challenge themselves, even wanting to deal with the greatest archmage. Yolanthi laughed. "I admire their courage. Your Majesty, my people told me that the Black Ghost is very confident. I think that this self-confidence is not arrogance." "Self-confidence? Was Bastak on their side?" "We don't know." The gray figure shook his head. "Continue." Yolanthi closed his eyes, as if meditating. "Saul recruited a young man from an isolated island, named Anfey, to be his apprentice." "Wait. Anfey? I think. This is the second time I have heard that name," Yolanthi said. "Yes, our beautiful Pearl came to me to ask for a magic concealing crystal for Anfey." "Yes, Anfey is living in Saul's home now." The gray figure nodded his head. Back to Saul, though. Later, he stayed in the Rose House Hotel in Wild Willow City. The Black Ghost was not willing to fail. They first sent people to lure Saul and Ernest away, and then were ready to seize Anfey. They had Ghost Master Leighton control Anfey's soul to trap Saul. "Your Majesty, here I want to say that the Black Ghost did not know the middle-aged man was Master Swordsman Ernest, or they would not have risked doing this. That's a problem. The black ghost should not have made such a foolish mistake. Yolanthi shook his head. Even if the black ghost made a mistake, do not forget their master, Magic Fog. This mysterious organization has been secretly developing for hundreds of years. Their forces were very large, and even I knew that Master Swordsman Ernest was accompanying Saul. They had no reason not to know. Your Majesty, what do you mean? I felt like someone wanted to let the black ghost die, but killing Saul was the most important task of the Magic Fog organization, so I'm not sure. Maybe my judgment was wrong? Yolanthi pondered a while. Well, you may continue. On that night, Saul and Ernest were fooled and led astray. However, in the Rose House Hotel, a strong, mysterious man suddenly appeared and saved Anfey by destroying the Black Ghost's plan, eventually killing the Black Ghost. Oh? Interesting. Yolanthi smiled. Your Majesty, there was something even more interesting. Continue. Besides the 3 people in Saul's party, there were 21 guests in the Rose House Hotel that day, 2 businessmen with 8 bodyguards, a couple that seemed to be having an affair, a small mercenary group of 6 men, and 3 prostitutes staying on the 3rd floor as permanent residents. My subordinates tested them and found that the strongest one was only a middle-level swordsman. Go on. The owner of the Rose House Hotel had a lower-level title denoting his family's loyalty. There are a total of 13 people in his home. The hotel employed 4 male waiters, all less than 20 years old, and 2 maids. We did a detailed investigation on all those people, but none could have posed a threat to the Black Ghost. You mean, that strong, mysterious man fell out of the sky? No, sir, there was a man present who should not be forgotten. Who? Anfey. Sure enough. Interesting. Yolanthi's big hand was stroking the huge sapphires, pondering. Have you investigated Anfey? We just performed an investigation. What kind of person is he? What do you think? An idiot, a very naive idiot, the gray figure slowly said. Based on our observations, Anfey simply cannot be that strong, mysterious man. He only has weak magic fluctuations in his body, which are easily ignored, and he has no combat power. But from all the clues collected from the Rose House Hotel, Anfey should be suspected the most. It seems, we should send someone to test Anfey. Your Majesty, that is not necessary. Oh? When my group was doing their investigation, we found the Magic Fog group was doing the same. After the Black Ghost was killed, they stopped all actions against Saul, instead focusing their investigation on the Black Ghost's death. What we have done, they have done too. Anfey attracted their attention as well. The gray figure paused. The Magic Fog group has sneaked into the sacred city in batches. What do you think the result will be? If Anfey was really that strong, mysterious man, the Magic Fog people will not be Anfey's opponent. Anfey was able to kill the Black Ghost without using any combat power. Once he begins to use that power, he will be unstoppable. With Ernest's help, Anfey will not lose the battle with the Magic Fog group. Please, Your Majesty, please pay attention. Anfey must have a unique way to completely hide his power. If we can master this method, we will have a huge advantage. You said that Anfey was recruited as Saul's apprentice on that island? Before this, where did Anfey come from? I don't know. It seems, no one knows. Well, let the Magic Fog test Anfey, and we can wait for the results, but... Yolanthi lowered his voice and said, no matter what the results are, kill all the Magic Fog people. Yes. That gray figure nodded. Your Majesty, the oldest prince. There's no need for you to care, and I have my own thoughts. Yolanthi waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty. Anfey could hide his real self from Saul and Ernest, but, under the Empire's impermeable investigation, some people had already paid attention to him. However, Anfey didn't know any of this. The next morning, Anfey got up, putting on clothes as usual, and knocked on the door to Ernest's room. Boy, it is still dark. I really doubt you are a magician. Ernest said while opening the door. Uncle Ernest, can we go running together? Anfey laughed. Running? Like what you did yesterday. Yeah, don't use any combat power. Run the entire course depending on the body's original strength. The old man in the village taught you this? Ah. Anfey nodded. Ernest hesitated. Running blindly like a fool? Other people certainly would laugh at him. He had never seen this method, but it was still dawn, so most of the people in Saul's home were sleeping. Why not give it a try? Maybe this would be a unique practice for the elderly. Well, wait for me. A moment later, Ernest and Anfey were running in the garden trails. Anfey's movements were natural and coordinated, full of energy, but Ernest constantly looked around, fearing that anyone would see him. His eyes soon fell on Anfey's feet. He noticed that Anfey's running pace didn't change, but sometimes he ran with the toes, and sometimes with the heels. Ernest could not help but learn from Anfey. Anfey gradually accelerated his speed, Ernest following immediately on his side. Ernest did not even use any combat power, since his physical strength was still far above Anfey's. After a few laps, Anfey was already out of breath, but Ernest seemed like nothing had happened. "Uncle Ernest, how did you feel?" Anfey stopped, relaxing his shoulders. "Pretty good." Ernest imitated Anfey's movements. "What's next?" "Let's try the swords again." "Sure," Anfey answered very readily. "Where is your sword?" Ernest was overjoyed. "Today I am not using a sword." Anfey smiled very mysteriously. In fact, he was ready a long time ago. "What will you use?" Ernest was surprised. "Uncle Ernest, promise me. You will neither use combat power nor cut my weapon with your sword, or you lose." "Good boy, let's begin and let me see what tricks you have." Ernest was interested. "Be careful not to lose, Uncle Ernest." Anfey's hand was touching the other side of the tree. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 29, Being Upset. Chapter 29, Being Upset. Translator, Manhwa_bo_studio editor, 10ish. Anfey took out a 3-meter-long, white wax stick from behind the tree. He stepped forward and thrust at Ernest without any hesitation. That thrust was called Golden Rooster's 3 nods. The white stick was shaking so hard and so fast that it created 3 imaginary shadows. Anfey's ancestors used to practice the spear. Later, in modern times, spears were replaced by knives and short swords, with which Anfey's great-grandpa had developed a new set of thrusting techniques. They did not totally ditch spear techniques that were the origin of his family's martial arts skills. Instead, they first learned the spear techniques, which made learning other skills much easier. Ernest had never seen any martial art like this. He stepped back fast enough to be out of Anfey's attack range. When the momentum of Anfey's last move stopped, he lifted his left hand and pressed against the white wax stick with his right hand. The pointy stick thrust towards Ernest's right foot. The stick moved so quickly that it looked like a serpent's tongue. Ernest finally took out his sword and parried the stick with the edge of his sword. Then he immediately stepped forward. Anfey pushed the stick down with his left hand and lifted the front of the stick with his right hand, thrusting towards Ernest's cheek with lightning speed. Ernest moved backwards, barely dodging away from Anfey's strike. He could feel the stick swiping against his cheek. Ernest was astonished. Anfey took the upper hand first in the battle. Of course, he would continue to have the upper hand as he attacked more. He moved the stick a little to point at Ernest's chest and thrust it forward. If a sword was considered a gentleman, then a knife would be a knight, and a spear would be the king amongst all weapons. Anfey moved his stick like a dragon in an agile and accurate way. His attacks were so intense that it looked like a storm and strong wind were centered on Ernest. Anfey did not use 100% of his power to attack Ernest, but Ernest already felt the threat and was forced to step back continuously. The longer they fought, the more shocked Ernest felt. The agile movements, abnormally angled and dangerous moves, and the agreement they made that Ernest was not allowed to use any combat power to block Anfey's weapon forced Ernest to continuously move backwards. Anfey was greatly shocked as well. He had tried to constrain Ernest's power with an agreement. He thought he would win without a doubt, but he could not hit Ernest with the stick even though he tried his best. At each critical point, Ernest was able to dodge away from his seemingly dangerous strikes or move backwards out of his attacking area. These failures at the verge of success made Anfey frustrated and upset. When Anfey thrust from the left towards the area below Ernest's ribs, Ernest did not move to the right to dodge but took the risk of losing the battle and moved diagonally to the left. Anfey did not have time to think about the reason for Ernest's move, instead he quickly thrust again towards Ernest's chest. Ernest crouched down, causing the stick to pass over his head and fall into the bushes behind him. Anfey was shocked for a second. The key to striking with a spear was to thrust. When one strike did not work, the spear should be pulled back or swept sideways. It was a strategy of defense by forcing the opponent to move backwards to defend. Anfey seemed to have lost the ability to continue the fight, since his stick fell into the bushes. He immediately realized that he had fallen into Ernest's trap and quickly moved backwards. Ernest was so experienced in all kinds of battles that he definitely would not let this opportunity go. He ran towards Anfey and thrust his sword towards Anfey's shoulder. Anfey slid to the side, away from Ernest's sword. He shook both his hands and picked the stick up from the bushes. Before Anfey could get into position to resume fighting, Ernest flicked Anfey's head with his left hand with just the right amount of force. Alas! Anfey was upset and tossed away his stick. Anfey, what weapon was that? Did the old man teach you that? Yes. Anfey nodded. This is a spear, Uncle Ernest. How was it? Very nice. Ernest said seriously, someday, when you have the same level of combat power as me, I bet very few people will be able to beat you. Anfey smiled grimly. Practicing and actually fighting were quite different. He saw what Ernest could do with his combat power in the Rose House Hotel. Ernest didn't even use his sword to fight. He had rushed into the battle with mere combat power. He had fought in such an uncontrolled manner that stones, walls, and trees were crushed into powder beneath his combat power. Anfey knew himself. If he could not beat Ernest with a white wax stick, he would not even be able to cause damage to Ernest with a long steel spear. Ernest could have easily broken his long spear in half with his combat power. Anfey had been deep in thought until breakfast. He figured that he could easily kill entry-level mages, and maybe some powerful ones with surprise attacks. He would not have any chance to fight back if he met a really powerful mage. Ernest signaled everyone not to bother Anfey. Anfey walked out of Saul's house without any breakfast. He had gained a lot of confidence by posing a threat to Ernest when he got the chance to fight with Ernest for the first time. He thought he could defend himself with his attacking techniques. Even if his opponents had strong combat power, he still would be able to fight against them with his dodging skills. As long as he was able to consistently leave some wounds on his enemies and defend himself well, victory would eventually be his. But today's battle was mind-blowing for Anfey. He realized there was a huge difference between being a threat and attacking his enemies. Besides holding back a little on the speed and power, Anfey had put 100% into that fight but wasn't even able to touch Ernest at all. With a huge difference in power, techniques became something ridiculous. The reason Ernest focused on techniques was that they were the deciding factors in battle when his rivals had the same level of power. After turning into another alley, Anfey saw more people on the street. Saul's house was located on a street where reclusiveness was not allowed. The street across from the Mage Academy was a public street, open to civilians. Sacred City, as the capital, was very prosperous. The stores on both sides of the street were mainly selling magic tools, since the Mage Academy was not far away. Besides the magic stores, there were also some hotels, jewelry stores, entertainment facilities, and luxury stores. Anfey felt unexpectedly nervous as he was walking. He stopped for a second, suddenly becoming alert. He unintentionally bumped into a little kid, knocking the kid down by accident. Anfey hurriedly bent down, smiling and comforting the kid. He took out a silver coin from his pocket and put it in the kid's palm. The power of money couldn't be ignored. That kid may not understand the importance of money, but he knew this silver coin could be exchanged for a lot of good food. He stopped crying, then smiled, and stood up. Anfey was like a nice older brother, watching the kid walking away with a grin. Glancing quickly at the people behind him, Anfey turned around and walked rapidly and nimbly towards the Mage Academy. Hey, Anfey, how come are you so lazy today? A girl's voice arose from behind him. What do you mean by that? In fact, Anfey had already seen Doris, but he pretended not to and walked by her. He turned around as she called him. I can usually see you in the woods by the time I get to the Mage Academy, but you came at the same time as me today. Wow. The woods, the girl next to Doris screamed. Doris, tell me, which woods was it? Doris will never tell you. That's her secret. Another girl burst into laughter. Stop it. Doris blushed. This is my friend, Anfey. This is Roan. This is Genova. They are my good friends. Hi. Anfey smiled and nodded at them. His attention was drawn by the crowd behind them. Anfey? You are Anfey? Roan screamed in surprise. Is there any other Anfey? Anfey asked, confused. The apprentice of Archmage Saul, who came to our academy to be a servant. Is that you? Probably. Yes. We were talking about you a few days ago. Oh, right, Doris. How could you keep this a secret for so long? Roan said loudly. You never know, Roan. Genova posed like she knew everything. Good stuff is always kept to oneself. You. The two of you. Doris could not take it anymore and she threw herself at them. Unfortunately, Roan and Genova were well prepared for her reaction. They ran away immediately. Roan even turned around, screaming as she ran, Doris, you do not need go to school today. I will ask the professor for a day off for you. You guys hurry up, otherwise the woods will be taken. They were just joking. Please don't mind them, Doris said with a red face. They felt awkward to be called a couple since they were just friends. Anfey didn't know what to say. It's fine. Then. I am going to class now, Doris said. If they hadn't been made fun of, she might have gone to the woods with Anfey. She had learned everything in the academy, but to be an advanced level mage she needed to rely on her own understanding. However, she didn't dare to miss school today. She didn't want to risk being made fun of by Roan and Genova. Hold on, Anfey yelled. What's up? Doris, can we find a quiet place? I need to ask you about something. Anfey thought about levitation magic. Doris hesitated for a second and then nodded. Alright, . If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, Waiting. Chapter 30, Waiting. Translator, Manhwa_bo_studio editor, 10ish. Anfey, what is it? Doris asked beneath her breath, glancing around. There wasn't really anything between them, but now, after people began joking about it, it was as if there really was something. Doris shifted uncomfortably. Do you know how to use levitation magic? Not particularly. Why? Didn't they say mages can start practicing it at the novice level? You mean a space wizard, Doris said, grinning. I'm a water wizard. I can't practice other elements' magic before I become an actual mage. Why? You can't help me then, Anfey said, disappointed. Help you? You're not saying you want to do levitation, right? You've got to be crazy. I'm not, Anfey said, whispering a few spells. His body began rising in the air. Anfey, no. Doris covered her mouth with her hands, trying not to make a loud noise. An apprentice using high-level magic was unheard of, as they might very well lose control over the magic. If she startled him, something would surely go wrong. However, in her panic, Doris did not notice the fact that Anfey's magic had been used silently. Anfey was entirely focused on the control of his magic, despite how seemingly dangerous his wobbling body was. He could feel the surge of his magic, but he could control so little of it. It felt as if he had the entire ocean at hand, but he could only hold a tiny scoop in his hands. The longer he stayed in the air, the more magic escaped from him. He began falling from mid-air. Doris raised her right hand, and a ribbon of water suddenly appeared from the grassy ground and caught Anfey in the air. He tumbled onto the ground. You're absolutely out of your mind. Doris cried angrily. You're just an apprentice. Using intermediate-level magic will kill you. Anfey opened his mouth to say something but, in the end, chose not to argue. He wouldn't get hurt falling from this height. Now that he was drenched in water, he felt his nose itching and knew that a cold would be coming soon. Do you know how dangerous that was? Doris asked pointedly. I said I would be fine. Those wizards that lost control over their magic said so too. Nonsense. All right, Anfey said, defeated. He came from a world where innovation and novelty were applauded, and there were easy ways to solve almost every problem. He wanted to use the least amount of work to achieve the greatest amount of success. This world had already developed an entire system of magic and its studies, but he didn't want to follow tradition. He looked up to Doris because he wanted to exchange some of his experience with her. At this time, he was far too juvenile to discuss magic with people like Saul or Steger. Doris was his best choice so far. Anfey, I understand. For someone like you, studying magic in the academy in secret as a servant is going to be embarrassing. Men, always leaving everything behind your honor. But you're pushing yourself too much. Doris exclaimed. Last year a student did what you did, and he lost control over his magic. 3 years ago, a high-level mage used a forbidden spell, 10 years ago. Doris, I understand. I get it, Anfey responded as Doris's example began tracing back hundreds of years. He had to respond sincerely to stop Doris from going mad. You're lucky, Doris said conclusively. If you keep this going, your body may not hold magic anymore. Anfey closed his eyes and pretended to meditate, but was interrupted by several sneezes. I'm fine, he said. If he didn't do anything, then he would probably be sick by tomorrow. You're too careless, Doris said. God, why did Saul ever take you in? Doris, Anfey said, trying to shift the topic. Are you free later? After class, I mean. What? Doris looked at him, surprised. Who would ask a girl out so directly? Doris smiled. Anfey was direct in learning magic, and it appeared that he was direct with girls too. Girls tended to be sensitive, and after a few jokes, Doris began to notice Anfey as well. And now this question. His intentions seemed very clear. I want to ask you a favor. What is it? I have a letter. Can you go to Master Saul's place and hand it to someone called Ernest? Letter? All right, Doris said, blushing. She had thought that she didn't know Anfey well, and was going to turn him down. Now that she realized his intention wasn't anything romantic, she felt embarrassed and disappointed. You have a pen? Yes, Doris said, pulling out a quill from her pocket. Anfey glanced around. He found a book from his ring, opened the book to the blurb section and ripped it out. Hey! Doris called, but it was too late, and the page was already separated from the book. What? Anfey looked at her, strangely. You are so careless with public property. Why are you ripping apart the book? Do you know how much effort I had to make to get one when I was an apprentice? Doris asked angrily. This is not the school's, but my professor gave it to me. Then it's even more wrong. You should treasure a gift from your professor forever, not ruin it like this. Doris suddenly felt that Anfey perhaps had a lot of shortcomings, rushing into things and disregarding property. So as a friend, she felt responsible to help him improve. I'm sorry, Anfey said. It won't happen again. He wrote down a few words on the paper and handed it to her. Don't forget it. No worries, I have an excellent memory, Doris said, putting the paper in her pocket. Anything else? No. Anfey shook his head. Then I'll be on my way. Go ahead, he said. All right. Remember to change your clothes, as you're all wet. Otherwise you'll get sick. I'll be fine. I'm going to find Headmaster Steger in a bit. Doris nodded. She began trekking out of the woods before turning back. Anfey, who did you say I should give the letter to? Ernest. A man called Ernest. All right, Doris said. Ernest? You mean Master Swordsman Ernest? Ernest's reputation may not be good, but it was still there. There were very few who did not know his name. Shoo, keep it a secret for me, would you? Anfey asked, pressing his finger to his lip. All right, Doris nodded. It was Anfey's secret, and she wasn't in a position to ask anything. Seeing that Doris had disappeared, Anfey extended his right hand and summoned a small ball of fire. The fire traced along his body as if it had a mind of its own. As it passed, the water evaporated from his clothes. If Saul had seen it, he would be shocked. Even an archmage like him could not control elements as well as this. Anfey had already mastered the way of controlling small amounts of elemental magic. After a few seconds, his clothes were mostly dry. He dispersed his magic and sank into his thoughts. Anfey was certain that he was being followed. After a few glances he had already spotted his followers, but Anfey didn't know why anyone would bother to do such thing. Ever since leaving the island, Anfey thought that he was careful enough to not catch any attention. He had only two enemies, Maris and Melinda. Were they finally deciding to strike out against him? Possible. He never thought he would be in trouble, since he had laid low for so long. Of course, things happened because they were bound to happen, not because he wanted or didn't want them to happen. Anfey closed his eyes and began meditating. The academy was full of powerful mages. As long as he was with a teacher or any mages that were above him, whoever was following him wouldn't dare to move carelessly. As long as he was in the school, he would be safe. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Fruitlessness. Chapter 31, Fruitlessness. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Anfey. Christian smiled as he approached. Christian, why are you here? Anfey raised his head in surprise. Mr. Ernest told me to. Christian laughed. You really aren't easy to find. It took me a while. Eventually, I ran into a girl called Genova and found out you were here. What did Uncle Ernest say? Asked Anfey. Mr. Ernest asked me to accompany you home. He said he knew. Christian looked at Anfey. Oh, yes, on the way to school today I found Maris following me quietly. Christian, you know that I am just a magic apprentice. If they wanted to hurt me, I would be screwed, so I asked for protection from Uncle Ernest, Anfey justified. He intentionally brought up Maris, or else he wouldn't be able to explain his concerns. How dare they? Christian frowned. Since Maris had been driven out of Saul's home, they were no longer family. Christian would not allow Maris to harm Anfey. They both probably hate me a lot. Anfey shrugged his shoulders. Shameless people are everywhere. Christian sneered. They conspired against you first. If they want to frame someone, should that person just do nothing and wait for trouble? I think not. What do they want? Professor only kicked them out of his home, but I think that punishment was too light. If I was Professor, Oh, I felt very awkward too. Not much you can do. Anfey smiled back wryly. But caution pays dividends. Anfey, do you normally come to the academy after breakfast? Christian became Saul's student long ago, so he rarely went to the Mage Academy. There was no wonder that he was not familiar with the school schedule. Yes. I'll accompany you to school starting tomorrow. Thank you, Christian. Anfey grinned. You're welcome. Let's go. Anything else you need from school? Nope. Anfey shook his head. They took their time and left the academy side by side. Although the day's classes had been over for a while now, the nearby street was still quite busy. Anfey and Christian were carrying a quiet conversation while enjoying the night's view. Anfey appeared to be poised, as he was used to following instead of being followed, but Christian acted a bit nervous. From time to time, he would look over his shoulder, seemingly looking for something. Christian, relax. There are so many people around, they are not going to bother us right now. I know. Before Christian could finish, they saw a carriage in the distance rushing toward them. The people on the street dashed to the sides to make way for it. Anfey was more alert, but Christian also gathered his magic power and pulled out a scroll with his left hand. The curtain in the cart was blown open while the carriage flew by Anfey and Christian. A sharp, hawk-like gaze laid on Christian, and then turned into a mild smile. Though the carriage passed Anfey in a flash, he saw exactly what happened. He could not help but start observing Christian covertly. Why did he come back? Murmured Christian. Who is he? Barry. You know him? Christian had recovered from the shock. He smiled and shook his head. I do not know him in person, but I know his name. Everyone in Manhwa Empire heard about Master Swordsman Barry. Anfey chuckled. I don't. You? Go to the library and check it out. Books about him will take you days and nights to read. That famous? Fill me in with a summary, please. He is the Vice Marshal of the Manhwa Empire East Corps, and the commander of the Death Roar Legion. I couldn't list all of his meritorious services within a day even if I tried. Christian regretted that he negligently revealed the name of Barry. Barry secretly returned to the Sacred City, apparently a result of a new deployment by the Empire. The spread of this news could be very unfavorable to the Empire. But since Anfey already knew, Christian could not just blow it off. He needed to find ways to make it up. Anfey, what I just told you, please keep it to yourself and don't tell anyone. Anyone. Okay? You can rest assured that I will keep this secret. Anfey rubbed his nose and concluded the conversation. He felt that Christian and Barry must have a tight relationship, and that Christian was lying. However, since Christian did not want to talk about it, Anfey needed to not pursue an answer. Especially since he was new in town, even if he wanted to collect information, he would not know whom to go to. Anfey planned to just drift along. Go here. Anfey suddenly pointed to an alley. Christian immediately understood Anfey's idea. Even if Maris had the nerve to do something, he would not dare to publicly take Anfey down in the middle of the sacred city. Anfey was trying to lure Maris out. Gutsy move. Christian followed Anfey into the alley. He turned to Anfey seriously. You are not afraid of Maris' assault? I have you here, why would I be? Anfey smiled. In fact, the truth was I have Ernest here, why would I be? Do not lower your guard, Christian warned Anfey. I don't want to be too bothered by it. I just want to get it over with. Christian, if Maris really does attack, and there's a casualty, what should we do? It doesn't matter. Maris has become a joke. His deed was well spread, and even the Mage Union wouldn't support him anymore. Christian shook his head. But? Anfey, are you sure it was Maris? It has to be him. I didn't feel any magic fluctuations. Christian frowned. Did you just accidentally run into Maris? He followed me along the entire street. It can't be an accident, Anfey said firmly. Let's slow down. They might not have kept up with us. Anfey and Christian reduced their speed. But even after they passed the entire alley and waited for a while at the end of the street, nothing happened. They did not sense anyone approaching them either. What a headache. Anfey felt himself being tracked for sure, and those people must be after him for something. The problem was that he had shown himself, yet the enemies were still hiding in the dark. Ernest could protect him for some time, but not every day going forward. If those people really had the patience, then they would find their opportunity soon enough. Anfey, it didn't seem there was anything. Christian looked at Anfey. Maybe they didn't think today was the right time, Anfey muttered. As an assassin, he was used to hiding in the dark. Suddenly becoming someone else's target, Anfey was very unsettled. Anfey, do not worry. I will send you to school and pick you up every day. You have my protection. You will be okay. Anfey grimaced. He was not a kindergartner and really didn't need to be babysat every day. What he needed to do was find ways to solve this problem for good. Come on, let's go home first, said Christian. Okay. Anfey nodded. Go home first, then come up with something. In Saul's dining room, Naya was sitting at the table and talking with the other students. Ernest was not here, as he had not yet returned. Naya was cheerful and was dancing around. She seemed to be very content. Anfey and Christian took their seats, as Naya shouted, Anfey, do not blame us for starting without you. It was Christian that told us not to wait. It's all right. Anfey smiled. Look how happy you are. What are you chatting about? Miss Naya was talking about her future. Blavi laughed. Future, dot. Miss Naya said her future Prince Charming would be the most powerful, most handsome man in the Pancontinent. He will protect her and bring her. Shut up. Naya disrupted him. Anfey was confused. Hadn't Naya's prince already been chosen? The second prince, Grandin, wasn't he? Why was she still daydreaming? Grandin. Blavi kicked Anfey under the table before Anfey could finish his sentence. I am warning you all. No one will ever mention him again. Naya's face turned cold. Anfey snickered. Naya's mentality was still far from being mature. Her so-called love was just like a child's new toy. Anyway, based on her reaction, she must still think very highly of Grandin. Miss, Prince Wester is here. A servant hurried into the dining room. Lead him to the living room and wait for me. I'll be right down. Naya pushed the plate aside quickly and ran to the stairs. Christian and the rest of the students looked at each other. To be fair, Naya was blessed with exceptional beauty. Otherwise, she would not be known as the Sacred City Pearl. There were all young men here, and inevitably, they all more or less were fond of her. But the status disparity between Naya and the students, on top of Naya's bad temper, made everyone think twice about romance and suppress their inner desires. Reality proved that they were correct. Naya would never pick them for a relationship. The younger prince had just left, and now came the oldest prince. Ray T. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32, A Gadget. Chapter 32, A Gadget. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. Anfey, what are you doing? Ernest walked out of a bush, looking curiously at Anfey. Ernest had no idea where Anfey brought a huge pot from. Anfey had built a simple stove with stones. There was a big fire inside the stove and no water in the pot. The pot contained very fine, grayish-white stones, which Anfey was constantly stirring with an iron stick. A gadget. Anfey smiled. Uncle Ernest, why didn't I see you yesterday? I went to your room to look for you several times, but you weren't there. Yesterday you asked that little girl to send me a letter, saying you had some unavoidable trouble which had to be dealt with immediately. I sent Christian to look for you. He could help you if anything happened, and I was following the two of you as well. How about this evening? I walked around here at night, but didn't see any suspicious people. Ernest smiled. You didn't find anything? Ernest shook his head. Not even a shadow. It might be me being too cautious, huh? Anfey decided to solve this problem on his own. He should not have involved others. No. Ernest had a sly smile on his face. Do you still remember the Rose House Hotel, Dot? Yes, that night was so dangerous. You told Saul that you felt something was wrong before you went to sleep that night, right? Huh, yes, that day I felt. You don't need to explain anything, I trust you. Ernest smiled. After I received your letter, I got really nervous. You wouldn't ask for help from me if you didn't run into serious trouble. Anfey didn't respond with anything. Thank you was not enough to show how much he appreciated it. Anfey, what are you going to do with this? Ernest looked inside the pot. You will know later. Anfey gave him a sly smile and poured the powder in the pot into a small iron wok he had prepared. You? Ernest grinned and shook his head. Ha! Anfey, why did you pick those flowers? I like their fragrance. Ernest grabbed a handful of withered petals and smelled them. Fragrance? I cannot smell anything. Uncle Ernest, is there anything wrong with your nose? Nonsense. Ernest threw the petals away. You could have practiced magic with all this time. Why would you act like a little girl, picking flowers everywhere? These petals are good for your body. Anfey rolled his eyes. Bullshit. Why don't you buy some perfume if you like the fragrance? Ernest stood up slowly. Move, let me see that. Snake spear. Uncle Ernest, I am busy now. Tomorrow, okay? Anfey smiled grimly. He went to pick up all the petals Ernest had tossed away, putting them on a stone and placing an iron stick on top of them. Making it so mysterious, I think you are already qualified to be an alchemist. Ernest felt helpless and sat down. Anfey gave Ernest a big smile but didn't say a word to him. He continued to focus on his work. Anfey, from now on, I will have someone take you to school. Don't worry, I will follow you without anyone seeing. Christian already agreed to go with me. Anfey smiled. Okay. Ernest nodded. Christian is a good kid. Anfey did not stop working until breakfast time. He put all the stuff away carefully. Ernest was still quite confused about what Anfey was doing. Ernest tried to test him a few times, but Anfey didn't tell him anything, so Ernest didn't bother asking again. Christian usually meditated until midnight and woke up late in the morning. He rarely had any breakfast, but he remembered his promise to Anfey and woke up very early this morning. Anfey chatted with Ernest in private for a while before leaving the house together with Christian. It had been a safe trip so far and they already saw the gate of the Mage Academy in front of them. Anfey was a little disappointed. Christian, you can go back now. I think I will be fine today. Okay, be careful. Christian nodded. Suddenly, there was a quarrel in front of them. A woman with long light green hair and a graceful figure was arguing with a big man with a long sword hanging on his waist. No matter where it was, there was never a lack of onlookers. In a second, there was a big crowd around the couple. UB*TCH. Will you go with me or not? Go F*CK yourself. You are trash. Stop bothering me. Do you F*King dare to say that again? I said it. What are you going to do? Their argument was clearly getting intense. Onlookers were chatting and laughing quietly. They were either guessing the reasons behind the couple's fight or talking about the woman's figure and appearance. Most people held the attitude that the argument was none of their business. At the end, a high-level swordsman with an ugly face walked into the scene, trying to stop their argument. Anfey and Christian walked into the crowd. Something happened which moved Christian to the front of the crowd. Before he could stop, Anfey dragged him through half of the circle, ending up in front of a few female students of the Mage Academy. These female students gave them a lot of dirty looks. They were unable to move anywhere else, as the crowd seemed packed, and had to stand on the tips of their toes to watch the couple. The couple's argument was getting hotter and hotter. It was unexpected to see a woman with a nice figure and a beautiful face have such a hot temper. She yelled out a curse and then pulled out her sword, thrusting it backhanded towards the man's chest. The man had a quick reaction as well. He moved sideways and slid diagonally. He avoided the blade of the sword and then hit her hard in the back. In other words, he pushed hard on her back. The woman failed at stabbing his chest and could not control her body, continuing to rush forward. With the push on her back, her rush was sped up. However, her sword was pointing at Anfey in the crowd, not anyone else. Once Anfey was in fighting mode, nothing seemed to be unexpected to him. Assassinating, guarding, tracking, and covering tracks were nothing to Anfey. He was exceptionally experienced with these. In any unusual situation, he would be 120% alert and would not allow himself to miss any details. The moment the woman pulled out her sword, Anfey had already grabbed the paper package under his belt with his left hand and tossed his simple-looking wand out with his right hand. What he tossed out later was that paper package. In other people's eyes, this magic apprentice was panicking in shock. He threw away the wand and the gadget he carried around. They must have thought Anfey was thinking of neither attacking nor defending. He must have acted on instinct. The woman did not show any fierceness in her eyes until the sword was 2 meters away from Anfey's chest. The man followed next to the woman. The high-level swordsman showed his true colors as well, throwing himself at Anfey from the side. Obviously, this was plan A, B, and C. If one missed, the next one would continue the attack. If the second strike failed, then the third one would attack. Anfey could finally show off the fireballs he had practiced so long and hard. He swung his hand out, and a fireball rapidly shot towards the paper package. The fireball's speed was a lot faster than what most magic apprentices could do. With a huge noise, the fireball splattered the contents of the paper package. The quicklime inside the paper package formed into a cloud of smog, and all three of them were submerged in this smog. Anfey did not randomly switch his position. The girls standing behind him were real students from the Mage Academy. He didn't have to worry about any attack from behind. Where he stood was upwind, which ensured the quicklime would not blow back to him. The couple did not know what Anfey had thrown out and laughed inside when they saw his fireball falling before it hit them. They were rushing forward with no idea of what was going to happen to them. Their cries and screams rose in the air. The high-level swordsman behind them was confused when he heard his fellows screaming. He stopped himself and took a few steps back, watching what was happening ahead of him. Christian's reaction time was a lot slower than Anfey's. Christian shot out an entry-level lightning arrow which hit the woman in the front. She was rubbing her eyes hard, not able to see anything. She even forgot to use her combat power to protect herself. With a numb feeling, she could not help but fall to the ground. The man was running around like a blindfolded donkey. He accidentally tripped over the woman's leg and fell on the floor. Christian now had time to chant. Anfey took out a paper package from his shirt, tossing it towards the high-level swordsman. The high-level swordsman realized his fellows must have been hurt by the dirt Anfey tossed out at this moment. He knew they had failed when he saw Anfey tossing out another paper package, and the entry-level mage was chanting next to him. He didn't dare to stay where he was, so he turned around and slashed his sword toward the crowd. The people in the crowd scattered in all directions, making a path for the high-level swordsman. By the time Christian finished chanting, he swung magic wand forward. There was an electric arc cleaving towards the high-level swordsman. The high-level swordsman was quite alert. He lifted his sword, tossing it into the air. The electric arc hit the sword. The sword span in the air and fell to the ground. Luckily, no one got hurt. Soldiers didn't usually throw their weapons in battle, since they wouldn't be able to continue to fight even if they could escape. However, it was to save his life, so he didn't hesitate. Christian was so enraged that his teeth clenched. Before he could use his magic again, that high-level swordsman had already run into a store and disappeared. "Chase!" Christian yelled. "No need," Anfey said as he held Christian back. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 33, Nell. Chapter 33, Nell. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. The sacred city was prosperous, but like every other city, it had its own slums. Located at the northwestern part of the city was a group of squalid wooden houses, and near where the wall was were straw huts. In one of the huts, a man sat in silence, staring at a candle. He was around 50 and had on a pure white wizard's robe. There were no windows in there, and since he could not pull aside the piece of fabric used as a door, the candle was necessary for him to see what was around him. A carriage came toward the slum. It was slow and appeared old, a fitting appearance for the slum. If it was lavishly decorated, the residents would all be gathered around the street, trying to catch a glimpse of the carriage. The curtain of the carriage was pulled aside and someone observed the slum from the inside. Then he jumped out of the carriage and hurried into the hut. "My lord," he called. "Trouble, my lord. Trouble." He was clearly a high-level swordsman, which made his action of kneeling on the floor seem strange and borderline ridiculous. "You failed?" the old man asked. "Yes." "And you were not followed?" "My lord, I came according to our first plan." "They could not have followed me," the swordsman explained. "Machem," the old man said, nodding. They were both a part of the secret organization called Magic Fog. It had existed for hundreds of years and much of its way of operating had become systematic. Many things, such as escape routes, had 4 different types: blooming, falling leaves, scurry, and puppet. The leader of the operation usually decided which plan to use. Blooming meant that there would be a temporary safe house near the target. When a member of the organization entered the safe house, the house would dispatch several carriages that would go in several different directions. When the carriage arrived at a designated location, more carriages would appear, heading in more directions. This greatly lowered the chance of any members getting caught. In comparison, falling leaves was much more dangerous. The leader of the mission would place the strongest member at an ideal point for ambushes, or he would be involved in the plan himself. In case the mission was unsuccessful, the leader would lead the target to the ambush, sacrificing his life to ensure the mission was successful. Scurry meant that the members would use the city sewage system or pre-made tunnels to escape. Puppet involved the use of several decoys to confuse the pursuers. Of course, specific missions had their own specific plans. Did Anfey use any combat power? No, my lord. Then how did he defeat you? I saw him throw a paper bag, my lord, and light it on fire. There was some dust flying out of the bag, and I heard Gina and Peter's screams. I was frightened, my lord. You said Anfey defeated them with a bag of dirt? Yes. Then you came back by yourself? My lord, I couldn't stay there. Anfey had a junior magister with him. I couldn't risk staying there any longer, the swordsman loudly begged. Be quiet. You know this is only a probe. I won't punish you, even though this result is unsatisfying. Before he could finish, however, he suddenly summoned a shield of water and his body stooped downward. The flash of a sword swept across the hut, cutting the shield into droplets, grazing the head of the old man, and hacking the back wall of the hut in half. Two people appeared in the hut that now seemed more like fence. The swordsman recognized Anfey and Ernest, becoming pale. Impossible. Anfey didn't say anything. He played with a white candle and stared at the old man. He had many questions, but with Ernest there, he didn't want to ask anything. Did he make a series of mistakes he wasn't aware of that required him to lie even more? More lies in order to explain to Ernest his unexplainable past? Although many didn't realize it, lying was a very strenuous and difficult thing to do. Lying was easy, but keeping up with the lie was extremely difficult. One lie required 100 more to cover it up. Like a snowball, it would only keep rolling and growing. Swordmaster Ernest? The old man smiled bitterly. I'm curious. How did you find me? He couldn't think of any weak links in his plan. Ernest pressed his lips together and tightened his grip on his sword, which was now shining even brighter than before. He wasn't the kind to make jabs once he had the advantage. Winning was winning, and Ernest didn't want to bother speaking. Anfey didn't want to say anything either. It hadn't been hard to find them. The dirt had Anfey's custom spice, and unless they hid in a sealed room or a car, like a modern man, they could not outrun him. It is my deepest honor to spar with you, the old man said politely, holding out his wand, waving it at Ernest. The great. Before the old man could finish his spell, the white candle flew out of Anfey's hand. The old man had focused all of his attention on Ernest. Although he didn't know the extent of Anfey's abilities and had come to the city to probe them, his enemy at the moment was Ernest. He didn't pay any heed to Anfey, and the candle flew right into his open mouth. He screamed, falling backwards and stumbling to the ground. Anfey, respect your opponents, Ernest said, smiling. Ernest was used to his own way of sparring, but Anfey was someone who wanted to take advantage of as much of the situation as he could. The two men had two completely different personalities. Them becoming as close as they were could only be chalked up to fate. They only know how to ambush, never showing themselves. They deserve no respect, Anfey said righteously. Who knew if he was talking about himself or the man in front of him? The old man pushed himself off of the ground, looking at Anfey with eyes filled with hatred. Do not celebrate just yet. Before he could finish, he began coughing and spitting out blood. The candle had ruined his mouth, knocking out several teeth, making it hard to say anything at all. You do realize that he is issuing a challenge, right? Ernest said weakly. Uncle Ernest, he is not qualified to challenge you. It's a disgrace. Anfey said. He was never easily persuaded, and in fact was often persuading others. The magic fog will not. Just go to sleep already, Anfey snorted, raising his hand. He couldn't hear what the old man was saying, and even if he did he wouldn't understand. He had decided to kill the old man to prevent him from spilling his secrets. Wait. Ernest said, stopping Anfey. You're the magic fog? Ha, the old man said, slumping on the ground, laughing, ha, ha. Then his face began bloating, turning an unnatural black. A puff of black clouds emerged from his mouth, covering his entire body. The swordsman by the door screamed. Like the old man, he was surrounded by the black cloud, but while the old man appeared happy, he was clearly in pain. What is that? Anfey asked, alert. Damn it, Ernest said, return his sword to its sheath. It's the death mages again. Death mages? Anfey frowned. He knew very little about those people, only that they could turn the living into the dead and use bodies as puppets. After a few moments, the clouds dissipated, and only two skeletons remained. The bones were gleaming, it was as if the two men had died years ago, rather than just now in front of Anfey and Ernest. They were both death mages? Anfey asked, curious. One of the men was obviously a swordsman, and he had never heard of anyone that could train as both a mage and a swordsman. No, but a terrible one is controlling them, Ernest sighed. Anfey, they will likely come back for you. It's all right, Anfey said. If you're here to protect me, I have nothing to fear. Never mind, let's go home, Ernest said. Anfey was brave, but for Ernest it was a difficult and delicate situation. Outside of the hut was a group of peasants trying to catch a glimpse of what had happened. The screams were so loud that everyone except for the deaf had heard the commotion. They wanted to know what happened, but seeing the two strangers leaving the hut, they automatically made way, watching the strangers fearfully. Ernest had wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a wave of slow, solemn bells. The peasants turned, staring blankly at Mount St. Brunswick. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34, Intrigue. Chapter 34, Intrigue. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. As soon as Anfey and Ernest stepped into Saul's place, they were escorted into the front hall by a gloomy butler. Confused as to what had happened, they saw that Naya and all of Saul's students had gathered there, and the atmosphere seemed heavy. Naya held her face in her hands, staring blankly at nothing, tear streaks still visible on her face. Christian's face was buried in his hands, and he was sobbing softly. Blavi was softly whispering something to Christian. What happened? Anfey asked, his heart sinking. His instincts as an assassin caused him to be pessimistic. The only person that could cause this heaviness, that he could think of, was Saul. Did something happen to him? Lord Anfey, did you not hear the knell? Knell? Anfey glanced towards Ernest. The bell from atop Mount St. Brunswick? Sure, they had both heard it, but neither had thought much of it. His grace has been reclaimed by the gods, the old butler sighed. Oh Lord! Anfey said and let out a sigh of relief. He didn't care for this majesty or that grace, just that Saul was fine. Next to them, Naya sighed. She was very upset. The emperor had treated Naya like his own for as long as she could remember. If anything was wrong, Saul would still scold her out of courtesy, but Jolanthe would not tolerate any degree of mistreatment towards Naya. Christian was sobbing even harder now, his shoulders shaking. Anfey, seeing that everyone was upset, decided that he would feign some sadness as well. No one here was as good as him when it came to acting. The news of Yolanthe's death quickly traveled through the city. His manner of death was perplexing. The magic transportation portal he was using had a sudden mutation, and it had disappeared with the Emperor inside. The 4 guards responsible for the portal were killed in a subsequent explosion. The royal guards of the sacred city now had no leader. If this situation continued, there were sure to be riots. Thankfully, Meyerich was in the city. Using his position as a powerful Golden Knight, he was able to assume control over the royal guards and issue a state of emergency to stabilize the situation in the capital. On top of Mount St. Brunswick was a large platform. On the platform was a building with a huge dome adorned with realistic carvings. Near the railings was a throne made of warm jade, and in front of it was an eagle carved from stone. This was Yolanthe's ambition, even the eagles that ruled the sky must bow before him. Usually, Yolanthe loved sitting in the chair and watching the scenery, but now the man on it was the oldest prince of the empire, Wester. The portal on the platform lit up, and Wester's friend Brufit came onto the platform and slowly walked towards Wester. Your Grace. I said not to disturb me, Wester said hoarsely. Brufit's eyes lit up with a moment of sarcastic coldness, but soon turned to sadness. Your Grace, I know you are upset, but now is not the time. You are in trouble, my lord, big trouble. It doesn't matter. Do not bother me. Your Grace. Brufit sighed but didn't say anything more. Not long after, Wester closed his eyes slowly, on his face an expression somewhere between laughing and crying. When I was young, Father always brought me here. He told me stories, looking at the moon and stars and the holy city's lights. He had said that everything would be mine one day. I was too young then. I had asked if the moon and stars were mine, and he said they were. Brufit didn't say anything. He knew he was better off listening. Then I got older and had 2 younger brothers. It was then I began to harbor a dislike for Grandin and Rodhart. I was afraid that what was promised to me would one day be taken away from me. After I heard that Father had died, I realized, why are we like this? We never know what we have until we lose it. Wester shot up from his seat, hitting the ground with his scepter. What is this? What is the good in this? Tell me. What has this brought me? Your Grace, please, collect yourself, Bruffett said. Collect myself? What do you want me to do? Go back to being a petty little princeling? Your Grace, this is something I don't know if I should say, Bruffett hesitated. Lord Yolanthi was an excellent king, and his brilliance was unmatched. It was because of him that the Manhwa Empire became one of the most powerful empires. But do you know how he managed it? Keep going, Wester said softly. Because he had the will to fight, Bruffett said. He had the will to continue. You, Your Grace, have lost that. What do you mean? This all happened too fast, leaving no time for a will. If you tell everyone that you are the king, who would believe you? Would Rodhart, who holds an entire nation-state, believe you? Or Grandin, who controls the entire empire's army? My lord, you have a fire burning under your throne, and if you don't collect yourself from your late father's death, you will be burnt alive. Wester sat down slowly, his face pale. Clearly, Bruffett's words had hit a sore spot. Your Grace, you always said that you disliked your brothers. Who could say that they didn't harbor any dislike for you? Wester smiled bitterly. He knew the rule of the court. When someone smiled at him, he always repaid it with a smile, and he knew that the others did so as well. He knew well what his brother's attitude toward him was. But what could he say? He had ruined it single-handedly. Your Grace, I am very disappointed. As a friend, I ask you, you do not realize what you have until you have lost it, but do you want to lose everything once more? Bruffett said. Then he turned and marched towards the portal. What are you doing? Your Grace clearly has no more use of me, Bruffett said, smiling. My job here is done. He turned and began walking towards the portal once more. Wait. What do you want me to do? Bruffett smirked. He knew Wester wouldn't let him go. He needed friends in his moments of weakness. Your Grace, are you ready to hear my advice? He turned slowly. Say, what should I do? Simple. You need to fill yourself with the will to fight. Think, my lord. You have lost your father, do you want to lose the power and throne he left you as well? No. Wester said, determined. Right now, you need to spread the news of you inheriting the throne, to seek the approval of the people. Of course, your enemies will oppose you. All you need to do is find the strongest enemy and crush them. Enemy. Wester smiled bitterly. He understood Bruffett, of course, but he didn't know where to begin. Your Grace. Bruffett said after studying Wester's expressions. Who do you think poses the most threat to you? Who do you think? Grandin, of course. He holds an army of 200,000, and has help from Archmage Saul. He is of the greatest threat to you. What do you want me to do? Meyerich has control over all the armies in the city right now, can you make sure he sides with us? I cannot be sure. Bruffett shook his head. You must earn his trust on your own. What do you mean? His Grace's death was too sudden an event for us, as it was for Grandin. He has not made preparations. And, my lord, do not forget how influential Archmage Saul is in the Empire. That is what I worry about. Grandin alone cannot command 200,000, it was only because of Saul that he was able to manage it. What if Saul was on your side, my lord? Impossible. Wester said without a moment of hesitation. Saul had always liked Grandin, and Naya was fond of him as well. The last time we met, I scolded Grandin, and Naya almost lost it. Think, my lord. Where is Naya, and where are Grandin and Saul? You mean? Wester's eyes widened in shock. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35, Do What One Should Do. Chapter 35, Do What One Should Do. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Stepping into Saul's house, Anfey felt something different in the atmosphere. He could usually see a few servants at the entrance, but no one was there today. Anfey stopped, trying to sense the room. His face grew serious and stern. Hesitating for a moment, Anfey lifted his foot, walking straight forward. Passing an arch, Anfey met two men in swordsman suits guarding the entrance. They saw Anfey as well, and one of them laughed. There's one more. Kid, come here. Who are you? What are you doing here? Anfey asked loudly. Quiet. A swordsman kicked Anfey with full force, making him wobble forward. He patted Anfey's back several times with both hands. It seemed like he was checking to see if Anfey carried any hazardous goods. He pushed hard on Anfey's shoulders. Get in. With his almost neglectable magic surges and ridiculous magic wand, people could tell how powerful he was. The two swordsmen disregarded the magic apprentice. Anfey stumbled toward one of the swordsmen. He already knew that these people had some evil plans, but how daring were they to make mischief in Saul's house? Unless they were not forced, no one would dare to bother a top archmage's family. It was hard to imagine the consequences of angering an archmage. The corners of his eyes laid on the sword shaft of one of the swordsmen in the front, as a group of people walked in from the backyard. After seeing who they were, Anfey dispelled his own ideas. Naya, with a blank face, walked in front. She was followed by an intermediate mage in a light green magic robe and a senior swordsman. There were 7 or 8 guards after them. They were all dressed in the uniformed armors of the Sacred City Palace Guards. Naya had dirt on her clothes, and her hair seemed messy. She still wore her sword sheath on her waist, but the sword was gone. It looked like she had been through a tough battle. Anfey couldn't believe what he had just seen. He had been in Sacred City for a while and had heard a lot about Naya from the students in the Mage Academy. Naya was pretty young and not yet mature enough, but no one could deny the fact that she was an important person. There were few people who dared to challenge her. There was one more thing that confused Anfey. Where was Ernest? Did they catch him as well? Naya glanced at Anfey. It was probably embarrassing for Naya to be seen like this. She combed her hair back with her hands, sighed, and continued her walk. What are you looking at? Go! Anfey was poked hard on his waist with a sword shaft. Anfey screamed and crouched down with his hands on his lower back, moaning in pain. The senior swordsman waved impatiently, and 2 guards came out, grabbed Anfey's arms, and took him away. Anfey felt darkness in front of him, and then he was tossed past the living room and into the living room. Luckily, there was carpet on the floor, so Anfey wasn't hurt too badly. Only, his moaning was getting louder and louder. What are you doing? Christian yelled. Anfey felt that his neck was held by someone's arms. The force on his neck wasn't much, though. Anfey, are you okay? Hurt? Anfey screwed his face up in pain. He opened his eyes and quickly glanced at his surroundings. All of Saul's students came. Their faces were blank with rage. They volleyed questions at Christian. It was strange for Anfey to see each of them wearing dark and shiny bracelets on their wrists. The bracelets looked so tight that they were digging into their flesh. Were they cuffs? For mages? Bastard! This is ridiculous. I charge you. Blavi squeezed himself out, pointing at the face of senior swordsman and yelling, "Who gave you the authority?" The senior swordsman slapped Blavi, smacking down the words he had not yet finished, and then he kicked Blavi's stomach. Blavi fell hard on the floor, curling up in pain like a cooked shrimp, with his hands on his stomach. Zita! Don't hurt them! The intermediate mage, who was watching Naya, yelled. Did you forget the order from the Lord? Who is going to be responsible if something happens to them when the Lord pursues this? I will be fine. As long as the Pearl of the Sacred City, Miss Naya, is okay, we will be okay. The senior swordsman named Zita snickered. These trash. Ha, who would care about them, An intermediate mage was a lot stronger than a senior swordsman in terms of power, but their positions were not nearly ranked by power. Saul and Ernest's power were almost the same, but one was an archmage in the palace and the other was a skillful master swordsman wandering around. Children from the royal family enjoyed wealth and power, which made it hard for them to be outstanding in regards to their power and skill, but they were all in high positions. Naya was an example of that. Among these unexpected guests, Zita seemed to be the leader. No. Coldness flashed in Anfey's eyes. It was obvious there was only one lord in the sacred city. He was Wester. After Yolanthe passed away, only Wester could take command of the palace guard troop. It didn't matter if Wester was trying to convince Naya, use her to blackmail Saul, or both, he did not want to do it with force. He saved some room for himself if things did not work out the way they wanted. Just as the intermediate mage said, only Wester had the authority to give orders on how to treat Saul's students. The blood on Blavi's mouth seemed to tell Anfey that this was not unleashing some of their rage, but beating Blavi to death. Normally, Zita should not have dared to go against Wester's orders, but what he was doing was trying to intensify the conflict on purpose. Something was wrong with him. A swordsman walked in front of Anfey. With 2 clicking sounds, Anfey received the same kind of bracelet on his wrist. They even used an anti-magic bracelet on you. Christian smiled bitterly. A grinning man walked into the living room, bowed, and greeted them. Mr. Zita, I have opened the lab's door and shut down the magic arrays. You can send people there at any time. Anfey looked up, smiling grimly inside. That man was his enemy Maris. Judging from the malicious look he gave Anfey before he left, Anfey already knew Maris would not let what was between them go. However, he could not kill Maris. Who would expect this? After a period of only several days, they got the chance to meet again, but the situation had totally switched. This time Anfey was in the disadvantaged position. Good job. Zita smiled. Thank you, sir, Maris flattered with a satisfied smile. Seeing the way of Blavi was being treated, Christian and others didn't dare to yell and curse, although they hated Maris for what he did. They stared at Maris with hatred to unleash some of their anger. Maris smiled even brighter once he saw Anfey. The way he looked at Anfey seemed like he had found some treasures. He slowly walked toward Anfey. Anfey pushed away Christian, straightening his back and staring at Maris. If Maris hadn't shown up, Anfey would have pressed down any desire to wait and see what Zita wanted to do. But now he couldn't take it anymore, because he wasn't sure how much torture he would have to endure from Maris. Anfey, have you ever thought you would be like this one day? Maris approached with a sneaky, kind smile and patted Anfey's shoulder. Yes, I did. Anfey gave him a sneer. Ha! Anfey looked up at the ceiling and slammed his forehead into Maris's face. Everybody treated Anfey as a magic apprentice. Zita and his fellows didn't think he would pose a threat to them. Christian and his fellows did not believe a magic apprentice could change the situation. Maris even thought of Anfey as a toy, imagining all kinds of ways to torture him. This fierce and venomous strike turned Maris' dream into stars in front of his eyes. Anfey grabbed Maris' throat with his left hand with lightning speed. Maris' scream was constrained by the tightness around his throat. Anfey lifted Maris up by his throat and used him as a shield, running towards Zita. Zita was in such shock that he didn't have time to move back. He pulled out his sword and stabbed at Maris' back. Zita's sword was thrust towards Maris' side. Anfey threw the body at Zita, forcing him to lift his sword up, which left an area exposed to attacks. Zita howled and gathered his combat power, ready to take Anfey's strike. Anfey had neither a weapon nor combat power. Zita thought there was no way that Anfey could hurt him. Even seeing how Anfey fought, Zita still underestimated how fierce Anfey could be. He only had himself to blame for that. In the time Zita spent trying to gather his combat power and pull out his sword, Anfey had already poked Zita's eyes with 2 fingers. Anfey's attacks were too fast and the distance between them was too short. Zita only had time to close his eyes before feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. Anfey's index and middle fingers were already stuck in his eye sockets. As a well-qualified assassin, he could kill a person without any weapon. Zita painfully uttered a piercing cry, stumbling backwards with his hands on his eyes. Anfey reached out to the shaft of Zita's sword with his right hand. He pulled the sword out from Maris' body, and blood spattered everywhere. All these happened too fast. When Maris' body was still flying in the air, Anfey had already beaten Zita. Anfey slid to the side. He was already 2 meters away, rushing toward the intermediate mage behind Naya. Anfey was able to accurately and correctly calculate everything in this battle. He did not rush to attack the mage. Instead, he slid twice. It seemed so unnecessary, but in fact it was all part of his calculations. From the angle he had fought from, he could avoid magic attacks, but Christian, behind him, could not. With his position changed, he not only ensured the safety of Christian and his fellows, but also used Naya to half-block the intermediate mage. From their previous conversation, Anfey knew they didn't dare to hurt Naya. If the mage wanted to use magic, he had to step sideways to start the magic. Anfey was sure the time taken to slide would be a lot less than the time needed to sidestep. Instead of losing, he had won. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36, Escape Route. Chapter 36, Escape Route. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Anfey dashed forward with sword in hand, lunging towards the mage like a praying leopard. The mage's reaction was just as Anfey had expected. He stepped aside, levitated, and then shot a few dozen blades of wind toward Anfey. Putting aside the fact that this intermediate mage could consecutively cast 2 spells, the ability to generate that many wind blades all at once demonstrated his unique and powerful magical prowess. Anfey, however, totally overlooked the wind blades and continued charging forward. Christian and the rest were cold with fear toward Anfey. Most of them were still stunned, but even the few that were able to wrap their heads around the situation couldn't help Anfey. The anti-magic bracelets had restricted their magic, so none of them could do anything. When the wind blades were less than 2 meters away, Anfey bent backwards. The blades grazed his body and planted themselves in the wall behind him. The mage did not seem to get worried after the blades missed their target. He started chanting a spell. Those wind blades were mainly to keep the enemy from getting close. His most threatening skills would be ready after the chant finished. Anfey was still dashing forward and had reached his maximum speed. After dodging the blades, he did not slow down. He was used to these kinds of movements. Maintaining his momentum, he continued gliding forward while keeping his body close to the ground. Although his speed now could not compare to his speed when he was running, it was still faster than the intermediate mage's levitation. As Anfey reached the mage, who only floated about a man's height off the ground, he jumped up and slashed the man's leg off, like a hot knife going through butter. No one could maintain control of their magic under such pain. The mage screamed in agony and fell to the ground like a stone. Anfey pulled his sword up and left a fatal wound on the man's neck. Then he turned around and swiped his sword toward Naya's neck, as if he wanted to cut her head off. The senior swordsman behind Naya was greatly frightened. He dragged Naya backwards while holding his sword up to fend off Anfey. But how could he foresee Anfey's cunning attack? In no time at all, Anfey changed from swiping at Naya to pointing at the swordsman. He grazed Naya's neck and planted the tip of the sword right into the swordsman's throat. Zeta's men were horrified. They had seen killing before, but nothing like this. In the blink of an eye, the battle was already over. Their superiors were bloodily slain one after another by Anfey, yet no one could even recall exactly how they lost their lives. However, no one backed off. Zeta was still holding his face, screaming in pain. They had to retrieve Zeta if they wanted to live. The men were holding up their swords, forming a half circle around Anfey as they approached him. He was pleasantly surprised, as he had expected at least one would be sent away to fetch help. Had they done so, Anfey would have had more trouble going forward. Thankfully, the circumstances were favorable for Anfey. Naya was still in shock, terrified by what Anfey had just done. She subconsciously believed that Anfey wanted to kill her because she had offended him in the past. Anfey pushed Naya away and shook his sword, waiting quietly. Zeta's men had surrounded Anfey, and they were all staring at him. None of them wanted to make the first move, though. They were all hoping their peers would initiate the attack. Suddenly a mage's chant echoed in the living room. Anfey was nervous for a split second before recognizing Christian's voice. He breathed a sigh of relief and took a few steps back. The anti-magic bracelet on Christian's wrist had fallen off. Naya was now busy with Rizka's bracelet. Obviously, Naya was the one who had released Christian. Anfey was used to being alone and had forgotten about how powerful a dozen mages would be. Luckily, they had not forgotten about themselves. After Naya had been pushed away, Christian quietly asked Naya to help to get rid of the bracelet. Zeta's group looked desperate. Anfey himself was horrifying enough, and now he had an entire squad of mages with him. It was impossible to win. Christian held Anfey's magic wand and pounded it against the ground. A half circle of lightning began spreading across. When the lightning was about to reach Anfey, it carved a gap for him, as if it knew him, and then closed the gap to stun Zeta's men. Luckily, although Anfey's wand was almost useless, Christian himself was a junior mage whose magic was powerful even without a wand. Zeta's men writhed in the lightning. They had combat power to protect themselves, but Christian didn't intend to hurt them with magic. Anfey's target was Zeta, and Christian's job was simply to immobilize Zeta's protectors. Anfey smiled with praise. He jumped up quietly, swiping across the men with his sword. As Anfey was on his way back to Christian, the men were already falling to the ground. The lightning magic had only delayed them for a few seconds, but it was more than enough. Anfey dropped the sword, his eyes flashed, and he kicked at the sword hilt. The long sword pierced through the air and planted into Zeta. Finally, the world was quiet. Anfey's movements were very graceful. He had not intended to show off. This was just how he would normally act. Usually, after an assassination, the assassin would take the weapon away. However, sometimes Anfey would leave the weapon if it was necessary. If the police investigated based on the weapons, they would find that they belonged to someone powerful enough to be out of the police force's reach. Well, from that point on, it would not be Anfey's business. Anfey didn't expect to hear Zeta after he dropped his sword. That was why he chose to kick the sword and finish Zeta. The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes were on Anfey. They didn't know how to describe what they had just witnessed or how they felt about it, so they simply remained silent. "You're insane," one of the students cried. "You killed the palace guards." "Palace guards? We're going to be wanted by the Empire." "Troik, I've already done it. So what do you want me to do now?" Anfey replied indifferently. "Anfey, this is your problem," Troik shouted. "Go, turn yourself in. I don't want anything to do with this." Move, Riska said, shoving Troik aside. Anfey, well done, he said, but I want to know, what on earth are you? A mage or a swordsman? Both, Anfey smiled, looking at Riska. Christian partnered with Anfey well, and he was also calm. Riska talked to him like a friend even after witnessing him killing a dozen men. And Zubin went to one of the bodies, rummaged through the pockets, found his stolen ring, and put it back on his finger. Anfey could tell all three had stories he didn't know about. The other students were either still in a daze, shaking with horror, or looking at Anfey with horror. Anfey was surprised how those three had handled their emotions. Why didn't you do something sooner? Riska said, turning his gaze to their friend, Blavi, who was huddling on the ground, unconscious. Anfey walked over and put his hand on his neck. He's still alive. Really? Christian hopped over and placed his hand outside of Blavi's lips. He's breathing. Someone get the doctor. Wait, Anfey said slowly. Ernest. Has anyone seen him? They glanced at each other. Naya said fearfully, no one had seen him for a while. Naya had changed a lot. In the past, everyone tried their best to please her and accommodate her, and she had never experienced anything like this. She would never forget how terrifying Anfey was. For how long? Since noon, Christian said. Know where he went? Not that I'm aware of. Christian shook his head. Anfey pressed his lips together. We must make a decision. I am leaving the sacred city. Anyone who wants to tag along is welcome, but you don't have to. Don't listen to that crazy person. He's going to lead us all to death. Perhaps because Anfey's disguise was too successful, Troik dared to yell at Anfey, thinking that Anfey wouldn't hurt him. Hurry, Anfey said, ignoring him. I am not going to hang around much longer. I'll go with you. Christian was the first one to join. And me, Zubin said lightly. Soon, everyone except for Troik had made the decision to leave with Anfey. Things were pretty clear already. After killing so many people, the Empire would not let them go easily. Except for Anfey, everyone knew who Zita was. Staying meant almost certain death. After seeing Blavi being struck down, everyone had been enraged. Although Anfey's way of killing was brutal and terrifying, it made them feel better and eased their anger. Plus, Christian and Melinda had always been the center of attention of all the students. After Melinda left Saul, Christian became the one and only focal point. Christian's decision had great influence on the rest of the group. And me, Naya said frightfully. Sacred City was her home, her safe haven, but now, she was frightened and unsure. She needed to leave, and it was best to do it with someone she knew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37, Collections. Chapter 37, Collections. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Anfey, what do you have planned? Christian asked. Anfey waved, suggesting that Christian follow him to the other side. Today's events were too sudden, so Anfey didn't have a plan prepared yet. Christian, take a few people to the lab and take as many things as possible. Here. It seems we cannot come back anytime soon, Anfey said. All of them? Christian smiled. Do you think we are all like you and have a one-of-a-kind dimensional ring? Well, take the important or precious things with you, and be careful. There might still be some of Zeta's people left. Anfey sighed. As for the plan, we will talk about it when we leave the sacred city. Okay. Christian nodded and then took a few students to the lab in the backyard. Zubin. Anfey called, turning around. Zubin strode over, looking inquiringly at Anfey. He was not used to talking too much, and now was no different. You go and get the carriage ready, and then take 2 people with you and bring Blavi to the carriage. Ah. How many carriages do we have? After all, Anfey had not been here too long, so he didn't know much about Saul's properties. 4. One belongs to the professor, one belongs to Miss Naya, and the other 2 are, Riska said. I know. Anfey nodded and interrupted Riska. Right now, he needed to make full use of every minute. He didn't have to know about all the carriages. For carriages, get them ready. Zubin nodded and patted a student's shoulder, and they walked out of the living room with together. Riska, where are the housekeepers? They should have been locked up. You take a person to find them, set them free, so they will suffer from our involvement. Okay. What about me? You got me into trouble, Troik barked. Before he even finished, Naya punched his heart. Troik squatted down in pain and couldn't make a sound. Naya was really frightened. She was scared of a sudden reversal of fate. She was afraid of the ruthless Anfey, but she wouldn't be afraid of Troik in any way. When she saw Troik screaming for no reason, she certainly taught him a lesson. At this point, from the backyard suddenly came a strong wave of magic fluctuations. Anfey shouted, "Sante, you take the rest and go help Christian immediately. Come with me." Sante called out, as he took the lead toward the outside of the living room with the rest of the students following behind him. After experiencing this crisis, the students subconsciously considered Anfey to be the leader of the group. When they heard Anfey successively issue orders, no one raised any doubts. From the current situation, this small group was pretty stable. Christian will not have trouble, right? Naya exposed a worried look. No. Anfey shook his head. Naya was their focus, so the strongest person in the group must be responsible for protecting Naya. The other people were nothing but small fries. Anyhow, Christian was a mage. Fighting against a group of small fries, he should be more than enough. Anfey, can I trust you? Naya timidly asked. Looking very erratic, Naya avoided making eye contact with Anfey. This is also my doubt. Anfey smiled. In fact, he could have chosen to escape alone, disregarding the others' lives. His survival rate would be increased, but a man should always have some morals. Saul was very fond of him and trusted him. If he just ran away by himself in this case, he would be letting Saul down. How could he face Saul in person later on? What do you mean? Miss Naya, to be honest, you are not a qualified swordswoman, Anfey said lightly. I was not ready, so I was caught by them. If you had worn those magic guards, you could beat the opponent, right? Anfey shook his head. If you rely on external forces, you will never become a master swordswoman. Ernest and Anfey had previously held a conversation about Naya. If Naya could use every possible magic tool, along with her courage and combat power, she could compete with a junior swordmaster. But if Naya only had a regular straight sword, she would become an ordinary intermediate-level swordswoman. Winning was uncertain if she competed with opponents of the same level because she was lacking too many skills. In Anfey's view, elderly people could be pampered, but if a child was too spoiled, he or she could be ruined. Naya was an example of this. Naya blushed, lowering her head without a word. I am not trying to be mean. Please don't take it the wrong way. Anfey showed a smile. Naya pondered for a long while with her head down. Then, as if she had made a decision, said, Anfey, come with me. Anfey was a little surprised. Naya walked outside without any explanation. They went to Saul's bedroom. Naya bent over, searching for something behind the chair. With some gurgling sounds, a small tunnel appeared on the wall across from the bed corner. The tunnel would allow someone to pass through by crouching down. Anfey looked very calm. In fact, he had thought about it earlier. Jaeger, who stayed alone on the island, had so many possessions that it took Anfey a whole week to bury them all. As a court archmage, Saul's collection should be way beyond Jaeger's. It was a good opportunity for Naya to reveal a secret, as Anfey had sent others away on assignments, leaving her alone. Come with me and be careful. Naya turned her head and said to Anfey, then turned into the black tunnel. Anfey also followed Naya through the black tunnel. The tunnel didn't seem too long, as the door appeared to be only 6 or 7 meters away, but Anfey didn't reach the door even after taking more than 20 steps. There were numerous stars in all directions, and the tunnel becoming blurred, gradually being covered by an endless darkness which made Anfey feel like he was walking through space. If he couldn't see Naya's figure, he wouldn't have dared to move forward. We are here. Naya opened the door, a light red radiance appearing inside. The stars gradually faded in the light, and the tunnel became clearly visible. Anfey had done a lot of mental preparation, but he still felt shocked. On the desk, the chasm dragon crystal exuded a mysterious light. It seemed that, after the last incident, Saul was worried that the magic crystal would be stolen again, causing unnecessary trouble, so he specifically hid it here. There was a row of silver frames similar to the supermarket on the left and right side of the room. The top of the left silver frame was filled with magic scrolls in good condition. From the turbulent and horrifying magic fluctuations, Anfey did not think he could escape from any of the scrolls' attacks. The bottom of the silver frame was filled with dozens of small boxes. Anfey walked closer and picked one up, finding that it was made of magic concealing crystal. Anfey opened a box and found a light blue magic crystal in it. Anfey had learned how to identify magic crystals. From its color and magic fluctuations, this was a one-of-a-kind magic crystal. In fact, he did not need to identify them. Obviously, nothing that Saul collected here would be worthless. Magic crystals of different elements should not be placed together, otherwise they will cause a chain reaction, Naya whispered. Marvelous! Anfey praised from the bottom of his heart. After the death of Jaeger, 3 to 5 unique magic crystals were left behind, but now, Saul really had even more possessions. Putting aside the magic crystals, if he just sold the crystal boxes he wouldn't need to worry about money for the rest of his life. What is this? Anfey saw a magic scroll placed separately on the top of the silver shelf, wrapped in an unknown leather, which seemed to really stand out. This is the vacuum confinement scroll. Be careful and don't touch it. Many years ago, there were only 3 vacuum confinement scrolls left in the Pan-continent. Now, this is the only one, as the other 2 are nowhere to be found. Anfey carefully took the scroll down, looking it over. The magic fluctuations were not very strong, but with a kind of hidden nature. Anfey suddenly found it familiar, like he should have seen it somewhere. Pondering for a moment, Anfey finally recalled that it was at Jaeger's place. Fortunately, he was very cautious at that time and buried the things he didn't understand. Otherwise he would regret it if they were casually discarded. No one would think Jaeger also had some real goods. Anfey laughed inside his heart while he turned his eyes to the right silver shelf. There were all kinds of magic books, some thick, some thin, some very old which seemed to have not been read for many years, and some that were only a few sheets of paper. But from his analysis of Saul's attitude, the information recorded on those pieces must be very important. In the center of the wall in front of Anfey, there hung 4 magic wands. The leftmost magic wand was reddish, inlaid with a red magic crystal. It was obviously a fire magic wand. The second magic wand from the left was a bit strange, covered with a black and white circle pattern that looked like a silver ring snake. The third magic wand looked a little bit better than Anfey's. The one Anfey had was made purely of wood, with no magic crystal, while this one was like a piece of a grindstone with a very rough surface, with no splendor or magic crystal. The fourth magic wand was translucent, a light glow showing from time to time, and the handle looked like a hideous monster, like the dragon in the books Anfey read in the library. Naya opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She knew the value of the 4 magic wands. Each one of them was a priceless, eye-catching treasure. She was afraid that Anfey would become greedy. There was a magic robe hanging on each side of the magic wands. One was pale yellow, looked very refined. The other one was dark, more spiritual. Based on Anfey's current understanding, he could only make such an analysis. If he did not put them on and use a few magics, he could not understand the real power of these 2 magic robes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, Setting Out. Chapter 38, Setting Out. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. You see, I wasn't able to take all of them. There's too much stuff. Naya glanced at the seemingly ordinary dimensional ring on Anfey's hand. I need your help. Naya's dimensional ring was not comparable to Anfey's, instead being several levels lower. It was not that Saul did not want to buy his daughter a nice dimensional ring, but that Naya liked to make trouble. One time she had even hid Yolanthi's scepter in her dimensional ring and taken it home. Yolanthi was furious and sent out a troop of palace guards to surround the whole palace, searching it inch by inch. Back then, Naya was only 13 years old. Saul confiscated Naya's dimensional ring afterwards and replaced it with a weak one with very limited space. Naya had always been jealous of Anfey's ring. Here? Who has come here before? Anfey took a deep breath. You are the second one besides me. Have you told anyone else yet? Do you think I'm that dumb? Naya asked, rhetorically. Anfey relaxed a bit. He looked at the items and couldn't help guessing that this was the reason that drew Prince Wester and his men to Saul's house. Between the choice of trying to win an archmage over to his side or taking said archmage's magic treasures, the prince was more likely to choose the latter. Most likely, someone else knew about the treasures here. If that was the case, Anfey wouldn't dare to take anything away, or he would suffer endless assassination attempts. If someone wanted the treasure so badly that they weren't even afraid of an archmage, they must have made the decision to take down anyone in their way, and Anfey didn't want to get in their way. Nothing was more important than one's life. Hope was meaningless if one was dead, and things could only be reclaimed if one was alive. Anfey always thought things through before he took action. Let's start. Don't let them wait too long. Huh? Naya nodded, still unsure about her own decision. Naya had panicked and turned to whoever she could find. No one other than Naya could understand how valuable these items were. She had to take all of them with her. Anfey was her only choice, because he had not only saved her but also had a top-tier dimensional ring. This was a gamble. It was an even more serious gamble than whom she would marry. If a woman married the wrong man or gambled her life on the wrong man, that would only ruin her own life. If she bet wrong on Anfey, half of Saul's lifetime efforts would be ruined. She would spend the rest of her life in regret. However, Naya had no other choice than to give it a try. Anfey filled his dimensional ring with almost everything in the secret chamber. Anything left was kept in a few cases Naya had found. After they returned to the living room, everybody had gathered there, waiting for him. On the way back, he asked a stupid question: why didn't the professor keep everything in his dimensional ring? His subconscious was thinking, why did he make a secret chamber? Wasn't a dimensional ring the safest way to carry everything with him? The space within a dimensional ring is limited. When my father went to find Jaeger, he didn't bring anything in the chamber with him, Naya said flatly. It took a second for Anfey to understand what Naya meant. Saul's dimensional ring was never empty. He was a nice old man most of the time, but if there was a bloody fight, endless magic tools would come out of his dimensional ring. Saul did not find what was in the secret chamber useful in battle. Anfey, where were you? Christian hurriedly walked toward Anfey. We went to pack up the professor's stuff. Anfey smiled. Zubin, Rizka, the two of you go to the professor's bedroom. There are 2 big suitcases, the same size as this one. Go get them quickly. Anfey put down the big suitcase as he was talking. He was not a person that liked to give orders. Setting an example was a good habit of his. Although Anfey had not realized what this habit would bring him, it would show as time went on. Zubin and Rizka nodded and walked out with big strides. Is everyone ready? Anfey asked. Yes, anytime. Right. Do you have money with you? Anfey suddenly remembered that money was an important thing, especially to people on the run. Money was going to be essential to them. Money? I have a couple of gold coins with me, Christian said. Anfey couldn't help but roll his eyes. What could a couple of gold coins do? That would only last them 2 days. Naya, how much money do you have in the house? I don't know. Anfey already knew he asked the wrong person the moment that he raised the question. Of course, Naya's answer immediately proved that. Anfey smiled bitterly. You all wait here. I'm going to look around. I have some money, one student responded. Anfey turned around to look. It was Feller. Zubin and Feller were the quiet ones among the students, but in different ways. Zubin was cool and quiet, while Feller was timid and quiet. If Feller was in the Mage Academy, he would probably be bullied, but not at Saul's house. How much do you have? A lot. How much is a lot? Anfey felt helpless. A lot is a lot. Didn't you fill your dimensional ring? Sante yelled. Did you fill your dimensional ring with just the money and leave no space for your other stuff? Feller blushed right away. Anfey noticed that Feller's body had gotten a lot bigger than before, but it looked very weak. He seemed to wobble a little. Anfey went over and patted on the bulging part of his waist, and continuous clangs arose. Christian and his fellows all burst into laughter. It was supposed to be a dangerous time when everyone was serious, but they couldn't hold it in at that moment. You did very well. Anfey gave Feller a compliment, defying everyone's expectations. Any more? Yes, a lot more. Feller's eyes brightened. Take 3 people with you to pack. Only take gold coins, leave the rest alone. Feller looked around, not sure whom he could call. He had never given orders to anyone before. Christian, can you help him? Yes. Sante, and you, come with me. Christian picked 2 people. Soon, Zubin and Rizka each held a big suitcase. Christian turned around and ordered someone to walk 2 horses and follow him. Magic was a career that would burn a hole in the pocket. Saul exchanged almost all of his money for magic items, but there were some savings in the chamber. However, due to the physical weakness of a mage, it was not possible to carry them back with bare hands. After everyone was settled, under normal circumstances, there was supposed to be a troop inspection ceremony and some encouragement before they set out. However, to a group of escapees, most things were unnecessary. Anfey gave them a briefing and assigned each one with a temporary duty. Saul took 3 students to the frontier and there were 14 students left, besides Anfey. Of course, he had already struck Troik off the student list. Anfey, Naya, Christian, Rizka, Zubin, and the unconscious Blavi, the 6 of them were riding Saul's carriage, which was the largest one among all the carriages. The rest of the 9 people were divided into 3 groups, riding in 3 different carriages. After getting into the carriage, the first thing Anfey did was to feel Blavi's forehead. Anfey found some herbs and, from them, made some pills which could help with blood circulation. The situation with Blavi was a little different. It was hard to predict what was going to happen to him since it was a mage's body that suffered a hard kick from a swordsman. In a couple of hours, if Blavi didn't have a fever, he should be fine. If he had a fever, it might be because his intestines were damaged and had gotten infected. Neither herbal medicine nor the current situation would effectively kill this type of bacteria. Even Anfey would not be able to help him. "Anfey, where are we going?" Christian asked. "I will tell you once we get out of the city." "Which city gate has the laxest security?" Anfey knew nothing about Sacred City. "All of them are the same." "Go to the west gate, but who here knows how to drive a carriage?" Anfey just thought of this problem. If everybody was in the carriage, who was going to drive it? If they were in BMW or Porsche, he would be the one to drive, but he had no idea how to drive a carriage. "I will drive," Naya said. "Miss, it's a matter of life and death." Anfey smiled bitterly. "I can do it," Naya insisted. "Anfey, don't worry. Miss Naya is a swordswoman, and she is good at riding a horse too," Rizka said. "Good at it? Like her way with a sword?" Anfey looked toward Christian in doubt. Christian nodded at him. "Okay, Naya, be careful," Anfey said. Actually, Anfey felt Naya's behavior had been satisfactory. At least she had been controlling her temper so far. If she threw a fit, he had to manage it with firm control. Anfey didn't think too much about why Naya had been so good. How could Naya throw a temper tantrum when she knew Saul's possessions were all in Anfey's hands? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39, Crisis. Chapter 39, Crisis. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. No wonder Saul always said you're the most likely to become a master swordsman in the Pan-continent. Meyerich was out of breath. "I lost." His helmet was nowhere to be seen, and his pale yellow leather armor was tattered. His left boot was torn and showed his toes, and the right boot was covered with dark red patches. What looked funny was his side that had been hit by Ernest's combat power. The armor had been broken and his red undergarments were showing. But his lance was gleaming, and it was clear that he had enough energy to keep going, if necessary. "Had we sparred a few days earlier, you wouldn't have lost," Ernest said, smiling. He looked slightly better than Meyerich. While Ernest did look like he had just got beaten up, Meyerich looked like a soldier that had escaped from the monster cave. "You're saying you had a breakthrough in the past several days?" "Yes. I should have challenged you earlier then," Meyerich said with remorse. "I didn't know you were one to take advantage of others," Ernest pleasantly commented. When he was sparring with Anfey, Anfey imposed too many rules on him. Although he had been inspired by Anfey's moves, Ernest hadn't fought like this in ages. The pure and unmasked clash between combat powers was something he had long missed. "I lost, I have nothing else to say." Meyerich smiled. But who doesn't want to be the winner? His smile wasn't as sincere as before, instead mixed with a hint of sorrow, but Ernest failed to notice. Just then, two men dressed in soldier uniforms rushed over. They were shocked to see the condition the two men were in. Within several hundred meters, all the trees around them lay flat on the ground, and the formerly uniform grassland was now filled with ridges. There were leaves scattered around, and dark soil was sprinkled everywhere, as if a dragon had just ripped the area apart. Meyerich looked so beaten that the two soldiers did not recognize their own general for a second. "What is it?" Meyerich asked, turning around. One of the soldiers jumped off of his horse and hurried to Meyerich's side, whispering something. Meyerich frowned, and suddenly his eyes darkened. "All right, then. Go right ahead." "Yes, General." The two soldiers nodded, got back onto their horses, and rode away. "You're busy?" "I'll stop bothering you then," Ernest said, sheathing his sword. "Are you free later?" Today, Meyerich had invited him to spar on a whim, and he accepted without thinking too much. Now, he realized that this was a fruitful journey, and he was looking forward to the next time he sparred with Meyerich. "There probably won't be another time." Meyerich sighed. "What do you mean?" "Ernest, where are you going?" "To Saul's place?" Meyerich didn't answer Ernest. He instead asked Ernest a question. "Where else can I go?" Ernest looked at Meyerich, confused. "I would say that you should not go back there." "And why is that?" "Because Naya isn't there anymore." Meyerich smiled. "Let me just tell you, I had an ulterior motive in asking you to come with me today." Ernest wasn't stupid, but because of their friendship, he hadn't thought about it too much. Now that Meyerich had admitted that he had another purpose and told him he should not return, Ernest's face dropped. "Keep going," he said. "Sorry that I can't tell you everything, but what I can tell you is that Naya has safely escaped the city." Ernest, hearing Meyerich say escaped, felt his heart sinking. He couldn't imagine why something like this had happened, nor how it had happened. "Anfey is your student?" Meyerich asked. Ernest shook his head. "He was good. He killed a mage, 2 senior swordsmen and Zita." "Oh, I forgot. You don't know Zita is, do you?" Ernest was silent, but his eyes were growing colder. "You do know old Philip though, right? Poor man. Maybe because the many people he killed didn't want to let him be in peace, he couldn't keep his son, who died in his 20s. Going through all that work to raise the grandson who was now killed by Anfey. Cursed, I say." "Cursed," Meyerich said mockingly. "Old Philip?" Ernest said, frowning. After hearing the name Philip, he could not keep calm any longer. "Who else?" Meyerich paused before continuing. "This is why I ask that you do not return. Zita was an idiot, but Philip treasured him. If I got the news, Philip should have gotten it as well. Unless you can fight 4 master swordsmen at the same time, don't go. You might have heard Philip was a man of temper, but in reality, he was even worse than the rumors." Ernest took a deep breath. Of course he knew Philip. The Manhwa Empire had 2 major pillars. One was the mages, controlled by Saul, and the other was the swordsmen, controlled by Philip. Philip had a major disagreement with Yolanthe years back, and he had retreated into his home, turning away any visitors. Even then, he still had his reputation, and no one wanted to mess with Philip. What was more was that he had many students, including 3 master swordsmen, and more than 20 sword masters. This was not something Ernest could handle by himself. Philip was older than Saul by more than a decade, and so his students were older than Saul's students by a decade as well. This decade allowed Philip's students to grow far beyond the reach of Saul's students. Saul's 4 best students were only senior mages, serving in 2 different mercenary groups. This was standard. Many mages didn't want to waste their talents in court, instead trying to polish their skills on the battlefield, just like swordsmen and knights. If Saul and Philip summoned their students, and the 2 sides began a feud, Ernest could not imagine how it would end, but he knew for sure it would be destructive. Whose idea was this? Who else? Meyerich smiled bitterly. "If you hadn't asked me to come, none of this would have happened," Ernest said. "Should I congratulate you on having an idiot of a master, or should I pity you? If Saul and Philip break off good relations, the Manhwa Empire will soon follow." "I am obeying an order," Meyerich said mildly. "I didn't know His Highness would send Zita. Of course, none of this matters now. Meyerich, you've mistreated my respect for you." "I'll be back," Ernest said coldly. "One day, maybe. You will want to find Naya before Philip does, though, so you won't be interested in me for a while." Meyerich had a faint smile on his face. "Here, one last piece of news I will share with you." Naya left through the west gate. Ernest glanced at Meyerich one last time, but didn't say anything. He used his combat power and flew toward the west. Meanwhile, Anfey's face fell. Anfey was mentally superior to most and good at masking his emotions, so anything that could make his face fall was something major. Everyone was looking at him. Christian had just told him who Zita was, including everything from his relation to the famous Philip to his family structure. He didn't want to scare Anfey, he just wanted him to know what they had to face. "You know why Naya was so obedient?" Rizka asked. "Because she was scared." "Of Philip?" Rizka nodded firmly. "All of you left without complaint because you were also scared?" Christian and the others glanced at each other and lowered their gazes. "I knew my leadership skills weren't that sharp," Anfey said, shaking his head, looking wryly amused. "What should we do, then?" Rizka asked. "We run," Anfey said. "As far as we can." Anfey was worried. He didn't know where Ernest was, but he had thought that Ernest was powerful enough to save himself. Now that he looked at it, perhaps he had been too optimistic. "Ernest, please do not go back." "Troik was an idiot," Zubin said coldly. "He thought he could redeem himself by not siding with you. He is probably in pieces by now." Anfey remembered. When he killed the guards, everyone was shocked, but they were truly terrified when he killed Zita. Now he desperately wished that he could summon a doctor from Earth and preserve some of Zita's DNA. Maybe Philip wouldn't be as angry in the face of some great-grandchildren, but now they could only face the consequences head-on. "All of you must hate me now," Anfey said. "You were too fast. We couldn't stop you." Christian shook his head. Plus, Zita was already, even if he had lived, Philip would hunt us down anyway. I hated you once, but I remembered what Master Saul said, that we were family. We need to bond together in time of crisis, Rizka said. Plus, Maris targeted you. You acted in self-defense. Anfey, you were in the right. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40, Unexpected Help. Chapter 40, Unexpected Help. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Anfey was moved, but he was not the type of person that expressed his feelings easily, so he changed the topic. Where should we head to next? Let's make a decision as a group. We should find the professor, Christian said. We can go anywhere except to the professor. Anfey shook his head. Why? Christian was very confused. They will assume that we will seek out the professor, so they will just wait there for us, Zubin suddenly spoke. Nice guess. Anfey nodded and cast a quick glance at Zubin. That's why we must go somewhere else. Once things are more settled, then we can figure out the best option. Where, then? A desolate place. You guys, be prepared for some hardship, Anfey said. A desolate place. Anfey, are you talking about the Magic Beast Forests? Rizka asked. Magic Beast Forests? Yes. Except for the Magic Beast Forests, I can't think of any other location with no people. Are there any nearby? No. The closest one is 800 miles away from the sacred city, Rizka replied. Is that Forest Klarm? Christian asked. Zubin replied, yes. Forest Klarm isn't big. There used to be orcs there, but they were often caught by hunters and were traded in the market. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer orcs, until they were all gone. My home was near Forest Klarm, and our village was attacked by orcs quite frequently when my father was young. I never saw any orcs, though. In addition, there aren't any high-level magic beasts either. It's a relatively safe place. Well then, Forest Klarm it is. Let's find a spot to settle down first. Anfey nodded. Well, I will let Miss Nota turn around and head south, Rizka responded. Wait a second. Anfey tipped his head to the side and focused on listening. What is that sound, Dot? With 4 horse-drawn carriages and over 10 horses running on the road, Christian and the others could not recognize any sounds besides clops. Everyone was now looking at Anfey, waiting for him to say something. Anfey opened the curtain and went out of the carriage. His arrival startled Naya. What's wrong? Naya asked. There was no time left for Anfey to respond to Naya. He stood up and looked back. There seemed to be some torches moving off in the distance. He knew that something wasn't right. Anfey sat down, thought for a while, and then said to Naya, pursuers are after us. Slow down a little. We will have to deal with them before we change direction. Anfey was quite irritated. He was used to detailed action plans and really didn't appreciate the current situation that he had to play by ear. If he could go back in time and had more time to prepare, even if just one more day, there would be no way these chasers could find them. As soon as Anfey finished his words, all of a sudden, a blare of horns arose behind them. Naya's body trembled abruptly. Naya, are you okay? With desperation in her eyes, Naya exclaimed, they are, the Flame Crusaders. Flame Crusaders? These words meant nothing to Anfey, as he knew very little about this world. But soon he understood why Naya was so desperate. From the time Anfey looked back until now, within such a short time, those Crusaders had almost caught up. Although Naya had slowed down the carriage to avoid potential accidents at Anfey's request, the fact that those knights could get close so quickly demonstrated their outstanding horsemanship. What was more, the Flame Crusaders were now gathering their combat power. Anfey couldn't estimate their exact level, but undoubtedly, all 7 of them were at least senior knights. The knights rode past Anfey's group, stopped their rides, and formed a clear line about 20 meters ahead of the group. Naya was still in shock and forgot to control the carriage, but the horses sensed the danger and slowed down voluntarily, stopping 6 or 7 meters away from the knights. Miss Naya, His Highness ordered us to bring you back. The chief knight spoke out. No. I won't go with you. Get out of my way. Now. Naya was finally awoken from her daze, screaming aloud. Christian and the others popped their heads out of the carriage and nervously stared at the soldiers. Forgive us, Miss Naya. We have to obey our orders, so you must come with us, the knight responded. His tone was neither aggressive nor conciliatory. No way. I'd rather die here, then. Naya shouted, pulling out her long sword. The latter carriages had now arrived as well. Sante, Feller, and the others all jumped out and were about to rush forward. Just then, they heard Anfey shout, "Go back to your carriages and stay there." Sante and Feller exchanged a look and returned to where they had been. "Miss Naya, you were wrong. Please stop challenging our patience." The lead knight started to get agitated. "Pooh." Zubin spat on the ground and got ready for a battle. "Very nice. Your rudeness has done it." The knight sneered and gestured at his men. The other 6 crusaders moved as one man and pulled out something from the back of their horses, aiming to the front. A crossbow? Anfey's eyes were wide open, while Christian and the others turned pale. A crossbow was life-threatening to mages at such a short distance. The speed of a crossbow was too fast for a mage to even cast an immediate spell. The problem was, crossbows were banned by the Empire and no one should be allowed to use one. Why were these crusaders daring to publicly wield a crossbow? "Miss Naya, your fellow will suffer due to your stubbornness," the chief said coldly. "You have until the count of 3 to reconsider." 1. Anfey felt Zubin reach his back and write 2 words there, "Earth Wall." 2. The lead knight broke the silence and counted aloud again. Around 60 meters away from the battlefield, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Under the light moonlight, one could tell this person was relatively young and quite handsome. He was the trusted mage of Prince Wester, Brufit. He quietly observed from far away and started to smile. He could advise Wester and lead Wester to threaten Sol with Naya, but he could not let Naya die or be brought back to the sacred city. The original plan was ruined by Anfey. Brufit intended to rescue Naya from the palace after she was captured, so that he could win her trust. Then he would have his men accompany Naya back to Sol, and have her fill Sol in on what she had experienced. Furious, Sol would then be even more loyal to Grandin. At that point, a civil war within Mayho would be imminent. Even though things did not happen as expected, it could still work. Brufit was not interested in women. His task could be completed as long as Naya returned to Sol. 3. The chief finally launched the battle. At the same time, Zubin threw a magic scroll out. An earth wall rose up and cut off the confrontation between the two sides. Anfey quickly dove onto the ground and began to charge forward while keeping himself low. As soon as the crusaders had released their arrows, Anfey would jump over the wall and start the fight. Although his rivals were all very powerful, Anfey was still hopeful. He had 3 mighty mages on his side, one of whom was Christian, who partnered with Anfey perfectly. As long as they utilized proper intervening magic, they still stood a good chance to win. However, Anfey was shocked when he reached the wall, as was everyone else. Although they could not see beyond the earth wall, they could all sense the dramatic magic surge and the panic-stricken combat power. A few moments later, the earth wall fell into shuddering elements and a terrifying scene was shown. All 7 crusaders were dead, as were their rides. But the ways they were slaughtered were different. Some lost their heads by shaped blades, some were burned to ash, and others were turned into rotten flesh. Brufit levitated and applied all the magic he could to fly back to the sacred city. It was unbelievable. After he had cast a horror magic, Dead Bones Touch, on these knights, a master swordsman also appeared in the middle of the battlefield and started attacking the same targets. Then, all of a sudden, lava emerged and ended the bloodshed. Brufit did figure out 2 things. First, that swordsman was short and thin, and most likely a woman. The one who cast the lava magic had to be a senior fire mage. Second, the women and that fire mage were not together, because the woman was surprised and almost injured by the dual attack of Dead Bones Touch and the lava. Of course, they were not on his side either. But, who were they really? Brufit couldn't find a good explanation. He had used death magic, would this alert either of them? Did he expose himself by accident? Question after question flashed into his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, An Omnipotent God. Chapter 41, An Omnipotent God. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Anfey was supposed to be happy after being saved at a dangerous time, but the one who did a nice thing for Anfey was anonymous. He disappeared in the dark with no desire for fame or wealth. It was a respectful demeanor. However, Anfey did not feel happy at all. Seeing Zeta bullying and stirring things up on purpose, Anfey had a weird feeling that Prince Wester did not want to make the situation too serious. Judging by the way Zeta had acted, he must have been told to do so or been involved in some conspiracy. What Zeta did would anger both Sol and Wester, and he wouldn't be able to get anything from either side. Who would benefit from it if things became bad? There should be a third person. Being saved was not always a good thing. Who knew whether the person who saved Anfey came here by following him or the knights? Which side was he on? It even proved that the person who saved Anfey wanted to use Sol's students to do something. Anfey, did you see who helped us? Christian quickly walked towards Anfey. No. Anfey shook his head. 7 knights quietly laid there. Some of them did not even have the shape of a human body anymore. Even the mature and confident Christian became panicked. He frowned. Necromancer? His eyes were looking at the 2 rotten bodies. Anfey walked up slowly, picked up a string of clothing, and moved back a few steps. He stopped breathing for a moment before bringing the piece of clothing close to his nose and taking a breath. The first scent was a slight cosmetic fragrance, followed by a disgusting rotting smell. Anfey didn't know that the clothing came from the rotten body not far from him. Anfey was in thought for a moment. He tossed the piece of clothing away, walked to the carriage, and jumped into it. Anfey, do we continue forward? Naya asked in a low voice. She had been in danger several times today. Her heart was numb. Anfey asked, no, who was familiar with the nearby roads? We should turn to the south now. We should continue to Green City. There's a crossroads to the south that is not far from Green City. After passing the crossroads, keep going straight. There we will find the city of Baida, or we can take a boat at the ferry. The boat will take us down to Lagan, which is only a few miles away from Forest Clarm, Zubin said. Everyone's eyes were on Zubin. He never had the chance to talk that much in one breath. It surprised everybody a little bit. Anfey did not hesitate for a bit. He nodded. All right, let's take the route Zubin told us. Zubin, do you know how to drive a carriage? Yes. Can you take over the carriage to let Miss Naya get some rest? Zubin held out his hands without any words, and Naya quietly passed the horsewhip to Zubin and went inside the carriage. She actually felt a little tired. Zubin, how long does it take to get to Green City? Anfey asked. We can get there before dusk if we do not stop on the way. Can you get us there? No problem. Then let's go. Anfey took attention away from the surroundings in the dark. His sensing ability was limited. If the nice powerful person chose to follow them, there was no way Anfey would know where he was hiding. Sol had said that one's sensing ability depended on how strong their focus was. He needed to spend a lot more time practicing his focus later on. He had read a lot of magic books about it, but never found any specific training techniques for it. Mages improve their focus naturally through meditation. Right. Meditation. In the palace on Mount St. Brunswick, on the first floor under the arch, a man and woman lay together on a bed in a bedroom. Their position was flirty. The woman's long legs wrapped around the guy's waist. She moved like she could not take any more sensations, moaning quietly. The guy reached his hand into her shirt while squeezing her round and curvy but with his other hand. A maid walked in. My lord, Mr. Bruffett wants to see you. This stupid guy. That man muttered and sat up. He was Wester, the prince of the Manhwa Empire. He got off the bed and grabbed the crystal ball on the end table. He shook his head and bent down to take out a cup from under the end table, slamming it onto the wall. The cup crashed into the wall. Wester yelled with full strength, "Get out! All of you! I do not want to see any of you!" Wester sounded furious, but his face had a smile. He winked at the maid after the yell. That maid stuck her tongue out and walked out obediently. Ha, my lord, this is my first time seeing your temper, like that of a little kid. It was fun. I do not care if you think I am a kid or not. I do care if Bruffett treats me like a kid. Wester said flatly. I am curious, my majesty. Aren't you worried? Philip was irritated. If he had any conflict with Archmage Sol, the Manhwa Empire would be greatly affected. Your throne might experience some changes. Are you trying to find out my secrets? Wester laughed. No, I am just curious. I will take back my words if you do not want to talk about it. You think too much. Wester laid down on the bed, touching her hair affectionately. I can tell you if you want to know. Sure, the woman said with a smile. She was very pretty, with long light green hair resting on her fair breasts. This temptation could not be described with words. Her small chin, snow-white teeth, the blush on her cheeks, the fine sweat on the tip of her nose, and a pair of big and clear eyes all gave out an innocent feeling. I made a mistake with Bruffett. I did not want him to have any suspicion of me, so I didn't send anyone to watch him. I didn't expect him to become familiar with Zita in such a short time. He was also able to ask Zita to work for him. Ha, but there is no time for regret. Wester was saying something which should make him unhappy, but he had a big smile on his face, as if he wasn't aware of the serious consequences involved. He affectionately kissed the woman's forehead. You underestimated Bruffett too much. The woman put her face in Wester's hand. She looked satisfied, but was very nervous inside. The more time she spent with Wester, the more mature, cunning, and shrewd she found him to be. She could not control her nervousness when she was alone with Wester. Even when the looks on Wester's face were full of love and affection, she could not believe what she saw. Men like Wester only loved themselves and only cared about power. They weren't able to fall in love with anyone. She was confident in her look, but she knew who Wester was. It is the opposite. I overestimated Bruffett too much, Wester said in a helpless tone. Ha! The woman opened her eyes wide. She did not understand Wester. I did something before, hoping to get attention from Bruffett. In fact, I failed. What was it? Meyerich was asked to take command of the Sacred City garrison. I spent half a day to gain his trust and convinced him to take my orders unconditionally. If you heard about this, how would you see me? Wester smiled. I will watch you more carefully and re-evaluate your ability, the woman replied. I told Bruffett in a showing-off tone that Meyerich was willing to take my orders. I thought he would realize that he needed to be careful of what he was doing. That idiot only had that boring plan on his mind. It was so disappointing. But, it already happened. You have to fix it. Fix it? Why would I need to fix it? Philip is a master swordsman with a hot temper. 3 of his students have also reached the level of master swordsman. If he has any conflict with Saul, no matter which side has casualties, it would be a huge loss to the empire. Ha ha. My baby, not long ago, we were discussing how to deal with your brother in the negotiation. Didn't it sound familiar? Your Majesty, are you insulting me? The woman's face changed. No, baby, you still have that problem, thinking too much. I was just stating a fact. If the ties of family members and friendships can be changed at any time, would the relationship between teacher and student last forever? Wester smiled. You think there are 4 master swordsmen under Phillips? To me, there is only one. This is the difference between us. Do you think Philip's students would betray him? Of course, the key is how much I can offer them and whether what I offered was worth them betraying their teacher. Ha! I sort of hate the word betray. I think they might feel the same way. What if Philip became a traitor? They would become heroes if they could kill their teacher for their country. Wester smiled. Baby, do you understand now? This is the advantage of being a king. If you have the ultimate power of interpretation, you are an omnipotent god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42, One Misfortune After Another. Chapter 42, One Misfortune After Another. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Sean, what did you see? An old man stood quietly under the starry sky. It was hard to tell his age. His long white hair was blowing in the air, and his face was battered with deep wrinkles, looking like they were carved with knives. The folds of his eyelids were saggy, as if they couldn't hold the weight and were trying to squeeze his eyes into slits. He looked weak, but his voice was deep and as loud as a bell, putting pressure on others. It's weird. A fire mage, a swordsman, and a necromancer. When did Saul start to work with a necromancer? A guy named Sean asked, standing up. The ground is still warm from the lava. They must have left recently. Professor, we can still catch them. Okay, then. The old man's face grew stern, and he turned to the side. Sean also turned around at the same time. A sword light flashed in the dark to their side, about 100 meters away from them, shooting directly at the old man. The old man didn't even move slightly when he saw the sword light shooting at him. He waved at it like he was waving away flies. The sword light shattered into numerous specks of light and then disappeared. Ernest slowly walked out of the darkness. Even though he was confident in his swordsmanship, swordlight would not be able to hurt a master swordsman from 100 meters away. He was just warning the old man. Master, that's Ernest, Sean said slowly. Philip snorted and pulled his sword out from his waist. Normally, an old man would not have strong bones and flexible muscles. His sword looked a lot wider and a little longer than a regular sword, and its edge was 3 fingers thick. The sword seemed very heavy. It was good for an old man to exercise with, but strange to battle with. Undoubtedly, Philip was very confident in his strength and stamina. A thick white cloud of combat power arose from Philip. His body shot out like a bullet toward Ernest. Sean also pulled out a sword, standing right next to Philip, ready to protect him. If they had met yesterday, Philip would have invited Ernest to his house without any hesitation to enjoy a conversation about sword skills. However, with only a single day's difference, their positions and attitudes had experienced dramatic changes. Philip immediately started the battle without a word. Ernest gracelessly turned around and ran backwards. His cheeks were hot. If this had happened a few years ago, he would never have run away from a battle, no matter who he fought against or whether or not the situation allowed him to join the battle. After being with Anfey for the past few days, Ernest's personality had changed. Anfey had been telling Ernest the stories he heard from small villages. From the stories, Ernest found that plunging straight ahead was not the only way to arrive at the destination. Circuitous tactics could do the same job. Sometimes, circuitous tactics could even be the better choice. Ernest had never lacked the ability to learn, otherwise he would not have been able to become a master swordsman. He just put most of his effort toward practicing the sword, so he seemed simple in other areas. Philip stopped walking, sneering at Ernest's back. "Is this Ernest?" "Yes, he is," Sean said slowly. "It was humiliating to even pull my sword out in front of such a coward." Philip put his sword back into its sheath. "Let's go. We do not have to worry about him." Sean was deep in thought while he was watching Ernest's back. He felt that something was strange. He had heard about Ernest. Ernest wasn't supposed to be a coward. Ernest suddenly threw himself toward them when they started turning around. Another sword light shot out. Philip, though irritable, had survived for 7 or 8 decades and immediately reacted to Ernest, who wanted to entangle them, shouting, "Sean, you don't have to worry about me. Go now. Master, Go." Philip jumped up, chasing after Ernest. Sean groaned inside. Ernest did not have a good reputation, but no one ever denied his swordsmanship. There were at least 7 or 8 master swordsmen who had received his challenges and were defeated by him one after another. He could not let his master fight Ernest alone. At the same time, Brufit, in Sacred City, put down his quill. He thought he had come to Sacred City under a secret mission. He had done a good job so far. However, he had received an order from headquarters a few days ago. He was told to be careful of a guy named Anfey. In the order, it was said that they had failed in testing Anfey, and everyone they sent out for that mission had died. Headquarters had asked Brufit to find a way to get in contact with Anfey. Brufit did not complain to headquarters. He understood that capable people had to bear more responsibilities. In fact, he was happy that headquarters had confidence and trust in him. He was deep in thought for a while, trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It would have a very good ending. It would not only stir things up in the Manhwa Empire, but also test what Anfey could really do. In the letter, Brufit guessed with certainty that Anfey did not have any combat power, but was able to use some weird and dangerous swordsmanship. Brufit suggested that headquarters send him several skilled men. He wanted to catch Anfey at any cost. He would use spirit magic to turn Anfey into a puppet and learn all about his sword skills. Brufit emphasized in the letter that the power of the organization would increase dramatically if Anfey's sword skills could be taught in the organization, especially to the vampire mages, although vampire mages were already agile and strong without those sword skills. Anfey was not Brufit's priority because he knew Saul had a chasm dragon crystal, which was precious to a necromancer. He had searched for it at Saul's house after helping Naya and her fellows to escape. He had not found it, although he had found a secret chamber. He was not able to decode the magic array in the chamber, however. Brufit believed Naya and her fellows had taken Saul's possessions with them, judging from the messy bedrooms and how empty the chamber was. Brufit asked headquarters to send people to join his force and stop Naya and her companions. Judging from the current situation on the Pan continent, Naya had to be alive, but Saul's other students didn't matter. To make a compromise, he would catch Naya alive, obtain all of Saul's possessions, and find an opportunity to allow Naya to escape. The result would be the same. "What are you thinking?" Anfey asked in a low voice, suddenly opening his eyes from his rest. "Nothing." Christian turned sideways and quietly wiped his tears away. Anfey pretended not to see it. "The sun is coming out soon, right? Yes, the sun is coming out soon. Naya turned around in her sleep, putting her left foot on Anfey's leg. She muttered a bit and fell asleep again. Naya had refused to go to sleep when Anfey had asked her to do so, but later, she had been so tired that she fell asleep against the carriage wall. She changed her sleeping positions very often, curling up and sleeping on floor with legs and arms spread out. There was some room left for another person to sleep flat on the floor, but sleeping together with Naya would be too much. Christian and Rizka had to fight off their sleepiness. Anfey wouldn't have a problem not sleeping for a couple of nights. He had been resting to save his energy and help him focus better in case of an emergency. Christian, can I ask you something? What do you want to ask? You are a junior mage. Rizka and Zubin are pretty skilled too. How did you get cuffed by the anti-magic bracelets so easily? That. We were too stupid. Christian blushed. Zeta told us there were people who had reported us. One of them was a spy of the Alisan Empire. Zeta wanted to take us to the palace and investigate. Then you allowed him to cuff you with the bracelets? They are the palace guards. We did not want to bring any trouble to the professor. Christian smiled bitterly. Alas. I just fell asleep, and you woke me up. Rizka opened his eyes. Did you sleep? How can I sleep? Do you think everyone is like you? Rizka commented, Anfey, I am admiring you more and more. How can you act like nothing happened in this kind of situation? Eating is to have energy for the battle, sleeping is to make correct judgments. You can do so as well in the future. Then make a judgment. When are we going to see the professor? Rizka asked. They were saved by Anfey, but Rizka did not feel safe with Anfey. It was Anfey who had trouble with the old nut Philip. The difference in ability between the two parties was huge. Only if they could find the professor would they be protected and feel safe. Don't worry. We would be looking to get killed if we tried to find the professor with a group of people. You guys had better find a hidden place to settle first and let me look for the professor. This is a safer way. Anfey smiled. Okay. We will listen to you. Rizka took out the water bladder and opened the cap as he was nodding. The carriage suddenly jolted. Rizka had a strong headache from the lack of sleep and dropped the water bladder on the floor, causing water to spill out immediately. The water did nothing to the others on the carriage. Naya was the unlucky one. Her eyes flew open and saw a few people overlooking her. Naya jumped up with a scream. Miss, are you awake? Rizka flattered her with a smile. He had hidden the water bladder behind him, afraid of Naya finding anything wrong with it. Yes. Naya rubbed her sleepy eyes. Where are we now, Dot? Zubin, Miss Naya asked you where we are now? Rizka became a mouthpiece. We will be at the crossroads soon. Come in and get some rest. I will be the driver. Rizka crawled out of the carriage without waiting for Zubin's response. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43, Mud. Chapter 43, Mud. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. At noon, they saw the outline of the town, Baida, ahead of them. Anfey urged Zubin to turn the carriage into the woods by the side of the road, and the other two carriages followed. There were 4 carriages when they escaped from the sacred city, but only 3 remained. Sante was the only one in his group that knew how to drive. Since no one else could take over for Sante, he was so tired that he fell asleep on the road. As a result, the carriage lost control and flipped over. Luckily, there were no serious injuries. Anfey, why are we stopping here? Christian asked, confused. To let everybody rest a little bit. Anfey smiled. We can rest and find something to eat when we get to the town, Naya said. No one had brought food, so they were all hungry, having been on the road for almost half a day. However, everyone was too embarrassed to request food. Finally, they could almost see Baida, and Naya could not hold back any longer. Feller. Anfey called out. Right here. Feller ran, wobbling, toward Anfey. Take off your magic gown and put on a civilian outfit. Then go to the town and check to see if there's anything unusual. It would be even better if you can buy some food as well. You have to go by yourself to avoid attention. Any questions? No. But I only have what I am wearing. Feller had filled his dimensional ring with gold coins. He didn't even leave any room for his personal belongings, including any spare clothes. Feller, you can have mine, Sante shouted. We were almost the same size of clothes. Great, Feller answered, hurrying over to Sante. Everybody, get off the carriage. Take a break from resting to stretch a little, Anfey requested. Get off, get off. Mage's physical builds were weak, so they had been curling up on the carriage. They would suffer from insufficient blood circulation if they went back to sleep right away. Anfey was experienced in escaping and was well aware of the most fatal threats, not policemen, not enemies, but diseases. Eating in the wild, sleeping without shelter, being on the road day and night, and stressing over the roadblocks ahead and the chasers behind all contributed to the increasing risk of illnesses. Being able to keep the body at the healthiest condition would allow them to fight for survival, but getting ill would leave no hope to win. Anfey had now become the leader of the group. Even though everyone was exhausted, they got off the carriage and started to walk around. Anfey, Riska cheered in pleasant surprise, lifting up the carriage curtain. Blavi woke up. Where am I? Blavi's frail voice rose in the carriage. You are in the carriage. Riska laughed. What carriage? Blavi, don't move. Anfey crawled inside. He felt the temperature on Blavi's forehead, and gently pressed down on his belly. Does it hurt? No. How about here? Anfey tried a different spot. Nope. Anfey continued with several other places around his belly. Blavi did not scream in pain. Anfey was relieved. If the intestine was ruptured or wounded, it would be infected by now. As a result, the abdominal area would produce pressure and cause unbearable pain if pushed down. Riska was curious. Anfey, what are you doing? I have some medical knowledge. Anfey smiled back at him. Is Blavi okay? He should be alright. Yikes. Riska said, I wish bright priests were here, but. Bright priests? Anfey widened his eyes. Can they cure disease? Do not trust bright priests. Christian followed Riska into the carriage and sneered. Why? They lied? They may not be lying, but diseases can't be cured for good with just a benediction. I have a friend. He was always very concerned by his poor health, so he went to the priest every time he got sick. Holy light had an immediate effect on relieving the pain, but he would get sick again, with the same symptoms, in less than 2 days. Then he had to go back to the priest again. No matter what, Anfey said, intrigued by the profession of priest, it did help with the pain. That is good. My fright ended up dying because the holy light wasn't able to help him anymore. That priest told him he had to see a bright priest for his problem. So? He had been seeing the priest intermittently for the past few years and donated almost all of his savings to the church. How could he have any money left to see a bright priest? But bright priests are the messengers of the God of light here on earth. They are generous and kind-hearted. I've seen them in person. Riska said hesitantly. They definitely need to do something nice, Zubin interrupted, otherwise how could they make people believe in them? But think about it, how many people are suffering from sickness? Holy light is not able to cure them all. How could the bright priests help everyone? Zubin is right. Christian took over the conversation. Anfey, do you know who the richest people in this world are? Businessmen? No, they are the priests. Every time they use holy light, they charge a fortune. People getting sick is inevitable, so they go to the priests. If the priests can't help them, they have to see bright priests. Think about it, how much money could they make? People can only go to priests for illnesses? Is there no other way to cure an illness? There used to be a group of life messengers on the Pan-continent. They were committed to researching the secret of life, and they also helped to cure diseases. However, the way they treated patients was too scary. They even snuck into cemeteries to dig up dead people and cut them up into pieces to study. Later, they were condemned as heretics and slaughtered. They are almost extinct, even rarer than necromancers. I see, Anfey nodded. You are prejudiced toward priests. Not all of them are like that. My uncle is a priest, and I know him. Blavi coughed quietly. Now could someone tell me where we are and what happened? Anfey, however, was still very interested in this topic. Blavi, can you tell me a bit more about this? Can your uncle cure diseases? Minor diseases can be cured, and there will be no relapse within a short period of time. But for more severe cases, holy light can only relieve some of the pain, Blavi said honestly. The professor did some research on this as well. He believed that diseases are caused by abnormal changes in the blood, bones, and muscles. The best way to treat it is to use your own body strength to modify the condition of those abnormalities and force them to recover. Holy light works in the same way. Blavi argued. Alright, no more fighting. Naya said loudly. We have enough to worry about. That's right. Blavi looked around. I have asked a few times. Why hasn't anyone answered me? What happened? Let me tell you, Riska started talking, vividly describing what happened at Saul's house. He exaggerated Anfey's capabilities while playing down the opponent's power with some thrilling scenes. What a great storyteller! Blavi was stunned. After a while, he turned to Anfey and asked, "Did you really kill Zeta?" "Unfortunately, yes." Anfey nodded. "Why?" "Blavi, are you scared?" Rizka asked, dissatisfied. At this point, what good would fear do? Blavi smiled bitterly. "Anfey, I thought I was too impulsive." "You are even worse than me." "Anfey was not impulsive," Christian said. "You did not see what happened." Maris wanted Anfey. If Anfey hadn't struck back, he would have been tortured to death by Maris. "So, what's the plan now?" Blavi asked. "To Forest Clarm." Blavi struggled to sit up, but he failed. He was barely able to lean against the carriage, even with Rizka's help. "I don't have any strength in me. Sorry to be a burden." "You are not a burden. Take a few days to rest and you will be fine." Anfey smiled, and took a dark pill out of his dimensional ring. "Take this pill first." Blavi glanced at it and shook his head, hard. "No mud, please." "This is not mud." Anfey was amused. "It's a medicine I made." "Smell it." Blavi sniffed. He did smell a slight fragrance, but he was still frowning and very hesitant. "Come on. Why would I lie to you? It will be good for your recovery." Anfey smiled. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 44, Initial Stage. Chapter 44, Initial Stage. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Blavi took the pill from Anfey. Anfey looked very sincere, but Blavi still wasn't sure if he should take it or not. This was understandable, no one wanted to ingest an unknown substance. It had nothing to do with trust. Zubin suddenly grabbed Blavi's hand and forcefully shoved the pill into Blavi's mouth. Blavi scrunched up his face, angrily staring at Zubin. However, he had no other options besides swallowing it down, since the pill was already in his mouth. If he spat it out, it would look like he was rejecting Anfey's kind gesture, and he didn't want to hurt Anfey's feelings. "You'd better wait for me," Blavi said with his teeth clenched. Zubin made an apologetic gesture with both of his hands. "Okay, since everyone is here now, I need to tell you something important." Anfey smiled. "What is it?" Naya asked. She was the first one in the group to show curiosity toward Anfey's question. "You don't think we are a disorderly group, do you? Without organization, responsibilities, and rules, it would be a mess if something happened to us. For example, right now, if we all go to rest, there will be no one on watch. Let's imagine. If someone attacked us by surprise, how could we effectively defend? Anfey, you give us orders and tell us what to do." "We trust you," Christian said. "Time is really tight right now. I can only assign you some work." We should divide into 4 groups. I am in direct command of the first group. Let us pick 3 people to be in charge of the other 3 groups. Anfey looked at Christian. "Christian, you are an entry-level mage. I recommend you be in charge of the second group. The first group will block our opponents when they appear. Your second group will quickly attack them with magic." "I got it." Christian nodded. "Does anyone have any suggestions for the leaders of the other 2 groups?" "I recommend Blavi be in charge of one group. He has a great grasp of various magics," Christian said. "What do you guys think?" Anfey asked. Besides Christian and Melinda, Blavi is the best mage among us. The professor had already considered having Blavi take the mage exam, but there was suddenly a battle at the frontier, so he didn't get the chance to take the exam. "I agree that Blavi is a good fit." Rizka smiled. "But my body." "Your body will be fine in a day," Anfey said. Since everybody agreed, then it's set. "Everybody, can you think of another leader candidate for the last group?" "Zubin could be in charge of the 4th group," Christian said. Zubin hesitated for a second. "I think I should be with Anfey. If there are mages among the opponents, someone in the first group should be able to fight them. This is for Anfey's safety, otherwise he will be in danger." "Yes, Anfey does need a good assistant." Christian nodded. "How about Sante?" Rizka suggested. "Sante is too impulsive." "I think you are a good candidate," Blavi gave his own advice. "Me? I'm too careless. I'm not a good candidate." Rizka waved his hands. "Then give a suggestion for the last candidate." "We have to pick the strongest one among those remaining, so you are our best choice," Blavi said. "What do you mean by that?" Rizka was not happy about this. Habits can be changed, especially after you take on more responsibilities. When you think your forgetfulness may cause harm to your peers, you will know what you need to do. Can I not take that role? Rizka said with his face scrunched. That's it. Anfey didn't respond to Rizka's response, instead making the decision that Rizka would take the role of leading the fourth group. How about me? Naya asked unhappily. Naya had waited quite a while to see if Anfey would give her the job, but now she was very upset. Christian and his fellows gave each other a look, and then they all looked down. In their quiet and peaceful life, Naya was their dream girl. However, when in danger, they just hoped Naya would not bring them any trouble. It would be a joke to let her lead a team, but they could not say anything in front of her, so they quieted down instead. We will talk about you later. Anfey smiled. Oh. Naya nodded and showed a hint of smile. I am going to announce the rules. There is only one rule today, but I will add more rules later on. Anfey's face became stern. All orders come from me. Everyone should obey the orders, including the group leaders. If anyone fails to obey an order, that person has to leave our team immediately, or he will become our enemy. Any questions? Anfey knew it was not practical to have everyone following his lead, so he had Christian and 2 other leaders make a leadership team to take some stress off him. No questions. Christian nodded. He was the first to agree. Blavi and Rizka followed him and nodded. Although neither of them had any combat experience or any sort of training, they had seen others fight. They would do just fine. To overcome this difficult time, everybody had to come together and be united. Discipline was the prerequisite for a united group. Without discipline, they would be a mess, because each of them had different ideas and opinions on how to do things. That's good. Christian, you guys go and find your group members. Whoever doesn't have a group will be in my first group. Anfey smiled. Anfey, what will Blavi's and my groups do? Rizka asked. Blavi's group will be the first responder team. Depending on the situation, your team might need to help the first group or protect Christian. You make the decision. Anfey looked at Rizka. Your team will remain at the back of the carriages. When the battle starts, no matter what happens in front of you, your team has to ensure no one will attack us from behind. I got it. Anfey, Sante should go to your team. He is hot-tempered, but he is a good mage. He can provide a lot of help, Christian said. Among the 4 groups, Anfey's team would undoubtedly take the most stress and encounter the most danger. Christian thought that Anfey's team needed to be stronger. Okay, Anfey accepted Christian's suggestion, smiling. Also, after you pick your team members, you and your team have to think about your strategies. You need to make plans for how to respond to opponents with starter attacks, how to collaborate with other teams, and how to intelligently fight against your opponents. You will have no time to rest for the next few days. Anfey, are the starter attacks you mentioned the magic my team could use to start the battle? Rizka asked. Yes. You know that my magic. Anfey scoffed at himself, so I cannot offer any useful advice on the techniques. You and your team will have to figure it out yourselves. Christian is very talented in magic. Do you still remember what happened at Master's house? If Christian hadn't used electrical arcs instead of lightning to attack that person, the battle would not have ended so soon. You guys can ask him for advice. That was because your swordsmanship was too advanced. I have confidence in you. Christian blushed a little. Confidence? Right, that is the most important thing for us. Anfey said. Everyone has to have confidence in each of their team members, and each team has to have confidence in the other teams. Maybe we are not strong yet, but confidence will be an important weapon when fighting our enemies. I got it. Christian and the other 2 team leaders nodded sincerely. Okay, go ahead and pick your team members. At the same time, Sante's voice arose outside the carriage. Feller, did you bring any food back? Hurry up, I'm starving. Anfey lifted up the curtain. Sante, hold on. Feller, come in. Discipline started with the little things. Everybody should have dinner together. No one should just eat whenever they felt hungry. Feller crawled into the carriage, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He said, Anfey, thank you. If you did not ask me to take off my mage's gown, I would not have been able to come back. What happened? Anfey grew tense. I saw us on a wanted poster. A wanted poster? All of us? Christian yelled. Yes. It said that we killed the palace guards and wanted to overthrow the king. They were offering large rewards, a gold coin for reporting our locations, and 10 gold coins for killing any of us. Only 10 gold coins? You call that a large reward? Rizka smiled. Feller, have you ever seen a gold coin? There was also a wanted poster from Phillips. Feller smiled bitterly. They are giving 100 gold coins for reporting our locations. How could the information on the poster be passed to Bida City so quickly? Anfey asked. This should be credited to the Mage Union. Christian sighed. Anfey, what should we do now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45, Novice Bandits. Chapter 45, Novice Bandits. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. It was getting so dark that normal people had locked their doors and gone to sleep, only some stray cats and dogs still wandered the streets. A group of people quietly moved toward the harbor. This was the newly formed squad's first action. Anfey was up front, leading the first team, and followed by the second and third teams. Rizka's fourth team kept the rear, with 10 meters in between the groups. Maybe all young people were like this. Once a well-behaved girl, who stayed at home most of the time, tasted rebellion, she would likely remember that adventure for a long time. After Anfey gave the order to take over a ship, these young people forgot about the dangerous situation they were in. They rolled up their sleeves and itched to have a go, which made Anfey snicker. Are you sure the ship is nearby? Anfey hissed. It is here, Feller whispered. That was a larger ship. The ferry won't arrive until dusk. Zubin said the next ferry is about 100 miles away from Bida City. They are not able to sail the boat in the dark and should be resting here tonight. I see it now. Anfey nodded. In a few moments, 4 groups gathered at a place about 100 meters away from the berth. Anfey observed their surroundings and ordered, execute the plan. This is the last chance for questions. I have one. What do we do if we hurt someone in the 4th group asked. I do not care if you kill or wound anyone, but you have to keep everything under control without drawing attention. This is my only request. As long as you can do that, I am fine with anything, even if you want to make peace with the people on the ship. However, Anfey said coldly, you have to understand, we are one big team. If anyone hesitates and jeopardizes the safety of the team, I will have him leave right away. We do not need anyone who would put us in danger. No one said anything else. Anfey disappeared in the quiet darkness. To be honest, Anfey did not want to bring a group of novices with him, but he had no other options. Training should be done when kids were young. The path of escape was dangerous. They needed to start learning and growing up. No matter what they would get out of the training in the end, at least it should increase their likelihood of surviving. Yolanthe had ruled the country very well. Except for the latent dangers and threats between countries, people in the Meho Empire seemed to live a happy life, and the country enjoyed its peace. This commercial ship seemed to have sailed without danger for too long, so they had loosened their precautions. Not to mention having very few guards, there were only 1 or 2 men standing outside the cabin, sleeping against tarpaulins. In fact, they were more concerned with thieves than bandits. Right now, the boat was resting on the water, which could usually prevent thieves from getting aboard. Even if they were able to get on board, they would have no way to escape with the goods. As such, no one was willing to be on watch the whole night while knowing that nothing was going to happen. Anfey walked around the boat twice, sneaking into the cabin and going upstairs and downstairs once. Nothing happened except that a businessman who woke up early to pee saw Anfey. Leading a group of novices to attack a group of ordinary people in surprise sounded like decent training. A young dog would never be able to fight a tiger no matter how hard it was trained, because it wouldn't survive the first try, instead being killed by the tiger a long time ago. Anfey returned to the cabin and sent out the signal. Over 10 people levitated in the air in the dark. Only Naya did not know levitation magic, everyone else could float. The differences among them laid on the distance, speed, and stability. Christian was a junior mage, so he didn't have a problem flying a short distance with a person. Soon, the squad landed on the deck. They all wore dark clothes. Anfey had requested everyone wear black, but at least 2/3 of them didn't have black clothes, and it wasn't practical to make them immediately, so they substituted dark clothes instead. Anfey waved, and then Christian quietly took 2 members from the second team forward. On the other side, Rizka led the 4th team to the aft. Blavi was breathing heavily against the bulwark. He shouldn't have participated in this action due to his health, but he had insisted on coming, and Anfey had acquiesced. Get up! Naya yelled in a low pitch. The 2 men were sleeping so soundly that they did not wake up even when Christian and his team members walked across them. They also treated Naya's order as mosquito noise, until Naya stepped on them heavily. You! One of them reached his hand out to grab the sword on his waist. Naya was quicker than him and laid her sword at his neck. Do not move. I do not want to hurt you, Naya said in her crushing manner. Anfey could not help shaking his head. Naya's words revealed her timidity. Even though her face and tone were vicious, it could only fool little kids. If Naya was threatening him with a sword at his neck, Anfey had millions of ways to kill her. Miss, what do you want to do? We are just business people. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Anfey had already kicked his face. It didn't matter if he was interrogating or condemning, everything turned into moaning in pain. You have to understand you are our captive. If you dare to challenge my patience, I don't mind cutting off your hands and feet and then tossing you into the water, Anfey said flatly. In fact, he was saying this to Naya. She should understand that she was a bandit and should not have said, I do not want to hurt you. Anfey knew his action did little when he saw Naya's sympathetic and stunned look. The sound of fighting and the waves of magic surges came out from the cabin. It became quiet in a short while. With a good plan, it was a piece of cake to have a junior mage, a senior mage, and 4 intermediate mages beat a few normal guards and some businessmen. Moreover, Anfey had checked the ship inside and out beforehand. If, after all this preparation, the plan had still failed, Anfey would have left the group and wandered alone. Soon, a few businessmen were taken out by Christian, followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards, 2 of which were wobbling, probably hurt by magic. Rizka also took more than 10 sailors out. The river was not as large as the ocean. Less than 20 sailors were definitely not enough to sail on the ocean, but this commercial boat was supposed to go on the river, so there was no need for a large crew, despite its size. Just as Anfey anticipated, although Christian and others were rookie bandits, a huge difference in power meant that the battle ended quickly. At the beginning, there were 2 guards in a physical fight with Christian. In the next moment, they were hit by Christian's magic and fell to the floor. After that, the rest of them gave up immediately. Who is in charge? It is me, sir. How can I help you? A businessman walked up, simpering. He was a little overweight with a wide face, intelligent eyes, plump lips, and an honest look. Name? My name is Jesse, sir. From now on, your ship will be our acquisition. If you do not want to see any bloodshed, just do what you are told, Anfey said flatly. Weigh anchor now. No problem, sir. The businessman named Jesse was very cooperative. Where are we going? North or south? South. I got it. Jesse turned around, yelling, Get to work, get to work. Why aren't you moving? Hurry up. Set sail. A couple of sailors looked around, walked carefully to the bulwark, and worked together to hoist the anchor. Zubin and Sante landed on the deck and shook their heads at Anfey. Their duties were watching to ensure no one escaped. The businessmen and bodyguards realized the bandits were all mages, grew even more uneasy, and crowded together, looking at Anfey with fear. Anfey laid his eyes on Christian. Besides the sailors, lock everyone else up in the storage room. You keep a good eye on them. Yes. Christian took the order and nodded. Sir, let me stay. I am very familiar with this ship. If you need anything, I can help. Jesse flattered them with smiles. Anfey glanced at Jesse from top to bottom. Fine. Sir, where are you heading? No more questions. You will know when we get there. No matter how beautiful and bright Jesse's smiles were, Anfey kept a stern look on his face. Of course, of course. I understand. Jesse behaved very obediently. Beggars couldn't be choosers. Jessica was worried about his goods, but dealing with a group of mages, he had no other choice besides praying to God. Ernest stopped abruptly. He saw something familiar. A 3-meter-long white wax stick was laying in the grass. Ernest walked over and picked it up. No doubt, this was the weapon Anfey had used before. He felt something wet from his left arm. He looked down and saw the blood from the wound again. He tore a piece of cloth from his shirt and wrapped the wound up. After thinking a bit, he walked toward the direction the white wax stick was pointing. Before he walked long, Ernest paused again. A few withered, wild flowers were stuck on a trunk, waving with the wind. Wasn't that the herb Anfey had talked about before? Ernest strode to the tree and picked up the flowers. He observed the surroundings, and pulled out a paper ball from the hole where the flowers were. There was only one word on it, la dot. What does it mean? Ernest said to himself. He was confused and looked around to find more hints. Suddenly, he noticed a few more wild flowers waving in the wind. He went over, picked the flowers up, and easily found another paper ball in the hole with a stick. It said gone on it. Lagan? Ganla? Ernest looked around once again, but without any luck this time. He felt that Lagan sounded familiar. It seemed like the name of a place. After thinking for a while, he turned toward to the crossroad. These were indeed left by Anfey to Ernest. The signs were hidden very well and no hint was given beforehand. The possibility of getting Ernest's attention was slim, but Anfey had to give it a shot. If Ernest were able to find them, they could meet earlier. If Ernest missed the signs or could not find them, it would not affect their escape. If they were found by others, they would probably not be able to decode them and cause trouble for Anfey in the foreseeable future. Anfey would not have left these signs if he thought there was any slight possibility that those would pose a threat on them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46, Escape. Chapter 46, Escape. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. Bang, bang, there were some knocks on the door. Who? It's me, Zubin. Come on in. Anfey got up and kept doing what he had been doing. Zubin looked around before he pushed the door open and entered, closing the door tightly afterward. I feel, Anfey, that something isn't right. Oh, what's the matter? Anfey stood up and smiled. That guy named Jesse is very good at speaking. He has already ingratiated himself with the others within just one day. He always talks with people and laughs with them, and people are less alerted around him. Zubin laughed bitterly. Anfey, you should do something about it. You can't allow it to happen this way. I know. Anfey nodded. Anfey, how come you aren't doing anything about this? Did you forget our identities? Zubin became anxious. Rizka really sucks, as does Miss Naya. I guess they already know our identities, and they already know we are students of the great magician Saul. I was trying to wink at him, but he saw nothing. I couldn't talk anymore and had to come to you. Oh, did Rizka and Naya say anything about what we did in the sacred city? Zubin, be quieter while talking. Not yet, although Rizka is careless, he is not so stupid as to expose our identities. He said we were here to practice, Zubin said quietly, shaking his head. He is pretty good at speaking. Rizka and Naya were played tricks on and had many secrets seduced out. He would know nothing if I hadn't sent him to do things on the deck. Very naive lies. Can't experienced magicians be thieves? Rizka and Naya are treating him like a kid. Since you already know this, aren't you nervous? Zubin asked quietly. They will surely sell us out once they arrive at Lagan. Lagan is a very busy harbor and has its own delivery system. People from the sacred city would surely stop us if we were sold out before we get to Forest Clarm. Do you think it's useful for me to speak to them? Anfey asked. But you can't just stand there and do nothing about it. Don't forget you are the team leader. How do you know that I did nothing? Zubin looked at Anfey, surprised. Come over and listen this. Anfey shook the silver bottle in his hand. This was a stethoscope Anfey had made by connecting two wine bottles using a gold wire. What's this used for? Do you know why I choose this room to rest? Anfey asked a new question instead of responding to Zubin's question. I have no idea. There is a warehouse beneath this room. Although the soundproofing of the floor isn't good, you can hear them unless they talk quietly. Anfey laughed out. He put one end of the stethoscope near Zubin's ear and attached the other end to the floor. You've been listening to them, Zubin said after listening a bit. Zubin, please get all three people here, we need to have a discussion. Anfey nodded to Zubin. Okay. Zubin answered and walked outside. Wait a second. Anfey stopped Zubin and whispered to him for a while, and Zubin's facial expression changed from amazement to anger to confusion to helplessness. Now you can go. Anfey patted Zubin. Not much later, the majority of them had been called in, except for some that were monitoring the businessmen and sailors. They only encountered one dangerous moment where they were helped out by some good person. At this moment, the destination was just right in front of them, and everyone was relaxed, especially Naya, who had put on some makeup. She didn't have any mood for makeup in the beginning when they had started escaping. Anfey, what's the matter? Christian asked. We will be in Lagan tomorrow. I need to discuss something afterward with you guys, Anfey said. Don't think we are safe now. Honestly, we won't be safe even when we are in Forest Clarm. Something afterward? Anfey, what we need to do? Christian said. After arriving at Lagan, we can't stop by the harbor, we must find some remote area where no one can see us. Then we must destroy all the evidence, including the boat. Destroy the boat? What about the people on the boat? Rizka asked, surprised. I am your team leader. It's my duty to keep everyone safe. Nothing has to do with my business except this. Everyone was silent now as they understood that destroying the boat was not the purpose was to eliminate all the evidence. Everyone now remembered how crude Anfey's sword skills were after he demonstrated in Saul's house. What Anfey wanted to do was clear enough without guessing. Anfey, there are dozens of lives on the boat. And they did no harm to us, Rizka said hesitantly. How do you know? Zubin was trying to argue, and Anfey kicked him under the table. Anfey, there are still over dozens of miles between Forest Klarm and Lagan. We could still get into Forest Klarm before the chasers arrive if we act quickly, even if people on this boat sell us out. Considering the people on this boat are friendly to us, isn't it overreacting if we destroy the boat? Blavi said. Anfey fell into silence. No matter where they came from, whether ordinary people or nobles, there was one thing that they shared with each other: their lives were peaceful without life or death moments. Although they had some small conflicts among themselves, those were just childlike games, and they didn't really care who won or lost. They led a content life, and that's why they opposed such suggestions. Christian, what's your opinion? Anfey looked at Christian. Why don't we compromise? Christian suggested. I could bind them. Only a dozen miles until we will be in Forest Klarm. Anfey, what do you think? They can't have a negative impact on us. That's fine. Since everyone here is against my opinion, then we will just do as Christian just said. Anfey nodded. Christian was surprised that Anfey was convinced so easily. It was reasonable to think Anfey wasn't the type of person who could be easily convinced, considering Anfey was a rational and calm person. Does anyone have any ideas or want to say anything? Anfey asked slowly. Everybody shook their heads. They all thought Anfey's way was too cruel and merciless, while Christian's way could be acceptable. That's it. We will be in Lagan tomorrow. Have a good rest today and be well prepared for tomorrow. Everyone else was leaving Anfey's room except for Zubin. Zubin closed the door when everyone else left and spoke to Anfey. Anfey, didn't you hear about the warrant that Jesse mentioned and how our identities were exposed? How could you let everyone here have other opinions? Let's do it my way, Zubin. I trust you, that's why I have no reservations about you, and I hope you are worthy of my trust. Anfey. Please go. Zubin looked Anfey deeply and then left without a word. It was dark again. It was one of the do-nots for sailor to sail at night. Inland rivers were different from the ocean, there were so many invisible obstacles. Accidents could happen at any time if you were a little bit careless. But Anfey and the others were all amenable to sailing during the night. The owner of this business boat was busy with all sorts of things. In Christian's eyes, Jesse was a good person. If Jesse wanted to plot against them, he could have sailed the boat to a shallow place and gotten the boat stuck somewhere, causing everyone trouble. Instead, Jesse was very serious about sailing and hoped to sail to Lagan soon, just like everyone else. Due to Jesse's responsible attitude, everyone trusted him, and even Christian lost his alertness regarding Jesse after he talked with Anfey. The dining room was usually dim but was very crowded today. Hundreds of candles were lit, and every corner was lit up. Everyone would go on with their own roads after tomorrow. Honest Jesse got to know this news from other, more honest students. That's why he held this farewell party. Jesse was very good at speech, even better than Christian and all the others combined. He would go with Christian's team and experience more of the outside world, leaving his business, if only he had no family to support. Christian didn't think Jesse's idea was serious, but some of his students did, so the party's atmosphere was even more like that of a farewell party. Christian, where is your leader? I haven't seen him for a while. Jesse stood up shakily, he had drank enough already. Oh, who saw Anfey? Christian asked. Anfey got off the boat already. Zubin replied. He said he had to do something and will meet us in Lagan. How could he do this without even telling us? Christian was surprised. No worries, we will be at Lagan tomorrow morning, what's there to worry about? Jesse moved his hand and laughed. Christian put the wine glass down heavily on the table and could drink no more. He knew very well about their own business. Anfey was the only one who was able to bring everybody out of here. Christian felt lost. If Naya knew this, she would faint right away. She would think Anfey took all of her father's treasure away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47, Collaboration. Chapter 47, Collaboration. Translator, Manhwa_bo_studio editor, 10ish. When did Anfey leave? Why did not you tell me? Christian yelled at Zubin. He. Zubin slowly fell on the table, snoring slightly. What Jesse had taken out was spirit red wine, which tasted sweet at first, but had quite a punch at the end. Zubin was now drunk. You? Alas! Christian sighed. After hearing that Anfey had left, Christian had sobered up a little. Looking around, he saw that most of students were drunk. They were either sleeping soundly on the table or leaning back against their chairs like dead people. This was ridiculous. Christian, you. I told you. Jesse slurred, his eyes sleepy. He said, making friends with you, it was Jesse's honor. If you come to Tasha City later, do not forget to come and see me. Come on, let's have another glass. Jesse raised his glass up. He wasn't even able to hold his glass still, and his wobbling caused half the glass of wine to spill out. I cannot drink anymore. Christian shook his head. He had only drunk one glass so far. It was not because he didn't know how to drink or had no desire to drink, but because he could not drink. This situation did not allow him to drink anymore. Jesse stopped persuading him to drink more when he saw that Christian was very firm about it. He threw himself on the chair with a loud banging sound, searching his shirt for a while. He took out a small crystal box. Christian, we will be apart tomorrow. I feel sad. I am only a little businessman. I do not have a lot of good stuff. If you do not mind, please take this. Jesse, your thoughts are what count. I can't accept this. Christian smiled. It is a great magic tool for a mage. Jesse opened the box. Look, take a look. Christian had decided not to take anything from him, but he glanced at it out of curiosity. It was a crystal with black and white stripes. It was a rare one and seemed to constantly give out swirling sparkles. After that one glance, Christian started to look confused. Suddenly, a sharp pain behind his head made Christian sober up. Christian became alert and angry. He reached out for his magic wand, but he was whacked behind his head before he could do anything with his wand. He fell helplessly down to the floor. Hurry up! Move! Tie them up! Jesse's drunkenness was gone, replaced with excitement and passion. Hurry up, there are 3 more mages upstairs we have to handle. At this time, a student, who either felt the urge to pee or had a bad dream, shook his head and opened his eyes slowly. He saw Jesse giving orders and a group of businessmen and bodyguards holding weapons, standing there with vicious looks. He gasped with shock and was ready to yell for help. A bodyguard saw him waking up and tossed a fishing spear at him immediately. The spear struck the student's neck. That poor student fell upside down with his arms and legs swinging in the air. He struggled a few times and then stopped moving. Bastard! King bastard! Jesse was so angry that he jumped on one foot and yelled. Do you know how much money Phillips offered? Each live one is worth 200 gold coins, but a dead one is only 100 gold coins. King made me lose 100 gold coins. I am going to kill you. Jesse's honest and kind look became an angry and vicious one. But he was just. That bodyguard argued. Jesse slapped his face. But what? Jesse, calm down. Our priority is to get the mages upstairs, a businessman said with a trembling voice. If he were in charge, he would never think of having anything to do with mages. Jesse was a person who would do anything for money. The businessman had finally decided to follow Jesse, since Jesse depicted a bright future for him, which was really tempting. I will get you for that later. Jesse gave that bodyguard a dirty look. He turned around and said, Pierre, you take 2 people and watch them. Remember, do not let them use magic. If anyone doesn't listen to you, cut off their hands and feet, just as long as they still breath. Do you understand? Yes, sir. A bodyguard leader nodded with an excited look on his face. A live one was worth 200 gold coins from Phillips. How many gold coins could they get from these people? Even when he worked very hard for a year, he would only get 3 or 4 gold coins at most. This action was definitely worth the risk. Not long after, everybody, including the unconscious Christian, was tied up. The businessmen's bodyguards were experienced with tying people up. They were careful not to wake anyone. There were only 2 students who woke up from their light drunkenness. The 2 students did not dare to make any sound when they saw the light reflecting off the swords on their necks. Boss, how about that woman? A bodyguard asked. She is a princess. How could she drink with us? Jessie gave a sinister smirk. I did send her 2 bottles of wine. She should have passed out. I see. A bodyguard looked out the side door. I am warning you, Jessie said, suddenly remembering something. If I guessed right, that girl should be the daughter of Archmage Saul. Don't even think about it. Boss, we wouldn't do anything to her. We just want to look at her and feel her skin. Is that okay? That bodyguard asked without any shame. No King touching. Go home and touch your mother, Kerr. Jessie said angrily. What kind of women can you not get when we get our rewards? I will cut off your hands and feed them to dogs if you dare to bother her. Boss, I am just saying. That bodyguard looked down sulkily. Okay, you guys stay here watching them, the rest of you follow me upstairs. Jessie waved. There were only 4 bodyguards left in the cafeteria. They knew about the huge difference in ability, so they didn't dare to slack. With their eyes wide open, they watched the students on the floor. The 2 sober students received special treatment, but they could not do anything to help. A mage's hands were the necessary agents for turning invisible, moving elements into visible magic. A person without arms could still be a swordsman, fighting with 2 legs. However, he could never be a mage, because he would not be able to use magic. Senior mages and archmages might be able to use their mind power as the agent to turn elements into magic, but the students were only intermediate mages, they were too far away from being archmages. There was no way for them to use magic without a visible agent. A cold air spread upward from Zubin. It had been humid in the cabin, so when it became colder, the moisture in the air froze into frost with an unnoticeable speed. How come I feel a little bit cold? A bodyguard looked around. Yeah, I felt it too, another bodyguard said. You guys stay here. I am going to get a coat. You bastard. You are still thinking about that woman, aren't you? Don't forget the boss's words. We cannot bother her. What are you talking about? I really feel cold, that bodyguard muttered and turned around, walking out the side door. With the cold weather, the floor started to be covered by a thin layer of frost. The sleeping students started to wake up one by one, and even the unconscious ones frowned and struggled to open their eyes. When everyone realized they had been tied up, they were startled and tried to break through their bindings. Do not King move. A bodyguard held out a metal stick immediately, smacking the head of one student. Blood immediately oozed out from that student's head. Did you not hear me? If anyone moves, I will cut off his hands and feet. He finished talking but was still afraid the students didn't believe him. He lifted up that student's leg with one hand, threw away the metal stick, grabbed a sword with the other hand, and swung the sword at that student's leg. He didn't use much strength, but the sword was very sharp and had already cut deep into that student's leg. Blood oozed out, and the student huffed and passed out. It was getting colder, but it still could not wake him up within a short period of time. All the struggles stopped under the threat of the bloody scene. No one dared to make a move anymore. Everyone had different look on their faces. Some students looked desperate, some stared at the bodyguards with anger, and some looked around, looking for people or opportunities. Christian bit his lips hard in regret, like a knife stabbing his heart. How could regret help him at this moment? Rizka and Blavi trembled slightly. They were not scared but were trembling with rage. To the right, a fellow killed by a fishing spear, in front, a poor guy laying in blood with only one leg left. All of this deeply enraged them. F***CK. A bodyguard wiped the cold sweat off his forehead when he saw it was finally under their control. What just happened scared him. He did not understand why they started to wake up one after another. If the situation got worse, he would have to run into the crowd with his sword. Even if the rewards would be reduced to half, they had to kill these students. It was still better than being killed. Those 3 bodyguards did not see the lid of the wine bucket quietly lift up. Anfey stepped out of the wine bucket without making any noise. It was not only Christian who was regretting, everyone wished they could go back to the time when Anfey recruited them into the Legion. They wished they had agreed with Anfey on the plan and killed these businessmen and their bodyguards. Due to the angle, everyone was able to see Anfey appearing out of nowhere. Most people instantly showed excitement on their faces. Anfey sighed inside. What were the odds of being able to train these immature kids into powerful people who could fight on their own? They did not even know how to work together. With so many people looking at him, they were sending a warning to the enemy. What do you really want? Christian suddenly yelled out. Money? I can give you money. 1,000 gold coins? 5,000 gold coins? If you set us free, I can give you 10,000 gold coins. 10,000. Those 3 bodyguards were shocked by Christian and held up their weapons instinctively. After hearing what Christian said, they relaxed. Of course, their attention was on Christian, because 10,000 gold coins. Oh my god. These kids were rich. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, Companions. Chapter 48, Companions. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Jesse walked up with an ingratiating smile. Sante, how was the taste of the red spirit? Sante tilted his head and looked at Jesse. He remained silent, then slowly leaned against the side of the ship, raised the bottle in his hand, and took another sip. This guy can drink, Jesse thought to himself. He walked towards Sante and sat down next to him, also against the side of the ship. He looked up to the sky and let out a sigh. What a beautiful night. Ugh. I have been so busy running around for money. I don't even remember the last time I enjoyed the night view like this. Sante tilted his head again and fixed his gaze on Jesse, as if Jesse was more attractive than the night. After a little while, Sante tossed the bottle onto the deck and muttered, "Are you ready?" Jesse felt a burst of pain when Sante dropped the bottle. That was a crystal bottle. Are you paying for it if you break it? Then he heard Sante's words and paused for a moment. Ready for what? Jesse didn't notice that what came out of the bottle was clear water, not the glowing red spirit. Sante responded to Jesse with action. He waved his hand, and a small fireball suddenly shot at Jesse's face. They were very close to each other. As Jesse was only a smart businessman, there was no chance he could dodge away. Jesse screeched and fell to the ground, clutching his face. A small fireball was one of the lowest levels of magic and was hardly fatal. Although Sante was a senior mage, the small fireball he released was still barely destructive. Jesse was only slightly injured. If Sante had stopped right there, Jesse would at most become blind. Unfortunately, he did not want to let Jesse go. He waved his right hand and another small fireball hit Jesse's chest. Jesse rolled over miserably as he screamed in pain. His shrill cries could be heard even miles away. Some fast footsteps approached from the gangway. Several bodyguards rushed out with weapons. Sante let out a brittle laugh and cast a spell. A rotating, flaming broadsword flew straight toward the bodyguards. Another 2 members from the first group dashed over to Sante's side, and more lightning arrows targeted their enemies. Sante was the second person, after Zubin, to learn the truth. He had been waiting for a long time. The enemies were so weak that he didn't even bother to use mid-level magic to fight them. For bodyguards at the front were all knocked down in a flash. One of their chests was cut open, exposing burned organs. The rest of them didn't fare much better. They were all crawling in pain, like dying worms being stepped on. Retreat! We've still got hostages. Quick! A businessman yelled out, realizing that things were not going well. All of a sudden, the businessmen and their bodyguards all turned around and charged down the gangway. Sante sneered and stayed put. Still thinking about the hostages, huh? The guy downstairs is the best fighter in our group. Pop! The last bodyguard stared at his chest, where a sword tip had pierced through abruptly. Then, without support, he fell. Anfey pulled out his sword, rubbed off the blood on the bodyguard's clothes, and then put it back in its sheath. Anfey, quick! A bodyguard might be looking for Miss Naya. Zubin was worried. Hands! Zubin lifted up his butt and raised his hands that were tied together behind him. Anfey swung his sword, untying the ropes. He then sprinted to the dining room's side door. Everything has 2 sides, so indulgence does as well. Because of his indulgence in magic, Saul was able to achieve brilliant accomplishments. However, indulgence could also bring destruction at times. The bodyguard was now deeply indulging in Naya. He ignored the noises and even the screams from the deck when Anfey opened the door. He was slightly bent over, and his trembling hands were reaching under Naya's shirt, moving up and down. Meanwhile, Naya's cheeks were bright red due to the alcohol. She shook her head, showing her rejection of the harassment, but she was too drunk to wake up. Feels good? Anfey softly whispered in the bodyguard's ear. Ah! The bodyguard was shocked, and his mouth wide open. Anfey could even see his shaking tonsil. Ah! The bodyguard shrieked after he realized that the person in front of him was Anfey. He tried to grab the iron bar by the bed as he moved backwards. Well, it just so happened that he tripped over Naya's body and sat on her. At this time, Naya was almost awake. The bodyguard was quite rough when he touched her, making her very uncomfortable. She then heard a piercing scream and subsequently felt herself being sat on. She finally opened her eyes. The bedding was lifted to the side and her shirt was open at the chest, revealing her beautiful snowy breasts. It was too obvious what had happened. Naya cried out immediately and punched the bodyguard's left cheek. Anfey's sword was drawn out like a snake, going straight for the bodyguard's neck and leaving a wound. Anfey grabbed the bodyguard's hair and pulled him out of bed. Even a worm would turn at this time. The bodyguard struggled to get up to fight, but Anfey kicked him in the head so heavily and quickly that his neck twisted. The wound in his neck burst open upon Anfey's intentional destruction. Blood spurted out like a spring. Anfey was always thorough. In his mind, Naya was like a delicate flower growing up in a greenhouse. She was now taken advantage of. With the bed covered with blood, Naya would never forget the nightmare that had happened today. Seeing that the bodyguard was taken down, Naya grabbed some bedding to cover up and sobbed softly. This might not be an issue for someone else, but it was really a big deal for Naya. She had been seeing Grandin for such a long time, and he had only touched her hands. Today, she almost lost her virginity. If Anfey hadn't arrived in time, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. Naya felt even more devastated after thinking about it. Anfey pulled out the sheet from Naya's bed and covered the corpse. "Miss Naya, please hide here for now and do not leave." Naya kept weeping without nodding or shaking her head. At the same time, members in each group were losing their minds out of anger and remorse. They all released their magic power at the same time. A few businessmen and bodyguards managed to retreat back to the dining room, and unfortunately got hit there. All of a sudden, their bodies were covered with all kinds of elements. The battle was finished in no time. When Anfey returned to the dining room, Christian was using water magic to put out the fire. Rizka had just released a big, explosive fireball that was extremely hot. He killed who he wanted to kill, but that big fireball caused a small fire to break out on the deck. Christian came up when he saw Anfey. He was embarrassed. "Anfey, Christian was speechless. The truth was, if he had agreed with Anfey's plan and made some precautionary arrangements, things wouldn't have turned out this bad. Without any pause, Anfey proceeded straight up to the student who was pierced by the harpoon. He leaned over to check his breath and then shook his head. "He's gone." "Anfey, this is all our..." Anfey interrupted him. "It already happened. Now is not the time to point fingers." He then walked over to Orego, checking on him. "How about you? Can you stand up? Looks like my bones are broken." Orego clenched his teeth in pain. Unfortunately, the bodyguards beat him up to show his group. He was bleeding heavily, and his calf was injured by a sword. "Well, it is good that you are alive. We are better than him." Anfey gasped at the student's body. Sorrow spread on everyone's face. The most impacted one was Blavi. Charles, a member from his group, had lost his life. Before today, none of them had thought that some businessmen could pose a threat to them because of their magic. However, the cold body and their fellows' unwilling looks laughed at their arrogance. Suddenly, one student called out, "Anfey, you were hiding here a long time ago. Why didn't you take action sooner? Had you started fighting back earlier, Charles would have lived." "Bullshit." A spurt of anger flashed through Anfey. "You were all trapped. How could I save him? Was I able to kill them all at the same time? What if they held you as hostages against me, then? I am telling you now, if I didn't take action before thinking it through, more members would have died. Before you accused me, why didn't you ask yourself what right you have to blame me? At least I saved most of the people. What about you? What did you do? From the beginning to the end, what have you done? When I came out of the barrel, you stupid people all stared at me. Are you trying to alert the enemy? Stupid. Had Christian not drawn their attention in time, we would have had more injuries and death. Why is it my job to save you? I am about the same age as you. I do not have combat power and only possess very little magic, yet I was able to protect myself. But what about you? Such a baby. I saved you, and now you are blaming me for saving you too late? You really are a great mage. During the day, I proposed a plan. Who vetoed it? It was all of you. If someone has to take responsibility, it still has to be all of you. Everyone was stumped by Anfey's rhetorical questions and remained tongue-tied. They were regretful, especially the person who had questioned Anfey. His head was hanging below his chest, and he couldn't even look straight into Anfey's eyes anymore. "Anfey, we were wrong," Christian murmured. "I have to think twice now," Anfey reprimanded. "I don't need naive babies. I need companions." Companions who can't be trusted are far more dangerous than enemies. Do you know why? In the battlefield, the enemies won't have my back, but you will, and I have to rely on you. Being naive will not only doom yourself, but also the ones who trust you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49, Lagan City. Chapter 49, Lagan City. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Tenish. Christian lowered his head and softly said, "Sorry, Anfey. It's all my fault, I did not protect you well." "No, Anfey, it's my fault. Charles is my team member, but I couldn't protect him. I am not qualified to be team leader," Blavi argued. Anfey took a breath and stayed silent for a while before saying, "Let it be. You just knew how to practice magic. For not knowing these things, I can forgive you. But you have to remember, it's not scary to be naive. You will become mature enough to deal with it after a period of training. Nevertheless, if anyone still considers being childish to be an excuse, then don't complain that I didn't tell you." "No worries, Anfey. After this experience, I think everyone learned how treacherous a human's mind is," Christian said with a wry smile. "Blavi, can you go to the kitchen to see if there is any food for us? Take anything that can be taken away and divide it into portions." "Everyone should bring some along," Anfey said slowly. He was ready to move on from what had happened today. "Whoever knows about Forest Clarm, please stay, and we'll have a meeting. All others can leave to rest. Zubin, you can go get Sante down." With a heart full of guilt, Blavi wanted to do something to redeem what he had done. He saw Anfey giving out assignments, so he quickly got up and brought along his only 2 team members, rushing to the kitchen. "I have never been to Forest Clarm, but Master brought me to a different magic beast forest." "Are all magic beast forests similar?" "Anfey, what do you want to know?" Christian asked. "We should not break into Forest Clarm abruptly. If anything needs to be prepared, we should get that ready first. Lagan is our last chance to get supplies, so I need to understand more to avoid missing anything," Anfey said. "I'm glad that I can finally help you with something." Christian gave a self-deprecating laugh and then started pondering. "Anfey, you were looking for me?" Sante and Zubin walked into the dining room together. "You can carry those corpses down. Take them to the storage room along with these corpses here." "Got it." Sante nodded his head. Anfey thought Sante would ask him something, and he would get the chance to explain the reason and let these humans learn something. As a matter of fact, escaping with a group of naive children was very dangerous and exhausting. Anfey wished this group was more mature and grown up. Of course, humans could grow up quickly, and Anfey would just act as a guide for them. He hoped everyone would learn how to reflect and self-analyze. Unfortunately, what he did and said had already established his authority, and Sante had already been convinced of his authority. Not to mention the others still in the midst of being ashamed, who would dare to step out and request the truth. "I don't know if you have ever heard the saying, you can never be too prepared?" Anfey started explaining. "Pile those corpses in the storage room, and then lock the door tight. That way, when the boat wrecks, it won't bring us trouble because of the floating corpses. You don't want to ignore it just because the chance of it happening is very slight. Up until today, there were many people who died from being careless. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, garrison troops will not intercept and examine merchant ships. But what if an accident happens? Hide these corpses away while we have the chance to handle them." Anfey suddenly felt that he was being as wordy as an elementary school teacher, but he had no other choice. If possible, he wished he could safely pass these people over to Saul. "Understood." Sante nodded. "Zubin, you stay too. You provided the escape route, and I think you know more about Forest Clarm," Anfey said. "In the Magic Beast Forest, the most scary thing is the threat from the half-beast and half-human creatures. But as Rizka said, Forest Clarm no longer has half-beast and half-human creatures, so we just need to focus on the beasts." Christian already had a draft in his mind, so he spoke frankly and assuredly. Anfey listened attentively, sometimes asking questions. Christian, Zubin, and the others answered individually. When one couldn't explain it well enough, the others would supplement it. Naya stepped into the dining room unnoticed. She quietly sat on the side to listen to their discussion. Anyone who had experienced the horror she had likely wouldn't be able to sleep well, unless that person didn't care at all. Some people said that, when a man is acting serious, he will possess a unique charm. When Anfey was being serious, his charm was even more outstanding. Under no disguise, Anfey was filled with a confidence built upon numerous instances of anger, which wasn't something that could be easily learned. Most of the time, Naya's sight was on Anfey. This man had changed dramatically from the weakling of the past. She could feel something that she used to feel from her father. Before the Industrial Revolution matured, ships were the primary form of transportation for each civilization. Even in modern society, ship transportation was still the mainstay, remaining unshakable. The magical world was not exceptional. Lagan was a large-scale transfer station. Although the area it occupied, scale, and architectural structure couldn't be compared to the sacred city, and it didn't have the cultural scene of the big city, the quality of life was far beyond that of the sacred city. The streets were crowded with people. The city was divided into 4 sections by 2 big streets, with one street going north to south and the other going east to west. Alongside the 2 streets were all kinds of stores. Lagan City also had a few large-scale trading markets, which had everything that one could wish for, from intelligent human beings to humble insects to strong magic beasts. Anfey, Zubin, and Sante leisurely walked on the street of Lagan, and people from the temporarily small team arrived. For the purpose of not being noticed easily, the team had been divided into 5 different subgroups. The groups kept about 20 meters apart from each other, and they had booked a motel beforehand. Anfey worried that people would be separated by accident, so he required that they have a preset meeting location. The boat had been sinking after the bloody lesson yesterday, so when Anfey ordered them to kill the remaining sailors, no one hesitated. The sailors only had enough time to implore them a bit before they were devoured by the current. After a detour to the west side of Lagan City, they entered the city in batches. Under Anfey's command, no one was detected or aroused any suspicion. Anfey often walked into a store, purchased a small item, and then found a relatively secluded place to let Zubin and Sante store the items in their space rings. Regular people walking around the city of Lagan would be able to purchase everything they needed, but not Anfey. He was in need of herbal medicine. Once they reached Forest Clarm, if anyone got sick, then those herbal medicines would be lifesavers, but they were not sold in the city of Lagan. When talking about wilderness survival experience, these newbies were not comparable to Anfey. Christian kept everybody's attention on the unknown magic beasts. Only Anfey knew the invisible killers would be more terrible. If not handled properly, even the most common cold could threaten a human's life. Turning at the street corner, Anfey walked into a floral shop, looked around, and then left, disappointed. The items he recognized had no value for healing. The items he didn't recognize he couldn't possibly taste before purchasing. Anfey didn't think he had the courage to taste the herbs like Shinon had, since Shinon had died from ingesting a poisonous herb. Outside the store, Anfey suddenly heard laughter coming from the west side. He turned around, and a ridiculous scene popped into his view. It could be said to be ridiculous because it could be seen often, regardless of the location or the level of civilization. This scene was always a common one. The son of a noble family, along with his bodyguards, took liberties with 2 sisters. The 2 girls tried to run off but were firmly blocked by the bodyguards. They had nowhere to escape, but the law of the Manhwa Empire was quite restrictive. The man from the noble family had just touched the cheek and pinched the buttocks. Snatching girls off the street wouldn't usually happen unless the person was out of their mind. Dallying and snatching had 2 very different natures. When Yolanthi had been on the throne, the law was very restrictive, people normally wouldn't test it. Besides, to a noble family, as long as they didn't mind spending money, they could get any kind of women they wished for. There was no need to take a risk, as dalliances were just a game for leisure time, something purely for fun. The 2 sisters hugged each other tightly. The older one bit her lips tight while the younger one cried softly in her older sister's arms. There were quite a number of people around watching the bustling scene, but no one dared to step out. Some people said it wasn't their business, thus exposing their selfishness, but if it was viewed from another angle, it could be seen as self-protection. Normally, Anfey was not interested in these kinds of incidents. However, when he was ready to leave, he suddenly heard an angry woman shout, "Bastard! Get your hands off!" Actually, that nobleman was ready to leave when he heard this voice. He was in a daze for a moment, then immediately looked into the crowd, surprised. Naya pushed away the crowd and walked in with large strides. Perhaps this reminded her of her encounter yesterday, since Naya seemed to be agitated. A pair of large, beautiful eyes were wide open, filled with a furious flame, and one hand was holding the handle of a sword. The nobleman looked at Naya's recklessness for a few seconds, eyes also wide open, but Naya's were due to anger, whereas his were due to Naya's stunning beauty. "Miss, what's the matter?" the nobleman asked politely. At this moment, he had already forgotten those 2 sisters. In comparison with Naya, who was beautiful like a tender flower, those 2 sisters were like 2 unripe plums. If he was really out of his mind, then he would have snatched a woman like Naya. Who would care about those 2 sisters? Naya's answer was neat and tidy. She took one step forward and slapped that man's face, making the nobleman fall like a rolling gourd. 1. The farmer god, said to have tasted hundreds of herbs to test their medicinal value. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, Ready to Set Out. Chapter 50, Ready to Set Out. Translator, Naya_Bo_Studio Editor, 10ish. Seeing their master get hit, the bodyguards pounced on Naya and surrounded her with fierce looks. Christian and his companions stepped onto the battlefield as fast as they could, standing behind Naya and looking coldly at their enemies. They had not started the fight yet, but they were sending out magic surges. The bodyguards were shocked for a second. They stood still while the onlookers ran away from the battlefield. Onlookers kept looking back as they ran to see what was going on. Even common people knew they could easily get caught in the crossfire and needed to keep their distance from the battle. The nobleman got up clumsily from the floor. Before he had a chance to wipe the blood off his mouth, he yelled, "Fight! All of you! What are you standing there for?" The bodyguards looked at each other, shuffling along toward Naya. If it up were to them, they would not confront mages glowing with magic surges. They were at the edge of the battle and had to obey orders, otherwise they would lose their jobs, and even their families would be punished. "Hold on," a well-dressed middle-aged man in armor walked in and yelled. "Uncle!" The nobleman looked very happy when he saw the man walk in. "You, shut your mouth," the middle-aged man said coldly. He looked at Naya for a while and then said, "Miss, you look like you are well educated. Isn't it beneath you to fight with a nobleman on the street? Is this how your parents raised you?" "Tui. Why don't you ask what he did first? This bastard harassed women in public in broad daylight. He deserved to be beaten up." Naya reprimanded. "Bullsh*T. I was just saying hello to them, and it was none of your business." "Uncle, they are bad guys. Arrest them," the nobleman yelled. He acted nothing like a nobleman. In fact, he could only show the manners of a noble person on certain occasions. When it was beyond his limits, he would just show his real colors. "No matter what you say, hitting others is not right." "Miss, I hope you can apologize," the middle-aged man said. "You wish. I will beat the crap out of him if I see him again." Naya did not even flinch. F***CKU. The nobleman inched forward, ready to fight Naya, but he was pulled back by the middle-aged man. Naya could not hold in her anger when she heard him swearing. She pulled out her sword backhanded, positioning for a fight. If he dared to swear again, she would fight him. That middle-aged man sighed. "Let's go." "Why?" "Uncle. Why are we leaving?" "Go," the middle-aged man yelled. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was a man in high position, enjoying prestige and respect from others. After his yell, the nobleman did not dare to say anything, and the bodyguards hurried to put their weapons away as well. The middle-aged man gave Naya a long glance and dragged the nobleman away without a word. It was humiliating to be hit on the street in front of civilians. The nobleman had to swallow his pride, but it was easy to tell how pissed he was. He walked away, but kept looking back at Naya as if he wanted to eat her alive. Naya had so much pride in herself that she did not think the nobleman was anybody important. In Sacred City, she had seen all kinds of people. Nobody had ever put her in any awkward situations. Naya was used to others deferring to her. Even during the escape, she was expecting others to treat her the same way. Naya walked to the two sisters and smiled. "Girls, you should go home now. Next time when you come out, you should have some companions. Do not wander around by yourselves." The older sister smiled bitterly at Naya. The younger sister politely said, "Thank you, sister. You are so nice. Ha, you have a sweet tongue." Naya seemed very happy. "Thank you," the older sister quickly thanked Naya and dragged her sister away, running beyond the battlefield. "Sister, my house is not far from here. Come and visit us," the younger sister looked around and yelled out loud. The older sister covered her sister's mouth with her hand, scolding her quietly. The younger one did not want to listen to her sister and said loudly, "I want to be a swordswoman like that big sister." "Stop it. Do not even think about it." The older sister ran out of the crowd with her sister. As a regular onlooker in the crowd, Anfey watched the whole thing without interruption. However, Anfey saw something others did not see. The middle-aged man's nervous and happy looks did not escape Anfey's eyes. "Sante, go tell Rizka to watch those two girls carefully." "Hurry." "Yes, sir," Sante answered. He walked back to the main street. "We should go now," Anfey said flatly. "Zubin, are you familiar with Lagan City?" "Yes." Who is that middle-aged man? I do not know. Anfey smiled. Before I became a student of the professor, I was just a civilian and never had anything to do with these noblemen. Can you find a map of Lagan City? Yes, there are maps for sale. Zubin nodded. To better assist business people, the commercial union sells maps. However, their maps only mark the locations of different markets and commercial centers. They are simple, there's no other stuff on the map. It's better than nothing, Zubin. You go get a map and walk around every city gate. Wait for me in the hotel when you are done. Sure, do you want me to go now? Yes. Anfey nodded. Zubin left quickly. Anfey looked at Christian, who was keeping his distance. Sante, let's go. We have a lot of stuff to buy. Anfey had bought a lot of stuff on the way. Luckily, they had many gold coins. Sante's dimensional ring could not hold any more stuff, so they had to wrap the rest up in a big piece of cloth for Sante to carry over his shoulder like a bag. Feller and Blavi also went over to help, otherwise it would be too much for Sante to carry. For some reason, Anfey turned down Christian's help. When Blavi passed by, Anfey asked him to warn Christian that anyone in the second group would not be allowed to talk with anyone else. It was already dark by the time Anfey had finally satisfied his desire for shopping. Anfey returned to the hotel. When he had just stepped onto the second floor, he saw Zubin looking out with a worried look. Anfey heaved a short sigh. He knew he had guessed right when he saw Zubin so nervous. Feller, give me your stuff. Anfey took the bag from Feller's shoulders. Anfey said quietly, go and tell Christian and Rizka to come to my room quietly. Tell them not to be seen by anyone. Yes. Feller winked. Anfey, something seemed wrong. 2 city gates were closed earlier and the checkpoint was strict as well. I intentionally walked around the river, and I found guards everywhere around the ferry. We should have left immediately. Zubin said worriedly when Anfey walked into the room. Did you buy the map? Anfey asked. Here. Zubin took out the map and immediately said, Anfey, do you know what I am talking about? We cannot leave now. If we were able to leave, we should have left this afternoon. Anfey opened the map as he talked. Why can't we leave? Anfey asked in shock. If my guess was right, only the second group got their attention. Christian only had 4 people in his team, which looked fishy to our enemy. If we leave the city without crowds of people covering us, we will be easily identified. They will surely be able to know where we are from. Before we entered the city, I saw the areas near Lagan City were flat. If the guards send out cavalry, we will be in big trouble. Isn't it more dangerous to stay? Not really, Zubin, trust me. I would never risk anyone's life for this. Anfey thought for a moment and smiled. There is another reason to stay, and that is to let everybody see the real world. Okay. I will follow your orders. Zubin hesitated for a second and nodded. Anfey looked down at the maps. After a while, Christian and Rizka both walked into Anfey's room. Rizka also brought a person with him. That person had interrogated Anfey 2 days ago, but Anfey had refuted him at every step. They waited for Anfey without interrupting him. Everyone is here. Anfey looked up, massaging between his eyebrows. I will go out with Christian and Zubin in a while. We have something to do, so Blavi and Rizka stay and take care of this place. You have to be really careful. If something happens, you run to this place to meet us. Anfey pointed to the map. Blavi and Rizka looked closely at the map and did not respond. Anfey, where are we going? Christian asked. You will know when you get there, Anfey said flatly. The ones staying here should get as much rest as possible, because we have to be on the road the whole night. Okay. Christian shrugged. Rizka, Sante, and Sanga stay, and the rest go and get ready. We are leaving soon. Do I need to stay? Sanga asked, worriedly. He thought he had offended Anfey and had no chance in this legion. In fact, he would be more than happy if Anfey did not cause any trouble for him. Unexpectedly, Anfey specifically asked him to stay. It went without saying that anyone staying would have the chance to discuss important issues. Yes. Anfey smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, The Murky Truths. Chapter 51, The Murky Truths. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. The watery moonlight shone on the deserted, desolate cobblestone road. The wind howled, carrying away everything in sight. It was already well past midnight, and, except for a few special shops in the dock, Ligan City was completely dark and silent. Although this was a city known for its merchants and businesses, there were no clubs in this era. The brightest area in the middle of the city had nothing to do with business. In addition to the domain of the city lord, there were still places like City Hall, City Guards Barracks, Magic Guild, Swordmaster Guild, and the Hall of Knights. No one would hesitate using money from the king, and this city was no different. Whether it was necessary or not, there was a large chandelier glowing next to every building. The door of the city lord's domain suddenly opened, and a group of knights in black armor rode out onto the streets. The black-clad ones were common, but the ones in the back were truly shocking. They were more advanced than the knights in front by several levels, although wearing the same silvery armor and riding the same colored stallions. They each held a large shield in their hands, and their lances shone a terrible light under the moon. The knights tended to focus on their armor, which rarely matched their horses. The colored horses made the knights even more intimidating. The knights rounded the corner. Those in front were in a loose formation, but those in back kept in tight step. Clearly they were extremely well trained. Their shields were adorned with a red cross and a ball of white flame, indicating their identity as the Empire's famous Knights of Holy Flame. They rode through the streets and arrived at the market. In the morning, the market would be bustling with people. Even walking would take a great deal of time, let alone passing through on horseback. But during the night it was empty, the ground strewn with garbage and waste. It wouldn't be until dawn that cleaners would arrive to prepare the place for the next day. The silver-armored knights halted their horses in the middle of the market, while the black-clad ones were still advancing. A shadow came out from their right side and threw something into the air. The night suddenly came alive with the surge of magic, and the thing became millions of icy blades raining down on the knights. In all of high-level magic, ice magic had mid-level strength at best, but it had a large range and could create freezing cold temperatures within its range, containing lethal ice blades and snowflakes. Natural snowflakes were beautiful, but the ones from mages were dangerously sharp and rotating at a high speed, enough to cut through skin and armor alike. If it came in contact with human eyes, no combat power could protect the victim. The magic turned the market into a frozen hell. The black-clad knights in front let out a wave of agonizing screams. Bursts of blood froze as soon as it left their bodies, falling onto the ground like small beads. The knights in silver armor were alive, but no better off than their inferiors. They were protected by their combat power, but could not protect their horses. They were on the ground, their eyes shut. A shadow appeared on the left, and with another wave of a hand, the air surged with magic once more. The sky lit up, and a large lightning bolt flashed across the frozen market. For a spell that was very intense even among high-level spells, serial lightning was absolutely deadly. The lightning attacks every living thing within its perimeter, right down to ants. The more targets, the weirder the shape of the lightning becomes. The still squirming knights all fell silent on the ground. Under the attack of a spell this powerful, only senior swordmasters and knights could survive, and even the intermediates would be severely injured. Pure ice does not conduct electricity, so normal lightning's power would be moderately affected in an environment like this. However, this lightning would attack everything alive, and unless the knights were completely frozen, they could not escape the lightning. The lightning flash was gone as soon as it had appeared. The icy blades and snowflakes soon dispersed as well. As soon as the magic disappeared, a bloated figure appeared from the darkness, dashing towards the market. Anfey was a very cautious man, and after deciding what 2 magic scrolls to use, he had studied carefully the effects of the magic. For people like Christian and Zubin, things like the time and temperature effects of ice magic and how long the lightning bolts would last were immaterial. However, they weren't for Anfey. The lightning's aftereffects could be ignored, but Anfey would never run without protection into a frozen environment like this. Even after the magic dispersed, the temperature would still require time to return to normal. So Anfey bundled himself up carefully and made a simple mask using crystals, making sure that not an inch of his skin was exposed. The clothing, however, only slowed down Anfey's speed a bit. His movement was still fast as lightning. He didn't care about the black-armored knights, he only cared about the Knights of Holy Flame. He dashed through the empty market. He had given up the faster spin slash and chose stabbing. In this cold environment, it was hard to make his enemies lose blood fast, so stabbing was more appropriate under these conditions. Even if some did survive this, no one could save them from their fatal injuries. "Let's go!" Anfey called after finishing off all the survivors. Christian used a levitation spell and floated towards the right side of the market, holding Zubin. "You alright?" "Alive," Zubin said, shaking his head. Christian had used the more exhausting lightning magic, and Zubin was responsible for the ice magic. Christian could still use levitation, but Zubin already felt drained. This was the difference between a junior magister and a senior mage. Even though only one level separated them, there were major differences in their abilities. Many people could become senior mages, but only a few could become magisters. Sante appeared from a small gully behind the market and handed something to Anfey. The latter placed the item into his ring and hurried to Christian and Zubin's side. "Hurry," he said. "We need to find Blavi and leave the city. We eliminated the night squad, so they can't tell just how powerful we are. They will come again. We have to leave now." "I know," Christian said. "Come, Sante, help me with Zubin." Christian and Sante used levitation to carry Zubin, and Anfey followed the trio on the ground. After a few moments, the four reached a crossroads. Anfey stopped, and Christian and Sante landed as well. "Where's Blavi?" Zubin asked. "They are farther away," Anfey said. "Give them a few moments." "Anfey," Christian suddenly said, "you're crazy." "My heart's still pounding." "You'd be dead if it wasn't." "Anfey, aren't you scared? If Philip comes over now, we will all be dead." "Unlikely," Anfey said flatly. "Why?" "Because what Zubin said reminded me." "What did I say?" Zubin asked curiously. "You said that the mages' guilds wouldn't do anything because of Master Saul. Delivering wanted notices is required of them, but they would delay our arrest as long as they can." "So what?" "Let's think, had I known Zita was Philip's grandson, would I have killed him?" "No. I would have knocked him unconscious at best. Now, everyone knows we are Master Saul's students. If it were you, would you do anything?" "Unlikely," Christian said. He had understood some of what Anfey meant, but not everything. "But Philip?" I said, that man had realized who Naya was. He had two choices. Reporting to the prince, or reporting to Philip. Which one would he choose? Philip is easy to anger. If he were here we would all be dead. Do you think he has the courage to report to Philip? He fears Master Saul as well. Reporting to the prince, though, would be his duty. Reporting to Philip would be personal vengeance at best. "Got it," Zubin said. "If the prince kills us, he could find an excuse. After all, he was serving the emperor. If he had reported to Philip, his goal would clearly be the money. Master would never have let him go. He had calmed the clash, so clearly he was a man with a brain. A smart man would not do stupid things, unless he really needed that money. But what if Philip does come?" "I have a plan as well," Anfey said. "Really?" Christian asked. Sante glanced at Anfey, but didn't say anything after seeing his smile. Although Christian didn't say anything, he was the most excited one there, because only he knew that Anfey was not boasting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, The Price for Growth. Chapter 52, The Price for Growth. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. A surge of magic reached the group. A dozen shadows appeared in the air and approached them. When the shadows reached the crossroad, Blavi landed with his team. "You're a bit slow," Anfey said slowly. "We finished off some irrelevant guys," Blavi said. His eyes were glittering with excitement, but his expression betrayed nothing. These students of Saul's were all good kids, and only looked for magic beasts for their trials. Most of them never experienced intrigues and fights between people. After their escape from the sacred city, they had experienced numerous bloody encounters. Now, some were uneasy and still in denial, while others had calmed their emotions and sorted out their priorities. Clearly, Blavi was one of the latter. "Let's go," Anfey said, grinning. "Sanchez, lead the way." "All right," Sanchez said enthusiastically, and led the group down one of the paths ahead. Soon the group arrived at a small village. The buildings were simple and clearly belonged to ordinary people. Sanchez walked over to one of the buildings and looked around. He looked back and nodded. "This is it," he said. "I left a mark here." Anfey sniffed the air and caught a whiff of blood in the wind. He sighed and said, "Sanchez, go in and take a look." "Me?" Sanchez looked surprised. "Yes," Anfey said. Sanchez walked over hesitantly and knocked on the door. "Hello? Anyone inside?" "No need, just go in." Sanchez nodded and kicked the door. With a creak the door opened. He walked inside carefully, and tripped over something. He looked down and found an abandoned torch. He picked up the torch, and with a fireball he lit it. He held it high and walked inside carefully. After a few moments, Sanchez let out a scream and the group heard the sound of things dropping on the ground. Christian gasped and, along with a few others, dashed up to the group. Zubin was the fastest. He was the first one in and the first one out. He stared at Anfey under the cold moonlight, and after a while he said slowly, "You did it on purpose." "This is the price for growth," Anfey said lightly. "Everyone needs to pay a price in order to grow. Better it be others' blood than your own." Zubin stared at him but was silent. "What is the purpose?" Anfey asked coldly. "I simply predicted it. I didn't know exactly what they would find." "How did you know?" The man Naya beat. He seemed the kind to seek revenge for every small injustice. "You remember the way he tried to fight back? People like that can't accept any embarrassment. He had to let it out somehow. He couldn't get his revenge on Naya, but it wouldn't be hard to find where those two sisters lived, but..." Just then they heard the sound of sobbing. They recognized Naya's voice and Christian's voice comforting her. There was another sound, of someone vomiting and coughing. "Come, I want to see it for myself," Anfey said, then headed inside. The room inside was not big. Outside was a simple kitchen, the inside was separated into two rooms. There were some plates on the table, and Anfey, with his sharp eyes, spotted some chips on the edges of the plates. Clearly the family was struggling financially. The group was standing in the eastern room. Anfey made his way there slowly. Everyone in the room looked as if they had just seen a ghost, and one of the students could only stand holding onto the wall. The two sisters were inside, dead. There was an old woman on the bed, dead as well, though Anfey was unsure who she was in relation to the sisters. The older girl was completely naked, and was spread out on the table. Her hair was down and covered her once lively face. The table was covered with scratch marks, and her fingers were bloody. Clearly the marks were made by her fingers, and the pain she had been in was clear to see. There were two long swords that nailed her to the table, but there wasn't much blood. Anfey could tell she was pierced by the swords after she had died. Her backside and legs were a dark red and covered with small wounds. It was as if the wounds were made by small, sharp needles. The younger girl wore only a shirt, and was naked from the waist down. Her legs were pushed open, exposing the place between her legs. Her hands were nailed to the bed with daggers, and bones were visible from the wounds. Clearly she had struggled and caused those deep wounds. Her eyes stared blankly, her mouth was wide open and her tongue was missing. It was apparent that someone had performed sexual acts on her even after she had died. Naya's lips were pressed into a thin line. She suddenly pushed Christian aside, and dashed outside. Anfey dashed over and grabbed her. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I'm going to find that bastard," Naya screamed. Even the dumbest of them knew who killed the girls. Naya might be naive, but she was not stupid. Anfey, without warning, struck Naya in the face. Naya was caught off guard and, combined with Anfey's sheer strength, was thrown back and stumbled to the ground. His movement was too sudden for anyone else to do anything. They were on the run, and in the process Anfey had established a high level of respect among them. Even when he was smiling, the students still feared and respected him. Seeing him angry was even more terrifying for them. Naya looked up, holding her face. A thin line of blood trickled down her chin. "How dare you?" she asked, shaking. "Consider this a light punishment," Anfey said coldly. "Think about it. What have you done? Frankly, none of them would have died if it wasn't for your recklessness. You want to bring death to us as well now, don't you? But everyone saw what happened today. That little lord did nothing more than flirt. He would have never done this had it not been for you. You thought you were helping them? No, you killed them. There are ways to help, but you obviously do not know how. Someone like you will bring danger to others. And you want revenge? You? This is not the sacred city anymore, and you are not the old Naya. In the past people tried to do what you say, but out here no one cares who your father is. If you don't want to end up like them, I recommend you stay here." Anfey knew he had overreacted by saying these words, and worried that Naya wouldn't take it well. Naya stared at him for a few seconds before breaking into tears. "Be quiet," Anfey said coldly. "We don't have time for tears. I took a risk coming here. If I'm not wrong, all of this will be blamed on us come morning." "What do you mean?" Rizka asked. "They'll say we raped and killed these girls. Easier to blame it on the strangers than the local nobility." "There is no way they are that despicable," Christian said in disbelief. "People by nature are evil," Anfey said. "You haven't seen the worst of it." "Anfey," Christian said, "why did you ask Sanchez to take us here? Is it because..." Christian's words woke everyone up. Naya stopped her cries and stared at Anfey through her teary eyes. I had guessed someone would do something, so I had Sanchez stand guard here. We can take 2 more people, Anfey said lightly. There was reason to be the bad guy. It would drive everyone away. Anfey knew when to be the good man and when to be the bad. But we are late, Christian sighed. If we had left the tavern a bit earlier, Sanchez said, shaking his head. He finally understood Anfey's intentions. He had wanted to help them. Compared to Naya, it was clear who was more thoughtful. One was reckless, not considering the consequences. The other had predicted what was going to happen. It was not his fault they were late. Naya stared at the ground. She felt guilty, but she could not turn back time. What was done, but no guilt could bring back the dead. Now Anfey's expression was much softer, but no one tried to help Naya, and they left her sobbing on the ground. Some emotions were contagious, and with the dead bodies in front of them, it was hard for them to evoke any sympathy for the one who caused it. We don't have much time now, Anfey ordered. We have to go. What about them? Rizka asked. Someone will take care of them. We have to worry about ourselves more, Anfey told him, sighing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, Persuasion. Chapter 53, Persuasion. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. In the magical world, regular city defensive systems were almost useless against people with powers, so the majority of kings in different kingdoms were people with powers themselves. They also tried their best to have other people with powers on their side. Sometimes people with the strongest power could determine the outcome of battle on the field. Except for a few weird people, people with strong powers like Saul were usually treated very well by kings. Levitation magic can treat city walls as if they don't exist. The chief in the city had been dealing with the turmoil of the horrible death and flaming legion. It was just like Anfey anticipated. They did not chase after Anfey's legion too closely because they did not quite understand the ability of Anfey's team and did not want to have any unnecessary losses. At dawn, they saw the outlines of the mountains in Forest Clarm. Everybody had a surprised and excited look on their faces. Since the start of their escape, Forest Clarm had always been their destination. They had treated Forest Clarm as a dreamland, peaceful and safe. Very few people were thinking about the dangers they might experience and the defense they had to plan in the forest. This was the job of their leader. Not everyone could be a leader. Everyone wanted to be a leader, but it was not an easy job indeed. Anfey had a great deal of experience, what with all of the danger, mistakes, hesitations, and regrets he had faced as an assassin. He would not have been so mature without these negative experiences. He had never felt so tired before. This time, leading a group of escaping kids made him exhausted. The exhaustion was not physical, but mental. Seeing Forest Clarm ahead, Anfey sighed in relief. Everybody was encouraged, flying towards it with full force. Right before arriving at Forest Clarm, kids had used up their magic power and landed on the ground one after another, sitting or laying everywhere. All stand up, and walk forward now. Anfey yelled. How many people failed right on the edge of success? Anfey knew that number was as many as the countless stars in the sky. On the brink of success, with hope right ahead of them, most people relaxed without knowing they were at the crucial moment. Anfey, everybody's magic powers were used up. Let's take a break, Christian tried to convince Anfey. No. Anfey was firm about it. Without magic power, you still have legs. Everybody get up. We need to leave right now. Everyone, follow Anfey's order. Get up, Zubin said loudly. To better lead the legion, Anfey needed to choose a relatively mature assistant. After observation, Anfey chose Zubin. He even tested Zubin with some of his real purposes. It looked like he had chosen the right person. Zubin was mature compared to these kids. Zubin still felt uneasy when he saw at the beginning there could be a dark side. But after giving it some thought, he accepted the role and agreed with Anfey. Everybody stood up unwillingly. Under Sante's leadership, they wobbled into Forest Clarm. In fact, Anfey had the most energy, then Naya. She had been carried by Christian for the first half of the trip. Zubin and Sante took turns carrying Naya for the second half of the trip. She had not had to do anything to get to Forest Clarm. Anfey wanted to try to fly on his own, but he did not know much levitation magic, so it would have been great if he could have just vertically departed and landed. It was too far away for him to fly. Naya had a great deal of energy, but was disconsolate. She walked like a puppet, and tripped over stones and tree roots a few times when she was not even far into the forest. Christian had to follow her to catch her in time. To a mage, it was impossible to get lost, because even in cloudy or foggy weather, mages still could feel the moving elements in the air and find the source of light. The group walked straight ahead into Forest Clarm. Anfey had been in physical training all year, but Christian and his companions rarely got the chance to train. They started to breath heavily before they even had walked far. Rizka ran to Anfey from behind and said quietly, "Let us take a break. Look, everyone is exhausted." Anfey looked at the people in front and behind him. He could not help shaking his head. "Okay, Zubin, go and tell Sante to stop." This was just the first hill, and they had only climbed halfway anyway. Looking back, they even could see smoke from the kitchen in the village at the foot of the mountain. This area was not that much safer than the area outside the forest. Some of them had already crawled with both hands on the ground. Anfey had to make the decision to take a break. Everyone cheered when they heard Anfey would let them rest. Some fell on the ground instantly, not even caring about the dew. Anfey had to act like a kindergarten teacher and ask a few people to get up and find a dry spot to rest. From the Taoist perspective, dew is water in its most negative form. People had an 80 to 90% chance of getting sick by sitting or sleeping on it. More than anything else, Anfey was afraid of them getting sick. Naya quietly avoided everybody's attention and found a corner to sit. She leaned against a tree trunk and curled up like a ball. Sante was passing around food, and everyone seemed to tug the food from his hands. They devoured large morsels of food. Only Naya shook her head and did not take any food. Sante held the food out to her again. Naya pushed the food away. Sante turned around without any attempt to comfort her. With peace and safety, many of the kids in the Legion admired Naya in many ways. They felt she was cute even when she threw a temper tantrum. However, it was a different time now, and they were on the run. Everyone felt like they were under the gun. When Naya lost her temper, it seemed inappropriate. What happened? She did not eat? Anfey asked Sante quietly. No, but it's fine. She will ask for food when she is hungry, Sante shrugged. Give me 2 sausages. Let me talk to her. Sante looked at Anfey weirdly, but he did not say anything. Sante took out 2 sausages and gave them to Anfey. Anfey walked slowly toward Naya. When he got close to her, he realized why Sante's look was so weird. Naya had clear fingerprints on her face, which could be attributed to Anfey. Of course, he had never learned Cinnabar palm-style martial arts, but he still slapped with too much force, which had the same effect as if he had used Cinnabar palm. If Naya had a mirror, she probably would be even more furious. A woman's looks were her second life. Even regular women knew to take care of their looks, let alone pretty girls like Naya. Seeing Anfey walking towards her, Naya looked nervous. In her memory, Anfey was the first one to have hit her, with a slap, which was even worse. Naya felt a barricade between her and everyone else. No one was willing to defer to her anymore. Previously, she had felt that she was the center of the world. This change had made her feel left out. Anfey was a lot more powerful than her, and her father was not near her, which all made her scared of Anfey. You need to eat. Anfey passed the sausages to her. We have to keep walking during the day. You will not be able to do it without eating anything. Naya was in shock for a second, and then she took the sausages. She did not eat, and said quietly, like a mosquito humming, I am not hungry. You have to eat even if you do not feel hungry. Anfey sat next to Naya, biting a sausage in half. He ate differently than the others. Anfey did not eat casing. He was worried about hygiene. Besides work hours, Anfey was very picky in life. He had been pushed by his fate and lost his pickiness by far. I will eat later, Naya said quietly. She did not dare to treat Anfey as Sante had, smacking the sausages away. She could only act in a subtle way of non-cooperation. Why? Do you hate me? Anfey smiled. This time, Naya refused to answer him. She turned her head away. Let me tell you a story, Anfey started, but then was lost in thought for a little while. A long time ago, I had a friend, a good friend. He was over 10 years older than me. When I was 10, he was getting married. His fiancée was a nice woman with a bit of a temper, but a good heart. His fiancée had a magic pet named Pug. That magic pet was cute. Pug? Why haven't I heard of it before? Anfey smiled but did not answer her question. He continued his story. One day, they took the magic pet out. They had a great time talking with each other, but forgot about the magic pet. The magic pet fell into the water. By the time they realized it, the magic pet had almost drowned. My friend's fiancé was so worried that she jumped into the water to save her magic pet. However, she forgot she could not swim. My friend could not either, but what should a man do in such case? He had to jump in without any hesitation. My friend used up all his energy to push his fiancé to the shore. He sunk to the bottom himself. He died? Yes, he died, Anfey sighed. What was more ridiculous was the magic pet crawled back to shore on its own, without any help. The magic pet cried to the fiancé on the shore. How could this happen? What happened to her? After my friend's body was taken to shore, she choked her magic pet to death. She became crazy herself. Anfey went silent for a while and said, Naya, this story tells us that acting impulsively could cause others to pay. My friend's fiancé and my friend were in love. If they had known the outcome, she would have never saved her magic pet. Alas, my friend's fiancé passed away in sickness 2 months later. One impulsive action caused 2 people in love to die. Shouldn't it give us some insight? Naya was so shocked that she could not come up with a single word. Naya, I am not against you helping others, but I hope you can think before you act. Your one impulsive act caused those 2 sisters' deaths. Next time you act impulsively, any one of us could die. Do you want to see that happen? Anfey wiped off his behind and stood up. Naya, think about it. If you think I am right, you should eat the sausages. Keeping the energy is the most important thing right now. If you think I am wrong, if you really want to bring us trouble, then do whatever you want, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Surprise. Chapter 54, Surprise. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. For many people, things and sayings often become meaningless after they become familiar. For example, most people would simply laugh off the saying success is the result of 1% innovation and 99% hard work. But is the saying truly childish? Perhaps not as much as people would like to think. After a meal and some rest, some students, like Christian and Blavi, began meditating to recover their magic. Others, however, fell asleep. Everyone was exhausted and sleep-deprived, but clearly students like Christian and Blavi had become some of the best for a reason. There were many ways to understand a person, but self-introduction was the least effective one. Anfey was an observant man, and he preferred observing the students in silence. Now, although he could not say he completely understood them, he could at least form a conclusive personality description for each and every one of them. Christian was stately and considerate, polite and accepting of criticism and of opposing opinions. Zubin was forbearing, silence was his protective shield. It was likely that Zubin was the most brilliant of everyone, including in his social skills. Sante was headstrong and not afraid of challenges and fights. Yesterday Anfey told him to take care of Philip if he arrived, and Sante had agreed without objection. It was clear that he was extremely confident. Blavi was impulsive, but at the same time cautious. Every time he became too stressed, he would show the more violent side of his personality. Rizka was slightly careless, and was the weakest among the 4 leaders. Both Zubin and Sante were better fit for their jobs, but Anfey needed people he could trust. Naya, who was sitting alone in the corner, finally began eating again. She glanced towards Anfey, but every time Anfey looked her way, she would look the other way. Anfey knew that his slap had harmed Naya's self-esteem, but he did not regret it. He had said everything that needed to be said, and now he needed Naya to understand his words herself. All right, everyone, Anfey called. The sun is high. Let's go. Everyone answered his call and stood up. Those meditating opened their eyes as well. Only deep meditation could restore their magic, but there was no time for deep meditation right now. Zubin, Anfey instructed, use water magic. We need some water. When they were in Lagan City, Anfey had thought about the water problem and had bought some water skins. Then he remembered that he was traveling with mages, which meant they would have no trouble with water. He had even laughed at himself for it. Zubin waved his hand, and a small stream appeared on the ground. The students all gathered around, drinking from it and washing their faces. Naya pushed through the group and reached for the water. Under the morning sun, the red mark on her face was clear for all to see. A few people stared at her and didn't look away until Anfey coughed as a warning. Anfey, Christian whispered. Let us rest a bit more. We can use levitation after we are done recovering. Walking through such a dense forest will tire all of us out. Anfey trusted Christian. Christian knew what should be done in each situation, and every time he had an idea, he would consult with Anfey first instead of openly arguing with him. All we need to do is go over that hill, Anfey said. We will head down the valley and rest at noon. Everyone should be recovered by nightfall. We will start again then. All right, Christian said, nodding. He knew what Anfey was worried about. If the Lagan city guards were fast enough, those from the sacred city should have reached Forest Clarm by now. If they were levitating above the forest, they could be easily spotted by higher-level mages. Walking among the trees was the safest bet. Forest Clarm was bright and sunny, but thousands of miles away, Zuba City was under heavy gray clouds. Elysian Empire's Storm Legion and Dark Moon Magic Legion were camped right outside the city. 3 legions from Manhwa Empire defended it, and they had 7 to 10 times the number of troops that Elysian Empire had. Manhwa Empire was using a defensive strategy, since the Dark Moon Magic Legion was one of the best in the world and had never lost a battle. Its commander, Nuyoheim, was an archmage who was considered to be even more powerful than Saul. There was a reason people tended to think of Nuyoheim as the more powerful one. Saul was a kind and amiable man who rarely clashed with anyone, let alone having clashes that ended with fatalities. Nuyoheim, however, could not tolerate any mistreatment. He had killed 2 archmages and a master swordsman. Ernest was someone who challenged others to further his skills. Nuyoheim challenged to kill. Normally, a man with his personality was not fit to lead an entire legion. However, he had an outstanding helper, Sarek. Sarek was no more than a junior magister, but his skill in commanding the army was exceptional. He had saved the Empire's armies from losing numerous times, and had led the army to major victories. With those 2 in charge, the Dark Moon Magic Legion had become one of the most fearsome armies in the world. It was not just the commanders, either. The core of the legion was made up of 2 archmages, more than 30 magisters, and more than 200 senior mages. Manhwa Empire, unless it brought together all the mages from all of its legions, could not dream of competing against them. But what was a legion without mages? In addition, Dark Moon Magic Legion had a long history. Nuyoheim came to fame early in life, and achieved archmage status when he was only in his early 30s. His oldest student was only a year younger than he. Now that he was in his 60s, his connections and power over the legion were not something to joke about. Within the legion, half of the core mages were either his students or his students' students. Whenever something urgent arose, all the mages were willing to die for him. A normal legion would not have this level of dedication. So, even though Saul was in the city and had the advantage in troop numbers, Manhwa Empire's army could only rely on the magical shield to protect the city. To the south of Zuba City Center was a small, strangely built building. The building was tall and straight, its bricks embedded with shining rocks that would reveal to be magical crystals. On top of the building was a small white orb, which glowed softly. This was the Tower of Mages, which supported the magical shield over Zuba City. Despite the city's magic ban, a shadow flew into the sky and towards the tower. Before it entered the tower's self-defense spell, it landed and began jogging to its door. The guards saluted the Prince of Manhwa Empire, Grandin. Urgent business, the prince said. Take me to Master Saul immediately. A moment, my lord, the head guard, an intermediate swordmaster, said. He hurried into the tower, and a moment later the door opened. Please, my lord. Master Saul awaits. Grandin nodded and hurried inside. He stepped into the transportation portal in the middle of the tower. My lord, what happened? Saul asked. He was already waiting for the prince on the other side of the portal. Grandin looked at the mages at work in the room and glanced at Saul. Saul nodded and led the prince into another room. He soundproofed the room before turning back to Grandin. My lord, please. Father sent me a message. He has already been assassinated. What? Saul's eyes widened. What do you mean? Master, be at ease. Father sent a message telling me he was assassinated, Grandin explained. You mean, the emperor is safe? Yes, Grandin nodded. Father told us to get ready to retreat. 7 days hence. Retreat? Yes. But why retreat? You mean? Father said that he would go to great lengths to eliminate the Dark Moon Magic Legion, Grandin said slowly. Elysian Empire must have learned about what happened to Father by now. It was no secret that Wester and I do not get along. Now Wester is on the throne, he is in control of the Empire, but I still hold the military. I have to retreat with my armies in order to fight Wester. No one would suspect anything, Then? Barry is already leading his Roaring Dead Legion and 2 other legions northward. As long as we can lead the Dark Moon Magic Legion past the Yager mountain range, Barry will be able to cut off their retreat. Father was determined to eliminate Dark Moon Magic Legion, no matter the cost. I understand, Saul said after a few moments of silence. Although he was not the brightest with military affairs, and Grandin had offered only a brief explanation, he was still able to sort through the plan. His Grace is wise, he said. The plan sounded easy, but was in fact very difficult to execute. First, Yolanthi needed to recall the Roaring Dead Legion and order it to travel to the north without anyone noticing. Then, he needed to pick the perfect time to fake his own death, making sure that Elysian Empire's rulers would believe he had died. Saul and Yolanthi had been friends for years, and he knew that Yolanthi was brilliant but cautious. If Yolanthi had already executed the plan, Saul knew the man had already learned everything that needed to be learned about the situation. Otherwise, he would never leave so much of his territory for the taking. But, Master Saul, Grandin said hesitantly. There were some mishaps. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.